carted out back and composted now. A lot of the schools have switched to wood pellet boilers, which definitely help with climate issues. In my own home, which is a 3-generation household, we compost everything that you can possibly compost to bring to Project Cal, because bears have just shredded my compost bins. And it is amazing what you can bring there. Not just food, but used tissues, paper towels, and the list goes on and on. So our trash has been cut down to almost nothing. And as Nevaeh's friends come over, they learn about what you can compost, and they take it home with them. So that's one way to help the kids out. Thanks.
So I'm Tom Nolan from Dummerston again. So I have a lot of things politically that I'm passionate about, but I would say that the climate crisis we're in is by far my number one, because it's the one thing we can't undo later. And it's one thing that we have to work on right now, or the damage will be too much to get past. So I am the chair of the Climate Crisis Task Force. The biggest obstacle we came across to start off is we were looking over everything that the school board is doing, how the school district is doing, how it touches the question of climate change. And it was overwhelming because everything you can think of tends to have something that comes back. Curriculum, are we teaching it enough to the kids about how important it is? How we procure things for the school, the food that we serve, everything seems to come back in transportation. So the thing that we've tried to focus on is, okay, well, what specific policies can we propose that will have an actual effect? What can we do instead of talking about, oh, this is terrible, this is filling us with anxiety? What policies can we propose? And that's what we're currently in the process of doing. We're crafting actual policies that we can recommend to the board.
Are there other questions, or thank you all for your answers, and are there other questions from the audience? Please come ahead to the mic.
Hi, my name is Summer Birch. I'm a parent of a Brattleboro Oak Grove student. So my question is, how are we going to make after school and just school-based extracurricular activities more equitable across all the elementary schools? We have probably the smallest after school programming of any of the schools. And so I'd like to see more things, more opportunity for my children, maybe comparable to what they have in other schools. So like, what part will the board play in sort of finding ways to make after school activities and enrichment, like getting, programming during school hours a little more equitable between the schools? Thanks.
Well, in preparation for the work on the board, I've been visiting every school, and I was talking to the principal at Green Street. They have a fantastic after-school curriculum. They're doing a lot. And this is the kind of thinking that I hope people will have, collaborative thinking. Green Street is doing really well, and I would hope that other schools would meet and look at share what they're doing to share good ideas. As far as the cost goes, well, again, the board has the challenge of preserving the unique qualities of each school. Some schools have a great pre-kindergarten program. Others have great after-school program. Each school has something unique, and the last thing we want is uniformity, but we do want equity. And I can't give you a specific answer to how to improve it, but I think if we put our heads together, we can come up with some nice ideas.
I promise I'm not just copying your answer here. And I know I sound like a giant cheerleader for all the schools that I'm involved with, but I really am. My son goes to Green Street, my nephews go, and we're really impressed with the after-school program. And I did try to set up a meeting with the principal to talk more about that because I know that other schools don't have it and we do. I have yet to do that. But along the same lines, certainly we're not all going to do the exact same thing at every school because the culture is different. But however they're making the model work for the after-school program, we should all look at that and see how we can spread that out. And I don't know the specifics yet, but since we have one school that I think a lot of people will agree is doing it well, then the answer is to talk to them and see what we're doing and see what we can all learn from that and try to spread that everywhere. Thanks.
I do want to second that, where the Principal Kaufman has worked with Principal Spino, who is at Green Street, and I know that they have a good relationship. Principal Kaufman, this is her first year, so I know she's working to, get everything organized at the school. But it's something, a lot of times too, you have to have the volunteers to do those after school programs. You have to have the teachers or the parents that will come in.
It seems like some of the schools have teachers or staff members who volunteer for those. How is it that some schools sort of have a little bit more of that than others? I don't know whether it's built into the budget or how that works. Repeat that just because they might
Sure. The question was how do those schools have all of those volunteers and are able to have those after school programs, correct? Sort of. And I apologize, I don't know the budget wise right off the top of my head in terms of what was or was not budgeted. But how you get the volunteers, that's a good question to go to Principal Spino and say, what type of incentives are you having? Are you offering, or how are you getting your staff to volunteer? And that's an easy question that we're able to have. And I know with the equity committee, that's something that, you can't have the exact programs in every school, but with the equity, we'd be able to get more where it's needed.
So Samara, I really appreciate your question. It was one that came up actually not related to Oak Grove this year, but I understand the concern actually came up related to Putney and a program that was in existence and people didn't have after school care. And so it was handed off to the committee that I chair to say what can we do about expanding some opportunities? So we started to look into, first we thought it would be easy. We're like, okay, how about we just look at how much funding's put in? And the funding was like, oh my God, now we're co-curricular. We have so many different ways we fund things. So when we started to look at the funding, we realized, okay, we have to include sometimes transportation. We have to include this. There's all these other measures that go into it. And there are school cultures like at Green Street where the teachers are very involved. And that's been kind of Mark Spino's pet project, right? Like he's developed it over, 10 years. But it doesn't mean we shouldn't innovate and really think critically about how we can bring this more broadly. At this current point, though, my hope is in the next month, or probably two more meetings, we'll be able to present out a little data on the after-school care. I know my time is up. I'll finish. And just to think a little bit more about how can we paint a little picture of how this looks equity-wise? And then we can start thinking about, okay, how can we develop cultures or create funding streams that would match to that? That sounds easy, but I think it's going to be hard.
Tara Castine from Putney. Wow, after school care is so important, and I fully agree with your statement. How can the board take a look at that? And that's something that I know Emily's group has been working on. I've sat in on a few meetings. It's something that I hope to continue the discussion, because in Putney, we lost our after school program. We've been kind of struggling with finding something that works. We have some sports activities that are happening, but in terms of the aftercare program, it's not as rigorous as some of the other programs within the district. And I do agree we need to take a look at it, and we need to think about not making them all the same, because I don't think that's a possibility, but what can we do as a board to fill the needs of the community that attend that school and fill the values. So I look forward to looking at that issue.
Okay, well, everybody's pretty much said everything. I would like to point out that the principal at Putney Central called the state, and he had an instant response, and they were able to open a program on September 30th. And they hired, I'm guessing, the first 2 bodies that came through the door, who need some guidance that I've offered if they would like it. They're very limited in the space they're allowed in the school, which really detracts tremendously from what they're able to do. So that needs to be addressed. And the other chunk that, since everybody already talked about everything, nobody addressed the enrichment piece. And I think that's really important. I don't know where our schools stand with enrichment for kids who need it. I know the school system failed my older daughter miserably way back when, and her only option was to skip 2 grades. So anyway, that's something I want to look into.
All right, Thomas Nolan from Dummerston again. That's an extremely good question, because I'm on the board and I hadn't really thought of it myself that deeply. I hadn't really addressed it myself. So what I can say is I will educate myself a lot more on how the different schools compare to each other as far as extracurricular and after-school programs. We'd been talking a lot about within schools as far as making sure all students get equal access to after-school programs and things like that, and especially with sports as far as gender equity. But I hadn't really investigated enough, and I will. And I'll ask questions and listen.
Thank you. Are there other questions from the audience?
Paul Normandale from Dummerston. First of all, I want to commend all of you for running. There are going to be 10 of you doing a job that 20 or 25 people used to do before. So the time commitment on your part, I really admire your willingness to do that. My question is it's more of a comment, but kind of a comment question. The greater Brattleboro area has quite a diversity in population, in students, and in levels of ability. And we hear a lot about the support that's given to disadvantaged students, but we don't hear much about what the gifted or the students who excel. And I would like to know more, and as a community member, I would like to know more about the broad spectrum of the approaches to education. After a while, you sort of get the thing that we're only trying to teach to the middle, but we're trying to bring the disadvantaged up to the middle. But what are we doing with people who excel in school? So, thank you.
All right, so I think what I understand the question to be is, do we have anything specially to focus on students who are excelling? I don't know of any, but what I can say is from my personal experience when I was in high school, something I didn't like, or it was throughout middle school as well. So I grew up around Boston, the suburbs, and one thing I didn't like is some of the gifted students who are at the higher, doing the best on Wednesdays or Thursdays, they would go study at a different school that was just for them. At the time, I thought that was a very terrible thing to do. I thought that was, it seemed to me very unfair and very, I thought it was to the detriment of the other students who were not. I thought it seemed a little elitist. I thought it seemed counterproductive.
I didn't mean that question to be an elitist type
No, I'm not saying you are. I'm saying from my experience when I was growing up, and I did fairly well, but some of these kids who went there, I thought that was very strange. So what I can say is I would not want something like that. That's all.
Okay, well, the high school's changed a great deal since my oldest daughter was there, and they can now take AP classes and so on and so forth, and you can take extra classes if you want to graduate early. So that's good, but I'm not aware of what's going on in the elementary schools, and so I really need to find out how we're approaching those kids, because traditionally they have been ignored, and that's not a good thing, and it can lead to behavior problems. So, kids will start acting out because they're bored. My daughter survived much of Putney Central by reading on her desk. The whole, had her book open in a desk and was reading and answering questions, whatever question was thrown at her, and got out of that school as soon as she could. So I'm really interested in the elementary piece of that one.
This is an interesting one for me. As a Putney resident, I have 2 boys in Putney. My boys are in 2nd and 6th grade, which are the 2 biggest classes at Putney Central School. My son's 2nd grade class has readers reading 99 words per minute and others that are reading 2 words per minute. And that is a huge delta in a classroom of 29 children. And this year we were lucky enough to get 2 classrooms for that grade. And so one of the things that's really important for me is taking a look at education for every child, whether they're needing help, like my oldest with an IEP, or my youngest who's reading 99 words per minute. And making sure that we're looking at ways in which each student can learn and grow and be the best person that they can, because we're making little people who are going to grow up to be big people and have an impact and a job in this world. And so it's so important that we teach values and how to survive, but also just looking at the complete education that we're giving them, which means helping everybody.
So the thing that came to mind when you asked the question about, broad programming, especially for students who may be achieving above the average, was just a title of a book. The book doesn't actually relate. It's called Gifts Differing. And it was on the creation of personality types, which has since been outdated because it's like maybe from the 1950s. So there's new theories on that. But the reason why I bring it up is I think on the current school board, we have had some special education issues come up, which we would consider to not, although gifted education is actually a special education concern. But I think people were more focused on maybe a different population than gifted students. But when I think gifts differing, I think, okay, creating school environments that are broadly responsive to all students. And I think a lot of the topics that come up on the school board actually are broadly responsive to most students, because we're not really always dealing with just a special education issue. After school's a great one. It's all students, and giving them diverse opportunities. But I would say one way to specifically think about gifted education or ensuring those kids get what they need to feel enthusiastic about schooling is, and I know my time's up, but keeping class size down. We're lucky to have such small schools in our districts, many of them, but it is important as we get to the middle and high school to think about what are the class sizes so we can differentiate, because there's a lot of pressure placed on teachers then if the classes get too large. So that's just one opportunity.
Both of my boys, they've obviously both graduated now, but I have one that was an IEP and then also one that was more educationally gifted. But they both, when they went to academy school, they were able to participate in the Maple Leaf writing project, and that my youngest participated in that, and he wrote a book. It was something that they could use to, develop their writing skills. And they both participated in the Math Olympiad, which was, they were both morning programs that they'd go to school early and they'd work on math problems, and they were able to have harder problems that they couldn't always figure out, but it made them work and think a little differently. Obviously, the high school has more programs with the dual enrollment, in the AP classes, but it's definitely something that the board needs to look at for equity and for all of our students across the board.
I think it's a really excellent point that I hadn't considered before tonight, but in the last few minutes thinking about it, I realized that I've heard plenty in my short time in Brattleboro about students demonstrating a superior athletic performance and also some art and music. I've heard a lot of cheering about that, but I haven't heard anything about anybody performing well academically, and certainly those kids are out there, and maybe it's not as popular or whatever it is. So I don't know anything about the programs, but I know that certainly there are kids that are performing very well, that is pretty important. We should probably celebrate them equally. And what I do have from my own experience in high school, I took a bunch of AP classes and remember some of it, maybe a tiny bit of AP calculus, but I tutored all throughout my senior year, and the subjects I tutored in, I remember very well, a lot of statistics. And, and I also think there was value for the students that were struggling that I got to tutor and some of my peers tutored from, academically and also socially. So I don't know where we stand at the high school or any of the schools with that, but I know it was a great thing for me and people that I know. So that would probably be something to unpack. And again, I'm glad you brought it up because I just hadn't considered it at all.
Great question, Dan. It brings to mind assessment. How do we know which students are gifted in different areas? So assessment is part of it. Having been in teacher training colleges, I know that this is one of the things that we teach good teachers, how to work with diverse groups of students. There are different ways. Some of you may have heard of design thinking or project-based thinking, experiential learning, where small groups of students work well, diverse students. But it takes really quality teaching to pull off good pedagogy. The other thing, at the high school level, I am very supportive of programs that help students get into college. I want to ensure that our high school has sufficient number of AP classes, for example, and college track programs. But a lot of it gets back to what Emily said, which I couldn't agree more with, and that's having small classes helps tremendously to identify gifted students and to help those gifted students work well with others. And I yield my time to the moderator.
Tim, you're the second person tonight who called me Dan, and I'm getting at the age where I'm known by my son. It's not so bad.
Thank you for your answers to those questions. I want to just tell you what my assumptions on time are. I'm looking at 7 o'clock. My goal was that we would depart by 7:30, but we never made an agreement. So if you do the math, that means about 3 more questions. So I just want to make sure that we're all in agreement that that's where we're going, because we didn't have an agreement when we started. Work? And can someone not stay until 7:30? Okay. So I also want to ask a question. So I am trying to be ethical about this. So I'm wanting permission to ask a question at some point. But I'd like to ask, what is a question from the audience?
My name is Hannah. I have 2 kids. I am curious about your experience or knowledge about social emotional development and support in our schools. And some people have touched on their experience with special education, and certainly there's some overlap there. But in general, I would just like to hear any thoughts or ideas you have about that. Thank you.
Sorry, can you explain a little bit more what you mean by what you're looking for? Our experience in social emotional development.
Social emotional support in schools.
Okay.
It's typically something that is done more in younger grades or even preschool, and there isn't as much of it I see in the elementary and especially not middle and high school. I think that, and there is some information or some advocacy work that's that's in Vermont and nationally too. So I'd love to hear about anybody's ideas. I have some concerns about special education because both my kids receive special education type services, and I think that it's something that we all need to look at and start talking about. Yeah.
Okay, I'll do my best. I mean, I can give you my background. Yes, I can give you my background as my experience in dealing with educating children. I don't have very little, but my part-time job is I teach Chinese children how to speak English as a second language, and I deal with children who go between, shouldn't be that young, but 3 years old and maybe teenagers. What I can gather from that, or what I can take from that, is different children have different emotional states that I'm dealing with. Some have how do I put this? It's a very open-ended question. I would say that the emotional treatment of a child is very, I'm sorry, this is a very difficult question. I'm trying to gather from my experience any way that I have anything to add to this. I'm at a loss. I'm sorry. Sure.
He's going to take some time to think.
Yeah, that's a hard one.
Yeah.
Very open-ended.
I'll say that I have learned so much as a parent, and I didn't know anything about social emotional learning until my kids were in school. So.
Okay, well, I was an early childhood teacher, and it was a home-based program, so it was small. It made it very, very easy to teach social emotional stuff because their kids are copycats at that age. So they would copy the language that I would use, and it worked like a charm, and they got it. Putney Central has PBIS, and they put quite a bit of emphasis on social emotional skills, at least in the 1st through 5th grades. I haven't heard so much about the middle school. They're kind of off by themselves. I think that bullying still occurs. I'm not sure how much. We're looking for some statistics on that. I have noticed going into the school, we also have an intensive services classroom at Putney Central, and I've seen kids applaud some of those children doing something that was difficult for them to do. So I have no idea about anybody else.
Tara Castine Putney. This is something that speaks to me as a mom with 2 boys with ADHD, impulse control, oppositional defiance behavior. They're kind of very involved in my child's environment. And so I'm constantly learning about ways that I can help the teachers help my children in the classroom, especially with the impulse control. When you go through school and you just punch somebody because they're next to you, that's not cool. And so how do you teach someone the skills needed to be a community member within their classroom? And so it is something that our schools need to do better, and it is one of the things that is an issue item for me. I have listed special education and behavior intervention with a positive outlook on that. I think it's an important thing that we as a school board do need to look at and how to address those within the schools. And I look forward to delving a little bit more into that. Thank you.
So I know I think actually throughout the district, but I'm very familiar with the Brattleboro Public Schools, having actually just heard a presentation too by Academy around PBIS and the multi-tiered system of support that we have going on. It sounds like also Putney has it, so I'm assuming it might be district-wide or at least being scaled. And it seems to me that that's been functioning fairly well, at least for creating less behavior incidents. But social emotional learning, to me, we kind of, not that we missed the mark, but if we're just focusing on PBIS and multi-tiered system of support, that's not all social emotional learning is. So, I mean, I understand that has a really important place in these kind of more severe circumstances. But soft skills like grit and determination, which fall under social emotional learning, my hope would be is that they're really integrated into all curriculums. I feel, I mean, for me personally, I'm really hoping that the schools are functioning in a way that ensures that all children and adult learners too have the ability to transform their lives. So I know I've seen a lot of signs up that are around these soft skills, but honestly, I don't have a lot of experience in the classroom knowing how they're teaching grit. But I do think it's a really important issue. And maybe too, we could hear more. If you want to come to a school board meeting, I'd love to hear a little bit more about certain circumstances and maybe we could support that.
Hi. I don't have any educational experience with that. The experience that I have is just from being on the school board and listening to teachers and the administrators and the professionals speaking about it and what they're doing with the PBIS and the multi-tiered system. But then there's also, I know at Oak Grove, they've had emotional support dogs come in, and some of the schools, just as a way for students that if they are having a hard time, they know, okay, I can take a step back, I can go and regroup myself, regroup how I feel and how I can interact with my fellow students and my teachers. So I apologize, I don't have more for you on that.
It's a really good question. We know that success in the classroom depends largely on factors that are outside the classroom. Some kids come from home environments that are so difficult beyond their imagination. This is why it's not just important to have counselors in a school, but to have really good counselors and social workers. I was just reading an article a couple of months ago about how, by whatever measurement, schools that have adequate counseling do better than schools that don't. No brainer. So that's all I have to say on that. I look forward to learning more. Special ed is not my particular field of expertise, but I have such respect for special ed teachers.
So I'm taking license and asking my questions, so I'm not the last question. So, yeah. Oh, did you not get a chance? Okay.
The only thing I can say is it seems like it kind of, there you go. The only thing I can kind of see that kind of has anything to do with that is we talk a lot about restorative practices on the board, which I'm very glad to hear because when I was in school, there was none of that. And I think that's the way to deal with children as far as having them develop emotionally in a less combative or less punitive if you do something wrong way. So that's all.
So I'm actually going to put the mic down and go and speak over here. Clear change of power here. So my name's Jamie Comtois, and I'm a mom of a 6-year-old at Putney Central. And one of the reasons I ran for the school board was I was watching the videotapes during the process of the alternative governance study of the discussion about merging the districts. And I saw one of the folks from central office encourage folks on the AGS committee to not allow the towns to vote prior to a school closure. And I remember thinking how proud I was of having a small community school. And so one of the pieces that has been really important to me in the service I've done on the school board is how, as a body, do we make sure that we're committing to each other? And I've heard a lot of that. How do we commit to each other, to hear each other, to study what's going on in the unique schools and communities? And so I am looking at that history, and I'm now looking at the fact that there is potentially, I think, according to rumors, maybe $900,000 to $2 million of special ed funding that might not be coming in the next couple of years to Wyndham Southeast School District. And so I am somebody who thinks about, I don't play chess, but I know about chess, and I know you're supposed to think a couple plays out. And so I'm thinking to myself, how do you deal with the fact that we're up against our tax cap, up against whatever we call that? What is it? Excess spending threshold? Okay, we're up against our excess spending threshold. We've got potentially a $2 million downshift of costs of special education when that's such a critical issue to our communities and schools. And then you have us all looking at each other and going, what's going to give? And so I really want to hear from you all what's going to give from your perspective. But in the sense of, how do we make that commitment to each other to not do what other communities all over the state have done? And I was looking, if you saw me frantically looking, I was looking for my data, and I did some research not too long ago that there were like 10 schools that have closed since Act 46 passed, and 14 that have merged, or 14 that have like downsized and consolidated. And so the real reality of the goal of Act 46 in reducing education spending is that we will ultimately look at each other and make the decision on whose school will close, whose staff will be laid off. So I want to figure that out together. I don't want to get mad at each other. I don't want to accuse each other. I just want to figure it out together. So can you help me figure that out in your answer to my question?
It's not going to work, Jamie. A minute doesn't work.
Yeah.
You're first, Thomas.
Yeah, great. So part of the reason why I even got involved in this in the first place is because of my concern with Act 46. I see that it's a political movement to try to get us to reduce instead of expand our public education expenditures. Absolutely the wrong thing to do. Not just because it affects the children's education, but it's poisonous for a community. If you start reducing public education expenditures, it's one thing to try to cut costs, and that's absolutely what everyone does, especially the people who want to preserve public education. You want to reduce needless cost. But it's coming from a different, I think, a wrong-headed point of view. I think the whole matter to reduce expending money on education. So as far as what do we do now that we're merged against our will, the first thing we had to do was get over mistrust that the different communities had. Like, everyone thinks that, okay, I have to fight against, if I'm from Brattleboro, I have to fight against Dummerston and Putney and vice versa. We're merged, we have to trust each other a little bit, and as someone from Dummerston, I want to preserve every school, and I want to find ways to expand what we have, not find ways to constrict it. So we just have to trust each other.
That's a primary reason I'm running for the school board. I was very involved in trying to get the legislature to change Act 49, and we had some success there. Right now, our schools are in a good position, and we know through the public pre-Ks that are in schools, they're full with waiting lists. All of the community-based programs are basically full, and you can't get a child in. So for the next, 5 years or so, the outlook is pretty good. I would like to draw attention to something that the school closure amendment that we all voted in, I would like to see that renewed when the 2 years are up. But I don't think that Brattleboro understood that they might be at risk of closing a school too. down the line, if their school population dropped, like Oak Grove might be, could be a potential closed thing. And no, don't wave that card at me. This is too complicated. So I'm really committed to, our board has done a great job so far, and I'm really committed to continuing that job, as well as keep an eye on the legislature. The special ed funding is between, what I understand, $750,000 and $1 million. There is a new, it isn't in place yet, but they commissioned a study to look at how we weight per pupil spending. And as I was reading through the 196 pages, that could have really positive implications for WSCSU. So the longer we can go being together will make the longer term, I think, less vicious. And maybe, who knows, maybe we'll grow.
Tara Castine Putney. I was answering the questionnaire, and that was part of my thought process, was what comes next. And things that were really important are the values and the accountability of the schools that we're going to be representing. How do we do that to make sure every child is learning and being in an environment that's safe, healthy, giving them the best education that they can have? And I came to the realization that we're probably going to have some hard decisions or hard discussions ahead of us. And as long as we're having an open conversation and learning all the facts and looking at all the angles, I'm confident that with the help of the community and the board that I potentially could serve with, that we will make decisions that help our children learn in the most safest and best environment that we can give them.
So the financial constraints that you speak about could be a pending reality, as the educational landscape is always shifting, and sometimes not to our financial favor. I guess one thing that's on the top of my mind is our bond for BUHS that we had taken out many years ago will be terminating somewhat soon. I forget if it's 2 years or 2 years? 2024. So potentially that could offset a little. That's a large payment that we're making each year, I think about $1 million. But at the same time, we're talking about taking other bonds out, right? So I think it's just really important as we move forward with decisions to expand our capacity as a school district, we not just retract, but we think really critically, because retraction isn't good for innovation. We want to be a place where, you know, our education's expanding and opportunities are expanding, but we just need to make sure that they're expanding in a place that doesn't put us over the cap in the future. So thinking strategically, but also in a way that the taxpayers can afford. So it's that balancing act. And time.
I said there's not enough time to answer this question, unfortunately. Communication is vital. And keeping our schools the way they are, small, where our kids are able to get the small in terms of classroom size, to get the education that they need, that's going to be an incentive for people moving to this area. We want to have vibrant schools that are innovative and a drawing point, because getting people to this community is how we're going to really make sure that our community, not only our schools, but our communities thrive. And we need to work with select boards and area businesses to make that happen. And we will have to be innovative in terms of, you know, financially as well, and looking at all possibilities and seeing how we can maneuver to make sure that we keep all of our schools open, because they're all of our schools now. It's not just this, you know, this town's or this town's. We're responsible for every child, and we need to think that way.
So this question makes me realize that I haven't given any of my professional resume tonight. I did a stint as the food service director here at BAMS and BUHS, and then got promoted to the Conval district in Peterborough, which was a great experience and relates to this. It was 11 schools, 5,000 students, geographically massive, and my office was in the central office, so I was privy to a lot of conversation, and I asked a lot how it was that they were keeping these little tiny rural schools with a sometime enrollment of only 47 students open, and the district was really committed to it. The collective thought, somebody said, and I wish I had invented this, is that it's important to keep all these schools really vibrant and involved because they're all tributaries of the same river. And I think that if we can keep something like that in mind here and really appreciate the value of these little schools, because these kids were getting such amazing attention being small schools and in their community and not on the bus for an hour to get to school and things of that nature. I think it's something, I can't see any reason why we can't do that here, because we are all sending the kids to often, almost everybody's coming to BUHS at some point. In addition to that, I'm not saying that I'm a big fan of like giant budget cuts, but I'm excited to look at the budget. I think there's a lot of places where money could potentially be saved in ways that make improvements, not in ways that take things away from kids. So I'm a big spreadsheet budget type of person, and I look forward to seeing what we might be able to do to reallocate dollars. Okay, I'm done. Okay, thanks.
I'm not so sanguine about the student population in the future. I don't see a reversal of the decline in student population in the country, in the state. Administratively speaking, I've been in institutions that have been ordered by the board to cut your budget by 10%, and the worst way of doing it is across the board cuts. It's politically safe, but it just doesn't make good sense. So you have to cut it strategically, and strategically, you look at where the least harm can be. And this is going to be a incredibly difficult decision, but it has to be done with complete transparency. I can see this happening in 2022, which is why I'm running for a one-year position. But that was hilarious. And that was I am, and that was an excellent and very heavy question there.
So I need everybody to get a chance at one question before we do second questions. Yeah. So who's our last question of the evening while Liz says her last 3-second thing?
Okay, it's not for the school board, but it's for the select boards. We need to invest in housing that people can afford to buy. There are so many people who want to move to this area and can't afford to buy a home because they're all just way too expensive. More affordable housing is always good, but we need, for our towns to look at what their, our village center is basically full in Putney. We need to look at other areas. So
good point.
There's a project for you, Jamie.
Okay, we have time for one last question. Let's see if somebody hasn't had a first question opportunity before a second. So seeing none, I see a second question. Be merciful. It's our last question. Oh, wait, I'm not giving this to you.
Yeah. It's an easy question. That's 3. Paul Normando again. Now that you've started talking about money, which is my favorite topic, you are the guardians of the purse. And what I've noticed happening throughout the state with mergers is that administration has a tendency to, has a tendency to proliferate. And what I would encourage you, and it's more of a statement, I guess, than a question, that you keep an eye on administration, because that's not where the money should be going. The money should be going to the kids, to the people who are on the front lines of education. And now we need a certain amount of administration, but we don't need it to keep. I got a position this year. Now I need an assistant next year. we don't need that kind of thing. And there's been several positions that I think that have been created in this district that, as a citizen who's not fully aware of the ramifications or why it was done, that I don't think needed to be done. And I would encourage the board to take a good hard look at those.
Okay, so I'll tell you, there's definitely, I definitely believe in cutting waste. I believe in finding where things are being spent that don't need to be spent, not because we want to reduce what we're spending overall, but because we want to reallocate it to something that's useful. But from a position of like what my values are, I don't think we're investing and spending enough in public education. So we're having this false question that's being put on our society of like, what are we going to cut? We should be expanding. We should not be talking about what we're going to take away from developing children. And that's what's being forced on us with Act 46 and in general, like in politics right now. We should be talking about how can we increase public education and what more can we give to our children? I think we're being given the wrong decision right now.
Okay, well, yes, administration tends to grow. Everybody seems to know that. So I'm not sure. I've noticed positions added at our SU level, and I'm not sure that they're needed. And we are looking for a new superintendent, but I would encourage any new superintendent to speak with John Castle, who is the superintendent of North Country Supervisory Union, over 500 square miles of territory that he covers. And his answer to that question was, I trust my principals. So their SU costs are minimal compared to most places. So there's part of the answer right there. Oh, you're welcome.
Tara Castine Putney. I hate to say it, but I love numbers and I hate numbers. My job is numbers. I am a purchasing person for a manufacturer, so I am constantly looking at what the cost of something is and how to figure out how to get the lowest cost or the best product or longevity or all of those myriad of things that pop into your head. And so I'll be looking at the numbers, and I'll be looking at those numbers in a way and how we can meet the needs of every student, because that will be the focus of this, is the students, and how does the budget and how do the numbers add up to equaling an education that is safe, healthy, and provides an education for them. So I'll be looking at the numbers. How can we do it?
Is this still a 1 minute question? Yes. Oh, okay, just making sure. Not because anybody did more than one. I just wanted to make sure I only had a minute. Okay. So it's interesting because everything we've talked about so far and everything we almost always talk about on the school board is expansion. Expansion of programming, expansion after school, expansion of pre-K, not closing schools, which means higher cost per student. So there are positions at the district level that have come into existence, but I guess I think about it as when you want to expand programs, you need somebody to design those and do those programs. And so either we really think about, which in some cases we have, how to make small increases in the budget by hiring more teacher leaders, which I'm totally a proponent of, who can take on some of those administrative responsibilities for new programming, or we'd have to think about somebody managing at the district level. So I would really be a fan. I know in certain schools we've already done that, where there's teachers, leaders leading, different aspects of curriculum development or different professional development series. But maybe looking towards that would help us to not keep expanding at the administrative level if that was one of our values.
I like Tara. I'm a buyer, so I look at numbers every day, millions of dollars every day. It's $51,171,300. That's a big gulp to think about. However, we all have standards that we want for our kids, for our education. And we don't want to take away from their learning opportunities and their potential. So especially with a new superintendent coming in, it's going to be something the board will have to have conversations with, because we don't want to take away from programming. I love Emily's idea with the team, the teacher leaders. That's something that a lot of the schools have used. But we need to be very careful because we do not want to take away from our children. We want to expand the programming as much as possible. And we just need to look at the numbers to see what can be trimmed in other places.
Just to add to that, a lot of times when a position is created, there's automatic thinking that it has to be full-time. We should think about, well, maybe this position can be 60% or 75%. That's just the kind of thinking we have to do to not just fall into the trap of a new position is 100%. And also it gets back to assessment. We have various positions in the school district. Well, how functional are they? Are they working? I'll be very walk on political thin ice here, but we have a diversity coordinator, and the public wants a diversity coordinator, and I'm all for it too. But is that position functioning well? Again, it gets to assessment. So again, I'm all for diversity, and the person in that position may be doing a great job, but it's just a question of, well, we put a position in a new position, how well is it functioning? And is it needed at 100% or 90%? And that gets me in trouble.
Only with the moderator. So it's time for us to wrap up. I want to talk about the calendar. The calendar coming up. Today is February 11th, the same day as the New Hampshire primary, for those of you looking across the river. Then we've got, I believe the next thing on the calendar is March 10th will be our budget info session that we'll be having. Remind me all the details. Does anyone remember?
6 p.m. at the BUHS Gymnasium.
6 p.m. at the BUHS Gymnasium on March 10th. We'll have childcare. That will be a great place to ask questions about the $51,300 budget. Then the following week, March 17th, St. Patrick's Day at 6 p.m.
You know what? I think the March 10th is actually in the multi-purpose.
Okay, so go to the Wyndham Southeast School District website, because I didn't write my notes down, and look for the dates. March 10th is going to be our budget info session. It'll tell you when and where. Okay. So March 10th is going to be the budget info session at BAMS. I was inaccurate before. And then the following week is March 17th, and that will be St. Patrick's Day. That will be the annual meeting, and it will be a really critical time for all of the folks in Guilford, Brattleboro, Dummerston, and Putney to show up to vote. So all voters need to be showing up to vote on the budget and participate in those critical discussions for things like diversity programming that's so critical for our districts. So anyway, I just want to say, and then what else is there? Oh, childcare will be provided on March 10th and March 17th. So yeah, questions? Yes, we announced those at the beginning, but don't forget to vote March 3rd. And then early voting starts tomorrow for folks who can't vote for school board positions. But there will be an Australian ballot, and each of the town clerks have all the information you need on voting day on March 3rd. So any other things, questions from Jody?
Yes, I have a concern, and it involves around coming to one of these places at the high school. I'm very familiar with the area, coming to all the meetings. I've not been in this building before, wasn't sure where it was until I asked the superintendent how to get here. I'm wondering if there's something a little more visible, a little more that most people who are not involved in school, who do not have middle schoolers or high schoolers, if there's some place that's really very, like Green Street School maybe, or that was more visible than the high school for some of these meetings. And I'm wondering, I mean, I know one of our members came here late, he probably was wandering around the middle school road. I wonder where I got lost.
Basketball gym first.
So what I'm hearing, if the BCTV isn't picking it up, is that there's a concern about as we go through this process, it wasn't stated as such, but it's been my experience, as we go through this process of centralized meetings for those of us who are traveling from the villages and we don't necessarily know the meeting location, how are we going to make sure that people know where they're going, how they're getting there? And so it sounds like a signage issue. And it,
I mean, even Brattleboro, if you don't have a kid
yeah.
in school,
Yeah.
you're not going to know
Yeah.
the middle school.
So I'll tell you from the Communication Council perspective, because I have gotten lost in almost all the buildings, that I have made sure that we have put in our press releases some level of breakdown of information, not even saying BAMs. I mean, when people said BUHS and BAMs, I was like, what are you talking about? We were always talking about the Cusick room. I Googled Cusick. I couldn't find Cusick room anywhere. So one of the things I've done is I've broken everything down to say the Cusick room in the Wyndham Regional Career Center at this address. That problem is you get there and then sometimes the doors are locked by the time. So I think if people have some creative solutions, it's going to take volunteer time. So right now I'm volunteering on the Communications Council to write press releases, to get them out on every social media, every radio, every written newspaper that we can possibly do it, get it on our website. So if people have time and energy and want us to help solve that problem, I think it's a really good point and I appreciate your time. Yeah.
You could use like the signage. I know like Booster Club, we have just for sports, and you could put a piece of paper over them, and, you know, with arrows saying meeting, you know, this way, and you could put those up just not sporadically, but in certain areas, just with arrows, like if it's coming to BAMs at the line. I think I can check to see if we have some in the den.
And Jody and I can work on signage for those meetings. Who else is Okay, I want to wrap us up, so go ahead, Taryn.
I also wanted to maybe suggest a carpool from different towns and a point person for talking about carpooling. So if you can nominate one person to be like, hey, I'm coming from Guilford and I would like to ride, you know who to call, because they normally come to the meetings. I know in Putney, I come to the meetings all the time. Jamie, Ellen, Ruby, we're always here, and Liz. So we have plenty of people that are willing to carpool if that's if you're looking for that.
So that means if somebody wants to contact me, Jamie Comtois, you can tell me you're going to centralize your volunteering for outreach on signage and getting carpools to our annual meeting and such. That would be great. Did you have some?
I appreciate your detail. I needed that detail at the last meeting, I think with the last special education meeting, because it didn't have the address and, and I have small kids, so I've never been in these buildings before. I didn't even know where the main entrance was, and the lights, it was kind of dark, so it didn't look like there was anything here. So I don't know if there's any way.
One idea could be taking, like, I couldn't go on the website because I have no cell service, but I was looking for a picture. So maybe just even a picture of what the main entrance, it's very dark out there, but if I'm here during the day, I could take a picture, but maybe someone who works or goes here could do that.
Oh my gosh, that was multi-town problem solving. That was great. So I want to wrap us up. I think I heard some great solutions. And so Jody, let's all come over here, all you two, you, and let's make a plan, because we got like 20 days or something to make a plan for increasing visibility and outreach.
But I want to also say the majority of the people here are from the other towns. So we need to have some meetings in the other towns.
I'm going to let our current chair of the Wyndham Southeast School District wrap us up?
Well, I just want to publicly thank all the hard work that Jamie Contois put into putting this all together, and really publicly acknowledge all her communications, and you see her spirit and her energy that she brings to the job. It's been a pleasure to have her helping out the board, and it's the volunteer spirit that keeps this district growing and continuing on. So I really just want to thank you personally and publicly. Thank you, Jamie.
That was nice. I also want to shout out to a superhero tonight. I don't know. Jackie was just an amazing mom. She's gone, I think, right? And I watched her taking care of her baby so carefully during this whole session of an hour and a half at bedtime. So just a shout out to all of us parents who have somebody taking care of somebody and are able to and are taking care of folks ourselves. So anyway, thanks to everyone for being here tonight, and please help us get the word out. Go to the Wyndham Southeast School District website and get out all the candidate questionnaire links, please, as well as go to BCTV as of Thursday, February 13th, and share that link with this candidate forum. Have a great night.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for being here. We're here today to share some good news for our economy, Vermont employers, and those in our workforce. I'm pleased to be joined by members of my team and representatives from the business community. who will share the details of continuing cost reductions in Vermont's workers' compensation market. As you know, two of the top priorities of our administration is to grow the economy, adding more people to the workforce. But doing so is critical to reversing our demographic crisis that we face and growing our tax base to pay for critical services and important initiatives. For our economy and workforce to grow, we must address the high cost of doing business in Vermont. One major expense for Vermont businesses is the price they pay for workers' compensation insurance. A 2017 study from our Department of Financial Regulation found that Vermont employers were generally paying 10% more for workers' comp than employers in New Hampshire and Maine, solely due to Vermont's benefit structure. Protecting employees and taking care of them when they're injured on the job is important. But we also know the high cost of workers' comp insurance has been a factor for some Vermont employers when deciding to move or expand in our state, to bypass salary increases for their employers, or delay making a new hire. The good news is we can address both. That's why I instructed DFR to implement many of the recommendations laid out in their 2017 study, which was designed to reduce workers' comp insurance costs without reducing the benefits afforded to Vermont workers. These efforts have directly contributed to lower rates, and today I'm pleased to announce that workers' compensation rates in Vermont are decreasing for the 4th consecutive year. This year's decrease represents the largest single-year rate reduction in more than a decade. When combined with rate reductions over the previous 3 years, a Vermont business, on average, will pay about 30% less for their workers' comp coverage today than they did in 2016. As well, data from the recent workers' comp filing shows the Vermont economy is experiencing payroll growth, largely driven by increased wages across all economic sectors. In addition to other factors, this also suggests many Vermont businesses are reinvesting these savings in their workforce. These good results could only be achieved through the teamwork of everyone in this room and employers and workers across the state. Our business community is committed to safer workplaces, reducing the frequency and severity of workplace injuries. The Department of Labor, who has proactively worked with employers on voluntary workplace safety assessments and best practices, played a factor in that as well. The Department of Financial Regulation has been putting into place innovative approaches where appropriate and vigorously reviewing the annual rate filing. And the insurance industry, including the National Council of Compensation Insurance, for working with DFR to implement these initiatives over the past 4 years. These results are important for Vermont businesses, and I thank you for your role that you played in this success. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Commissioner Pichuk to provide more detail on DFR's most recent efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Governor, and thank you, everybody, for joining us today for this important announcement. As the Governor stated, Vermont has experienced a dramatic decrease in its worker compensation insurance these past 3 years, and now we're pleased to announce the largest rate reduction in more than a decade. The new rates will be effective on April 1st, 2020, with an across-the-board rate decrease of 11.6% in the voluntary market loss cost and a decrease of 12.6% in the assigned risk market. When combining these rate reductions over the past 4 years, Vermont has not seen a cumulative rate reduction this significant during any point of the last 2 decades. In 2017, our department took a fresh look at the worker comp insurance space, and we completed a detailed study examining the reasons why Vermont businesses were paying a disproportionately high rate, especially businesses in high-risk industries like the dairy industry, like the logging industry, and the skiing industry. Certainly, our generous benefit structure for injured employees contributed to higher costs. For example, Vermont has one of the highest maximum weekly benefit allowances in New England. However, our department and the Governor was not interested in proposing benefit reductions, but rather exploring new and innovative approaches to our current system. Now, many of the initiatives that I'm about to describe are highly technical, but they're also highly impactful for Vermont businesses. First, DFR improved and refined the actuarial rate calculation, which serves as the basis for all rate setting in this space. This has resulted in a more consistent rate that reflects the actual loss in the Vermont business community, and in this case has provided premium rate relief and greater rate stability. We also removed a surcharge that had been applied to the assigned risk market, as we determined that experience no longer justified this surcharge, resulting in a 6.7% direct premium relief to Vermont businesses in the assigned risk pool. We also lowered the mandatory difference in price between the voluntary market and the assigned risk market from 25% to 20%, which more accurately reflected different risks presented in both of those markets and resulted, again, in rate relief. DFR also took an innovative approach to a specific challenge that had been experienced by log haulers. Log haulers had paid disproportionately high worker insurance comp rates, even though they had experienced no accidents and had a very high safety record. Partly those rates were due to the fact that their pool was so small in Vermont. Many states in New Hampshire, Maine, for example, had a much bigger pool, and the rates were lower because they could rely on their own experience. By taking an innovative approach of combining log haulers with contract truckers, we were able to reduce their worker compensation premiums by 24% in a single year. So that was a very innovative approach to an issue that had been challenging for that industry for quite some time. We've also worked with the Departments of Labor and the Departments of Forest, Parks, and Recreation to establish a new on-site job safety program for non-mechanized and mechanized logging operations that, when passed, will result in a 15% premium credit for those businesses. And finally, in this year's filing, DFR has revised a rule that will reduce by half the price that certain small businesses, usually one or two person businesses, pay for worker compensation coverage. That premium relief, we believe, will lead to increased coverage for small businesses and allow them to put their hard-earned money in other places that will help benefit their company. I want to thank some very important stakeholders and members of our DFR team for getting this great work done. I first want to thank the National Council on Compensation Insurance, or NCCI, represented here by Chris Rice. NCCI does a lot of important work in the worker compensation space, including gathering data, analyzing trends, and ultimately providing our department with recommendations. Many of the initiatives I just outlined could only be implemented with their open mind and their willingness to work with us and their commitment to reducing the cost experienced by Vermont businesses as well. So thank you very much. And also want to thank the steadfast work of folks at the Department of Financial Regulation. Without their work, we certainly could not have made the progress that we have made. I want to particularly thank the leadership of Deputy Commissioner Kevin Gaffney, Rose Raska, Jessica Sherpa, and Pat Murray, who are all here with us today. Your work has appreciably moved the needle for Vermont businesses, has certainly improved and lowered the cost of doing business in Vermont, and that is something that we can all be very proud of. So thank you very much for your good work. At this time, I would like to introduce Commissioner of the Department of Labor, Mike Harrington.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon. Today's announcement is great news for employers in Vermont and is another great example of government and private industry coming together to grow Vermont's economy. In recent years, the state has seen a decrease in the number and severity of workplace injuries. This reduction has played a significant role in lessening the financial burden insurance rates put on employers, and in no small way is a sign of the importance Vermont employers put on safety. Within the Department of Labor, our Workers' Compensation and Safety Division includes the Vermont Occupational Health and Safety Administration and the Project WorkSafe program. These safety initiatives, as well as our Workers' Compensation Unit, are committed to maintaining the safety of Vermont's workplaces while ensuring employees who are injured on the job are able to return to work as quickly and as safely as possible. Like 22 other states, Vermont operates a full state-run OSHA program known as VOSHA. In 2019, this team of 11 conducted 308 workplace inspections and received over 50 whistleblower complaints. In addition, the team provided technical assistance to a multitude of employers, industries, and organizations, ensuring the safety of more than 300,000 employees that work in our state. Similarly, our Project WorkSafe program, which offers voluntary consultative services for Vermont businesses provides free support to employers through conducting risk-free on-site safety audits. Businesses who partner with Project WorkSafe are able to address potential hazards before they become violations. And since 2014, Project WorkSafe has conducted over 1,000 consultations, resulting in over 6,000 corrected hazards. These two programs have had a direct impact in reducing the number and severity of injuries in the workplace. Finally, through new and targeted initiatives that were just recently mentioned, Vermont is working with various industries such as the logging and ski industries, as well as the dairy industry, to find new ways to reduce rates and compensatory damages for employers, in turn allowing them to reinvest those savings back into their businesses and their workers. I'd now like to invite Kevin Gaffney, Deputy Commissioner for Insurance at the Department of Financial Regulation, to share some more information about the rate reduction.
Good afternoon. The Insurance Division at the Department of Financial Regulation, as Commissioner Piczek mentioned, has some key participants that actually make this program work. And I know he recognized them, but I want to specifically explain what role they serve. Jessica Sherpa at the Insurance Division does the day-to-day operational review of contracts that come to marketplace. And she does an excellent job of that. She also does a lot of coordination with the Department of Labor on how we triage consumer inquiries and complaints. Rosemary Raska has been an integral part of our rate review process. Some of the details that Commissioner Piczek talked about. One, for example, is the surcharge for the assigned risk plan that we removed a few years ago. The convention at that time was that the surcharge would serve as an incentive for employers to be safer, that if they had a large loss and received the surcharge, they would be more safe and be operate in a more safe manner to avoid a future surcharge. We really look at it differently now, and we've changed that convention, and we're looking at the ways we can incent employers to be safe, but also give them the tools to be safe. So one of those examples is the logger safety program that we've worked with the Departments of Labor and Forest Parks and Recreation, and Steve Monahan with the Department of Labor and Sam Lincoln, Deputy Commissioner with Forest Parks and Recreation, have been integral parts of that process. Last week we actually undertook a series of public meetings held in the three corners of the state, in the Northeast and the Central Vermont and Southern Vermont, and actually engaged in detailed conversations with employers in the forest industry. At the table were insurance representatives of insurance companies, insurance agents. The Logger Education to Advanced Professionalism, known as LEAP program, was there. And we really had a lot of good dialogue and feedback. We gave them some tools on what we think they could do to be safer in their work. And one of the key components of this is actually on-site observation of their work site. So training in a controlled setting like this is instructive and helpful, but the real impact is to observe the work in the woods. And we've gotten good feedback from them. We're ready now to move ahead with the actual on-site inspections. Several of them have conducted training and are ready to be certified. So when Commissioner Piczek talks about the 15% decrease, we're ready to have those individual employers get their employees certified to take advantage of that decrease. There's a couple of other just aspects of the change that are important to note. One is this year with this change on 4/1/20, we reduced in half the minimum payroll requirements for sole proprietors, LLCs, or partner owners or executive officers of businesses. And what this means is right now the rule says you have to just rate it to the state average weekly wage, regardless of what the actual payroll is. And that creates kind of a barrier sometimes for small employers who are reinvesting in their business, trying to hire 2 or 3 additional people, and can't afford to protect themselves. By law, they can exempt themselves, but we lowered the barrier in half because we heard that their decision not to protect themselves was more financial than a need that they didn't see value in the coverage. So we've seen an example of that at our meetings last week, where one of the employers said he was able, with our reduction in the workers' comp rates for the forest industry, which has been up to 50% in the last 4 years, to hire an additional person and with this change in the rule, actually cover himself as the owner where he wouldn't have otherwise, and he has a family to protect and himself to protect. So that's good news for the employers. It's good news for their ability to expand their business. And then another component of this is outreach. So while we do this, we see the insurance industry and the insurance agent in particular as the key cog in educating employers, working as liaison between the employer and the insurance company. So Pat Murray and the insurance division has been participating with myself, Sam, and Steve Monahan on the outreach activities. So we're finding this a very valuable blueprint to carry forward to other high-risk industries as we move forward with those endeavors. At this time, with the snow falling and more big snow coming, I want to introduce Molly Mahar, from the president of the Vermont ski industry, to the table to talk about how these changes impact her members. Thank you.
Well, on behalf of our member Alpine and cross-country ski area members, the Vermont Ski Areas Association would like to thank Governor Scott and his team for their strong support for business. Of course, we're talking about workers' compensation rate reductions today, and that is a great example of that support. Thank you to Commissioner Pichak and Deputy Commissioner Gaffney and the Department of Financial Regulation for doing the detailed analysis and making the adjustments in the workers' comp rates to further reduce them. And I'd also like to thank Commissioner Harrington and the Department of Labor for the willingness to work proactively with our ski areas through programs like Project WorkSafe to do safety audits and increase training to help make our ski areas safer workplaces. And I'd also like to commend our ski areas as well for increasing their effectiveness and success in this area. Safety in the workplace is not just creating a plan, talking to your employees, and filing it away in a filing cabinet. It takes leadership, focus, awareness, and daily diligence across all levels of a ski area to have a safe workplace. Workers' compensation premiums can range into the six figures for some of the larger ski areas, so a 10 to 14% reduction is a real savings, and of course it's good anytime we can reduce the cost of doing business. We're talking here about insurance cost, dollars and cents, but there's another result. And the real bottom line is our people. They are one of our most important assets, and we want and need to keep them safe on the job so they can return home whole at the end of the day, and that needs to happen every day. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Molly. And at this point in time, we'd like to open it up to questions, on-topic questions, if we could at first.
Do you have a sense of the cumulative savings between the rate change this year and then what it was 3 years ago or 4 years ago?
Yeah, Mike.
So, it certainly is millions of dollars. If you took the exact decrease of the rate by the amount of the premium, you're getting a number that's in the $30 to $40 million range. But like we mentioned, there's also been payroll growth. There's been some employment growth as well. There's been some additional coverage as well. And that's why we're saying it shows that savings is being reinvested into the workforce. So the savings would be millions and millions, well north of $30 million if you did it based on the direct premium and the rate reduction.
Over the last 4 years?
Over the last 4 years.
How much does this save the average employer? I know they're kind of different industries we're talking, but I mean, we kind of have a sense of the average cost savings?
Well, yeah, I would welcome anybody else to come up and answer the question, but every business is different. There are different classifications depending on the type of work you do. So there are higher rates, lower rates, and some of the higher rates are in the logging industry, high-risk businesses and so forth. So they will probably reap the most benefits at this point in time, but maybe someone from labor or Mike or...
Well, I mean, the one classic example that Governor mentioned is sort of non-mechanized logging. Their rate was over $50 per $100 in payroll. So if you were paying someone $100,000, you would have to pay $50,000 in worker compensation costs just for that one employee, for that one salary. Now their rate is down to under $30. It's around $28. With the premium credit, it could go down another 15%. So just in that example, that would be tens of thousands of dollars of savings for one employee. Other industries don't have as high worker compensation costs, so even though they're seeing great rate reductions, they might have less of an aggregate savings. But certainly on the high end, it could be tens of thousands of dollars per employee for Vermont businesses.
I'm kind of surprised to see craft brewers on the list. Is that considered a high-risk business, and if so, why?
They're not considered a high-risk business, but they are an important industry for Vermont, and that's why we called them out in the press release.
So it's based on payroll times risk. That's the computation.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, basically, you come up with your rating factor, and that's times the amount of payroll that you have in a particular company.
And you have different classifications within each business as well, depending on the category they work in.
How, you talked about how we were well ahead of New Hampshire in cost. How are we today? Have they seen the same corresponding decline?
So we, this year, for example, have one of the larger decreases in New England. The other states have not changed their benefit structure, so there's still an inherent, increase in Vermont because our benefits are more robust. But even that being the case, we've still seen rate reductions this year in particular that are greater than some of our surrounding states. I think nationally we were like the fifth lowest, or the fifth highest, if you will, rate reduction this year out of about 40 states that do it through public or private insurance. So these are significant nationwide and in the region as well.
Were there any losers, as it were, as a result of any of the actuarial changes or risk pool combinations?
So
people who are now paying a little more than they would have otherwise, but for those changes.
Yeah. So obviously, whenever we're going to make a change like that, we want to look at who's being benefited and who might not be benefited. And all of the initiatives we talked about have only benefited the marketplace. The log hauler example, for example, that combined with contract trucking dramatically decreased log haulers. But because their experience was so good, it actually had a slight positive impact on the contract trucking code as well. So we obviously look at that to make sure that there aren't winners and losers. We're really trying to figure out ways that we can provide a net benefit to the entire industry.
To what extent can this be attributed to just the economy and changes that are sort of happening outside of DFR? And I guess someone had mentioned that maybe like less accidents were happening on the job.
Yeah, so I think certainly, as the governor said, it's a team effort. Certainly businesses being safer, new technologies being implemented by businesses, better use of data and analytics by businesses. Certainly the work of the Department of Labor, making sure that those standards are in place, voluntarily working with businesses as well. But then, the significant impact of DFR's work, I think, can't go understated. I mean, these certainly have surcharged the decreases that we've seen over the last 4 years.
I think, it can't be overstated, the amount of work we've done, interagency work, and that's been really instrumental in trying to reduce these rates. It took Sam Lincoln, for instance, the deputy commissioner, to come up and tell us there's the suffering in terms of the businesses in the industry, logging industry, were significant, and they weren't able to compete anymore. So that brought the issue to the forefront. And then working from there with DFR and the Department of Labor to try and work together to reduce these rates was significant. It wouldn't have happened without that joint effort. Okay. If you'd like to stay, you can. If you would like to move, that's fine.
President Trump was acquitted in the Senate trial. What is your reaction to that?
Yeah, I thought it was unfortunate that more witnesses weren't able to come forward. I thought it was courageous of Senator Romney to step up and take the action that he did, and knowing that there may be ramifications as a result. When he didn't have to take this step, he did, and it shows a lot about his character and integrity. We can only hope that if we're in that similar situation, that we do the same. I think about John McCain, for instance. I think John McCain, I think about that a lot. What would John McCain do? And I think that he'd be very proud today of what Senator Romney did, because that's what John McCain would have done based on whatever evidence that he might have seen, and to draw that conclusion.
Is that what you would have done if you were?
It's hard to put yourself in that position. I can only hope that I would do the right thing, and I try and do that every single day. But I can see myself trying to adhere to the same standards that Senator Romney or Senator McCain did.
Put it another way, after you have heard all of it as the rest of us did, how would you have voted on the article?
again, hard to say without being in that situation, without sitting through all the days and maybe weeks of testimony, not understanding all the details. But again, I believe that the president abused his powers, and I'm not a, it's hard in some respects for me because I'm not a supporter. I didn't vote for the president. I don't believe that he should be in office. So I think that at this point in time, he's been acquitted. I think it's for the voters to decide in November whether he should continue in that role.
But do you think he should have been removed from office by the Senate?
Well, again, that was almost a foregone conclusion. If they had taken more testimony, maybe they'd had more information, and maybe other senators would have acted appropriately. So without that information, it's hard to say why or why they were doing what they were doing. But
I'm asking how, if you think that he deserved to be removed.
Yeah, I believe he abused his position of power. Withholding some of those funds is inappropriate, and I believe that as Senator Romney did, that he shouldn't be in office.
Will you say that?
It's hard for me to say what I would have done exactly. I'm not there. I'm not a senator. I didn't sit through all the hearings. So I'm just saying, I would hope that I would do the same thing that Senator Romney did and step up and do what I thought was right. And again, I'm not in the Senate. I didn't get a vote. But I can only hope that I would do the same thing.
When you say you think he should not have been in office, you said before you didn't vote for him. Do you think he should not have been elected, or do you think he should have been removed from office?
I wasn't a supporter of the president. I didn't vote for him. I didn't support him along the way. And I won't vote for him in November. But it was up to the Senate to decide. This is a political process. And unfortunately, they didn't allow more witnesses, so we didn't get to hear all the evidence that I think we should have heard.
Just to be totally clear, though, you're saying based on the whole of the information that you've seen, you think that Donald Trump should be removed?
I think he abused his power, and I don't believe that you should use that position in the way that he did to affect a future election, and I think that that's what he did.
Before the Senate trial, you said you had faith in the institution to conduct a fair trial.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there was a fair trial. I think they should have had more witnesses. I said that from the beginning. So I don't believe, I think they did harm to the process by not allowing more witnesses. And I think that most, it's probably still split, but I would hope that most Americans would believe that you need all the information you can possibly get to arrive at a decision like this that is so imperative to our country and our democracy. So I think that there may be a lack of faith and trust in the institution at this point in the process.
But did I hear you say that you thought that the decision that Mitt Romney made was the correct one?
Well, based on, I listened to his reasoning. It made sense to me. And again, I wasn't there. I didn't hear all the evidence, but I have a great deal of respect for how he arrived at his decision. And he did so knowing full well what the ramifications might be. So again, I would hope that if I'd heard all the information and come to the same conclusion, that I would have the integrity to step up and vote my conscience.
Sounds like you're saying the Senate should have voted to impeach in this case.
I'm saying that I have a great deal of respect for Senator Romney, and if I had been there as a senator and heard the information and come to the same conclusion, that I would have, again, the integrity to do what was right. And I think he did what he thought was right, and I would do what I thought was right if I had all the information.
The Attorney General right now is defending the Department of Children and Families in a case down in southern Vermont, and they reviewed the confidential files of jurors to determine whether or not they should remain on the jury. There's questions whether that's legal or not. Is this something that you're paying attention to? And do you think that jurors should have their confidential files reviewed?
I've been briefed on that and what I've read in the media. It sounds like there's ambiguity in the law. And if I think if there continues to be ambiguity, that we should come to some resolution on that or change the law to make it clearer. So the Attorney General did what he thought was right. The Defender General doesn't believe that that's appropriate. And I think the legislature will probably take a look to see if we should make changes in the law to make sure that it's clear.
Why are you convinced that it's a question of the law not being clear rather than the Attorney General?
Well, I'm not a lawyer. So the Attorney General believes, who is representing us as a state, believes it was okay to do within the law. So I have to, again, rely on him for that information.
How does your general counsel read the law?
Ambiguity. It could be read either way.
Can you tell us what you have decided to do regarding the minimum wage bill?
No.
You have not decided?
I have not decided.
You have until Monday?
I have till Monday. There are 3 paths, obviously. Can sign the bill, let it go into law without my signature, or veto the bill.
That would be it, yes. What are you weighing?
I'm weighing on all 3.
Does yesterday's outcome change anything?
It does not. Every issue is separate from my standpoint.
But you've often talked about these things aren't separate. You have to look at everything collectively. And now
Sure.
These things these policy reforms don't occur in a vacuum. They're part of a package that need to be considered collectively.
I vetoed both these measures in the past.
Yes, but now that you know that this mandatory payroll tax isn't coming down the pike, does that at all make you more willing to consider something like the minimum wage bill?
Again, I will look at this individually and collectively, but individually in this case, and I'll make a determination by Monday.
Before Monday?
By Monday.
For those of you Friday night
It won't be Friday.
Pardon me?
It will not be Friday.
Your corrections commissioner said in an event earlier this week that he thinks that the Chittenden Regional Corrections Facility should be closed. Do you agree with that assessment?
I think we've agreed over the last couple of years. We put forth a plan that would have replaced that facility amongst many others. It wasn't well received by the legislature, but we're still willing to do whatever we can to change the method of incarceration. And I believe that we've been, our department has been working on a different way. I think there's a Connecticut plan, and there's some others that are out there that we've been looking at.
By Connecticut plans, you mean sending homeless prisoners to Connecticut?
No. It's just a different method of incarceration for female offenders, and it's a step-down approach. But we took a look at that. I think we had our commissioner had gone to Connecticut to take a look at what they're doing and to see if it would be appropriate for Vermont. So we're looking at just different approaches.
Apart from building a new prison, have you heard any ideas that would allow these women to move to a separate facility in, say, the next year?
Well, I think this step-down approach has some merit, and but it would still take another facility to do that. So we're willing to work with the legislature on this and to try and determine the best approach as we move forward. But again, to reiterate, we believe that the facilities that we have today are outdated. A number of them are outdated and need to be upgraded.
Do you think the state has the money to build a new prison at this point?
Well, again, we had come up with a different approach 2 years ago, and more of a lease purchase type of arrangement, which could have worked. So that's still on the table as far as I'm concerned.
The House is likely going to be voting on the marijuana market bill next week. The bill has addressed a lot of what you had identified as concerns. There's roadside saliva testing with warrants. They're open, I think, to funding your education prevention initiatives, at least some of them, including your after-school program with that money that would come from the market. Are you hoping that they're going to send you a bill that you can sign this year and that you can sign into law a legal?
Well, again, this isn't my initiative. I laid out those 3 conditions And if they meet them to my satisfaction, then I'm willing to sign it.
Does it sound like, from what you're hearing, that you're going to be able to sign it?
It sounds as though they're moving in the right direction. But again, I didn't foresee any court warrant of any sort. This was a saliva test, roadside saliva test.
So the warrants is an issue for
Right.
you. You'd like the saliva test to be legal without the need of obtaining a warrant to use it.
Right.
Would that be in and of itself enough for you to?
That would be enough for me not to support it.
Governor, following yesterday's failure of the veto override vote, Mitzi Johnson said that she felt that several members of her body had received invitations from your administration to discuss that vote. Did you actively engage with members of the House and try to sway their vote on that issue?
It's a fairly normal process for us to make sure we know where everyone stands. We knew what the vote was coming out of the House at that point, who was in favor and who was not. So we wanted to make sure we knew where we stood. So we did had my staff reach out and make sure that the people were going to continue to either vote no or find out what they were going to do in the potential veto override. So yes, we reached out in a number of different ways. This is a normal process in this building to find out where everyone stood.
And did you have some meetings on those subjects on the morning?
They did. I found out, based on your question from last night, I did find out this morning. We did request 2 meetings with 2 different people in this office here. None of which that I was attended, but staff had.
Who were those people?
One was Representative Reed, and one was representative from Enosburg. I'm sorry? Yeah, Representative Fergard. I'm sorry. Representative Fergard and Representative Reed.
Okay, and the goal of those conversations was to make sure that those representatives voted against the override? If you could
Well, find out if they were changing their position, or in the case of Representative Reed, for instance, it was just a recent appointment to make sure that he understood the process and understood what this meant in some respects. He had voted in favor, I believe, so it was just trying to make sure that he understood what this meant to the whole process.
Do you have any sense of whether the House is going to find a way to reconsider that vote yesterday? And if so, what were your thoughts?
I don't know. I mean, it's always a possibility to risk in this building. I've seen it done before on other pieces of legislation when I was presiding over the Senate. You have the next day someone who votes and is on the winning side can ask for reconsideration. And I would not be surprised at all if they weren't, the speaker wasn't working on trying to make that happen.
Can you be clear as you can, about who would be able to avail themselves of your plan, a voluntary paid family and medical leave program? Who in the state would be able to sign up for that if they wanted to?
Anyone.
Any worker in the state of Vermont?
Yes.
No matter how many hours they work, no matter what wages they work, no matter,
there are conditions, and maybe Commissioner Pichuk, if you could tell us what those are, but.
Yeah, so the concept was that there would be a similar work requirement. I think it was a little less than what 107 was requiring, so about 1,000 hours, maybe 1,025 or something like that from the previous year. So that would make somebody eligible on an individual basis. But the employers obviously have the opportunity to voluntarily participate as well.
And can you give us a timeline of when that program, those benefits will be available to Vermont workers?
We have the RFP out now. We're hoping to hear, I think by next Friday, get the response to the RFP. And then we have a few months.
A few weeks. We have until late March.
Oh, late March, to negotiate and see what different provisions are being included in those bids, and determine who we want to go to. But I would say that this could be put into place at least a year before the other proposal that failed to pass yesterday. So the other, what's that?
How much more expensive will it be for a worker who takes advantage?
How much more expensive?
Will the voluntary paid leave?
We don't, I mean, it's hard to know until we get the response to the bids. We are anticipating it's going to be under $300 per employee per year. But you have to factor in as well. There will be some businesses who might take advantage of this. So instead of being on the backs of the worker, it could be supplemented by employers as well. In some cases, it might be included as a benefit.
What about someone who, you know, their place of business doesn't offer this, or that, you know, they basically want opt in themselves, even though no one else at their business does opt in. Is there going to be, is that an option, and is that considered more expensive for that person than someone who works somewhere where no one else is opting in?
Well, it's hard to say again until we get the response, but it is an option for them to be included in that way. Obviously, the larger the pool, the lower the rates, and hopefully we'll be able to attract more employers and employees, but we'll be able to try it out and see over the next, if we put it into place, and then we can gather the data from there and determine where we go from, you know, whether it needs to be changed in any way.
You sent a fundraising email recently related to the paid leave issue.
It was a letter sent out to get people active, to understand what this meant, because the more people I talked with over the last 2 weeks, the more I think Vermonters were unclear as to who was paying for this, and we just wanted to bring some clarity to that.
But then it was also soliciting.
Yeah, tagline at the end, sure.
And
Just like any, whether it's a media source like VPR or Vermont Digger, there's always a tagline to donate to this cause.
Do you have an active re-election campaign right now?
Not active, no. But we have some volunteers that are hoping that we'll be able to position ourselves to make a decision and give us flexibility in determining what to do.
You're still not going to say anything until May?
Yeah, nothing official.
But are you really undecided about keeping another term?
Sure.
You are?
Yeah.
It's not so much fun anymore.
Well, it's never been fun. And, you know, my staff always cringes when somebody says, you must have a lot of fun in this position. Well, I don't believe it's fun, nor do I believe it should be. It's an incredible amount of responsibility, and if you're having too much fun with it, maybe you're not in the position for the right reasons.
Sure, but it's a lot of work, and it's 7 days.
Well, I have satisfaction. Yeah, I mean, there's things like today. Look what we've done. You know, working together and trying to lower the cost of living for Vermonters and Vermont businesses is incredibly rewarding. Trying to help point this state in a different direction, and trying to change the demographics of the state and the economy and so forth, and we make improvements. It's incredibly rewarding.
But you're fighting a supermajority or close
Sure.
to one
Every day.
Does that eat away at your satisfaction?
Well, not when you are able to provide results.
Do you worry though that you would be handing the election to the other party by making?
Oh, I'm not sure. I'm sure that if I decided not to run, there'd be others who would step up.
Who do you think should step up if you don't?
I don't know, but I'm sure.
I mean, it'd be late.
Yeah, I'm sure Xander could step up.
I'm sure he could.
And Stuart here, you know, well known.
That's not going to happen. You know, you would be putting your own party sort of under the gun by announcing late that you were walking away.
Well, again, I think there would be other people who would step up and come to the rescue if that were to happen. But I'll be making a decision by the end of the legislative session.
The Vermont Business Roundtable has raised pensions as an issue that they think is being ignored in the State House. I know that the treasurer suggested increasing the sort of teacher OPEB funding, and the representative of your administration said, you know, before we make that decision, let's have a bigger discussion. What do you think that discussion should look like, and what can the state do about this pension?
Well, again, it's a $4.5 billion obligation that has been talked about a lot by a number of different people, but not a lot of interest in this building to do anything about it. It continues to get a little bit worse this year. Payments about $199 million, about $8 million more than last year. So if we continue down this path, we're never going to get ahead. So we have to come to some agreement, and I believe that it's an important issue. And if the bonding companies continue to look at this as a problematic in terms of our bond rating, then it costs us money in doing so. So I think it's appropriate that we talk about this, but we need to do it collectively. We can't, I can't do anything about it individually, but again, if the legislature is interested, we're more than willing to have the conversation about where we go from here.
Why do you think they have shown such little interest in really taking this issue on?
I think it's easier just to push it off to the side and hope it gets better, but it's not getting any better.
Your director of racial equity testified to House Natural yesterday about Act 250. Do you agree with and support and endorse her testimony?
To be honest with you, I don't know what she testified to in that committee, so I can't react.
You've expressed a concern about the Global Warming Solutions Act. I think because of the ability for citizens of Vermont to sue the government, state government, if those goals are not met. Some of the lawmakers putting that bill together say that there's not going to be civil penalties that the state would suffer under that. Do you still have concerns about that approach?
I do have concerns about that. I'm not sure that isn't the case, but I believe that we're setting ourselves up for failure in some respects, and certainly some liability.
Is that because you don't think that we're on track to hit the Paris
I just think that I think that, as I've said before, I think that our view on the trajectory of where we can be in terms of reducing our carbon emissions, my feeling is it's much different than theirs, and I believe that we can both arrive at the same end in the end zone at the same time, but along the way, I think it's going to be different based on technology and changes and consumer behavior and so forth. So it's just a question of what are those arbitrary goals, and are they attainable?
Why do you say that those goals are arbitrary? Those goals that you've said that you want to see?
I didn't say. I said that we can agree on the beginning and the end in a certain period of time if we want to do that. But how we get there and setting those arbitrary goals in between, I think we're in much different camps on that.
Your representatives have expressed the view that the media hasn't been fair in covering your work on climate change, and I'm wondering if you can point to sort of what you've done during your time in office that really proves that you're serious about this issue.
Well, I think just the charging stations in particular, the EV incentives, all the things we're doing with weatherization. We spend $11.7 million in AHS alone. And when you include the other efficiency Vermont and so forth, we're spending $38 million a year in weatherization. I think we could do more. I've offered that if we have a surplus at the end of the year, that we take at least a quarter of that and put it towards climate change initiatives, weatherization in particular, maybe more electrification. But I'm very bullish on our transportation sector, and we've actually been doing it. So, and it's included in my budget again this year. And I just haven't seen where others have come up with initiatives that compare to what we're doing. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I want to point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I
and stay lovely still. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Energy Week with George Harvey, me, and the amazing Tom Fennell.
In the flesh.
In the flesh. I am only partly in the flesh. Not
Yeah, you look under the weather today.
I am a bit under the weather, that's right. Tired, sleeping a lot, sore throat, sneezing and coughing. But hopefully we'll get through this show without too much trouble in that regard, because it hasn't been too bad. Okay, every day I go to my blog and the internet, and I find everything that I can about energy and climate change. And the 10 to 15 items that I think are the most interesting, I put up on the blog.
The best of the blog.
Best of the blog. A synopsis of each with a link to the original article. And then once a week, Tom and I get together and we take the best of the blog and talk about it here on this show.
Yeah, I get a chance to read them, obviously, you know, and some of the ones are very well worth reading.
Yeah.
And I'll try and call that to your attention.
Yeah.
And some of them are very interesting. The first one coming up is very interesting. As a matter of fact.
Well, the first one coming up is from Sour Energy.
And we got a picture.
Let's have a picture. There you go. That picture, I don't know. I tried it on a different computer, and all the letters and so forth were disappeared, but clearly this seems to be working.
This one's okay.
Yeah, this is a picture of three things, coal, solar, and wind, over a course of 20 years, starting in 2000 and ending in 2019. And as you can see, coal is basically crashing.
And it's interesting because you take the two of them together and their rise is very close to being exponential.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, solar and wind, it's exponential. And when you throw in batteries, it's going to be, I don't know what the word is for going hyper-exponential.
Well, let's talk about it. CO2 emissions fell by 12% as wind and solar took the lead in Europe.
A report, the European power sector in 2019, was recently published by climate think tanks Sandbag. Does that sound like a think tank to you? Sandbag?
Doesn't sound like a think tank.
And Agora Energiewende. It says that wind and solar provided 18% of EU electricity in 2019, while coal fell to just 15%.
That's the first time wind and solar have provided more electricity than coal in the EU.
Yeah.
This is the first time it's actually done so.
Yep.
And a little takeaway from it, 5 years ago, that wasn't too long ago, the EU generated twice as much for coal as it did for wind and solar combined.
you can look at that graph, and it's very believable that 5 years ago it was twice as much.
Interesting article, interesting details. This is a good article.
Yep. The next article is kind of more of the same. It's from CNN.
Exxon's market value has crumbled by $184 billion. Well, it was high to begin with.
ExxonMobil, the world's most valuable public company in 2014, looks like it is in a steady decline. A stunning $184 billion, 41% of its value, has been wiped off Exxon's market valuation since the 2014 peak. It just posted dreadful results that suggest turnaround is unlikely anytime soon.
Well, the article from CNN, they usually have a pretty good website. It's a short, informative video about exactly that. And the takeaway is that the stock has plunged to a 9-year low.
Yes.
Okay? The shale revolution has left the world brimming with oil and gas, depressing prices. And Exxon had focused on expensive long-term drilling projects overseas rather than fracking in North Dakota and Texas.
Right.
So they seem to have made some of the wrong decisions, and now they're suffering.
There are other people who made wrong decisions too.
Oh, yeah.
I decided that I was going to look at the Dow Jones Oil and Gas Index.
Yeah.
And here is ExxonMobil, it's down 41%. The Dow Jones Oil and Gas Index in the same time is down 47%.
Is it really?
Yeah. And by
That's
the way...
renewables, isn't it?
Huh?
Renewables, isn't it?
Yeah, and the coal index is hanging around at numbers like 14. You know, the coal index was about 750 in 2008. Now it's 14.
Well, we've been
13.
talking about companies going bankrupt and whatever.
How in the world Dow Jones can come up with a coal index and maintain it, I don't know, because the coal companies are just...
They're falling like flies.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. Okay, should we move on?
Yeah, we got a goodie coming up here.
This is from Yahoo News.
Trump withholding $823 million for clean energy. He wouldn't do a thing like that.
I don't think so. The Trump administration is withholding funding for clean energy program it unsuccessfully tried to cut, according to Democrats on the House Science Committee. This raises the specter of political interference. The unspent funds now amount to $823 million.
Well, what he's saying, if you're not going to play by my rules, I'm going to take my football and go home.
Yeah.
This delayed funding was said to be an example of ideologically driven efforts that thwart action to control climate change.
Yes.
But how can you do that? It's a myth.
Well, the problem that they've got is that, you know, I think about this, and it goes back to Ayn Rand. She had this idea called objectivism.
Yeah, I remember that.
And there's a difference between objectivism and objectivity. Yeah. And the highest value is the value of objectivism, which looks to me like it's probably money and power.
I wouldn't argue that point. It wouldn't at all.
Okay, we are up to February 7th, which is a Friday. And by the way, I want to point something out here. When we prepare this show, Tom and I use a blog that I've had up for years, not with the intention that anybody use it except us, but it's there.
It's a good blog.
It's a good blog. And that blog provides basically a script for this show.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a very kind of loose script, but it's there. And, you know, it occurred to me as we were talking about turning Energy Week into, not turning it into what do they call those things that are done on radios?
I'm missing you. I don't know.
Okay, well, there's a thing that we could do with Energy Week where it would be in a television format and then also in a kind of radio format that could come to a smartphone. And it occurred to me that we could make that blog available for people who are following it. Well, okay, so we can make it available for people who are following it on television too. So
why not?
There it is. If you look at the I'm sorry, I've got a cold. It's mind is not functioning properly. If you look at the links that are associated with this post, you'll find one that goes to Energy Week News, and that will take you to this week's script.
Okay.
So you can just follow it and scroll through, and hopefully we'll develop this into podcast.
Aha.
It's for a podcast.
That was the word you were looking for.
Okay. So
well, this has been in the news. It's been in the news for a while, and it's kind of disturbing down under.
Yes.
Australia fires. Heavy rain. This is good news a little bit from the Australian fires because we've been talking about them on the show.
Yes.
Heavy rains extinguish 1/3 of the blazes in New South Wales. And that's only one state in Australia, but it's
a huge state. But the fire authorities are saying that they expect all of the fires in New South Wales to be extinguished by the end of the weekend.
Well, that's good news.
Sure is.
Because they've been pretty harsh down there.
Okay, torrential rain. I knew a person who always called it torrential rain. I don't think it was done
for
as a
real,
joke.
or,
yeah. Across the east coast of Australia has extinguished about a third of the fires in the region and could put out more, officials say. A wide band of rain sweeping through New South Wales has put out 20 of about 60 fires in the state in the past day. Now, authorities are warning about flash flooding. Yeah, they're having problems with flash flooding.
Yeah.
We're going to get back to this.
Yeah, we'll be talking about this again.
Yeah.
There's a minute and a half video here
Yes.
that's worth looking at. Sydney has had its wettest day in well over a year.
Well, you know, here we've got drought, horrible drought.
And then floods.
Fires, and then all of a sudden, the thing that we flip to is excessive rain. And not just excessive rain, but in some places record
seriously excessive rain.
Yeah.
Well, from the article, as much of New South Wales has been in drought for over 3 years.
Yeah.
The largest blazes in the state's inland south have received only limited showers so far and were still of concern.
Yes.
Now, this was last week they were talking, but heavy rains are predicted to continue until next week. And apparently they have been.
Yes, they have been. Okay, we have a picture here.
Amazing.
And it comes from Natalia Fedosenko, who works apparently for TASS.
I'll take your word
TASS
for it.
TASS is a Russian news agency, which, you know, in most of my life was associated with a communist government.
Well, in case you haven't figured it out, that's a bumblebee.
Yeah, there it is.
And the article states that bumblebees' decline points to a mass extinction, which is kind of scary.
It is. Bumblebees' decline points to, well, you've already read that. Bumblebees are in drastic decline across Europe and North America, owing to hotter and more frequent temperature extremes, scientists say. Data collected for a 115-year period on 66 bumblebee species now show how bumblebee populations have changed over the years.
The bumblebees are the wild population of bees. They're slightly larger than honeybees.
Yeah.
And what the article says here is populations are disappearing in areas where the temperatures have gotten hotter.
Yeah.
Okay, the likelihood of a bumblebee population surviving in any given place has declined by 30% in the course of a single human generation.
Yes.
They don't like heat. The rates of decline appear to be consistent with a mass distinction. And there's a little bit of advice in here. Help bees by not mowing dandelions.
There you go.
Interesting little sideline there.
Absolutely. Okay, that was from The Guardian, and our next item is also from The Guardian.
It is that. When it comes to climate hypocrisy, Canada's leaders have reached a new low.
Yeah.
This one, by the way, is by Bill McKibben, who's from Vermont.
Yes, that's correct. Canada made pledges about net zero emissions by 2050. The government would seem to believe that the climate crisis is real and dangerous, but it is about to approve a shale oil mine that could put up about a third of the Earth's carbon budget.
Well, from the article, it says there's oil in the ground and it must come out.
That's what Justin Trudeau said.
I didn't...
And, you know, it's like, really? Is that really what we want to do?
Well, there's a couple of takeaways here. They're talking about the Tech Frontier mine here.
Okay.
Which would be the biggest mine in the tar sands, and 113 square miles, which would be like 10 times 12 miles overall. This is a big mine. And the mine proposal is predicated on the idea that we'll still need vast quantities of oil in 2066, when Greta Thunberg is about to hit retirement age. Oil has addled the Canadian ability to do basic math. More does not equal less, and 2066 is not anytime soon. An emergency means you act now.
Yes, that is correct.
And that's the bottom line.
Right.
Stop dragging your feet.
Yep. Now we're up to Saturday, February 8th, and we have a picture of Jim
He
Cramer.
looks mad. He looks angry.
Either that or confused, but I suspect it's angry.
It's more like angry, I think. Mad Money's Jim Cramer, that's him,
Yeah.
is done with fossil fuels. Now, this is an advisor.
And this particular article came from Forbes. Jim Cramer, a stock analyst and money manager known for yelling about one stock or another on the show Mad Money, was asked about investing in Chevron or ExxonMobil. This gave him the opportunity to speak out against buying into those oil companies or any other fossil fuel companies.
Well, from the article, when Cramer squawks, people listen. And there's a little takeaway here. If the big pension funds are saying they're done with these stocks, then there's no point in hitching your wagon to them.
Yes.
That's him talking.
And what does that tell you about this thing that they're doing in Canada? I mean, we've got two articles, one right after the
we'll
other.
be talking about that. Yeah, we'll be talking more
Crazy.
about that. Well, in the article, we just mentioned Bill McKibben.
Yes.
And he happened to have commented on this one with enthusiasm.
Yes.
Okay. And he's issued a number of papers explaining why investing in fossil fuels is risky in an area where automobiles are getting more and more electric.
Yeah.
Which is absolutely true.
Absolutely true.
And we'll probably be touching base on that again.
Yes, indeed. Okay, we've got an item here from KTLA, and we have.
Wait a second, I got one from CNN.
Oh, you do? You're absolutely right.
Yeah,
CNN.
KTLA is coming up.
It is indeed.
Justice Department notifies 4 automakers it has dropped antitrust investigation.
You know,
and
this
that picture shouldn't be up yet.
Well, I can.
It's the next one.
Yeah.
We'll put you up.
I can. There you go. I can go back to Cramer.
Yeah, we'll put Cramer up as long as we're talking about it.
Okay. The Justice Department notified 4 major automakers that it had closed an antitrust investigation involving the companies launched after they rejected the Trump administration's relaxed air pollution and mileage regulations, a department official told CNN.
Well, the backstory here is that Justice opened an antitrust investigation into 4 companies, BMW, Ford, Honda, and Volkswagen.
Yep.
After they agreed to meet tougher standards set by the California Air Resources Board,
Yeah.
rather than the administration's rules, which would roll back standards put into place under former President Barack Obama. So this guy is trying to destroy anything that Obama did simply because Obama did it, I think.
I think that's the case, yes.
Well, in any case, the department's decision to drop the investigation represents a retreat for administration that has consistently sought to undermine environmental protections.
There you go.
There you go.
Okay.
Well,
now
we got
go
this
up to
picture coming up again.
KTLA.
Let's bring it back up again.
There we go.
That is a town called Esperanza. And
Yes.
Esperanza is located on the extreme tip of what they call the South... What is
I think
it?
it's called
Antarctic Peninsula.
Yes.
Okay, which sticks up towards South America. And according to the article, 65-degree weather in Antarctica appears to have broken a heat record.
The temperature in northern Antarctica, you know, I gotta say, why do we talk about northern Antarctica?
Well, everything's north.
Everything's north.
But there's a conventional way of depicting
Yes, I know.
Antarctica where that looks like it's in the north.
But
But you're
it's
right. Everything
strange.
is north.
The temperature in northern Antarctica hit nearly 65 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 18.3 degrees Celsius, a likely heat record on the continent best known for snow, ice, and penguins. The reading was taken at Esperanza Base, an area that has warmed almost 5.4 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 3 degrees Celsius.
Well,
over the
Esperanza
past
is one of the few places in Antarctica that's actually north of the Antarctic Circle.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's just outside of it. Well, in any case, climate change is heating up the Earth's polar regions faster than other regions of the planet, and we will be discussing this more later on.
In detail, yeah.
So we got one coming up on Sunday, February 9th.
Sunday, February 9th from
And I
Forbes.
don't have a picture yet. that's for the next one. But the Trump administration is not trying to save the coal industry, the new energy secretary says. Well, what's he trying to
a
do?
little bit confusing. Coal will probably continue to decline as a fuel for U.S. power plants, the Secretary of Energy said, but it might supply rare earth elements needed for batteries. The U.S. coal industry has declined faster under Trump than under Obama. And what they're saying is, you know, there's a lot of these rare earth elements which most people have never even heard of, you know.
But they use them in things like cell phones.
They use them in all kinds of things.
Yes, yes.
When
but they're not as rare as they might
No,
be
they
indicated.
aren't rare. What they are is hard to isolate.
Uh-huh.
And they were found rather late because it's really difficult to tell them apart. I used to work with them. And, you know, I worked with gadolinium, and it's...
Can't get any rarer than that. Well, in any case, what's happening here is competition from natural gas and renewables. That's taking a toll on coal.
Taking
its toll on coal.
That's right.
The Secretary announced a $64 million research initiative to develop smaller, cleaner coal plants. Huh? But primarily as a technology to export.
You know, this is
dwarfed by the $125 million Department of Energy, $125 million the Department of Energy just announced for solar research.
Well, the clean coal.
Yeah, no such thing.
You know, if you think about it, the reason why coal is falling the reason why coal is disappearing is because it's too expensive.
I was just going to say, it's money.
If you add carbon capture onto that, it just becomes more expensive.
Absolutely.
So how are you going to have clean coal? I don't think you can.
Well, that's why I said there's no such thing.
Yeah.
I mean, coal has done very well for this country, but its time is over. Sell your coal stock, guys.
Time has been over. As I said, you know, the coal index is down around 14.
Yeah.
And in 2008, it was up around 750.
There won't be one in a few years.
It's not going to be revived, I don't think.
It would take a major shake-up, something really big to revive it, I think.
I think it would. Okay, now we have a picture
coming up
of Spec Boom.
This is interesting.
It is. And you know, I looked at that and I thought, what kind of a name is Spec Boom? And then I thought, okay, it's from South Africa.
Yep.
Which means that it's probably Afrikaans. Afrikaans
is
a Dutch dialect, and it's related to German. And boom is probably the same word as baum. And if that's the case, speck would mean bacon. So this is bacon tree. And I looked it up, and in fact, that is correct.
Bacon tree, huh? Bacon tree.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot about this one here.
There is.
How shrubs can help solve climate change.
In South Africa, there used to be a thicket about the size of Cyprus. Cyprus is pretty big.
That's about a third the size of Vermont.
Cypresses?
Yeah.
Really? That could suck up the equivalent of 3 times the U.S. annual carbon emissions. Okay. That happens not to be correct. I know this came from the BBC.
Yep.
But it is not correct.
Well, you got to know about exactly that.
Yeah, Spec Boom is a shrub that grows in semi-desert. Not only useful as a carbon sink, it has the ability to alter local soil and weather conditions.
Which makes it very interesting.
Yeah, so other plants can grow. Now, what happened here was, for some reason, the person who wrote this article wrote it in as American carbon emissions at 5,783 million tons, when it in fact was 5,783 billion tons.
That's a big mistake.
It's a big mistake, but you know, it's understandable. So that means that it's not going to be 3 times the U.S. emissions. It would be more like 0.3%.
Well, this is a long and interesting article. This is one that you'll have some fun reading, I think.
It's a very interesting article, and the idea that you could have this plant, which, by the way, you can eat.
Yes, you can. Yeah, I saw a picture of it, and it looks like a great big 10-foot tall piece of broccoli.
Really?
You're not going to get that from this picture here.
Yeah. But, you know, it alters the soil, it alters the weather.
Well, I got a little blurb about that.
Yeah.
South Africa has been in drought for the past 3 years, which we've already mentioned.
Yes.
Now, speckboom, otherwise known as pork bush,
Yes, there you go.
is an evergreen succulent shrub that can reach 16 feet in height.
Okay.
Because of a remarkable growth rate, its rate of carbon capture can rival that of tropical forests. And the South African government, has a goal of planting 1 million hectares, which, interestingly enough, is the size of Cyprus, of speckboom in national parks and on private land.
Okay.
So the South African government's getting on the stick here.
Yes. Okay. Should we move on?
Yeah, we got another one coming up, which is interesting.
Okay, this is from Clean Technica.
It is that. It's a long, interesting article. The 2020 Chevy Bolt, not the Volt now, it's the Bolt. GM changes the game again.
In 2016, Chevy Bolt became the first affordable long-range EV, beating Tesla Model 3 to market. Now it has been updated. You can buy a Bolt for around $26,000. It undersells all affordable EVs you can buy in America, and it also has longer range than any of them.
Well, the Bolt is total electric.
Yes.
The Volt is a hybrid.
Yes.
Okay, that's the difference. EVs are a pleasure to drive. Quiet, responsive, clean, and maintenance-free.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
They're easier to build and more durable than internal combustion engine cars. Thousands of parts, fluids, and consumables are all gone in the EV.
Right.
They use regenerative braking to slow the car, so brakes last indefinitely. And in this particular case, the doors, the hood, and the rear hatch are all aluminum.
I had a Prius.
Did you?
And it did regenerative braking.
Yeah.
And I depended on that regenerative braking a lot. And my mechanic looked at the brakes and he said, "George, you got to use those brakes more." Because they were getting rusty.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, it's 2 thumbs up for GM
Yeah.
and its EV future and the 2020 Bolt. At 26 grand, it's going to be very hard for any car company to beat.
Okay.
That's what the article says.
Okay.
Let's move on to Monday, February 10th. Time is a waste in here. I never did start the red timer.
No, you didn't. I've just been looking at that and trying to figure out where we are.
Too late to, well, you take the green number and subtract. Monday, February 10th. January 2010 is the warmest on record, and there's an image coming up, and I'll try and get that one up there. And there it is.
Yes, last month was the warmest January on record globally, while in Europe temperatures were a balmy 3 degrees Celsius. 3 degrees Celsius is a lot.
5.5 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, above average in January. Average for January from 1981 to 2010. New temperature highs have become commonplace, mainly due to the impact of climate change, scientists say. And
finish up.
This is from a publication called ENCA.
I'm going to put the picture up again because
Yeah,
the
okay.
picture is critical. That's the Extinction Rebellion symbol.
Yes.
And so climate is changing, so should we.
Yeah.
Act now, and that's the message. Act
Yes.
now. Now is the time to act.
Yes.
10 years from now will be too late.
Yes.
New temperature highs, monthly, yearly, decadal, have become commonplace due to the impact of climate change, caused mainly by the burning of fossil fuels. In Northern Europe, temperatures were an unprecedented 6 degrees higher.
Huh.
Kind of scary.
Then we have an item from Energy and Policy Institute.
Coming right up, Tri-State, which we've talked about,
Yes.
will replace coal plants with a gigawatt of new wind and solar. And as you've heard me say on this show, gig means big.
That's right. Tri-State Generation and Transmission Association will close its coal burning plants in Colorado and New Mexico and build renewable projects. Tri-State announced 304 megawatts of new wind projects and 715 megawatts of new solar projects in Colorado and New Mexico. Now, this is particularly interesting because Tri-State is the one that a couple of years ago was just resisting.
They've changed their mind.
I guess they have.
Well, it's an interesting, how would you say it, agglomeration of things.
Yes.
Back when electricity was first spreading through America, it was very expensive to bring it into rural areas.
Yeah.
So a lot of the local people took it into their own hands and created co-ops. And there's even a few left in Vermont.
Yes.
Okay, and Tri-State is a co-op of co-ops.
Yes.
Okay, it's a nonprofit, and it's owned by its members, all of whom are co-ops themselves.
Yes.
So they are a distribution co-op.
And what happened was they had a deal, an agreement with their members, saying that the members would not put more than 5% of the power generated on the grid from themselves, which meant that they could not have more than 5% of their electricity coming from their own solar or wind power. And
So they had to buy power.
Yeah, and they went to Tri-State and said, we want renewable power. And Tri-State said, too expensive. And so all of a sudden, they started facing the problem that I think there were 3 different...
well, the article says they're going to close 2 of them, so...
No, there were, I'm talking about them. There were, I think, 3 different co-ops that decided to buy out.
Oh, we talked about that on the show. Yes, we did.
Okay. We are back to the BBC.
We're back to Sydney.
And we're back to Sydney.
Back to Australia. Sydney rains. Record rainfall brings flooding, but puts out mega blaze.
Sydney has been hit by its heaviest rain in 30 years, bringing widespread flooding, but also putting out 2 massive bushfires in New South Wales. Australia's weather agency said 391.6 millimeters, which is 15.4 inches of rain, had fallen in the last 4 days in Sydney. You think?
Boy, they're not kidding. That's a lot of rain.
That's a lot of rain.
That's more than 3 times of the average rainfall for the month of February.
Well, you know, again, this is like California, where they had drought, flood.
Well, that's what the article says. The state has gone from one wave of extreme weather to another.
Yeah.
The rains extinguished more than 30 fires over the weekend, and that was last weekend.
Yeah.
Okay, about 100,000 homes were then without power, and dozens of schools have been closed.
Yes.
So they're going from bad to worse.
Well, I'd
bad
rather
to worse,
have
more bad.
I'd rather have flooding than fires.
Well, I think that's true.
Yeah.
I think that's true.
Okay, we are up to Tuesday, February 11th.
And we got a picture.
And we have a picture of an offshore wind farm.
Looks like that to me. It looks like an offshore wind farm to me. Red Rock, to increase capacity at Inch Cape. That doesn't make much sense at all. I think you're going to explain it to it.
Red Rock Power has applied to boost capacity at Inch Cape Offshore Wind Farm off East Scotland up to 1 gigawatt from 700 megawatts. Capacity increase will be achieved without raising turbine numbers thanks to what are called technological advances. The Chinese-owned company told Scottish authorities. This is really interesting to me.
Well, I did some quick math, and in order to do that, they would need 14 megawatt turbines. And
Really?
the biggest turbine you can buy now is GE's 12 megawatt. So maybe they know something we don't know yet.
Yeah, it may be either that or they're complete con artists. That happens sometimes.
There could be an error in the article.
Yeah.
But, in any case, they're still going to put in bigger turbines than they had planned.
Yes.
And there's not going to be any fewer of them. They're going to be putting them in the same spots.
Yes.
So Red Rock believes the jump to 1 gigawatt will have no additional impacts as laid out in environmental habitats and appropriate assessment studies already conducted. So nothing's going to change except the turbines are going to be bigger.
Yes. Yes. Okay, we have an item here from, that by the way was from Renews.
That was from Renews.
This one is from Clean Technica.
Yeah, I had a hard time getting Renews up.
Yeah, you told me. It happens, that happens to me every once in a while.
Something happened to them.
Yeah, it happens.
I tried it with
like
several browsers. And
yeah, every week,
was coming
something
up.
like that. They have.
But then it came back up
again.
again. Yeah. So it looks like their browser was down, or their.
They may have had maintenance going on.
Yeah, something like that. Anyhow, this is an interesting article. Arctic permafrost thawing will double previous carbon emissions estimates. Not good news.
A study from the Colorado University Boulder shows that the abrupt thawing of the Arctic permafrost will double previous estimates of potential carbon emissions. In fact, it is already changing the landscape and ecology of the circumpolar north.
Well, what they're saying here, permafrost is the world's largest freezer.
Yes.
Okay. Warming will trigger a massive defrost.
Yes.
That will thaw out not just twice as much carbon as is in the atmosphere now, but also the remains of life that once flourished in the Arctic.
Yes.
Okay, it's buried in the permafrost.
Yes.
Okay, this matter, which never fully decomposed, has been locked away in this freezer for thousands of years. And it says permafrost collapse is irreversible.
Well, it is, yeah.
So here's the takeaway. These fundings bring new urgency.
Yes.
We can definitely stave off the worst consequences if we act now.
Now. Now is the
operative
now. Word. Okay, we have an item from CNN. And
This one is from CNN. Yeah, this is a good picture. This is a good article.
That is a chin
Lots
strap.
of pictures in this.
Chin strap
penguins. I like penguins.
I do too.
Some Antarctic penguin colonies have declined by more than 75% over 50 years.
Penguin colonies in some part of the Antarctic have declined by more than 75% in the past half century, largely as a result of climate change, researchers say. The colonies of chin-strap penguins were last surveyed almost 50 years ago. And you know, Tom, that makes me wonder about how good this data is. Because if
they're not looking at it.
Yeah, they're not looking at it. And it might be from climate change, but it might be that a lot of it came from something else.
Well, this is a good article to look up. There's a lot of pictures on it if
Yes,
you like pictures.
Absolutely.
And the takeaway is that climate change has led to warmer oceans, which has meant less krill, which is the main component of the penguin's diet.
Yes.
And other down
species.
there too, like fish.
Yeah, they need food.
Now, Greenpeace, this is a good takeaway. They've been campaigning for the establishment of Antarctic sanctuaries, which would offer protection to penguin colonies and would be off limits to humans.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, we have a picture of a koala.
I think we do.
No, we don't.
No, that's for the next.
That's the next one. Our next item is from Renews.
Global carbon emissions flatline in 2019, which I guess is good.
Global carbon dioxide emissions plateaued in 2019, defying expectations of a rise, according to International Energy Agency data. After 2 years of growth, global CO2 emissions were unchanged at 33 gigatons in 2019, but even as the world economy expanded by 2.9%, according to the EIA.
Yeah, this is one of the ones I had trouble downloading.
Really?
And finally, it came back up. But
yeah.
Apparently their server was down.
Yeah.
Well, anyhow, the main reason for declining emissions from electricity is due to the expanding role of renewables, as you would know if you listen to this show.
Yes.
Fuel switching from coal to natural gas is also helping, and higher nuclear power generation. So there's a lot of reasons why global carbon emissions are flatlining, and that's good news.
Okay, now we have an item
Now
from
we
the
got
BBC.
that picture coming up.
This is a koala with mittens.
Well, I don't think they're mittens. I think they're bandages. But
They're bandages. They're bandages.
in any case, nice picture of a koala. Koalas are
that
very, very, how would you say it, endearing.
Yes,
like
they
teddy
are.
bears.
That's right.
Australia fires. 113 animal species need emergency help. A lot of pictures on this article.
Yes. Australia has identified 113 animal species which need urgent help after their numbers and habitats were devastated by recent bushfires. There appear to be no extinctions, the government said, but almost all species on the list had lost at least 30% of their habitats due to the fires. So these animals, the ones that survived, have nowhere near what they had to live in.
Well, according to the article, it says there appear to be no extinctions, and I would add to that yet.
Yes.
Okay.
True enough.
Well, because one of the things that's happening is many of the animals that have survived the fires are going back to their habitats, and the habitats have been
There's no food.
destroyed. There's no food for them.
There's no food.
We did, I don't know if we showed this picture or not, but I saw one picture of a koala bear sitting in front of a whole bunch of carrots.
Oh, yes.
Well, in any case, researchers estimate that more than 1 billion animals may have perished in the fires. Koalas and wallabies, as well as bird, fish, and frog species, are among those needing the most help. The panel found some highly threatened species faced imminent risk of extinction because almost all of their habitat has been destroyed. And the koala has had substantial sections destroyed, which means they need emergency intervention to support their recovery. And that picture of carrots being dropped is part of the
carrots
emergency.
are not going to help the koalas. They'll help the wallabies. But
well, this particular koala was eating carrots, so.
Amazing.
He must have been
what
hungry.
I have been told is that the koalas have to have
eucalyptus leaves.
Eucalyptus
I think I read
leaves.
that too.
Yeah. Okay, our
What's the last item?
is from Renews.
Mayflower wind to deliver $58 megawatt hour power. That's almost 6 cents.
Yeah.
That seems kind of high.
I don't think so. This is offshore wind.
It depends on the market.
Yeah.
Because we talked about Tri-State earlier on paying 2 cents.
Yes, but that's onshore wind in solar. Output from the 804 megawatt Mayflower wind offshore wind farm off the east coast of the United States will be sold to Massachusetts utilities.
That's the one off Block Island, or?
I don't know. I don't remember.
It's definitely in Massachusetts.
Yes, for $58 per megawatt hour, which is 5.8 cents per kilowatt hour.
Yeah.
According to documents filed on the power purchase agreement, the regular wholesale market prices are projected to be $84 per megawatt hour. So this is considerably lower price than wholesale.
Well, presently Vineyard Wind is selling in this market for 6.5 cents a kilowatt hour.
Right.
So this is definitely a saving.
Yes.
And it's 2 cents down south, but how do you get it up here?
You hire 20,000 people to bring it up
Coolies.
on their bicycles.
Yeah.
That's right.
Well, that's it. The wheeling cost of getting it up here, there may not even be that capacity.
Probably not. But, you know, this is, we have a market that isn't really firmly established yet. And it's going to take some time to get this all.
Well, we have not anywhere near come clear to using the resources off the East Coast for generating offshore
Oh,
wind.
no. Yeah, you're absolutely
Nowhere
right.
near it.
Nowhere near.
And it's ripe. I mean, it's shallow. You know, they can anchor these things to the ground.
And, you know, I read an interesting study several years ago. They were talking about, okay, solar power is intermittent. Wind power is not intermittent. It is variable.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And what the author of the study said was wind power from a wind farm is going to be producing power something on the order of 98% of the time. It's just
that high, huh?
Yeah, it's not going to be a huge amount.
But there's some
but there's
power
always some power coming out. And
so the solution is storage.
yeah, absolutely. The solution is storage. And, you know, same thing with solar power. You can fill your batteries up during the daytime and,
Sure.
you know.
And the costs of storage are coming down considerably.
They are indeed, yes. Yeah. Now, Tom, we have done our last article.
I think we have.
And we're actually way ahead of schedule here.
Anything you want to go back and talk about?
No, I'm, you know, I'm not really feeling very good, and I'd like to
go take a nap.
Go take a nap. I really would. So.
Well, let's say goodbye.
Yeah, we can do that.
Adios, folks.
Have a good weekend. Have a good week. And here, have a perfectly lovely week. That says, I forgot to put the thing in.
I'll put that one up.
I have a different one every week, and perfectly lovely is the default. So have a perfectly lovely week.
So we will call the meeting to order. This is a special Putney Select Board meeting for public informational notice about the bond issue, which will be voted by Australian ballot at town meeting day. But before we start on that, we wanted to just make a statement about our dedication of the town report this year. The dedication this year is to Jim, JD,
yes,
and Jean McClyman. Town report is dedicated to you. In 2003, Jim, JD, and Jean were visiting Putney and found our local pub, formerly the Old Welsh Tavern, for sale. They decided to purchase and beautify the property, and they turned it into a wonderful family-run business with their son Emery as head chef. The pub, maybe head chief.
No,
The pub has been a much-needed gathering spot for locals and visitors alike. The importance of having this vibrant social center in town cannot be underestimated, and its closing leaves a big void. Jim and Jean have always been very community-minded. Together with other business owners in town, they founded the Putney Business Association. The idea behind this was to revitalize the profile of the town by trying to increase exposure and marketing to people living outside of town. They also worked on beautifying downtown by doing things such as installing and maintaining flower boxes along the Sackettsbrook Bridge. And on Main Street, in addition to this, Jim and Jean have been involved in raising money for various local organizations. Since 2015, Putney Charities has contributed over $84,000 to local nonprofits with a focus on food and housing security and child well-being. Most of the funds were raised by selling RIP tickets, pull tabs at J.D. McClymon's Pub, and ultimately the regulars who played. Jim and Jean's support, along with the support of the pub staff, made the formation and funding of the charity possible. Jim and Jean McClyman and the business they created here have been an immense asset to the town of Putney. David, I know, wants to say something, and anybody else who wants to say anything is welcome to, but David?
So here goes. This isn't my strong suit, so bear with me.
yeah, that's fine, David.
Okay. You have fed us and served us, listened to our gossip, complaints, and our dreams, provided us with a much-needed respite from our worry and work-filled lives, contributed to the betterment of our community. But mostly, you have been our friends and the kind of people we all should strive to be. Thank you for all the hard work and the years of fun.
Thank you.
So we just have 2 copies of the town report for you, which has a beautiful color picture in it.
Are they now liable for anything that's wrong in the town report?
You don't have to show this to anybody.
So there's no new fire truck?
There's no
there is
new
a
fire
new
truck.
fire truck. You're paying for it. That's why you're here.
Oh, yeah.
No, they are having a meeting.
And
Oh, thanks.
you aren't required to stay now, but we wanted to make sure that you were here to be recognized for all, just the town being
Well, thank
grateful
you
for
very
all
much.
the work you've
Really
done.
nice. Really nice.
Thank you.
Very nice.
So-
Thank
And
you.
we have a new guy going in that's going to be just even better.
Is there somebody coming in?
Yeah, we have somebody coming in.
Great.
Nice.
That's
We're not
exciting.
sure, we're supposed to close Friday. That might not happen, it might not be till Monday, but we also have a young guy come on his way back from Bend, Oregon with a local family here that has helped him purchase it, and it'll probably open between April and May.
Excellent.
Nice.
That is
And
so good.
upgrading the interior a bit, and pretty much the same format sort of thing, so it's gonna be bigger and better.
Great.
Yeah.
And you can come as clients then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good.
Sit on that side.
Exactly.
Not that I never have.
Will you be able to do that?
Of course he will.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I'll have an easy time doing that.
Yeah, exactly. Sit there and complain about everything.
Well, thank you both.
Yeah, no,
so-
thank you,
so
and
much.
I probably will go, because I'm really,
Broken?
I'm hurting. No, I'm just hurting, that's all.
Yeah.
I just wanna go get
And thank you, Benji, for.
Madville, yeah, thanks so much. It's quite a.
We were like,
Why you were being dragged to this meeting.
Find out what's going on.
I thought it was gonna slow down the closing of the pub. You found something.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we just found this thing buried out back.
Wyndham County Sheriffs are right outside.
Yeah, I saw the state police out there.
We buried that stuff pretty good.
This is all being filmed, so.
Cool.
All right. Good, well, thank you both.
Yeah, thank
Have
you.
a good night.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Carry on.
All right. So now we will move on to our public informational meeting. And Tom Goddard, who was hoping to be here tonight, is at the scene of a fire over in Dummerston, and so will not be here. But you and he worked on a presentation, or others. Actually, I don't know.
I worked on the presentation.
Okay, good.
He's been.
And so I might just start by reading the article as it will be presented to voters on town meeting day. And this will be an Australian ballot article, so it will be voted by paper ballot. Town of Putney seeks voter approval to purchase a new 2021 fire engine for the Putney Fire Department to be financed by general obligation bonds or notes for a purchase price not to exceed $550,000. The question to be voted upon by Australian ballot: shall general obligation bonds or notes of the town of Putney in the amount not to exceed $550,000, bearing an interest rate not to exceed 2% for a term not to exceed 10 years, be issued for the purpose of financing a new 2021 fire engine for the Putney Fire Department? And then it's yes or no in favor of this bond issue or opposed. And this was dated, the original document was dated 29th day of January 2020. So I think we'll go ahead with the presentation and then open up to questions after that. I notice a number of people in the room are firefighters, so I'm assuming most of you are familiar with what's been sort of leading up to this. But the real question is, you know, part of the reason we're presenting this the way we are is that this truck was actually scheduled to be retired in 2024. And it's been proposed by Tom and the fire department to do that earlier because, for two reasons. One, the cost of trucks is going up as we speak. And our current truck that would be a trade-in for it has reasonable trade-in value at this point. And 4 years from now, it is likely to have very little, if any, trade-in value. So those are sort of the driving factors of why we're talking about this not now and not as it's on the capital schedule in 4 years. So, but Karen?
So I'm Karen Astley, I'm town manager, and if anyone from the fire department wants to jump in and add information, I welcome that. So the existing engine, so normally the retention for specialty equipment is 20 years. That's our policy here in Putney. So we're looking at the 2006 Typhoon Pumper, which is 14 years old. Purchase price back when we first bought it was $229,938. It's a lightweight engine from what I understand. And this piece of equipment is paid for. So the possible trade value right now is about $100,000. Did you guys want to add anything else? So the new engine that's proposed would be a 2021 built to specifications. Build time is 1.5 years. It's a heavy duty engine. The cost right now is not to exceed $550,000, and Tom and I talked about that because with the possible trade-in, it brings brings that borrowing down. We would borrow for 10 years and be part of the capital plan. And the interest rate right now, because we went out for financing, is not to exceed 2%. And that's what it's written in the article as well. So the long-term debt has a lot to do with capital planning. This sheet right here has everything that the town of Putney is paying for. So you guys can grab one of those if you like. So what we've done, this is everything. So from fire station to highway department to the water system to the sewer system. We've added Article 7, which is for a new dump truck at $190,000. And we've also put in this long-term capital plan is the vehicle exhaust system, which right now is Article 8 in the town warning for $103,000. So the bottom line is right here. So the amount borrowed total would be $5,066,631. Now, someone had asked me a question.
Yes, please. May I?
Yes, you may.
So the vehicle exhaust system for $103,000 is for the new dump truck?
No.
It's for the new.
It's for out here in the garage.
It's to exhaust, it's to pull.
Okay, it doesn't state what that is.
Yes.
Right. But yeah, so there's 13 hookups out in the station.
Well, that's a great investment on lung cancer.
Thank you. Yeah, it's true.
It was one of the things that got the next one station.
Such is life. But your lives are important and it should be included.
Correct.
Aside from a truck.
Right.
Their lives are more important than a truck.
Yep.
Tom's about 10 minutes out.
Okay. So I'll slow down.
Carry
a
on,
little bit.
sorry.
You're fine. You're fine.
No, that's good. We need to take some time to get till Tom
Right.
gets here.
Yeah.
So that, can I ask you a question? The debt schedule here doesn't include the new truck. That's where we are now.
No.
Right,
So this debt schedule right here does
Right.
not include
Correct. We got it.
the fire truck.
I think we got it.
So the amount we borrowed, balance that needs to be paid. So somebody asked me, they're like, okay, so we got all this debt, right, $5 million. How much of that has been paid? So we did the calculation and we have it down to $4,052,355.32. Is it good? Some might think so, some may say not. We operate on a budget of about, 2.6 for operating. Yeah. So 4 million seems a little high, but we have options. So basically, this is the long-term debt, and as you can see, it gradually decreases. And that's because of all of these cells right here are 0. So as we pay things off, things drop off. But as we start, if we continue to borrow, this number will continue to go up. So at what point do we look at borrowing versus, another option? But that's what we have today. Yes, Robin?
The difference between the amount borrowed and the balance to pay, is that due to grants or?
No grants.
So what?
It's the
amount we paid off.
It's the amount that's been paid since we borrowed.
Right.
5 million was the original figure.
I see,
Right.
okay.
So it's principal and interest, Robin, that's been paid off.
Okay.
And,
Karen, one other question. You said something 2.6. What does that mean?
operating costs for the budget.
Yeah. What
Yeah.
does that mean?
So that's general fund and the highway.
That means basically our annual budget, Mary, for running the town is it's a little bit more than that, but it's roughly $2.6 million. So
Yeah,
it's just sort of a reference point. It's not.
Right.
It's
Right,
not
it's
related
not-
to this debt. It's
not.
just a
I think
comparative.
you just said 2.6, so I didn't hear it.
Right.
Okay.
And just to be clear about the majority of the debt that we have currently, that we make payments on, was all, well, there's a variety of different debts here, but a lot of it was consolidated roughly into a state-issued bond. Are you getting to that?
No.
Okay.
2015.
Roughly 5 years ago.
Yeah.
We had a whole bunch of different debt to different organizations from borrowing from different places. And roughly 5 years ago, we took it and went to the bond bank.
Right.
And essentially took out a new bond municipal bond for consolidating it all and bringing our interest rate. So our interest rates, we have benefited dramatically over the last 10 years from low interest rates. We continue to do that currently, and especially by bonding, and Karen will go into this, the potential interest rate for the fire truck is very low. One of the things we're recognizing is that, as we all know, at some point that's going to change. To be able to borrow money for less than 1.5% is remarkable.
Yeah,
but
right.
That's very...
For a 10-year loan, that is really good.
Yeah, surprising.
And just for comparison, so the gravel pit was 2.93% over 25 years. So it ended up being another $384,000 worth of interest. So,
does that mean we got a good deal on the pit or not?
Oh,
On the interest?
Yeah, well, long term, it'll pay for itself. You'll see the return in about 10 years, maybe sooner than that.
But the other thing about that, June, just interest rates, and 2.393 is still a great rate. It's just not nearly as good as this rate.
Right.
Part of that is the term. The longer the term, the higher the rate, and also just interest rates have dropped since then, so it shifted.
So moving on, finance options. So Tom and I did, we went to Vermont Municipal Bond Bank, which is a process to bond with them, People's Bank and Community Leasing and Leasing Corp. Where is that slide? Hang on, guys. This quick one. There it is. All right. I jumped one ahead. I don't know. Yep, I did. So anyways, so we're looking at borrowing about $547,480. Not to exceed the $550,000. So this is Vermont Municipal Bond Bank at 10 years and then at 15. And you can see the difference. People's Bank, they'll only go 10 years, they won't do 15, and that's the same with the Leasing Corp on the end. But if you look at how much more interest you're gonna pay compared to the bond bank in, let's say, community leasing, it's quite a bit. So the difference between People's Bank and Vermont Municipal Bond Bank is $44,079 in interest. So that's why we're looking at the bond bank, even though the process is long. In the end, we're going to save a lot more money. So I'm going to go back one slide because I jumped around. So borrowing or leasing, there's pros and cons. Vermont Municipal Bank, you cannot pay it off early like you can with a lease or a regular loan. That's, we're just going to have to pay for it for 10 years. There's no way around that. And again, like I said, it's a process. It's very lengthy. If you miss a step, you basically got to start over.
Do you often pay things off earlier than planned?
No.
I was gonna say.
No,
that's
I
not-
mean, you know, we're not like a.
We don't have like,
private
oh, great
entity,
year, we made a lot of money this
windfall.
year.
Exactly. I mean, we could do that.
We could with a
With-
few things, if they're low enough. Like the sidewalk, I think there's 2 more payments on that for about 24,000. We have a 1-ton, Tom's got a couple trucks that are low, that, you know, if we had the surplus, we could decide to do that.
But as you know, I mean, you know, you pay the vast majority of the interest up front anyway. So at the tail end of a loan, especially, I mean, for me, there's 2 things that would discourage us from thinking about doing that. One, any of those are at the tail end of the loan, so you're really just paying principal anyway. So why not wait it out? 2, it's not gonna benefit us by paying it off early. It's not like we're gonna have a windfall from paying something.
But that's why I was wondering what you were saying, like this is one problem with the loan, that we're not gonna be able to do that.
We don't
And I was
have that
thinking,
option, but we don't do that,
that's not a
we
problem.
typically don't do that
All right.
anyway. It's just sort of a feature of it that we could or could not.
Right. The other thing with the Vermont Municipal Bond Bank is there's fees associated with that, because you have to have legal counsel, you have to have bond bank counsel. So that adds to that loan. It's, I'd say.
How much? Is that points?
Less than,
Not points.
no, less than $5,000.
I mean, for something like the gravel pit, we needed quite a bit of legal counsel because it was a complicated
And
deal.
engineering.
This is pretty straightforward, exactly. So on this, those expenses would be low. They're both requirements of both having our own counsel and bond counsel are requirements in order to apply, so we have to do them. But yeah, it would be a smallish number. We could probably get a clear number on what that would be.
I can pull it from
Yeah,
the gravel
find
pit.
out. Well, the gravel pit's much higher than this
Right,
would be.
right. So this is why we decided to go with the bond bank, and this is part of the process. You have to have public informational meetings on Australian ballot votes, and we will have a second meeting at the end of February, because it has to be within 10 days of town meeting. So, all of this is available on the website, or if you need a hard copy, we can provide one for you. All right, so considerations, purchasing or delay. So if we purchase now, we'll add to the capital debt approximately $61,906 per year for the next 10 years. So keep in mind that we have $4 million in capital debt already. So overall debt would increase to $5,543,090.32.
Does that figure include interest?
Karen, you had the wrong number. 4,543,000. You said 5.
45309.32. So current debt is 394935532. You ready to take over, Tom?
No. He needs a timeout. Tom needs timeout.
Karen, does that include interest payments too? Or is that
Yes,
just,
yes.
What part of that 61,000 is interest?
I think it was about,
60.
7 a year. Yeah.
Up front, and then going down.
what did I figure about?
46 and 61, is that it?
Yeah, about 3,500. Yeah.
Okay.
And of course, that's gonna, change.
Per year or over the life of the term?
No, that's for the first payment, so,
Okay, so
Yeah.
declining over the
Yeah,
10-year
declining, yeah.
period.
Yep,
I mean, the total, if we do a 10-year, the total interest is 46,000. So you can
Correct.
average that out to 4,600
Yeah.
a
46 out
year.
of 61.
Right.
So
yeah. So with Vermont Municipal Bond Bank too, so you have one interest payment with a principal payment, and then later in the year, you do another interest payment. So they make you pay like 2 in 1 year. Whoops, sorry, Em. So we know what the approximate trade-in value on the engine is right now. We will have to wait for the build-out, which could be, up to 1.5 years. And we would not bond until we actually had the engine.
You said the build out, you mean the build time for the new truck?
Yes.
Between 9 months and 12 months.
Okay, so it's less than a year.
Yeah.
Right.
Is the cost of the truck, is that including the 100,000 that you're expecting to get for the old truck?
No.
No. So it's 540.
Wait a minute.
I don't know, obviously I showed up late, so I don't know what was said. The 100,000, that's absolute best case scenario.
Right.
We're gauging everything, all the costs in the bonded, the amount to be bonded off of 80,000. So if we get greater than 80,000, all the better for us, for the town. If we don't, then but the minimum will be 80,000.
So if we didn't have a trade in the truck, would it be 550, or would it be 650?
If we 550 plus 80,000 is
Right.
630.
That's the
That's
issue.
where.
So yeah, so it's a $630,000 engine.
Well, I'm sorry.
Which is average, not for.
Right. For a heavy. Can I ask a bunch of questions just about about the truck? So how many engines do we have?
2.
We have 2 engines, and are both of them lightweight?
No.
No, one's a heavyweight.
To go back in time, when engine 2 was originally built in '94, that truck was spec'd quote unquote heavy. So it's got the heavy front end, the heavy transmission, the bigger motor, the heavy rear end, the bigger frame rails.
Does it pump more?
All of that. No, it doesn't pump more.
Okay.
The reason that was done is because historically prior to that, everything had been lighter duty. So everybody realized at the time, if you're gonna get a truck to last, then it needs to be built as heavy as you can do it. So when engine 2 came due for replacement 4 years ago, 5-ish, at that point we looked at everything and said, are we going to be good to replace it, or would it be just as good to do a minor refurb on it, which is what we ended up doing. At about, in a refurb, it's about a quarter of the cost of a new truck, and we'll run it another 20 plus years, and that'll be its life.
From a 1994?
From a 1994, yep.
And how come we can't do that now? That seems like a lot.
Excellent question. Yes, because everything is so lightweight. So not only are all the major components, the motor, it's got the smaller motor, the smaller transmission, the smaller drivetrain, axles, front end, rear end, but also all the stuff that nobody thinks about, the wiring, the way it's wired, it's all lighter duty. So at this point, it'll be it's a 2006, so 16. It'll be 15 years. Everything it's got lighter frame rails, the whole 9 yards. So everything would have to be redone / tweaked / whatever we do with it. Still, at the end of that day, you end up with still a lighter truck that's just been refurbed, but not at a quarter of the cost. It's going to be a lot more expensive than that. And the manufacturer has told us we won't even refurb this because it's not worth it.
And the reason that truck was purchased at that time, after, as Tom said in the beginning, in '94, when that guy was purchased, engine 2, when Engine 2 was purchased, it was recognized that having a heavy-duty truck made sense, given our circumstances here with the roads we have, et cetera. When the 2006 was purchased, essentially the select board was in the middle of building this building, the library, something else was going
water
on.
system.
The water system.
And a significant upgrade to the sewer.
So the budget was really tight, basically, for a number of years surrounding that purchase of that vehicle. And the select board that was sitting at the time said, you can't have the money to build a heavy truck, you need to buy a light truck to replace the one that we were replacing. So they went light on that truck, and now we're seeing the expense of that in the long term. You know, not that that was a bad choice at that time, we've gotten good service out of that truck, but we're gonna get 15 to 20 years out of it and it's done, as opposed to, as Tom was saying, getting 20 years, then refurbing, and then getting another 20 years. So.
And it's done, meaning like frames cracked, rusted, wiring shot. What's done?
Well, like the sign, free, come take me.
Well,
no, I mean, you know, because here's the thing. I mean, I'm just wondering about. I mean, how much time are these things out driving around and stuff like that? I understand, like the town dump truck. You know, you're salting, you're pouring salt all over the place. You're running up and down the road. You know, day in and day out, those things get beat to hell. I don't know. That's why I'm here for the informational meeting. I don't know how often this goes out here. How, you know, like, do you do hours or miles on
both?
Both. I mean, how many miles are on this thing?
Right now it's got just over 38,000, 38.4, and it's got about 3,200 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a huge. Neither of those are huge numbers. It's more what you have to look at is the abuse that all the components get, because certainly these aren't like not that we beat on these at all, or no fire department does really, but it's a lot different than your own vehicle, in that you start it up, you let it idle for a little while, and then you're taking off and you're driving pretty normal.
You don't know, Ben.
And with these, well, I know, I meet him once in a while. But with these, they're running. There's no real lag time, and they're headed out the door, and we're beating over the roads and so on and so forth. So, just as an example, when I was talking about the electrical side of things, right now on Engine 1. We've had a nagging electrical problem here over the last several weeks, and finally it developed itself to the point where we could troubleshoot it accurately, and we found that one of the computers is partially fried, one half of the computer. So what that means is we've got to replace that entire computer, and that's going to be about $3,800. So again, just one minor example, with a truck like we would have spec'd when Engine 1 was bought new, and like we're spec'ing now, those types of issues aren't going to exist because the electrical systems are totally different. Because of the natural upgrades that come along with building a different truck.
So along the lines of his questions, you run the truck, I don't know anything about it. How long would you reasonably expect that we could use it and the repairs and maintenance would still be a good value and not have to buy another truck? We've talked a little bit. Yeah. My question to you was, is it a public safety issue right now? Do you need a truck right now? Because it's not going to work.
The answer to that is no.
So okay, now, any idea how we can, a projection?
Let me expand upon that answer just a little bit.
Yep.
Is it an absolute crisis, an absolute necessity for us to replace this truck now? The answer straight up is no. The only reason that we're bringing this forward is because, as the group of folks in the department and myself, as we were putting a spec together to be used in 4 years when the truck comes due for replacement, and we started to get some idea on pricing from some different truck manufacturers, and they were all right in the same ballpark. We said, this is a lot, number one, this is a lot more money than the town of Putney has been used to seeing for a new fire engine. And that's just the way it is. It doesn't matter who the manufacturer is. It doesn't matter what you're talking about. The costs are pretty much the same across the board. And none of us ever dreamt that we would be looking at over $600,000 for an engine. That was never a thought to anybody. But that's reality. That's where we're all at today. So when we started to realize that, we also started to realize at the same time the fact that the engine one right now, as it sits, still has a significant monetary value to it. So, in talking with the town manager and talking with the select board, it was decided to move this forward, simply saying we have an opportunity to get this truck at the end of the day, after we sell engine one, and utilize that value that's left in it at what is the most decent price that we can get it at, with the concept of in 20 years that truck will go through a minor refurb, just like we did with engine 2, and run it another 20 years plus, versus waiting another 4 years. The cost of the truck is going to increase roughly 3% per year. If I remember right, that the end cost we'd be roughly a $200,000 difference, $199,000 something difference overall at the end of the day between purchasing this truck now versus waiting. So that's the only reason we brought it forward. Is we're talking $200,000 in savings over the next 4 years. Is it worth it or isn't it?
$200,000 savings and trade-in value is higher.
Our trade-in value right now is a minimum of $80,000. Okay. It'll dump to a maximum of $30,000. So now, because I ran my mouth so long, I've forgotten the other piece of that.
It's okay.
What was your prediction?
No, well, I want to correct. I didn't say correct. I said the truck is done. The truck is not done. That was a misstatement. I shouldn't have said that. But the truck, I think that it's scheduled to be replaced in 2024. We're starting to see issues crop up with it. In 2024, you start to, I think, the question of how long could we run this truck? Right. The reality is we could keep running this truck probably for a significant amount of time. The downside of that is if you're headed out of the barn and something breaks, you got a problem.
How often do we send 2 trucks?
Frequently.
Yeah. How often is 2 trucks pumping on something?
Well, it depends.
Mm-hmm. Like say in a year.
50% of the time.
Mm-hmm.
It's also, and they're not
it's not just taking care of Putney, it's assisting other towns.
No.
Which
Which
is
is
an important part of.
We also have mutuals. Believe me, I want my fire chief to want the best fire department he could possibly have. And then as a townsperson, I'm here to go, hey, that's great, but that's a lot of money.
Oh, absolutely. And again,
I just have an issue with when we start replacing equipment. Putney has some very nice, shiny equipment. I know they use it a lot, but you look at other towns, and I think we're probably we replace our stuff pretty often with some really nice stuff, and so sometimes I think we might need to think about checking it.
I'm not. Anecdotally, I wouldn't disagree with you, and I don't know that, but I'm not.
Just looking at you got a 2018 dump, a 2017 dump, 2020 dump. We
replace the dump trucks every 10 years.
Yeah.
That's
the
big,
life of the truck.
Exactly.
Right.
We've talked about. You've heard those discussions
Mm-hmm.
at town meeting. We can try and wait on those, but then we start spending money on repairs.
Right.
We have the cost of downtime. We have the cost of the repairs. A 10-year replacement phase for highway trucks is not unusual. I mean, yes, some trucks, some towns choose to do it otherwise, but that's a pretty, I would say that's a pretty typical replacement period. I think the trucks, the fire trucks, we also sort of have on the capital plan as typical replacement periods, and that would put us at 2024. It's the question of whether it's worth investing in this earlier in order to save and gain from the increased trade-in. You know, that's why we're here, to talk about that, whether it's worth it. Robin?
Two questions on that. That 3% increase a year, has that been pretty consistent, and over how long a span, and has there been any increase or decrease in that rate of?
The answer to that is no, it's not been consistent. And what we're being told by all the manufacturers, and we can only take this for what it's worth, because I mean truly we don't know. Typically in years past it was 1.5%, more like a 2% increase, and that was fairly consistent, had been for, well, when we bought engine 2 originally, when we bought the tanker, it was the same. Even when we bought engine 1, it was still the same, that 1.5–2%. Now they're saying 3%. However, in the next breath, they're all saying, but don't hold us to that.
The other thing that's been
it's because a lot. I'm sorry, Josh. A lot of it is what they're telling us is because what the federal government's doing.
Tariffs.
Right. So on the.
So they think that's where some of that.
That's what they're telling us. Again, whether that's that could be a ploy on all of their parts, just like anywhere else, to say, yeah, we'll use this as an excuse to jack the costs up. I don't know the true answer to that, but that's what we're being told.
And the other part of my question, was so the 80 to 100,000 on the trade-in of the old unit, that's now, I assume. Do you have any guesstimate as to what the value of that would be?
At the end of the term, 30 grand.
Well, no, at the end of your build-up, because you're talking about 9 months to a year minimum, it sounds like, on the build-out. So what's the value of that truck at that point?
They'll hold it at that.
They being,
For how long?
They being the manufacturers that we're dealing with.
So that's who you'd be selling it to?
Yes. Yeah. It'll either be to one of their wholesalers, or it'll be private sale, however it works out.
Thank you.
Just a couple. June, I'm sorry. Did you have a?
I was just going to say, I'm assuming that nobody makes a guarantee like that. So is that something in writing? I'm just curious what happens a year plus down the road when they say, hey, we messed up, we're going to give you $40,000 for it.
No, if they tell us that if they tell us that now, i.e., should this all go through, so that at the end of March we then put everything officially out to bid. It's going to be the same because we're only talking a matter of a few weeks. Whatever they tell us at that point, which will be what we're saying now, it'll be held. No questions asked. So to kind of back up a little bit, Benji and David, we're kind of asking the same questions. What can we anticipate as far as costs, maintenance costs moving forward, and maintenance issues? One thing that at this point I'm going to assume we'll see again is another computer go. The reason I say that, on that particular truck, there are 16 computers that run the truck in different components. Where they're physically located, they're not being drenched by water and affected by salt all the time, but they are being affected by those things. So again, because everything is lighter duty, if you will, they're able to be affected more. So we'll be replacing in the next 4 years at least another one. I'm going to assume 2 computers. I know if not this next year, the following year, we're going to need to put springs in the rear end. The frame rails right now, they're all still good, so on and so forth. So, I mean, just that kind of stuff. And just just one other thing so that everybody knows. When the group of folks that were looking at the trucks, we were looking at the big picture. So essentially our smaller vehicles, I'll start there because those are easy. The brush truck, car one, and our squad. Those are vehicles that will get longer life out of, and relatively speaking, they're inexpensive compared to the other larger trucks. So those will be just on a as we need to replace it basis. The ladder right now is in absolutely fantastic condition. That's a 1994. We got that because we were just plain lucky, and there were some people helping us out. We got that extremely cheap, at virtually no cost to the town at the end of the day.
Inexpensive.
Inexpensive, thank you, okay. In that truck, unless something catastrophic goes on with that, like we ruin it somehow, that truck is gonna last us a long time. So that's not even in the replacement mix. Should that truck need to be replaced because of a significant issue, then there is no way in the world this department is gonna come to the town looking for a new ladder. We will always have a used aerial that's the right one at the time. So that's not even in the mix. Our tanker, again, because that was spec'd and built heavy right when it was bought in June 99, okay? That truck is going fine because all that truck does now is shuttle water and pump once in a while. It doesn't get used a lot. When it does get used, it gets used hard. But because of the fact that it was built heavy, all the components are heavy, including the wiring systems, all that. And plus the fact that we maintain it well, that truck is going to last us for a long time. When it comes to time to replace that truck, when that was new, it cost $232,000, I believe. I can tell the public with absolutely no hesitation at all whatsoever, when it comes time to replace that truck, if the price gets up to $200,000, we've done something wrong. The reason I say that is because tankers in today's world, they can be built a lot less expensive. So the cost of the cost for that truck is going to be pushed out quite a ways, and it's not going to be as expensive as the engines. The two engines are the workhorses of the department. They're the ones that carry all the hose, they pump all the water, they carry the people, all of our equipment. Essentially, they're two huge rolling toolboxes. So those are the two trucks where the investments need to be made. And are they significant investments? Yes, they are. But at the end of the day, again, engine 2, that's good to go at least for another 15 years before it needs to be replaced. Should we be fortunate enough to replace engine 1 this year? Obviously on the front end, we're going to save that to roughly just shy of $200,000 over the next 4 years, plus interest. And then at its 20-year mark, we'll do a minor refurb on it and keep it going. So that won't need to be replaced again for 40 years.
Just curious, what would it look like if engine 1 broke down and you did have a catastrophic event in Putney?
We would need, if we had a major fire, we'd be in trouble right out of the gate.
Help.
And there's no help. And you can ask our folks that are here. Our run cards are heavy right out of the gate, so we have a lot of help coming immediately.
Run card.
That run card is the order in which apparatus comes into town and how much on each alarm assignment. So intentionally our run cards are heavy, and those run cards are based upon, and they work well given what we have here. If we don't have one of our engines here, we're in trouble right out of the gate. And there's no exaggeration to that. There's no play on words, no nothing.
So it's a difference between losing a building and not losing a building?
It could definitely be, yep.
But again, you're confident that the truck right now, there's nothing catastrophic about to happen?
No.
Okay. All right.
And to Benji's point, if we were to say, we're not buying a truck now, we're not buying one in 2024, we're not buying one any in the foreseeable future, how long could
I don't know
we-
if I was saying that. But
What?
Sorry.
Yeah. You're not getting any more trucks.
Ever.
What I am saying is holding off and sort of like replacing it as needed when it's really, when you really go, you know what?
That's
Yeah.
my question
Yeah.
is, you know, I mean, if we said, no, we're not gonna do it now, we're not gonna do it, you know, until we absolutely need to.
Yeah.
I mean, the problem with that equation, as you know, is that when you have the problem with a fire truck in the moment, that's a big problem. But how long could we keep that thing running if we chose to? I mean, you know.
Well, I mean, we could keep it running another 40 years. However, what that's going to look like in the big picture is where we were at when we replaced engine one. Where the previous engine one, there was no more real repair to that thing.
Right.
I mean, it needed to go. It needed to go 10 years prior to that.
Right.
But, and it was all understood at the time, it is what it is, water over the dam, but every year it was like, geez, can you get one more year out of that?
Right.
Can you give us 2 more years? And before you know it, all of a sudden now you're out 10 years doing that. And it's like, okay, we don't have any more time.
Well, and the other part of.
So to bring it back to reality, honestly, we said right from the start when we bought engine one, that's a for this area, for this part of the country, the way we run things, that's a 20-year truck. So I would based on, again, the way it's built, I would hate to see us keep it beyond that 20 years, because then it's going to start nickel diming us. And in today's world, nickel diming is much more expensive than the nickel diming of 10 years ago, 16 years ago.
So there's probably a point somewhere between today, getting it right now, and when it's at the point where it's not worth it. I deal with this all day, with
Right,
people all day long. They
sure,
come in and
sure.
say, what's the estimate? Do you think it's worth putting the new engine in? And there's a formula, and I say yes or I say no.
Right.
Of course, it's up to them.
Right.
Some people like me are
Right.
foolish and keep things forever.
Right.
But eventually, you know, whatever, you have to replace it.
Yeah.
There's a line. Where's the curve? Where's the curve change from? You know, is it worth it for us to not have a truck payment for 2 or 3 or 4 more years?
Yeah.
And the money that was going into that fund,
I can finish that.
this is you. Yeah.
There's a couple more questions.
Mary.
If we, all of a sudden, say we don't buy the truck now, and then it goes and we say we really have to buy a truck, do we have to wait 9 to 12 months for them to?
Yes.
Yes.
So then we would only have one truck,
Right.
one engine.
Now, honestly, if something catastrophic happened to one of our trucks, the dealer that we typically, the manufacturer and the dealer that we typically work with, and I'm going to assume it's going to be the same this time around, whenever this time comes. If we needed a loaner truck, they would find us one somewhere and have it here for us. So that would be a help.
Or we could have done stock like Bratt over their ladder truck and have to buy a temporary truck.
Right.
Brattleboro's ladder truck it completely failed and they had to buy a temporary truck for a couple of years.
Yeah,
Which is obviously not a great financial.
You mean they bought a temporary truck and then they got the other one fixed?
No, they got a brand new one.
They got a
Brand new
brand new
one,
one.
almost $2 million.
Okay.
That's a lot of money for their truck.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'm curious. Putney is unusual for a small Vermont town because we have several really large organizations and buildings here. We have Landmark College, we have Putney Paper, 5 Maples, possibly Basketville, I don't know if it would count in this or not, a Greenwood School, where there could be a major fire on a scale that would not happen in most small Vermont towns. And by the way, regarding Putney Paper, look online for the Markel paper fire in in New Jersey, which was the main plant for Putney Paper, and you can see from the news footage that it was a total loss. So what I'm wondering, so I'm just underlining first, you know, we have somewhat unusual needs that are actually important in terms of having these organizations in our town. But the other thing is, I'm wondering, as at least some of them are tax exempt, are they making payments, or could they make payments toward their fire protection?
Some of them do. The nonprofit organizations in town, I mean, Putney School, Landmark College, Greenwood, and the Grammar School, all the private nonprofits, all make contributions towards what's labeled a public safety reserve fund, which was originally designed to pay for the debt on this building, and then over time has evolved into paying sort of into a larger public safety net for us. The question about Putney Paper, I mean, Putney Paper obviously pays taxes, as does Five Maples and any other Basketville. You know, in addition to that, Putney Paper certainly works hard with Tom to make sure, I mean, they pay for services above and beyond. If we're on standby for them, example, when they have a shutdown or something, they pay for those services. So, you know, it's a balance, but essentially it's their tax bill that pays into that for the businesses. So.
Do you want me to finish this? We're almost done.
Yeah,
that'd be awesome. And then we can take more questions. All right, so delay purchase of the engine. So this building will be paid for in 2027. And the payment on this building is $40,277.12. That's the principal payment. So 2027, this will be paid off. If we considered an equipment fund or a reserve fund, by delaying, we could, the 1994 engine, the last payment is this year. And that payment is $37,678.59. So if we carried that payment and put it in a reserve through fiscal year 2028, when the fire department building, or excuse me, 2027, when this building is paid off, we would have in that reserve, just from that payment, about $263,750, okay? Now Josh mentioned the Public Safety Reserve Fund. There's a current balance in there right now of $65,669.75. So, you know, depending on which way the community, you know, feels and how they want to go, there are other options. So the price of the new truck, if we delay it, it could increase. We don't know this. The interest rates could be higher. We're not going to know that. The trade-in value could be a lot less. We're not going to know that. So, you know, right now the engine's 2006, and if we wait those 7 years, it'll be 21 years old. So.
Has there been any thought of saying, okay, we don't buy it now, but we start putting the same amount that we would have dedicated into a dedicated fund in which we could invest in, so that when we actually do purchase it, we would have money that would have made some money there. We could put way more down. Has that been, have you?
That's something the select board can decide on. We can also do an article. So if this article fails, it will probably come back to the community because it is a presidential election this year. So in November, there'll be,
And there are 2 billionaires running for the Republican Party.
so there'll be another ballot in November.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Another ballot.
Uh-huh.
So there, we could do a special meeting then and put the article back on, but. So I just wanted to lay this out though. So you purchase now or you delay, you know, it's up to the community, you know.
So looking at this as part of the big picture and all the long-term debt, are there other things coming up that will be paid for that they won't, those payments could also fund this? So instead of just the truck payment not being there?
Well, so the equipment fund, we're looking at this for the highway department too. So if we do a equipment reserve fund and pay for equipment and get away from the borrowing, we could save some money.
You could save a bit of money, because you could also invest that money.
Right.
Yeah, which is a risky business. I mean,
Well,
you know, I mean, depending
penny
on.
stocks and stuff like that, and you day trading it, you know? I mean,
Right, no, I
they're so
know,
pretty.
but, you know, as it is right now, return on safe investments is really low. So, you know, I mean, it's, you know, obviously with investing, high risk, high return.
Right.
Otherwise, you know, I mean, right now, an average, you know, cash asset per se, which is what we would want, which would not be cash, but it's paying roughly 2%. That's not a lot of money. You know, for us to take money and put it aside at 2%, you know, the way you're going to make money on an investment is to take it and put it into stocks. You know, but as we've seen, those have been growing and growing and growing. But if we had done that in 2008, we would have lost 40% of our portfolio at least. So, you know, there's real risks involved in that. And I'm not arguing against that. And I think that having a capital fund is a good idea. But I think the idea that you're going to make a bunch of money while that's sitting, we can't take the risk of taking high risk, high return investments. And therefore, we're not making a lot of money.
I wasn't thinking that, but you could have a balance. You could have a balanced fund where you could say, okay, and you could have a town meeting, be like, how about we have 15% that has some risk, you know? And when I say some risk, I'm thinking like index fund.
Right.
You know, something that's, you know, you're not going to lose your shirt on it, but obviously if a 2008 happens, you know, if 2008 happens, we got lots of problems.
You're going to lose.
Here. So you, I don't know. I think it's, you know, who knows what the interest rates are going to be. You know, we get back into 3%, 4%, 5% interest rate, and that money all of a sudden, if you've already done that money, then that money is effectively making 3 to 5%.
Absolutely. No, and actually, I mean, that's what we have been talking about recently is maybe we start to build that fund. But, you know, in all reality, looking at money that we can borrow from the bond bank at 1.45%, we'd be crazy not to borrow that. I mean, that, you know, we can't borrow that money and put it into and invest it because that's illegal. But, you know, you'd be wise to if you could, and it wasn't illegal. You know, that's a good investment, but we can't, you know. So borrowing money while it's this cheap is great. But
the cost of the truck is going up 3%. So if you're per year, roughly. So if you're making 2, you know, you're better off for calling it a wash. Yeah.
But there's also the other side of that too, that if you pay for it up front, then you're not paying any interest to the loan. So you're not just the 2%, it's the percentage that you would be paying to the bank. So you gain on both sides of that if you have the money up front.
Tom.
I get just taking my fire chief's helmet and throwing it aside, as someone who's going to be part of paying for this, and if I'm thinking wrong, somebody please beat me about the head, but beat it into me. In June, no.
A lot of guys moving over there, Tom.
I know, they're headed my way. I'm not understanding the thought of if we put this purchase off, that even though there might be an equipment fund established, or we're taking money that's no longer being spent because some of our debt goes away and rolling that into a savings of some sort for this, the thought that there will be savings, whether it be next year or 4 years from now, I don't understand that, because we may not have to bond or borrow as much because we've got some money sitting there now, but at the end of the day, it's still $200,000 plus more than we're paying.
Right.
So we're not. There's nothing hidden there, right? That I'm missing. We're not saving anything. We're still paying that $200,000 more.
Right.
It's just we may not have to borrow all of that.
And that's based on a 3% increase.
That's right. Yes,
Right.
That's based on a 3% per year, and then the decrease of value of our existing truck.
Yeah.
Rob.
That just answered that question, but the other one was, do we have any other major capital expenditures that we kind of know are coming down the pike in the next couple of years? I mean, we had to replace a road grader here a few years ago that was pretty expensive, and the dump trucks, I understand, with the number of them we have,
Right.
you're going to have to basically do one a year, every other year, but
All right, so the backhoe, not the backhoe, sorry. Yes, the backhoe and the grader, because the loader's already paid for. So those two pieces of equipment will be paid in fiscal year '21, okay? So those are gonna go away. But again, I mean, how long can you keep them? And Brian and I had a conversation too about his equipment, and it's like, is it possible for you to, run these two pieces for another, 2-3 years? And, you kind of bank those payments too, you put it into an equipment fund. And we can build it up slowly like that, because like this year, Article 7 is $190,000. So if we had an equipment fund and we put that 190 right into the budget, that's taxes to be raised. So I don't want to shock anybody, but it's either we continue to borrow or we set up funds that we can just buy.
But the basic answer to your question is, other than ongoing, like you said, we have 6 dump trucks or 6 highway department trucks, 5 of which are full-size trucks. And so, roughly every other year at least, we're purchasing a new truck, and then we have the smaller trucks as well. So, yeah, you're right. For all practical purposes, you're almost necessarily buying a piece of equipment every year. Our grader, we should get, I'm thinking we should get 20 years out of? Is that, maybe I'm wrong, I don't know.
Well, that would be a specialty piece of equipment.
Right, and that,
20 years.
we made the mistake of buying a cheap grader once before, and we paid for that pretty quickly when it was no longer useful. I don't know, whatever it was, 8 years later or something like that. So we bought a nicer grader the last time, and we should get a significant amount of time out of that. A 2015 backhoe should be lasting us a solid 12 years, I would think, 15 maybe, I don't know. I mean, I'm sort of speaking off the cuff, but we're going to have delay time here in payments, but those are going to come back around no matter what we do. But the answer basically to your question is, we don't have another huge big ticket item coming. Depending on how huge big ticket you're talking, we will have more trucks coming up, and more trucks now are $200,000, or not quite, but they're pretty darn close. So it's a constant evolution. Do we have another $600,000 item coming up? No time soon.
not that we can see,
know of.
obviously,
Exactly.
nobody can expect you to.
Right.
Unless you want to buy us a ladder.
Well, I want to point out too, though, that
A 12-foot or an 8-foot?
Yeah, exactly.
with this next dump truck, there's no more dump trucks until 2027. So, because our oldest one now is 2017.
Right.
So we're good for a little while.
Yeah, but the loader, we don't, who knows?
Is there grant money for fire trucks? Is that real? Is that a thing that happens?
It's real.
There is.
Yes.
Because you've got all that money for the air
That's right.
packs and all
Through
that? Is that
that
something?
that same avenue,
Yeah.
there is grant money for fire apparatus.
Okay.
However, Number one, I can tell everybody because we looked into it.
Okay.
We've asked last year, just a few month ago, I talked with our regional rep from FEMA, just to say, hey, I'm ringing your bell again. The answer was the same. There is no way that we would get that money, even if we applied. The reason for that is because we don't even come close to meeting thresholds that would need to be met in order for that funding to come through. Like
disasters.
That plus the equipment we have is extremely well maintained. It's not new, but it's
determined by need, and our need isn't as great as other departments' needs.
Exactly. So what I kind of equated to is if Brattleboro, if Bellows Falls, if some other smaller towns within our mutual aid system, both sides of the river, if where they truly do have a need, because they're running 50-year-old trucks that on a good day they'll run. If they're not receiving those grants, there's no way that we're going to. And in our rep from FEMA, he's saying exactly. We're not a metropolitan area. We can't demonstrate the true need. We just don't meet the thresholds.
Can I add one more thing to Robin?
Yeah.
Your question, Robin, was, so long term, we have the gravel pit. The last payment on that is 2044. The water system is 2042. And then the sewer system is 2037. So there's 3 long-term loans right there.
And I would say of all our current infrastructure and capital investments, it's the treatment plant that probably is going to need real money put into it sooner rather than later. When that is
I don't know.
I mean,
But
we
you're right.
we did a bunch of upgrades 6 or 7 years ago, which were very good at increasing our efficiency, prolonging our life. But the fact is that system was installed
1973.
almost 40 plus years ago now. We're going to be looking at working on that. So that's probably the next sort of big investment that we need to do. Those, of course, are long-term investments, so that's more like a 30-year bond just because of the money
Right.
involved in something like that. Tom?
Just a clarification with that specifically, because I don't remember in the past, I never really thought about it. Those payments associated with a significant upgrade at the wastewater or the water, are those payments townwide? Is that borne by all the taxpayers or
No.
strictly the users?
Well, it depends. As you'll probably recall about the wastewater, there was a townwide payment on that until a few years ago. We retired that.
Okay.
But that was to the tune of $45,000 a year towards bond payment.
Yep.
But then we shifted that so that was paid strictly by users.
Okay.
So as it is now, water and sewer, but those are town obligations
Right,
regardless.
so,
So, depending on the volume of it, I mean, we can only expect users to pay a certain amount.
Yeah.
So, when, for example, if we had a big problem at the treatment plant and we needed to bond a huge number, we can't expect that necessarily to be paid. So ideally, it's all paid by users.
Right.
Is that a definite reality all the time? Hasn't been in the
necessarily.
past, may not be again in the future at some point. Mr. Fairman?
Mr. Chairman, returning to the question of reserve funds, a couple of considerations. First one is what a reserve fund really is requiring taxpayers to give the town their money, which is then stashed for some future purpose. Now, there are 2 things I'd like to address here. One is the question of investment of that money. I've not checked the statute, but I'm as sure as I can be that the law says it cannot be invested in anything more risky than United States Treasury securities,
Otherwise, it's
which are backed by the full faith and credit of the United States government. The other point is, when taxpayers are required to give their money to the town and the town stashes the money, they have lost the use of the money and are not getting anything in return. But if the money is used, let's say, to buy a fire truck, then we have the fire truck parked in the fire station, and when one of us has a fire, the truck comes. The money is not going to do a damn thing in those circumstances if it's stashed away.
And I don't know what current rates, bond rates are, but federal-backed bond rates have been recently remarkably low. I mean, I know they bumped up a little bit, but I'm not sure where they are.
10-year treasuries are currently about 2%.
Yeah, which is, that's what I was saying. I mean, essentially, that's a cash, for us, that would be the equivalent of a cash asset.
Yeah.
2% return is not a lot, so, but, I mean, my own personal feeling is that some balance between the two is good. I mean, what's worked well for us in the past is, hey, if we can make 2 payments out of a reserve fund and then borrow the rest, that's great. That reduces our long-term debt on it, and we're not tying up a whole bunch of money in a fund. So some balance of the two, I think, is the best way to go. But, that's a discussion, obviously. All right.
Got a
Question.
I was just going to make another point, just thinking about it long term. Obviously, with the 2 engines, if we delay engine 1's replacement, we may back up into having to pay for 2 payments when engine 2 has to be replaced as well. There's just something to think about, and the potential that maybe we could then build a reserve fund, continuing that 65,000 or whatever for the few years until that truck's ready to be replaced. Then we could have a cash outlay for that truck, because that truck obviously would be even more expensive than the one we're talking about. It's just throwing it out there.
You have more, Karen?
Nope, I'm done.
More questions? Benji? You good for the...
I have one. Tom,
Will?
in your professional opinion, how, when you're looking at replacing this older truck, the truck itself, the cabin chassis and running gear are junk, but the component parts on the truck, are they reusable if we were to put it on another chassis, or?
Ask that one more time.
Well,
sorry.
Say we went and used the existing truck for a couple more years and rode it out until the new wave of electric commercial vehicles comes into play. Putney is a very progressive community, and I got to tell you, the internal combustion engine is a thing of the past. So, if we held out for 4 years, or maybe 3, had a year and a half to build the new truck, and had a state-of-the-art electric, no combustion necessary before you get to the fire, wouldn't that be a statement to the rest of the world about our community?
It would, absolutely.
Hypothetically, if that could happen, would you be in support of it? Do you think that the old truck could last 3 years with minor repairs, with possibly major? Tough telling, not knowing. We don't have a crystal ball.
It's funny that you should bring that up, because I was reading an article 2 days ago. LA County Fire Department has just purchased the first electric fire truck in Northern America.
Okay. Here's a
now, in saying that, it struck me that the manufacturer of that truck is from that they're based out of Europe. So, which tells me that their technology across the pond is much farther advanced than ours is.
Believe it or not, that's an American, that's Tesla.
I don't know if it was or if it is or not.
It is.
Okay.
It is. And Tesla just opened a new plant 6 miles down the road from Audi, which is shutting down, and they laid off 6,000 people, and Tesla snapped up 4,800 of those people.
Yep.
And so Elon Musk did a test of that new commercial grade engine. He put it in a tractor, empty, object, and he raced a Ferrari. And the truck beat a Ferrari. And then everybody said, well, that's a fluke. He said, okay, put 10 of those Ferraris on the trailers, and I'm gonna pull it, and I'll race the Ferrari. And the truck won. An electric truck is the wave of the future. It's fast. Once you don't have to shift it, it's constant motion.
Yep. Now,
so could we last?
For this application, and what these trucks have to do, it would take, for me, and I think for the vast majority of the fire service across the country, it would take a lot for all of us to say, yep, that's the way we're gonna go. Whether it's 3 years from now or 20 years from now, I don't know.
I know. I hate
But
praise.
what
Sneak up
these trucks, number one, have to do, and they have to be successful at it every single time. And I'll use the term loosely, the abuse that they get. I don't know whether in New England
it's worth the risk.
it would be worth the risk. There would have to be a lot proven out before, at least in my opinion, we would leap to that. Am I objected to it? Absolutely not. If it works, all the better. But if it's gonna take a lot to prove that out, that yep, this is foolproof, and we can, as foolproof as anything can be. Right.
But speculating that this is going to be a possible wave, a changing of the guard with climate change and everything being
And essentially, in all reality, at some point, all the and I don't know when it's going to be, whether it's 3 years or 20 years, but all the manufacturers will have it down pat, and you won't even be able to get a diesel motor anymore. Same thing with dump trucks, backhoes, the whole 9 yards.
I think that, the one part of that for fire trucks makes it complicated is you don't have a specific, like if you're on a route truck,
but
you know
already
how
in the
far
works.
you're going.
It's not
I'm with you.
commercially
viable yet.
Yet, but
around the corner.
3 years from now, it could be a viable alternative. And
what I would take a leap and say to that is, in 3 years we would still not purchase one. The reason for that is the technology, it just hasn't been vetted yet. And especially in New England. Something like that may work.
I'm just putting it out.
Oh, exactly. No,
I'm not
no,
saying that.
Absolutely.
I don't want to be a wacko.
Yep.
I'm just putting it out to say that it's a consideration if we were to try to.
Absolutely. And when the time truly does come, again, whenever that is, it's certainly going to be something to look at without any question.
I totally support the fire department and want the best for it. And if, in your opinion, the new technology in its infancy is a detriment, we don't consider it.
Right.
And so
I think if it's up to Tom, he's going to have the highway department try one of those trucks first.
I see.
Bingo.
Mr. Fairman and then Robin.
Mr. Chairman, when people talk about electric vehicles, they really don't state the implicit assumption, which is they can be parked somewhere for several hours while the battery recharges. And there's no way to reduce that charging time because it's governed by the laws of chemistry. Right. Now, for my car, somebody, I don't know, the post office, any UPS, whatever, fine. You park them overnight and then you drive them. Problem with an emergency vehicle is it comes back to the station. It's going to need recharging during several hours, but another call comes in.
Yeah.
All right, what do you do then? The answer probably for a place like Putney is we wait for mutual aid to show up. Right. And this kind of puts a dent in our response time. So what I'm suggesting is, personally, I profoundly doubt that there will be any electric emergency vehicles for a long time to come, long after all other vehicles are electric, for the reason I have cited, the time it takes to recharge them before they can go out on another run.
I mean, I would guess that the first round we'll see, and we're getting into the weeds here, but is going to be hybrid vehicles. For emergency vehicles, they'll be hybrids because that supports that issue that you're bringing up. But, you know, Rob.
Well, we are getting into the weeds, but speaking as somebody who's into electric vehicles to the point of having built a bike that I put 2,000 miles on last year, I fully support the idea of going with a diesel for now because it's proven technology. And if the fire's at my house, I want something that I know is going to, you know, okay, you got to deal with the cold weather and fuel and
Here's
the
some
rest of
ever-ready batteries.
but for right now, until that technology is proven over the, you know, the horizon that we're talking about, whether it's now or 3 or 4 years or whatever, let's go with something that we know is going to work, and we'll get into the electric a little further down the road.
I just looked up the article.
Yeah.
So it is a hybrid truck.
It must be.
It is a hybrid truck. It can only run for 2 hours on the batteries and cost $1.2 million.
Hey, let's put that up at 2%.
All right.
Okay, end the discussion.
No. Okay. Any more questions, suggestions?
Oh, got another one.
Yeah.
Adjournment.
Thank you all very much for coming, and you know, this conversation will be, and I would encourage you, as some of you members of the fire department, but others that have heard this discussion, as Karen said, we will be having another public meeting related to this towards the end of the month.
February 26th.
February 27th, 26th, sorry.
At the town hall.
At the town hall. Encourage people to come if you can, because, you know, it's great to have this many people, but if we had 4 times this many people, we could really chew up some time and get the answers done. You know, so.
In town hall.
Okay, so we will now call to order our regular select board meeting at whatever time it is. I'm not sure.
6:38.
Oh, 6:38. Any adjustments to the agenda?
None.
Approval of minutes for January 29th, 2020.
So moved.
Second,
Second,
approval of
yes,
minutes.
I second that.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of January 29th. If there's no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Public comment on items not on the agenda? No. Okay. Select board items. So certificate of highway mileage approval. So this is an annual thing that comes. We basically need to verify the amount of mileage that we record with the state, and we get funding based on that. So currently we have no Class 1 highway. We have, which would be the equivalent of Route 5 as a Class 1.
Yes, correct.
But we don't maintain that. Class 2, which is more like the equivalent of West Road, or Westminster Road.
Yes.
We have 15.67 miles of. Class 3, which are our dirt roads, are 38.98. And then State Highway, which is Route 5, we have 11.501. So for a total of 66.151 miles of highway, Class 1, 2, or 3, or state. So if there's a motion to approve the certificate of highway mileage.
I move to approve the certificate of highway mileage for the year ending February 10th, 2020. Total amount being 66.151 miles.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the certificate of highway mileage in the amount of 66.151 miles. And just so people know, legal trail, we have 4.11 miles, and Class 4, we have 4.78. Been moved and seconded. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, and then we need signatures.
I want to comment that the state does provide about $120,000 because of this certificate.
In payment towards it,
In
yeah.
revenue for the town of Putney.
All right. Wyndham Regional Commission broadband resolution acceptance.
Oh,
No.
wait.
Sorry, I thought it was your first.
No.
Apologies, what?
So I've prepared the resolution for the select board to review and sign. This is basically for the town of Putney to work with Wyndham Regional Commission on a broadband feasibility study and business plan. And currently, I have named myself as the point person, but if anybody would like to step forward and be the point person, I will welcome them. But that's the resolution.
We have a new Wyndham Regional Commission member, right, representative.
Stephen Dotson.
Has he been involved? Is this an interest of his?
He's on the energy committee with Wyndham Regional. He has gone to the kickoff meeting.
Okay.
But he hasn't stepped forward, so he is in a new position. He is the energy coordinator for sustainability
For
Brattleboro.
Oh.
And he just started.
Huh.
So,
He's probably got his hands full for the
and
moment.
just a heads up, it may be a conflict of interest, and he may need to
Oh.
step down from Putney. I'm hoping that's not the case,
Okay.
but I will keep you informed.
All right.
How much is this adding to your workload?
Well, let's just say tomorrow will be my 4th meeting this week, and 3 of them with Wyndham Regional Commission. So I'm thinking once the feasibility study is done
Yeah.
and the business plan I should have somebody, I should have a replacement by then.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
So I move to approve the broadband communication resolution.
And I second that?
Yeah,
I was waiting.
That was it.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the broadband communication resolution. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor? Yes, sorry.
That's okay. Pardon me. Mr. Chairman, it is a good idea to pass this resolution. I'd like to offer a couple of brief clarifications because I've been following this issue. First thing is what we're talking about here is a communications union district, which works similarly to a fire district or a union school district. It is actually an entire chapter of Vermont statutes. 30 VSA Chapter 82, I have it here, 13 pages. But there's actually 55 words that talk about what's really going to happen. The rest is, or what they really hope to have happen. The rest is all about how the district itself operates administratively. And these words are, 2 or more towns and cities may elect to form a communications union district for the delivery of communications services and the operations of a communications plant. Communications plant means any and all parts of any communications system owned by the district, whether using wires, cables, fiber optics, wireless, other technologies, or a combination thereof. Now, something that is not mentioned in these 13 pages is owned by the district, but wait a minute, there's a number of incumbent companies out there, such as Consolidated Communications, Comcast, Verizon, AT&T, etc. What's the relationship between a communications union district and these people who, among other things, one of these companies owns poles along all the roads. Right. And if you want to string anything on their poles, you're going to pay them. Right. Yeah. For the privilege, and they're not necessarily obliged to let you do it. So this is the area of communications union district that is not being put out there. And it's not simply, oh good, we're all going to get together and it will work. because the intent is that the district will actually own telecommunications, and therefore effectively is a telecommunications company.
Is that the intent, that they would own? Because I thought, my understanding was that the district would look to essentially contract with those organizations that already own, but I may have misinterpreted that.
Thing is, Mr. Chairman, I am reading the actual Vermont statute.
Right.
So this is 30 VSA, section 3051D1. Communications plant means any and all parts of any communications system owned by the district.
Right. So again, I mean, my sense is that this group is not looking to own that communications equipment,
No.
but to work with the existing providers. But
Right.
how that relationship works, I
Right.
think, is sort of the nature of what we're trying to explore. But again,
Mr. Chairman, you are correct about that. However, I have to say that I am reading verbatim Vermont law.
Right.
And it says owned by the district.
Right.
Now, I'm thinking that that is fairly unequivocal as a statement in legal language. If I own something, we know what that means. If you own something,
Right.
we know what that means.
Right.
If the district owns something, I believe the legal meaning is exactly the same. So I'm not arguing against it, but I'm saying that there's actually, it's interestingly, this statute has been around for some time. The most recent amendments were 2015. But we do not actually have communications union districts out there yet. And I think the reason is because the devil is in the details.
Because they don't own it.
And the details are exactly what do we do with the incumbent companies? And
So
of course,
I guess what I, without having read further and looking at what you're talking about, I don't have a sense, is it a requirement that a union district owns equipment, or is it just that if they own equipment, it is owned by the union district?
well, if we back up, a communications union district for the delivery of communication services and the operations of a communications plant. Communications plant means any and all parts of any communications system owned by the district. So they are operating equipment that they own.
On the assumption, yeah.
Yeah, you know, I'm pretty sure that we wouldn't need the courts to interpret that.
No, I agree. What I would suspect is that we will see legislation, that an effort to change the legislation related to this as these evolve. But I don't know. Do you?
So, yeah, just to let you know, this resolution does not commit us to a communication union district.
Right.
It
It's
just
a
allows
feasibility study.
feasibility and a business plan to see if it's viable. Now, I do know that two towns have an article to create the communication union district on their town warning.
Which towns are those, just out of
I
curiosity?
don't know. It
Yeah.
was never stated. Now, Deerfield Valley has created a communication district, and there's more up north. So we haven't gotten into the weeds about the details, so.
I mean, yeah. I don't know.
I think there's a
Communities that already
lot
have a
more.
district that's saying.
Presumably follows that
Right,
statute.
exactly.
Right.
You're right.
So-
The other thing too, it's still fairly new,
Right.
so.
No, and I would think that's
And
what
as
I'm
they
saying
roll it
about
out,
the legislation
I think
would
we're
evolve,
gonna find
I would
out
assume.
more about it.
Right. No, and I think that ownership of it would be targeted towards communities which aren't, you know, appropriately served by other outside groups that do own equipment. Yes.
By the way, I should also mention, Mr. Chairman, that elsewhere in the legislation, it mentions that the financing will be via revenue bonds. However, I've been in correspondence with George Gogan, the executive director of the Vermont Municipal Bond Bank. They are not currently authorized to buy bonds for communications union districts, only for water, sewer, and electric utilities. That's all they're authorized to buy as revenue bonds at this point.
So that's not going to be a possibility anytime.
Well, what I'm saying, Mr. Chairman, is this is a really good idea, but it's also in very early stages.
Yes. Right.
Because, for example, no one has authorized the Vermont Municipal Bond Bank to fund it.
Right.
And yet the legislation says
Requires that.
Yeah, the legislation says that's how it's going to be done. So I'm basically getting into this. I asked Mr. Gogan if he could give me an estimate on bond payments, and he said, actually, you're dealing with a more fundamental issue here, which is we're not allowed to do it yet.
Even do it, yeah.
How, but is it like a stroke of a pen to grant them the permission to do that? Or is it, I mean, how complex is it?
Legislative
Yeah.
change, I would think.
It's legislative.
Yeah.
The municipal bond bank.
Is statutory.
Yes, it's statutory, so they have to be, literally, the legislature has to say they can do it. And at present, that hasn't happened. So considering that this legislation has been around a while, it was amended in 2015 and was there before that. I've not checked the original date. Somebody is not really keeping their eye on the ball. And I'm thinking I ought to ask Mike and Nader about this. Because, you know, why haven't they been authorized to do it? I mean, it's not like we're setting up something new. I mean, they're in business.
They already exist.
All they have to do is be told, you can do this now.
Well, I think that this resolution allows us to participate in that conversation in a meaningful way.
I'm not arguing against that.
Yeah, no, and I think that's where we sort of have to start, so go from there. Okay, so if there's no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion on the table to approve the broadband communications resolution as presented, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, thank you. And thank you for your input, Mr. Fairman. All right.
You sure you want us to say
Yes,
that?
right, exactly. You stole it.
Wait, yeah, somewhere this is going to get lost between now and tomorrow. Certificate of posting, declaration of official intent, official ballot article approval relative to VMBB financing for the 2021 fire engine.
So, Vermont Municipal Bond Bank, part of the process, we did it with the gravel pit, Josh. So basically, I will require you, Josh, as the chair, if you can read the resolution certificate.
Got it? Oh, I've got it too.
You have it,
Oh,
yep.
yeah. Forgot that.
And it will be made part of the minutes.
Yes,
And Alyssa, I'll give you a copy.
I know, it's in here.
Howard, while he's looking for
Is
that,
it
can you
this?
tell me the number of that statute that you read to us?
Yeah.
Yes, 30 VSA, Chapter 82.
I was trying to look it up all, but, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mileage, broadband communications resolution, where
There
is
you
it?
go.
Oh, it's a
You're almost
resolution
there.
certificate.
You're
I have
almost there.
certificate of posting.
Keep going here. Oh, you gotta dig deeper.
Everybody's got it but me.
We know how you like papers.
I'm gonna leave that alone, okay?
Resolution certificate. Okay. So I'm just going to read the resolution certificate because there's other paperwork related to this, but I don't think we need to go through all of that. So the resolution certificate reads, I certify that I am the duly elected and qualified clerk of the town of Putney.
No, you have to do the resolved, so resolved,
Oh, okay.
be it further resolved all the way
So I'm
to
not the
end.
clerk, so that
No,
was a
you're not.
misstatement. David's the clerk. So I'm
This
gonna,
is John.
so
This is
the
John,
resolution part is resolved that the public interest and necessity demand the acquisition of a 2021 fire engine at a cost not to exceed $550,000. And be it further resolved that the cost of purchasing a 2021 fire engine apparatus after application of available state and federal grants and aid and the application of available reserves will be too great to be paid out of the annual revenue of the town, and be it further resolved that a proposal for the issuance of general obligation bonds or notes of the town in the aggregate amount not to exceed $550,000 to pay the cost of the town's share of such equipment, subject to reduction through the receipt of any state or federal grants and aid, the application of reserves and other financial assistance, should be submitted to the legal voters of the town at the annual meeting thereof to be duly called and held on March 3rd, 2020. And be it further resolved that all acts relating to the proposition of incurring bonded indebtedness and the issuance of general obligation bonds or notes of the town for the purpose of purchasing in said equipment within and without the corporate limits of the town be in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 53 of Title 24 Vermont statutes annotated, and be it further resolved that the attached proposition of making said public improvements and incurred bonded indebtedness therefore shall be included in the warning for the March 3rd, 2020 annual town meeting.
Thank you.
So, and then we need to approve that?
So, yes, you need to someone needs to make a motion to approve the certificate.
So moved?
Yeah, so moved.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to approve the resolution certificate as presented, and that will be turned over to our town clerk to attest to.
Yeah, because he'll have to attest to the other documents as well.
So, and we have it on film so that if he doesn't have to, so that he, all right. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Let's see, so we don't need to sign this, no.
And just for information, I did run these documents through Paul Giuliani.
Yeah.
He's
Who's
with,
he's the counsel for the municipal bank.
Got it. Yeah. Okay. So second, we need a motion to approve or accept the declaration of official intent. Again, needs to be in the minutes.
Okay, so.
You don't need to read this.
No,
You've
so we
already
have a
read it.
copy of the declaration of official intent of the town of Putney to reimburse certain expenditures from proceeds of indebtedness.
Okay, so I
So
moved. Yep,
And
so moved.
Moved and seconded. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. And these will be submitted to be included in the minutes. All right.
So third is the official ballot, which you already signed on January 29th.
Okay. So we don't need to, yeah, so we don't need to take any action on that.
Correct.
Okay.
And then, so town warning approval, and then official ballot article.
Okay.
That,
So.
because remember we made an amendment, Josh?
That's right.
So you
Yeah,
should
I read this
read-
early, oh, that was
Yeah.
in the last meeting.
Yep.
But, okay, so this is the official ballot article as presented, as it will be presented at annual town meeting on March 3rd. The town of Putney, this is Article 2, and it reads, "The town of Putney seeks voter approval to purchase a new 2021 fire engine for the Putney Fire Department to be financed by general obligation bonds or notes for a purchase price not to exceed $550,000. The question to be voted upon by Australian ballot is, shall general obligation bonds or notes of the town of Putney in the amount not to exceed $550,000, bearing an interest rate not to exceed 2% for a term not to exceed 10 years, be issued for the purpose of financing a new 2021 fire engine for the Putney Fire Department?" And this will be voted by Australian ballot. And there are boxes in favor of this bond issue, make a cross in this square. If opposed to this bond issue, make a cross in this square. All right, so, and we've already approved that, but this is amended.
We approved it with the.
With
Yeah,
the
with the
amendment,
amendment, so
right? Yeah.
that's with the
This is the
amendment.
so this is what
Correct.
we approved.
Yep.
It's the printed version. All right, good, so we're all set.
Can you just make a motion that? let's
To accept the,
Yes.
yes. Make a motion.
I move to accept the amended ballot article.
And I second that.
It's been moved and seconded to accept the amended official ballot article as just read. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right,
Thank you very much.
town managers report.
Wyndham Regional Commission broadband meeting is tomorrow evening at Newbrook Fire Station, 6 p.m. And that is for the survey rollout. So prior to town meeting, we should have a survey that we can pass out to see what the needs are in Putney for broadband. And once they get the survey back, then they'll look at it and start doing a business plan and see if it's viable.
And administratively, you're not responsible for that. This is WRC doing that.
Oh, no, the towns are responsible
They
for
are,
it.
okay.
So we figure town meeting, Survey Monkey, libraries, postcard maybe to people. The census is gonna kind of be maybe happening at the same time. But this is, has to move quickly.
Yeah, okay.
So, like, they only have 6 months to do this.
Mhm.
So if they get 20% return.
That's acceptable.
It is.
Okay.
But all towns should participate. Otherwise, they may not get what they're really looking for.
Right.
So we could send the Survey Monkey through the school too?
Yep,
That would be-
surveys at the school would
Yeah.
be good.
We should certainly announce it at town meeting. We can have
Yeah.
copies at
We'll
town
have,
meeting.
yeah, we'll have copies at town meeting, being a presidential primary. I mean, we may
Could
get
have
a
them
larger
there.
crowd.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
So that's our plan, to get the survey out.
Sounds good.
So Highway Department?
Question?
Yes,
Sorry,
go ahead.
Howard.
That's okay, you know. I sort of disappear here, I know, you know. That's okay.
Some of the furniture.
Yeah.
I've been working on that for years. How did you do that?
Oh, yeah, it's taken a long time to perfect. The question about the survey, Mr. Chairman, which I probably should address to the town manager, have you seen the survey? And if so, can you give us an idea of the questions it asks?
I have not, Mr. Fairman, and I will tomorrow, so I should have a hard copy. I asked if they could email it to us in advance, but that's not happening. So I will be at Newbrook tomorrow, depending on weather. So it did get, the original meeting got canceled
Right, yeah.
from last week
Right.
because of the weather.
Right.
And they are gonna have this meeting tomorrow, rain or shine, snow, sleet.
Well, I can stop by and see you Friday.
Yep, and I can scan it in and email it to you too if you like.
Well, that's, you know, whatever works is fine with me. I'd just like to see it. when
No,
it's convenient.
yep, you can stop in, I'll be in all day.
Sure.
I'll be there Friday too.
At least the meeting is closest to home for you.
I like it.
Yeah, okay.
I do too. So the Highway Department report, I just wanted to let everyone know that we're down 2 men right now. And they'll both be back next week. So, so things have not looked up to par. That's part of the reason. I did get a quote for the wall in front of the greenery.
Yeah.
So Paul Bemis came in and it's a $9,000 fix.
The wall in front of the greenery.
The stone wall?
The
The
tab.
repair?
Oh,
So,
on the side on Kimball Hill?
Yes, so our sidewalk plow caught the corner of it, but the wall's been dipping anyway because of the frost.
So this is, so that's a repair for that whole wall. That's not, that's to rebuild the whole wall. That's not a result of the damage that was
Well,
done.
it's to rebuild the section of the wall.
No, it's
No.
to
Is it the whole wall?
It's to rebuild that section, yeah. So if he
I'm confused.
If he repairs it, it's gonna continue to keep coming out because of the frost. So the drainage from that building, the water gets behind there and it's pushing that
Right.
wall out. And the sidewalk plow right now only, that's why it got
Because
caught.
it doesn't fit.
Right, it's either hug the wall or you're off the curb.
Right.
So Paul has been maintaining that wall. I'm gonna share this with you. And I'm like, well, so who's been paying you? No one. He goes, I can't stand looking
Right.
at it.
He actually talked to me about when
Yeah.
those walls went up. Yeah.
So, that price too is That's bare minimum right there. What's,
We own the wall?
No.
is it part of the sidewalk? It was built
I
with
don't-
Mabel Gray, I believe it was, Josh.
We talked about trying to come up with some
We need a
description of
sidewalk policy.
whose responsibility is and
Right.
who owns it and all that.
Right. So I can dig a little bit deeper, just to make sure, but
I don't think that wall was put in when Maple Gray was done. I don't think.
that's not what I've been getting for information from Brian. So I will pull the
Brian's not old
project.
enough to- Sorry.
No, I'm
He
serious.
was still at Bonnie Central
No.
when Maple Gray was put in.
It was a New Hampshire company that put that wall in, and it was when the sidewalk was being done.
And the town paid for that wall?
It was
See,
part of the
I
grant.
would disagree, I might be wrong, but I think, I would agree, all the walls from essentially.
Next stage?
From next stage up, but I don't
Right.
think the ones from there down were,
Right.
but I could be totally wrong.
I don't want to debate it right now.
Right, no.
but I'll look
We should-
into it.
We should find
but
out, yeah.
I'm just saying it's a $9,000 price tag. So,
Okay.
And
We-
that's
I
to
need
take
to
the
know
wall
what
out,
the
dig it
scope-
up,
what the
better
scope
drainage,
is.
Yep.
get,
so Brian
build the
will go
wall
in.
back further so it doesn't
Right.
move again.
Yeah, they're gonna push that wall right
Right,
back, so
exactly,
that
yeah.
sidewalk plow can get through there. Brian will go in, take the wall out, Paul rebuild it back further, like a foot.
Right.
And then Brian will come in and put the gravel behind the wall,
Right.
and then Paul is gonna do drainage, so the water doesn't get in there and the frost.
And where's that gonna drain to?
I don't know.
I think we need to look at the scope of this. We also, if we're talking about a $9,000 project, we should be putting it out to bid, definitely.
Yep.
So,
Yeah.
but I would like to see the details of who constructed that wall, when,
Yeah,
et cetera, et cetera.
I'll pull that project,
Yeah.
we should still have all the files.
Yeah,
And on that note too, I did get a quote for the front stairs,
yeah,
5,000.
okay.
So, and that's taken all that concrete, those concrete stairs
Out.
completely out.
At the
and-
town hall?
Yes.
Yeah, okay,
And then
yeah.
he is gonna put, like slabs of rock.
Granite,
Yeah,
yeah,
that will lay on top of one another, and he said they'll last forever.
yeah,
So, just so you know.
okay.
But I'll look at the budget and see what's what. BL,
Yes.
whoops, sorry,
Well, that's okay.
again.
I know. I can't help it.
I know, I did it again.
Listening to the conversation, I'm curious whether it might be possible to combine the two projects, the stairs in front of the town hall and the wall there, along the lines of somebody who gets a bigger project may offer a better price.
Well, this would, I mean, they would, for all practical purposes, I think those are combined, but I think that for a price tag like that, we would be, I would feel we should put it out to bid. If that's
Anything
the
over
money we're-
5,000,
Yeah.
we have to.
We
anyway.
have to.
Yeah.
I quite agree, Mr. Chairman. I was
But combining the two is a good idea.
because they were talking about this one first and then the other one came
Right.
up, and I thought, wait a minute, I wasn't expecting that. How about if they were put in
Yes.
a package?
No, I think that would be a good idea to look
Yeah,
at them.
there's some details to both projects. So the one on Kimmel Hill, there's no room to have stone just drop there.
Right.
The town hall stairs is gonna require a boom to lift the heavy granite steps to put them in place. So each project would take 2 weeks, but it's the logistics because of the sites. It's not gonna be easy. So I don't know if he can, I don't see Paul doing them back to back or together.
Right, but he
Yeah.
bid for all, but a
Right.
bid would be combined. Yeah, I mean,
Right,
Yeah.
right.
yes, thank you. We'll take that into account.
VLCT Local Government Day is tomorrow at cost of $30. So you get to meet all the legislative
Oh, right. This is the packet. Yep,
officers
sorry.
at Montpelier. So if you're interested in attending, I, on the other hand, have lots to do. so I cannot attend.
I regretfully cannot either, I don't think.
In the same boat.
And I think that's about it for me.
Warrants.
I move to accept and execute the warrants presented upon completion of review.
And I second that.
Been moved and seconded to accept and execute the warrants upon completion of review. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, what do you got?
I have payroll warrant dated February 14th, 2020, in the amount of $18,329.24.
And that reflects 2 weeks.
Correct.
So we're fully on that schedule now.
We are.
But
Oh, you're doing things here.
No, no. There you go. I knew it was gonna be weird, so I made 2 copies.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I was looking in a minute. Safe walking, Howard. I said safe walking.
Thank you.
Good night,
have a
Howard.
good night.
Good night.
Accounts payable dated February 1st through February 14th, 2020, in the amount of $121,695.02. So there's like 3 loan payments in here. The sidewalk, what else?
The final payment on the chemical feed building?
Yeah, the final payment.
Ooh, nice.
And then there was one more.
I think it was just 2.
No, I'm pretty sure there's 3.
Final payments are so satisfying, aren't they?
Just can't remember what
Didn't
it
I
was.
highlight it on the thing or wrote next to it?
Walk.
Oh, one was the truck, the,
2017 Ram.
yeah.
In the amount of $19,473.16.
Payment 2.
I do have other business, so. I have other business,
All right,
and I should have brought up from the town manager.
go ahead.
So other business, I just wanted to inform you that the 3rd payment is due February 21st at 4 p.m.
Oh, tax payment.
Tax
Yeah.
payment, yep. So we still need to collect $693,411.22 for the 3rd payment of taxes. And for the current year, there's a total due of $782,573.62.
So there's a difference of like 90.
Yes. Yeah, 89, yep. And then delinquent taxes, so 2018 and beyond, what is due is $73,399.01. So that's come down quite a bit. I like that. After the 3rd property tax payment, we will be looking at 2 years or more in arrears, and we'll start the tax sale procedure. Utility, what is due right now is $27,147.50. And of that, the current amount is $5,857.18.
So the vast majority of that is.
Yeah.
22,000 is past.
27,000.
That's what we were looking at.
So over 120 days, we have outstanding 16,107.90. So we're gonna, Alyssa and I'll work together. Again, anything over 1 year in our policy, but I go 2 years.
Can go to tax sale.
It can go to tax sale even if you owe water and sewer.
That's right, we talked about this. We can
Yep.
go to tax sale, but we can't shut it off if it's sewer. We can shut it off if it's water.
Correct.
Right, okay,
And
right.
we could do the lien, but it doesn't make sense because that figure changes every time, every month.
Right, right.
So,
Is there just a small group of people that own that?
mhm.
So
So,
it's not like you're putting 24 places up for tax sale. It's a small group.
right, it's a small number, but, you know, when
Yeah,
you send
5 or
them
6.
a tax sale letter, they come up with
Some of
money.
them will
Yeah.
get paid. Yeah.
It's really what all you have for leverage.
Right,
Yeah.
right. So that's all I have.
All right. We don't need an executive session, I don't believe, or do we?
No,
Okay. Next meeting date is February 26th
at town hall.
at Town Hall at 5:30.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, no, I take that back. It
Because
will
it'll be
at-
another special meeting.
Yes, so it
Okay,
will
so
be
we'll
5
at 5.
PM
Okay.
for another public
So
informational
that'll be
meeting.
public informational meeting about the fire truck again
Yes.
at 5 o'clock at Town Hall, but then our regular meeting will start at 5:30.
That is correct.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
And seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you,
Good.
guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wow.
Can I get a, for the minutes of January 29th, please?
I'll make a motion to approve minutes for January 29th.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, now discussion?
I abstain.
Okay.
I wondered why you didn't second it.
All right, review of and approve bills and
You gonna
payment.
take a vote?
We all just said aye.
Did we?
All except for Zeke saying he's abstaining.
Right.
It was a little bit on top of each other, but.
Warrant 17, 17P, and reappraisal fund 7.
I'll make a motion that we approve warrant 17, 17P, and reappraisal fund number 7.
Second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, public comment, no one's here. Road foreman's report. We've had a truck that has a front axle broken on it, axle shaft. It's been down since the beginning of the year, and it seems that Dodge doesn't make that part anymore. And they keep giving us dates when they'll have the part, but two dealerships we've talked to said they're not making the part. And so then we thought we hit a stroke of luck because one of the dealerships called us up and says, "Hey, we found an aftermarket part. Why don't you call them about this?" So Lee actually ordered it, and then he called them, and they gave us a February 28th date of receiving it. And then Lee says, "So you guys are making this part yourself?" And he goes, "No, we get this from Dodge." And he goes, "Well, we've ordered, we're on a waiting list for Dodge for this part." And so they gave us that date. Chrysler gave us a date of March 5th last week. No, a week before last was March 5th. Last week they moved it to March 12th for the date we're going to receive this. These people got off the phone with Lee and then called him back up and says it won't be until April something. And the part's not there. And we've actually looked to get a whole new front end for this truck, just so we can have the truck available. And this is one of the Dodge 5500s, 1-tons there. And so we have no idea. If it was under a certain gross vehicle weight, the lemon law would have kicked in because the truck is a 2017, so it's new enough, but it's too big of a truck. So I called Bob Fisher just to see where we stood, and he was gone for a few days, so he just got back to me yesterday. He said he wasn't going to spend too much time on it. He would look into it, and he didn't want to charge the town too much time. He wants to see if there's any other things going on with this. So right now, the last thing we heard from Chrysler was March 12th, but I'm sure this week I'll get an email saying that it's going to be pushed out until April.
So we're down a truck.
We've been down a truck since the beginning of the year. So other than that, that's all I got on
So
that.
how are they doing
Dunkley to
with
make something up?
being one truck down now?
It's tough. But he's got the plow on the grader just in case another truck goes down. If another truck goes down, we'll be out with the grader, having to plow with that.
It's kind of slow going.
Real slow going. So, but I asked Bob about renting. If we thought if we rented something, if Dodge is, like he said, Dodge should be able to supply the part because it's a warranty part. And he was wanting to know how you can warranty a part if you don't have the part. And
So that's one avenue he's gonna be looking into.
And it's a new enough truck, you probably aren't gonna find it in a junkyard or.
Well, that's what I was
Right,
thinking.
they do that, Summit and, the one up in Burlington where we bought it, have got it out nationwide to find this part. And we're not the only one looking for this part. The place up in Burlington, they got rid of the one new one they did have, and then they found one in a junkyard to replace the other one they needed. But they need more, and I believe these people, there's quite a few that need this part. And so he said to people at Chrysler, I said, well, we're looking to buy a new truck, what makes us want to buy a Dodge? And they said, well, our 2019s are different than our 2017. I said, well, it doesn't make me feel any better, because you can't make a part for a 17.
Yeah.
You know, why wouldn't you make...
Sounds like it fits right into the lemon law.
Yeah.
Oh, like the guy, I did call the guy from the lemon law, and that's what he said. He says,
I mean, if there are so many people with that very year truck with the
Having
same
this
problem.
Yes, exactly.
Red flag.
And they haven't recalled.
Well, lemon law is pretty interesting, because if you're down without a vehicle for 30 days, that kicks it right in right there. I mean, if you don't have a vehicle for 30 days, you know, if you have the new enough vehicle, that will kick the lemon law right into effect. But of course, with our gross vehicle weight, and there was one other thing that kept us out of being qualified for it.
Because they had a plow on it.
Yeah.
Nope, that wasn't one of the reasons. So that's about that for the town, the road foreman's report. Correspondence for information. Anybody have anything under that they'd like to bring up?
Well, this is
There's a historical thing for Maple Valley, so.
So there's another year.
Right. Correspondence for discussion and or action. Don't have anything under there. New business. Roger Turner sent in a resignation from the Wyndham Regional Commission. He said he would stay on until he could find somebody or we could find somebody, but that's one of these things that we're going to really have to push to try to find somebody, because...
Right. I think he said this maybe 2 years ago.
Right. It's time we really have to step up and try to find somebody.
And this is where Lou Sorensen stepped down, but we appointed a new person.
Yes.
And he's new to town, so we've got one newbie who's kind of getting oriented, and now Roger is going to step down. So
correct.
Yeah.
Stan House. Well, I guess I do want to tell say to Roger, Roger's done a great job for us in that position, and he's done it for 10 years. So he's really done his part in that. So and it's appreciated, I believe. Then we got Stan Howe's resignation from the Energy Committee, effective on town meeting. That's an appointment that we'll have to make then. And here's another guy that's put in a lot of time and a lot of his time for this, and he's done a great job. That the Energy Committee, I think, does a real good job as a whole, and he's done a lot. Spearheaded a lot of projects.
He always does amazing research.
He's all he's really done a good job.
Right, he's been with the Energy Committee since it began, I think.
He has.
Yeah.
Do we need a motion to accept any of those, or?
Sure. Well, is he up? No, I think he's up for. Does anybody have their town report on this?
No,
I don't. What's his?
2019, this says.
So what's he doing now?
Yeah, that's what he's done. Is that?
Oh yeah, so we had reappointed him for another 5 years, so we do have to accept that resignation.
Rogers, we don't have to, because that's just a reappointment.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. So somebody want to make a motion for Stan?
I'll move that we accept with regret Stan Howe's resignation from the Energy Committee.
second it.
Discussion? Again, just thanks a lot, Stan, for all you've done. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Alright. Charlotte offered to serve as the interim delinquent tax collector, since Whitney had stepped down, so, you know, she wants everybody to know this is just intern. Doesn't wanna do it full-time, so gotta look for somebody for that position. If somebody wants to make a motion to appoint her to,
I'd make a motion to appoint Charlotte as, to serve as the interim delinquent tax collector.
I'll second that.
discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
So we've got the word out about it.
We're gonna have the word out about that. We're gonna have the word out about, we're gonna have Lori hopefully put all three of these on, and any other positions that are coming up for reappointments. Animal control. Yeah.
There's only 2 on the planning commission.
Yeah, we need 2 on the planning commission. So, town meeting lunch. Larry Lynch called me up a couple weeks ago, asked me what I had thought, and then he called me back yesterday. I told him I'd like to, that we probably want to discuss this, because this is without the school portion there. We could be done before lunch.
Right, without,
And
yeah,
Could be quick.
without some of our
Why
more
not?
contentious issues,
right, yeah, we've taken care of some of those, I believe, hopefully.
hopefully.
But,
We could
Town-
brown bag it,
Yeah, exactly. A town meeting is a, pretty social thing for people to have, get together at lunchtime and stuff like that. So what Larry had suggested was they were willing to do like soup and sandwiches. And
That sounds great, yeah.
do some,
And if the legislators come and talk, that usually, they usually show up just as we get
Add some
ahead of
times.
steam.
yeah, exactly, right when we think we're rolling, they'll
Yeah.
show
Yeah,
up and stop the
exactly.
process, and maybe they'll.
Yeah, I think.
But they're gonna have to pack it in the morning,
Oh, they are.
right?
Yeah.
Because they're not
They're
gonna have the
Right.
option of afternoons, so.
That's right.
So they might not be able to hit
So-
us.
Is this saying that, so town meeting is at the school, correct?
Yep.
As usual?
Yeah.
It starts at 10?
Yeah.
But we're saying that it could be over by 11:15, 11:30, so before noon. so to
Well,
speak.
before noon or 1 o'clock. I mean, I really don't think we want to get going and only have a half hour left if it's noon and say, let's stop for lunch and come back for a half hour. I
Right,
mean,
we
don't
would
wanna
just finish.
We want to finish,
Right.
so.
But what, and so why does it say Grange?
No, they're
Grange
the
puts
ones
it
that put it on for
Because
us.
they provide the lunch.
Oh, not that it's gonna be at the.
No,
Oh,
right,
right,
No, it's still at the school.
Yeah, the Grange puts on the lunch
Yeah.
for us.
Soup and sandwiches sounds great.
So
That's a perfect idea.
Mhm.
they, he said it'd be easier for leftovers and stuff like that to figure out where they're gonna go rather than having a full meal, so. All right, so I will call Larry and let him know that that's what we think is a good idea to do, and,
Sounds great.
Yep.
unfinished business. Anybody have anything they wanna bring up, discuss? Okay, motion to adjourn.
So moved. Got you there.
a good turnout for a public hearing, actually. We usually have maybe upwards of 5 people, information session. So I'll introduce myself. My name is Sarah Seves. I'm special counsel with the Vermont Department of Public Service. And we thank you for coming to this information session regarding the joint petition filed by Southern Vermont Cable Company and Comcast for approval to sell Southern Vermont Cable's cable television system assets to Comcast. So before I get started, can everybody hear me okay? Okay. As I said, I'm with the department. I am, for all intents and purposes, the lead attorney in this case. This is kind of a form of litigation. And so I am the go-to person for the actual procedure. This is my colleague Clay Purvis, our Director of Telecommunications, and we also have with us Carol Flint, our Director of Consumer Affairs. And we're here to answer any questions you have of the department. We also have representatives from Southern Vermont Cable. We have Ernie, and please say your last name for me. Shalaba, thank you, from Southern Vermont Cable, as well as Eli Emerson. And then from Comcast, we have Dan Glanville, Melissa Pierce up in the back, and Jerry Tarrant. So the purpose of this information session is to just give you really an overview of the regulatory process involved for the proposed transaction, as well as to answer any questions you might have regarding PUC procedure, because I realize it's not very intuitive if you don't do it every day. And this is kind of an informal session prior to the public hearing, which will be on the record. This is not on the record, but I do see we have public access here, so it will be likely be on your access channel. So that said, we do have representatives from Southern Vermont Cable and Comcast here, and I will offer them up to answer any questions you may want answered, because the difference between this and the public hearing, of course, is you can't get any questions answered during the public hearing portion. That's really just an opportunity for the Public Utility Commission to take your comments. What else? So I'll just start with a real broad overview of procedure. We at the department represent the public interest in utility regulatory cases such as this. We're separate from the Public Utility Commission, which many of you may know. They are the tribunal that will actually make the decision in this case. We are, for all intents and purposes, like the prosecutor, but we represent the public interest. So we, the department, requested a full litigation schedule in this proceeding, meaning that there will be discovery conducted. We have already served discovery questions on the joint petitioners. We served that on Friday, and if you follow the case in EPUC, which the PUC will explain during the public hearing, you may have seen those questions. Many of the public comments that were filed in this docket informed our discovery questions, so I thank you for those. What else? Once discovery is conducted, then we, the department, will file pre-filed testimony that is informed by the petition that was filed, the testimony that was filed, as well as the responses to our discovery questions. And then we'll have an evidentiary hearing in a couple months, and that will be in Montpelier. So next steps will be for the joint petitioners to answer the department's discovery questions. That, I believe, is going to happen on February 14th. And like I said, we will craft our pre-filed testimony based on those responses in addition to the petition that was filed. And that is where we will recommend that the PUC either grant the petition or deny it. And so that's kind of a general outline of how the procedure works. If you have any questions on that, me or one of my colleagues will be happy to answer those. We have business cards that I'm happy to offer up, and you can also access our information on our website, publicservice.vermont.com. Yes, sir.
Can you spell your last name for me, please?
My name is Sarah Aceves, Aceves.
I think, yes.
Thanks for coming down, and we appreciate you coming to us to hear us out. Do you have any sense of what the timeline might be for this process?
Yes, so actually just today, the PUC adopted a schedule, and that was issued on ePUC. So the schedule goes through April 3rd, and we are right now at the February 3rd public hearing. So we have a few deadlines between now and April 3rd, which is when the evidentiary hearing is. The main ones being the department will file our testimony in the case on March 3rd. And then the petitioners will have a chance to serve discovery on us after they read our testimony on March 6th, and we will respond to that on March 13th. There's also room in there for motions to intervene, which the PUC will explain, but in this case, BCTV did file a motion to intervene, and we will be responding to that this week. And those are the main deadlines. So April 3rd is the evidentiary hearing, and that will be in Montpelier.
And the PUC will issue an order after that April 3rd hearing.
That's right. So after the evidentiary hearing, the PUC will consider all of the testimony in the case, as well as various conversations that happened during the hearing, and then they will issue an order either granting or denying the petition. Any question? Yes?
And the petition is for a certificate of public good, correct?
That's right, yes. So, well, the certificates the petition's for a number of things. One of them is for a certificate of public good to be issued to Comcast, and the certificate of public good that Southern Vermont Cable currently has would be revoked. That's just the way the process works. Anything else that we can answer for you as far as the department goes? And remember, the petitioners are here as well if you have any questions you want answered from them. Okay. Yeah.
Can the articles or terms be added to the certificate of public good, and what does that process look like?
Yes, so there can be conditions that are added. Procedurally, that can happen in two ways. The department, through its testimony, can recommend that certain conditions be included in the certificate of public good. I should mention that Comcast already has a certificate of public good to serve a number of towns in Vermont, and they have conditions in that. The other way is for the PUC itself to come up with certain conditions. Yes?
One of the considerations that I've been looking at as one of the legislators who represents this area is continued expansion. And while we appreciate what Ernie's done over the years, we keep wanting to try and expand to people who don't have it. And Clay, I think you mentioned at one point that Comcast has a certain amount of miles that they are committed to. Can you go over that piece again?
Yeah, that's correct, and I'll ask Dan Glanville with Comcast to also assist with that question. But in Comcast CPG, when the PUC awarded a CPG, it required, I think, 350 miles of construction during the length of its CPG. So we anticipate that if Comcast is awarded a CPG here, for the Southern Vermont Cable property, that its commitment to build 350 miles could be satisfied in the Southern Vermont Cable area, as well as the other towns that Comcast is already certificated for. Do you have anything else you'd like to add to that?
I have a general statement. Do you want me to read that?
Whatever you're comfortable with.
Yeah.
So good evening. Thank you to the college for welcoming us here this evening, and also thank you to all of you. Happy to take some of your questions. So the CPG that we currently have in the state has a requirement in it that we serve 350 additional miles during the term of the CPG. In the filing that was recently filed, we specifically outlined and requested that we be allowed to build that mile requirement in this service area of the new CPG. Our goal is to continue to expand services across the footprint as you identified. We have a long history in Vermont that dates back to 2006 of building in areas that required further expansion, and we hope to continue that. We are open to considering additional areas and continuing to build in those areas so that we can continue to service people who want and need our services.
Yes, sir.
This 350 miles of construction, is that predicated on new construction, or is that upgrade to bring fiber to areas that don't have it?
It's unserved areas. So we currently have, whatever we have built today, that 350 additional miles is in addition to what is currently built. So it's new construction.
So it's no guarantee of any upgrade to fiber or upgrade of existing networks?
Well, I think the thing that we have done across our footprint throughout our tenure here in Vermont, across New England and across the country, is to continue to invest multi-millions and billions of dollars into our network with the expansion of fiber in that network, and so that we can continue to provide additional and upgraded services. And I'll give an example of that. For instance, I live in Western Massachusetts, and when I started in the industry in 1998, our high-speed internet product was 1.5 megabits down. Today, we have multi-gigabit platform that's available across our footprint. The same speeds that are available here in Vermont are the same speeds that are available in Boston and other major cities across the country. So our goal is to continue to expand fiber into the network, continue to work to enhance electronics that are available on our network and in consumers' homes so that we can continue to expand speed as we have done over the past 2 decades of providing this service.
But there is no mandate or requirement within your proposal to do that, to upgrade to fiber for areas already served, correct?
So there is not a technology requirement to upgrade. There is a requirement to continue to expand services.
Yes, sir. How many, the 350 miles of new construction, what does that represent in terms of the construction you've already done in Vermont, and how many customers do you serve currently?
We serve a little over 100,000 customers across Vermont. So the 350 miles is, so I'll give this as an example. When we entered the Vermont marketplace in 2006, we absorbed some requirements from our predecessor to continue to build our network. We met those requirements to build that regulatory required build from 2006 very quickly after that. And from that period, we continued to expand our network at an average pace that exceeded 50 miles per year of non-regulatory build miles.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm with BCTV, and we did submit a motion to intervene. I was just looking at the schedule. Would the deadline for our pre-filed testimony be March 3rd?
You will likely have a different schedule adopted by the PUC, since we have this one set with the department already. And that will be based on if and when you're granted intervener status. So I think in today's order they said, well, let me look at it so I don't misspeak.
I was just looking at the non-petitioners thing.
That's right. So this says the schedule may be modified as needed if additional parties intervene and require discovery. So I think that's probably a conversation that we can have between BCTV and the department, possibly the petitioners, and we can figure out the schedule that might work better or if you want to have a uniform schedule, that's something we could talk about. If you want to have your own schedule, that's a possibility as well. Other questions? Yes, sir.
Are there any requirements to continue to serve seasonal customers?
because I know this area will have a lot of people that are looking for just seasonal service.
And Comcast can answer that for you.
We have a long established seasonal program across our footprint here in New England, as well as across the country. So we continue to do that as a business need, and continue to do so without regulatory requirement.
You mentioned the 350 miles that you're required to add. What is that as a percentage of your existing miles? And can we assume that that same percentage would apply to the, I think it's roughly 100 miles that Southern Vermont Cable currently has?
So I don't have the percentage here with me off the tip of my tongue. I can tell you that we will build those miles likely before the requirement requires us to be complete on that. We also look at multiple ways to continue to expand our network. Recently, we have partnered with the state on several public-private partnerships for further expansion of the network. I will say that those requirements under the CPG are completely separate and distinct from the 350-mile build requirement. So anything we do in the public-private partnership realm with regard to any state dollars allocated is separate, and we still have our requirement to build. Even without those, I think a thing worth saying is that our actions probably speak for themselves in the sense that we built what was required in the post-Adelphia build, and then we had an unregulated period where we had no requirement to build. We built on average, in some years it was 75 miles, in some years it went down to about 40 miles, but on average it was about 55 miles per year during those years. So we would have the 350 miles required to be built. We'll continue to look at programs that may exist for us to partner to build. In addition to those, we have what we call BAU, with business as usual, where we will continue to build in the residential marketplace as well as the business marketplace and any residences that might be built as a result of those expansions.
So you don't know what percentage what miles you have in Vermont currently?
I don't have that detail with me right off the tip of my tongue. I can get it though.
This 350 miles without knowing how it relates to your existing installed base, quite frankly, is not really a relevant number.
I have a couple sort of one-on-one practical questions. So if this happens and I just want internet service, no TV, and I want cell phone, can I get that at a reasonable price?
Yes.
Right answer. Good. And my email service is with SV Cable. What will happen to that? Will I have to change the email address?
We will eventually, in all instances where we have a migration that occurs, we have migrated emails over a period of time. So more likely than not, we will have a migration of emails.
Last question.
Yes.
For some unknown reason, where I live in Newfane, I have deeded rights for cable because at one time in the history of SV Cable, they used my property for a dish garden. Will that still stand?
So I didn't hear you. Could you repeat that?
In my property, once upon a time, there was a dish garden that belonged to SV Cable, and they used my property with a deeded right to have free cable forever. I don't watch TV, but just curious, will that be acknowledged?
You have an easement right of that?
Something like that, perhaps. But yes.
I have to look at the easement. But if there are easement rights, we would abide by what is in the easement.
Okay.
Sir, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. Yes, sir. Okay. Are you going to have, Comcast going to have a physical presence for your returning of equipment? In Pennsylvania, obviously we used to live in Pennsylvania, you had places where if you change your equipment or if you return your equipment, you would take it back to the drop-off place, a mall or something. Is Comcast going to do the same thing here? Because I'm assuming we're going to have to swap out our old SV boxes for new Xfinity.
Are they going to come and take it?
But yeah, but are you going to come in and take it? Or are we going to have to go to a location, get the new equipment, and hook it up? Because frankly, it's not that hard to hook up. And that's what they did in Pennsylvania. You just got the new box and just plugged it in, and the instructions just took over and did it. So I'm not sure which.
Yeah, so we will have a team of people that are physically present during the migration to ensure that it is as white glove an experience as possible so that that transaction can take place. One of the things that exists with regard to some of the service is that video traditionally is a very forgiving service with regard to what they call signal loss or anything of the like. And one of the things that we like to ensure, and I'm sure Ernie as well likes to ensure that, is when we do that transition, we have to ensure that signal loss is at a minimum. A, to adhere to FCC standards, and B, signal loss can result in sometimes a less than favorable experience to customers. So our goal is to have people in the facility to ensure that any signal loss or cable leakage that exists can be corrected with the installation of any new equipment that would be required. And we will do so in the neighborhood by neighborhood, directly involved with customers.
So you'll go through it like for Amazon Prime. Will you test like Amazon Prime or Hulu or something to see if there is a signal loss? Or will you just in general hook up to the house modem, I'll call it, and see if there is a signal loss at that point?
So our technicians will have meters with them that will enable them to properly hook up the device to determine if there is any signal leakage that they can correct.
So you said you'd have a team available during the migration, but his question, I'm not sure I heard the answer to one of his questions, which was, will there be a brick and mortar location when people are upgrading their equipment, or
it fails,
or what? Yeah, or returning failed equipment, or whatever. Is there going to be a brick and mortar place to do this in Windham County?
So at this time, right now, our plan is to be active with regard to being in the field for the migration that would take place. I will tell you that we have, as is filed in our comments in the proceeding, that we do have relationships with many entities that enable the drop-off of equipment should be returning of equipment take place. In addition to that, we have the ability for our technicians in the field for delivery of equipment. One thing we are actively looking at is that we have been expanding our Xfinity store presence across our footprint across the country. And one of the areas that we are primarily looking at right now is the greater Brattleboro area for an Xfinity store. I don't have anything definitive to tell you here this evening on that, but it is an area that we are actively looking at for the placement of a store.
Sir.
Speaking about Brattleboro, I looked at the rate structure in Brattleboro just a little while ago. Do you think that the rate structure will apply here as it does in Brattleboro, or are you going to stay with what Ernie's been set up?
So we will migrate customers to an Xfinity experience. As a result of that, though, every customer that will be migrated will be able to qualify for new promotional pricing. Some of that is available for the bundle offers that are available, and after that, the price structure that exists for the Brattleboro area would be very similar.
And I'll just quickly mention that these are questions that the department has asked of the petitioners in our discovery questions. So we should have answers to, more in-depth answers to those, I hope, in a couple of weeks. Yes.
So,
I'm sorry.
I just want to make sure everyone has a chance. So
okay,
you've been asking, waiting.
The technicians that will be servicing the area, will they be physically living here in Windham County, or will they be coming in from out of state? And how many will there be?
So we have a source of technicians that serve the Vermont area out of our facilities in Vermont, that live in Vermont, work in Vermont. We also have technicians that will sometimes, in necessity, cross over from Massachusetts, which is the greater Greenfield area, to service if there could be storm issues of the like. But we do have a physical presence of technicians in the state of Vermont.
Right, but meaning that they could be coming down from, I could be waiting for someone to travel from Burlington or a couple of hours away as opposed to a technician that lives here.
So we have 1 and 2 hour service windows that are scheduled for our visits from technicians. Our technicians are assigned their work orders before the day of service, and those 1 and 2 hour windows are scheduled so that they can meet the requirement of the customer in a particular place.
I'm not likely to see the same person 2 times in a row, though. Yes, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I think that would be a fair belief that you could actually see the same technician on multiple visits. But our goal and hope would be that you don't have the need for multiple visits, that one visit would be able to solve any issue that you might have.
Yes, ma'am. In the white vest there.
I have a question about the timeline. There are a lot of homes that you have to service to get the system up and running. What's going to happen to our cable service in the meantime? I mean, is suddenly Southern Vermont's going to be shut off, your people haven't come, and we have nothing?
So that's a very good and fair question. There is a requirement in the agreement that we have with Southern Vermont Cable. Well, Southern Vermont Cable will, after the regulatory approval, will continue to operate for a period of time. We will then roll neighborhood by neighborhood. Customers will be notified directly of a time and place that works for them in order for us to make our services available to them. It is our plan that there will be 0 interruption of service, but for the interruption that will take place immediately at the time of the appointment to the turnover of the new services.
Yes, sir.
I want to start by thanking Ernie for tremendous customer service experience. Come to our house a number of times, literally during snowstorms. I mean, what can you say? I'm going to get some of the details wrong on this. We're in the West Hills, and our internet was made available by some of our neighbors got a grant of some kind to actually put it in, and then we committed to a few years of paying above market rates to support that. I just wanted to make sure that someone had looked at the verbiage in that grant and made sure that this is all consistent with whatever happened.
Yes, Connectivity Initiative Grant, right? Yeah. Yes, we have.
It might be a CIAC too. I'm not sure of that.
It was the BBID project.
That was the
Okay.
BBID. Is the okay? That was the VTA.
Okay.
Grant. Yeah.
Yeah, we have looked at that, and that would transfer over.
Yes, sir.
Looking at some of the public comments that have been filed online already, one of the major themes is customer service. And I guess I'd like to throw it back to you to say, tell us about what sort of metrics you use for customer service and how you would expect that to apply to Windham County.
So it's a good question. I thank you for the question. About 5 years ago, Comcast made an active direct investment in increasing customer service because we recognized at the time that we needed to do better as a result of that. So across the board, we engaged in additional training for employees, but on top of that, we made a significant investment in our call centers across New England to better service customers on a regular basis. In addition to that, we implemented a Net Promoter Score variation so that we could directly poll customers immediately after a transaction to find out what went well, what we could do better, and how we could improve service to customers. We have seen a significant improvement in customer service over the last 5 years. In fact, some recognition as a result of J.D. Power's surveys last year was some of the first that we had received in significant time. We believe that whether it be our video service, our internet service, or other services that we offer, that we are in a highly competitive marketplace here in Vermont and across the country. And we believe that responding to the needs of customers in order to ensure their satisfaction is the way that we succeed in business. We take customer service seriously. We believe in advancing the needs of it. And I can give you my promise that in my 22 years in being with the company, I have seen significant improvement in the last 5 years. I will tell you that on a particular day, we could have an instance that is escalated to us, but we do focus on it in order to resolve it in a way that is satisfactory to the customer.
Thank you.
I could take the metric question. One of the things that will happen for customers that are served by Southern Vermont Cable now is that when you transition to Comcast, Comcast will then be reporting on customer service for the metrics that they're regulated under their current service quality plan. So that reporting will be for your service area in addition to their current customers. They'll be rolled right into that report. So if you want to see Comcast service quality reports, you can go right to ePUC, epuc.vermont.gov, and you can look at their service quality reports and see the metrics there and how they've done across the Vermont territory.
I think we have maybe one more question. Yes, you've been waiting.
Okay, well, actually now I have two questions. You said something about your competitors. So I had the experience of managing my mom's finances down in Florida for like the last 15 years, and she ended up with Comcast. There were no competitors, and after her introductory promotional period was over, the bill just ramped up and up and up for the minimal service that she wanted. Who are your competitors in this area, and what and the second part of the question is, what happens after you mentioned, we would have an opportunity to come in at a promotional rate, but those end, and then you get told, oh, the promotion is over. No, you can't go back on that because that was a promotion for new customers only. Watch your TV or your mail and see if any new promotions come up. They never do. So who are your competitors, and is there anything? I mean, I have a friend who lives in Vernon. Her bill with Comcast has went up like $50. She's not happy. She's getting rid of almost all of her service.
So it's a good question. Traditionally, cable television, which is the regulated portion that we're here to discuss, when we first entered the marketplace some 50-something years ago, they were primary providers in a particular town that were the only providers. But today, if you look at the video marketplace is served, one of the highest penetrations of digital broadcast satellites are available here in Vermont. So you'll see the Dish Network and the DirecTVs, which are direct video competitors to us. In addition, one of the some of the competitors that are outlined in our filing is the over-the-top providers for video and streaming video programming that is available across multiple marketplaces. That today I could name 5 to 10 of those that are actively available for people to choose. Those are direct video competitors. You are correct that when I spoke of promotional pricings, that promotions do expire. Traditionally, you'll see our promotions for new customers are in the 2-year time frame. But even at the expiration of promotions, prices do increase with those, but there are options and multiple options available for consumers to choose from in that particular consideration.
I think we're out of time for questions, but I don't want to speak for the petitioners, but I think they would likely make themselves available after the public hearing if you have additional questions. But I think we're turning into a pumpkin already. So we thank you, and we'll turn it over to the Public Utility Commission now.
All right, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Great. We're here tonight for a public hearing in case number 19-4845-PET, which involves a joint petition by Southern Vermont Cable Company to sell substantially all of its Vermont assets to Comcast and for a CPG for Comcast to own and operate Southern Vermont Cable Company's television system. My name is Micah Howe, and I'm a staff attorney at the Public Utility Commission. The purpose of this segment of tonight's meeting is to hear from you, members of the public, about the proposed acquisition. Today's hearing is not the only opportunity to submit comments. You can also provide written comments through the Commission's electronic document management system, which many people have already done. We've received quite a few comments in this case. You can also submit comments by direct mail or email. Just be sure to reference the case number 19-4845-PET when submitting your comments. You can also subscribe to this case in our document management system, EPUC, and receive email notifications when documents are filed in the rulemaking. I have placed some, yes, sir.
It's hard to hear. Do you have a mic or something?
I don't have one. I'll try. I'll yell louder. Are there some here? Oh, okay.
Can you repeat your name and that number again, please? The
Yes.
case number and your name.
Yes, it's Micah Howe. I'm the staff attorney at the Public Utility Commission. And the case number is 19-4845-PET. I have placed a few handouts. Sorry about that. Up on the back there on participating and finding our websites and getting involved in the process. I also placed several copies of the schedule in the case, and that will have the case number on it if people are interested. This hearing is being transcribed by a court reporter, and a transcript of the hearing will be available on EPUC along with all of the other documents filed in this case. If you wish to speak tonight, there was a sign-in sheet that was up in the back. I have it here now. I've got a number of names on it. If you didn't see it and didn't sign in and do wish to speak, just let me know and I can bring it up to you. The sign-in sheet is just to help the court reporter keep names straight on the record. So at this point, we'll open up the floor to public comments. I see we've got microphones on either side, so if I'll call the first name on the list, and if you didn't sign up and would like to, just let me know. Sign up? Okay. So the first name I have is Core Trowbridge, I believe.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Cora Trowbridge. I'm the Executive Director of BCTV, or Brattleboro Community Television. BCTV has contracts with both Southern Vermont Cable and Comcast Cable to provide public, governmental,
I know you're reading, but
yeah.
Can you slow down a little bit?
Sure. I can hand this to you.
Oh, that's okay.
Well, that's not that useful, right? Okay. Public.
Southern Vermont Cable.
Okay, good. And Comcast Cable to provide public, governmental, and educational access, or PEG access television programming and services, which is required by the state of Vermont for cable providers. BCTV's contract with Southern Vermont Cable is for services to the towns of Dummerston, Jamaica, Putney, Newfane, and Townsend. The contract with Comcast is for Brattleboro, Guilford, and Vernon. Together, these 8 towns constitute BCTV's service territory. Each town in our service territory receives staff coverage of their select board meetings and town meeting day. Residents can join BCTV and learn how to use video production equipment to create their own shows that air on our cable channels and online. Municipalities and nonprofits may have additional meetings and events covered for a small fee or at no cost if produced by a volunteer. These services, along with our studio and editing facilities in downtown Brattleboro, where residents can create their own shows, enable BCTV to fulfill our mission to promote civic engagement and transparency, and to empower community members to share their knowledge, views, and creativity without prejudice. BCTV's financial stability as a nonprofit and its ability to provide these services relies on a federal funding mechanism established in 1984 through the Cable Communications Policy Act, by which cable providers, in exchange for the right to install their infrastructure in the public rights-of-way, are required to allocate a small percentage of their revenues to a public benefit, which in Vermont is designated to support local PEG stations. Through this mechanism, local cable subscribers provide 80% of BCTV's funding, while the remainder comes from donations, underwriting, and income from production services. The public benefit that residents receive is video coverage of their local government meetings, along with access to video production equipment, studio and editing facilities, and support for creating and distributing their own shows. BCTV annually produces 1,200 hours of new content each year and has won numerous national awards for overall excellence. BCTV has applied for intervener status in this proceeding to ensure that the conditions and benefits related to PEG access will be equalized for all towns in our service territory following Comcast's acquisition of SVC. Regardless of which cable company serves the towns in our service territory, BCTV provides the same level of benefit. There is a difference, however, in the contracts that BCTV holds with the two corporations due to the difference in the size of the companies. Rule 8.4 of the Public Utility Commission, which governs PEG access in Vermont, places a cap on the level of funding from cable providers. Most of the contracts between cable providers and PEG stations like BCTV provide for funding at the cap level, which is 5% of gross revenues for operating funds plus less than 1% for capital expenses. There's an exception in Rule 8 for small cable systems with gross receipts from cable services of $2 million or less, and for this reason, our contract with Southern Vermont Cable stipulates a lower level of funding. So we would be seeking to equalize the funding level once all of the towns are served by the same provider. In addition, there are benefits that Comcast customers are entitled to receive through its CPG that should be available to Southern Vermont Cable customers following the acquisition. Most notably, access to PEG programming via the Interactive Program Guide. In 2 weeks, Comcast will move BCTV's channel numbers from Channel 8, our public channel, and Channel 10, our government and education channel, to a PEG territory higher up on the channel lineup with new numbers of 1075 and 1085. You heard it here, folks, first. The move is the result of a new condition in Comcast's recent CPG requiring that information about PEG programming be made available on the Interactive Program Guide, as it is for all other channels. As a result, customers will be able to search for and record BCTV's programs using their remote, just as they're currently able to do for all other channels. Comcast CPG, along with BCTV's contract with Comcast, contains other terms and conditions that will benefit Southern Vermont Cable customers, such as future provision of HD channels for PEG programming. In short, BCTV calls for all residents and customers in its service territory to have the same funding, benefits, and conditions related to PEG access in a timely manner following the sale of SVC to Comcast. The final issue BCTV wishes to raise here on behalf of its producers and viewers is that of signal quality. When Southern Vermont Cable applied for renewed CPG in 2010, its customers could only receive one channel, Channel 8, and one of the main issues to be resolved at that time was significant signal quality problems on Channel 8 that were well documented by complaints from frustrated producers and viewers. After the CPG renewal process, which addressed this issue and mandated provision of Channel 10, Southern Vermont Cable changed the way it receives BCTV signal from Comcast, with the result that picture and sound quality improved to a satisfactory level. 10 years later, however, we are again witnessing significant signal quality problems due to outdated equipment. While all of BCTV's content is created in high-definition digital files, after leaving our digital broadcast server, it goes through two 1970s-era standard definition analog RF modulators for transmission to Comcast and from there to SVC. This transmission process not only lowers the resolution of the programming, but also degrades the quality. In fact, over the past fiscal year, the annual report that BCTV is required to submit to the state and cable providers documented 6 major incidents of signal quality failure that were reported to Comcast XOC Operations Center. Comcast technicians attempted to address the problems but had difficulty due to the age of the equipment and lack of training to troubleshoot obsolete equipment. One of the state's criteria for issuing a CPG to a cable operator is whether the operator can provide adequate and technically sound facilities, equipment, and signal quality. Comcast has stated that it meets this criteria by providing excellent signal quality and 100% digital picture and sound to its customers, and points to its record of investment in infrastructure to support advanced video services. To deliver on these plans and promises, Comcast should provide reliable 100% digital transmission of BCTV signal and should add HD channels for PEG access content in the near future. In conclusion, BCTV has a stake in these proceedings because it has a contractual relationship with both Southern Vermont Cable and Comcast. We ask that the state ensure that there are equalized obligations, conditions, and benefits, including funding levels, among all involved towns now served under separate provider CPGs and contracts within a reasonable time frame. BCTV will continue to advocate for improvements to signal quality and updated transmission methods, including the provision of HD channels for PEG content, until locally created content is delivered to customers in the same resolution and quality as commercial channels. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Brattleboro Community TV.
Thank you. Next up, we have Mike. I'm going to go with Moroniki.
I should ask you to say it in Polish.
Please don't. And I'm going to put this sign-up sheet, I'll just put it over here by the microphone, so if anyone does want to speak, to get through this list, they can just jump up and sign it. So how is it pronounced?
In Polish, it's Morawicki. Most of the people here know me as Mike Merwicki, though. And for the record, I'm Mike Merwicki. I'm one of 2 state representatives for the Wyndham 4 District of Putney, Dummerston, and Westminster. My partner, Nada Hashim, is here as well. So currently, Southern Vermont Cable serves Putney and Dummerston, so I'm not speaking for the other people from other towns here, but hopefully some of what I say will resonate for them as well. And first of all, I want to give a shout out to Core here for all their good work at BCTV. They not only help people get to meetings that they wouldn't otherwise, whether it's a select board meeting, a school board meeting, or local events, but they help bring the work of the legislature closer to home. And being 100 miles away from Montpelier, it's not easy for people to get there. So thank you, Core, and I hope we can help maintain all that BCTV does for our community here. While I know it's important for a lot of people to have the entertainment value of what cable can bring, I think the primary reason I'm here is for continued broadband access. Almost 100 years ago, Vermont went through the process of being electrified because we realized that to join the rest of the world, we needed electricity. And I think similarly, broadband access is what will continue to connect us to the world and help bring Vermont to a place that the rest of the world enjoys right now. And whether it's businesses, students, or now telemedicine, that access is essential. And one of the pieces that I especially hope that we can continue expanding. I think the number of customers that Southern Vermont serves in Putney and Dummerston registers in the hundreds, while there's over 4,000 people. So we've got a lot to go. If we want equal opportunity for all, we've got a ways to go, and I'm hoping that Comcast, out of that 350-mile allocation, can continue to expand in this area for those reasons that I stated, to bring the world here and to help make Vermont a more friendly place for those who want to stay and for those we want to attract here. The other consideration that I hope we can help set some benchmarks, and I appreciate what was said over here, is Ernie and his crew have always been right there on the job when someone's had a problem. And wasn't in common sight to see Ernie himself up on the ladder, hooking your house up or trying to fix something. And don't know that we expect that personal amount of service, but I think we do hope for the level of service to continue. Because we're a rural area, we understand there's challenges here, but Ernie always met them. And I'm hoping that we can set some benchmarks for what kind of service we can expect in the future. I think that speaks to what I can say for right now. But again, I don't know that there are other options. We know that there is a challenge from Ernie leaving, so the fact that many of us have waited a long time to get any access, we appreciate that as at least one option going forward. And moving forward, I also want to remind people that the state's well aware of the expansion needs right across the state, and that's why last year we passed a bill to start the planning process for local municipal utilities, such as EC Fiber up in Norwich. So stay tuned to that. That may be something that becomes a partnership that allows us to get to that last mile. I've worked for 3 governors now, and they've all promised we were going to have broadband to the last mile, and we're still waiting. So let's keep pushing. Thanks.
Thank you. Next up, I have Claudia Teachman
Blocker. So my name is Claudia Teachman-Blocker. I live in Dummerston on the Route 5 side. We've been very happy. We don't have any problems with our service. Very happy. You've provided us with just the amount we need, not too much, not too little. I'm the sole proprietor of a small home-based business. I travel for work, but a significant portion of my income is derived by the use of internet to inform my customer base and to receive and fulfill orders. I have a concern that, based on what I'll explain later, that the internet service will become cost prohibitive for my small business, causing me a financial hardship, particularly after the introductory promotional period of 2 years. I'm saying this because as almost the sole person responsible for my mom's bills and finances for the last 15 to 20 years, and she lived in Florida in a huge area, I wouldn't even call it a town. Comcast became the sole provider down there. They had no competition other than Dish or, some other kind of nominal cable network. And my mom was on a fixed income, and yes, she had a wonderful promotional first 2 years, but when that ended, she was told, okay, she no longer qualified, or I was told she no longer qualified for the promotional service. There were all these other packages and bundles available, so we bundled, but that came at a cost. And then the 4 channels that she watched as a little old lady, maybe an hour a day, weren't on the low-cost bundle, they were on the expanded bundle. So I watched as her bill went up and up and up to the point where she was about ready to throw in the towel, but we wanted to have her programs and have access to her through TV and through phone and internet. So we just kept on paying. But it was really disappointing and frustrating to see that. I have an acquaintance who lives in Vernon that I was just speaking with today, telling her that I was going to be coming to this event. And she said, oh, what, Comcast? She said, I've had them. I've had a bundle with them. And it just went up by $50 a month. I'm canceling almost everything. I'm going to get rid of my landline. I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to get rid of that. Because she said she's on a fixed income. She can't afford it. And yes, they offer other promotions, or they tell you, no, I'm sorry, your promotion is over. You don't qualify for the next reasonably priced thing because you're no longer a new customer, and what you have to pay for is exorbitant for a person on a fixed income. I don't know how this can be addressed, but I just felt like I needed to say that. And I've been really happy with the service, and that the prices have not skyrocketed in the time that I've been with SV Cable. Thank you very much, I appreciate it.
You're here.
Thank you. Next up, I have John Field.
Hi, everybody. I'm John Field. I live on West Hill Road in Putney. I first just want to say how distressed I am about this dilemma we're in. I can't say enough about you, Ernie, and the kind of business model, and not just the model, but the way you've delivered local, dependable, human service to us. I was very involved in the struggle to get our area of Putney wired. We had no coverage till what, Ernie? What year did you come in with service finally? Did you connect us? Sorry?
4 years ago.
4 years ago. Up till 4 years ago, we had nothing. We had HughesNet. We suffered under that behemoth. We had, and people couldn't, students couldn't do their work. My wife, who's a physician, couldn't do her medical records. I couldn't do my work. It was a mess. Nobody, our governor made lots of promises. Our then governor, Shumlin from Putney, made promises which he did not keep. The only person who came up to the bat was Ernie and his company. I echo what other people have said about how Ernie will answer the phone sometimes, will come out on the truck when someone snapped my fiber cable. Ernie and somebody else came out and worked for about 5 hours in the cold fixing it. I'm speaking today out of real desperation because what we have is a David and Goliath situation. Only in this case, David is going to be, Ernie totally deserves to sell out, have a retirement or whatever he's going to do next. He's earned it in spades. And this is not to say anything about him not deserving that because he certainly does it. I've never seen such a finely run company. On the other hand, the Goliath in the room, represented by Mr. Glanville and others, what many people don't know, I just checked the stats today. The landscape here is that Vermont, I took this right off the net, Vermont is served by 11 cable television companies, including the two largest, Comcast and Charter, which together have more than 90% of the market. Not what Mr. Glanville said, a highly competitive marketplace. And if you dive deeper into the weeds, you'll see that Charter and Comcast have had a very symbiotic, collaborative, merger-like type of relationship. So I'm not even exactly sure whether they're competitors. You might remember in 2015, Comcast tried to buy Time Warner Cable, which would have been a disaster. Check the public record on what kind of comments were made about the horrors of services, some of the things that Claudia mentioned and other people have mentioned on the written record, leading to the denial, thankfully, of that. It would have been a horrific merger. But in that merger, interestingly, Charter and Comcast were very palsy-walsy in terms of a deal they were going to make it look like this was still, they weren't going to, dominate the marketplace. I want to say that while Mr. Glanville talked about the 350 miles, he didn't tell you that his company sued the state of Vermont and the PUC, the Public Utility Commission, twice, not once, but twice. Why? Reading from the newscast, the news release, September 1st, 2017. Comcast has sued the state of Vermont to try to avoid a requirement to build 550 miles of new cable lines. Comcast's lawsuit against the Vermont PUC was filed Monday in U.S. District Court in Vermont and challenges several provisions in the cable company's new 11-year permit to offer services in the state. One of the conditions in the permit says that Comcast shall construct no less than 550 miles of line extensions into uncabled areas during the 11-year term. Comcast would rather not do that. Mr. Glanville didn't tell you that. Yes, 350 miles, I'm guessing there was a settlement in that case, and they settled with the 350, but they were suing Vermonters to try to not do any of it. But then again, in February 2018, cable television giant Comcast is suing the Vermont Public Utility Commission over the panel's decision to require the company to expand its network and step up support for community access TV if it wants to continue doing business in Vermont. A key issue in the services Comcast must provide to local community access systems that carry municipal government and school board meetings, as Mike acknowledged Core for doing, a key issue is to do with that. The 26 community access systems have been pushing against resistance by Comcast for high-def video, greater ability to operate from remote locations, and inclusion in the interactive program guides that Comcast customers can use to decide what to watch. The PUC, formerly known as the Public Service Board, in January issued a new 11-year permit for Comcast. In July, the panel rejected the company's request to drop some of the conditions attached to the permit. In a lawsuit filed Monday in U.S. District Court in Burlington, Comcast argued that the PUC, quote, exceeded its authority under federal and Vermont law by imposing numerous conditions on Comcast's continued cable operations in the state. I'm assuming there was a settlement in that. I don't know how that spun out. I want to remind people that aside from its unsuccessful attempt to totally dominate the market in 2015 by taking over Time Warner Cable, which was stopped, I read recently tonight or earlier today that according to Consumer Reports, Comcast CEO and scion Brian Roberts has already admitted there is no real competition in the cable marketplace thanks to decade-old monopolies. That's the CEO of Comcast. Finally, I pulled up something which was gobbledygook to me, but which the suits and the lawyers in the room know of, 2466C, which is from the PUC's and I guess the state of Vermont's operating laws, Internet Service Network Management, Attorney General Review and Disclosure. And I'm just hoping, although I don't have a solution as what to do instead of Comcast taking over Ernie's wonderful business, I want it noted that here in this 2466C, the Attorney General shall review the network management practices of Internet service providers in Vermont, and to the extent possible, make a determination as to whether the provider's broadband Internet access service complies with the open Internet rules contained in the FCC's 2015 Open Internet Order, and then there's a lot of numbers, but I'll say it for the record, protecting and promoting the open Internet. Docket number 1428, report and order on remand, declaratory ruling on order 30 FCC RCD 5601. And the Attorney General shall disclose his or her findings under this section on a publicly available, easily accessible website maintained by his or her office. I hope that the Attorney General will make that available in terms of many of the written complaints that have come in to Comcast. And I will end just on this very recent report from, it was actually a Comcast-owned station that I got this from, a local NBC affiliate. December 6, 2019. Our Senator, Bernie Sanders, unveiled a plan on Friday, this is reported December 6, just a little more than a month ago, to expand broadband internet access as part of a push to boost the economy and reduce corporate power over Americans in his high-speed Internet for All proposal. He calls for the internet to be regulated like a public utility. He argues that the internet should not be a, quote, price gouging profit machine for companies such as Comcast. The proposal would also break up what Senator Sanders calls internet service provider and cable monopolies. It would stop service providers from offering content and end anti-competitive mergers. Senator Sanders concludes, access to the internet is a necessity in today's economy, and it should be available for all. We're going to take on the greedy internet, telecom, and cable monopolies and put an end to their absurd price gouging. I end by just saying I don't know what the answer is. I would love to see a publicly funded cooperative buy out Ernie instead of what I see as a Goliath. And it's not just me, but people all across the country have seen this. Thank you.
Next up, I have a Neil Kelsu as a maybe.
We'll make it a definite. Name is Neil Peltzu. I live on Newfane Hill, and we have had at least 25-year working relationship with Southern Vermont Cable, because right at the present time and up until it is no longer Southern Vermont Cable, their head station and several dishes and a tower, receiving tower, are on our property. And as many of you have spoken tonight, Ernie and Brother Sam and his crew have spoiled us with the level of service which they provided. I've seen Ernie down at the head station at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, not on a nice warm July evening, but on a cold December or January evening. And you've all seen him out working in his bucket truck or on a ladder. So in whatever direction this goes, Comcast needs to know that we as Southern Vermont cable customers are going to be keeping a very fierce eye on maintaining that level of service. And I did not get to ask this question during the earlier session, so I will, since we can't get answers to questions right now, I will offer it as a comment. But if I've been hearing things correctly this evening, they've talked only about internet and video and television. And Southern Vermont Cable, as we know, also provides telephone service. And my question would have been, is the telephone service included in this acquisition proposal? So I have every confidence that Southern Vermont Cable, Ernie and the crew have full belief that Comcast can provide a level of service. But hearing discussion tonight about the introductory promotional service and then going on into the regular subscriber rates is an additional concern that I hope that your organization will pay particular attention to, because there are quite a significant proportion of residents in this area who are on fixed incomes and low income, and any jumps like the woman earlier told about in rates would be equally disastrous to the residents in our area. So I know that your job is to keep an eye on those types of things and be well assured that the current Southern Vermont cable subscribers are going to be doing the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Alan Seymour.
I live down on Route 5 here in Dummerston, and I've been a customer of Ernie's for a long time. I've kind of pushed him along a little bit at times because I had quite a business of producing video things for the car business, and I relied on communications and video transmission quite a lot. Ernie always came through. I think the question I asked earlier about whether or not the rates in Dummerston or in our area would be the same as they are in Brattleboro is kind of one that not many people have taken on to, but if you think Ernie's rates have been, I would say, a little higher than Brattleboro's, and I would expect that maybe when this happens, we'd come down to the Brattleboro rate structure, and I would hope that there's some way that we could guarantee that, because that would answer a lot of the questions about the promotions. I looked at it tonight just before I came up here, and I checked to see what the prices were in Brattleboro, and they're somewhat less than what Ernie's had to charge. So I'm just wondering if we can be assured that that will equalize.
Thank you. Go with Chris Leroy. Close?
Yeah, actually you were really close, yeah. My name is Chris Lenoir. I'm president of the board of directors for Brattleboro Community Television. I wanted to echo some of Cora's remarks about our organization's choice to file for intervener status in this proceeding. But I did want to just address some of the general concerns in the room about local techs being dispatched to handle service calls. And being a Brattleboro resident and somebody who's a Comcast subscriber, I know 2 techs who are fellow graduates of Brattleboro Union High School who are responsive to come out for calls. So there is local presence for that sort of thing. Back to the formal remarks about our decision to file for intervener status in this proceeding. The decision to do so had the unanimous support of BCTV's board. I want to point out a lot of them live in these service areas that are going to be impacted by the sale of Southern Vermont Cable to Comcast. And as Cor stated, our primary goal is to ensure that we provide the best resource possible for people in our coverage areas. The media landscape in Southern Vermont is without a broadcast television outlet to report on what's happening with local select boards, school boards, and other municipal entities, which, as Representative Murwicki pointed out, makes BCTV a critical resource for government transparency and citizen engagement in the democratic process. Indeed, we have been told by members of the local print, radio, and digital media just how important our coverage is for them to effectively do their jobs at times. BCTV has enjoyed a wonderful relationship with Southern Vermont Cable. We wish their leadership the best with future endeavors. Our preliminary conversations with Comcast about the impact of this acquisition leads us to believe that we will be able to continue to fulfill our mission to viewers in Putney, Dummerston, Newfane, Townsend, and Jamaica in the same and perhaps even better manner as we have over the years, and we look forward to working with Comcast to achieve this goal. Thank you.
Last name on this list, and I'll grab that list as soon as this next speaker is done. It's Joel Blooming.
Yep. Hi, I'm Joel Blooming, live in Jamaica. Just to make people aware that there is a proposed alternative for internet service, which is a broadband study that's being done right now by the Wyndham Regional Commission to implement broadband to the last mile, as the expression goes, and people should look at it for future development. We've just begun the study, and we're looking towards a survey which you'll be approached to comment on. So there is alternatives as far as internet is concerned and streaming. That is not an alternative for television.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Stephen West.
Hi, Steve West, as you said, easy to pronounce. I live in Dummerston. And everybody said a lot of the things I wanted to say, so if I'll just congeal what's in my brain. I'm a computer repair guy. I've been working in the area 20 years now. I have never had a good experience with Comcast, ever. Great experiences. I'm a Southern Vermont Cable customer right now. Grateful for that. I was excited to leave Brattleboro and live in Dummerston so I could be a Southern Vermont Cable customer, and I have successfully never paid a dime to Comcast in any form, and I hope to never do that. I guess the crux of what I'm driving at is I don't think I have another choice for internet where my home is. I think Consolidated Communications doesn't go to my house on Middle Road in Dummerston for some reason. Comcast isn't, and then dishes, I suppose, which I never wanted to do. So I guess I'm curious about the monopolistic implications of this, and I don't know enough about the law, et cetera, to even speak to it. But I'm kind of over a barrel, and as a guy who fixes computers and needs internet, and I haven't watched TV since the middle 80s, with the exception of BCTV, a great local community affiliate. I used to be on the board. But I have no interest in television, but I'm very interested in internet, and as was said earlier by Mike Murwicki and others, like this is it's like a utility. It's something that we all need. You can't not have it in many ways. I mean, I suppose you could. But for most of us trying to run small businesses, you kind of gotta, bad English. But you have to have some form of decent speed internet. I lived in West when it was still dial-up. The second I left, it went to DSL. I was like, what? So I'm chasing this to try to stay current, try to have my own business and run my business and be able to help other people. But I'm telling you, as a guy who's been doing this for 2 decades now, I can't think of a time I haven't had a problem dealing with a Comcast modem or a Comcast intervention in some way. So that all said, my hope is that we just have options, and if this is the way it's going to have to go down, which I'll either do without internet or move, because I'm just not going to do business with Comcast. I'm sorry, it's just where I'm at. I know too much, I hope it goes well for everybody else who does do business with them, and again, no slam on Ernie, well deserved. I mean, as you've heard said here many times, this is why we love Vermont. This is why we love small business. This is why we support one another, because you show up. You have a first name. We're all calling him Ernie, for God's sake. We're not calling him Mr. Comcast, or, you know. So this is why we choose to live here. Let's also acknowledge that as electricity comes, phones come, people grouse about, oh, those damn phones are going to ruin everything. You know, times move on. Vermont is a small 625,000 people. This is what it is. But you also get people coming out like this to talk about this. It's important. It matters. It not only matters to us as individuals, but we're concerned about our neighbors. We're concerned about how everybody is. And I'm concerned that when a monolithic, monster-sized, multi-billion-dollar corporation comes into the pristine condition of Vermont, you can stand there and talk very eloquently about all kinds of promises and how great it's going to be, and it just isn't ever, you know. So I'm concerned that we're going to get a lot of bait and switch here. So my hope is that we, in this room and others, continue to lean in and press, and as was said, we'll continue to watch and watch and watch, because this is how stuff happens in the under cover of the night, where sure we're going to be nothing but good to you, and then lo and behold, it's not. So I guess my wish is that we stay vigilant, and that, you know, Ernie gets to retire and do what he wants to do. And that Comcast is held to task like any corporation ought to be. And they have a record of not really being held to task very well. So anyway, I'll leave it at that.
Mr. West, next up I have Bob Meyer.
Hi, I'm Bob Meyer. I live in Putney, about a mile through the woods from Mike. And I hate to say it, sound redundant, but geez, Ernie, thanks for everything. My concerns with Comcast are the delusion that there are alternatives to doing streaming from satellites. You obviously have not done any research into the signals capability in the valleys that we have here. I've had Dish and a few other providers out there. They can't come close to getting any kind of a signal anywhere. So that is not a viable option. That is a lie. Or you did not do due diligence, which would not surprise me. I'd also like to make the comment that many years ago, I was one of the founders of BCTV, and we had to fight regularly with the Public Service Board and Time Warner at the time to get them to do anything, even to be held to their contracts. These big conglomerates go along with the public service, the Certificate of Public Good, say we're going to do all this stuff, and then they sue you shortly thereafter, and it's easier for the Public Service Board to go, yeah, okay, you're kind of providing a good service. We're going to let you back out of all the promises that people wanted you to, that agreed to give you that power to have this monopoly. And it is a monopoly. And that's something that people have to remember. It is not a business. It is a monopoly. A business is a competitive venture. And Ernie, if I could wave the magic wand and get you to do something else, I want you to be able to retire too. I have to agree with everybody here. I have never seen such good service and the quality. Also admitting when, oops, that was our mistake. Everybody does that, but not the companies like Comcast. I'd also like to note that on the internet there's this wonderful little site called the Downtime Detector, and Comcast is regularly up at the top for the most complaints from everybody all across the country, and particularly in the Northeast. When you're that big, you have a problem at your main junction point, you wipe out huge swaths of territory. And I've watched that. There was a major problem, I think about 2 weeks ago. A lot of issues with everybody was having problems with internet. Looked like it was focused in New York City. But in general, Comcast has never gotten out of the orange for most of New England. They have not resolved the problems that are there. And for a big corporation that's making billions of dollars, they should put a little more effort into it. I challenge the Public Service Board to hold them accountable to their Certificate of Public Good. That is something that has never happened here. It's always been backed off. Sorry, you may have good intentions, but the track record isn't that good. And other than that, damn, Ernie.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. And then the last name I have is Chris Olson. Hi, my name is Chris Olson. I'm a resident of Dummerston. I just want to speak a little bit more in the abstract. We've had a lot of people here, as was mentioned by Steve, that everyone is referring to Ernie by his first name and thanking him for the service. I'm also a very satisfied customer. And in addition to just like an intense work ethic, I would say, there's a level of accountability that we have as people in a small community. We know that Ernie is the person that we complain to if we have a problem, and he doesn't want us complaining to him. It's a pretty simple formula there. Contrary to the Supreme Court, corporations are not persons. And therefore, they don't have that level of accountability. So we are left, by that logic, to the principles of free market and competition to ensure that we get satisfactory service as customers and people exchanging goods and money. But as has also been discussed, in the absence of competition, we don't really have a free market. And there, again, we have no competition. We have no insurance that anything Comcast says that they will actually be held to, because what else are we going to do? I just want to finish up by saying Joel Blooming mentioned there is currently a grant-funded study, feasibility study, business plan in the region. Talk to your town clerk, find out who the town lead is. We are Vermonters. We can build this ourselves. Ernie did it. Let's figure it out. Thank you.
Thank you. Did anyone else who did not get a chance to sign up want to speak before we go off the record? Yes.
Good evening. My name is Lawrence O'Neill. I'm a recent convert to the School of Ernie. About 18 months ago, I approached Ernie about building out cable for our road in Putney. We were surrounded by cable, but our road had none. We had 13 unserved homes. Through Ernie and the Bratt Development Corporation, we were able to get a grant from the state and get cable built out. The neighborhood is happy with the service. Ernie was out at 11 o'clock one night ensuring that we had service, so I understand about that. I don't think any of us here grudge him his retirement, and that is not, we are not here to fight you on that. My concerns are the articulated statements by Comcast, which they made on January 23rd, about the fact that they were raising rates for their internet customers in order to support programming packages and their new streaming network. So not because they're improving internet service, but to support other parts of their business by 3.6%. And through the wonders of the internet here at the college, we were able to just do the quick research. The introductory package for a mid-level internet speed is about $40 a month for 2 years. When that 2 years expires, that rate doubles.
1 year.
Excuse me, 1 year. In 1 year, that rate doubles. So this going from an introductory rate to something not reasonable happens relatively quickly. I think what the PUC, and hopefully the Public Service Department, needs to ensure is that we have some sort of protection written into this public certificate of public good that can't be litigated out of some sort of price protection. If they're going to be granted this CPG, there needs to be a price protection built into it. The other thing it needs to have is some sort of guarantee of customer service. If you get on the internet and look, that is the #1 complaint about Comcast is their customer service. Everything from rude operators on the phone to people not showing up to problems not being resolved in anywhere near a timely manner. So that needs to be something that needs to be included as a condition of the certificate of public good. They also, I believe, their 350-mile build-out commitment is sort of hedging on what the governor signed last June that Mike referred to. The governor signed a measure that was designed to expand our fiber network, not just build out to areas that are unserved, but also to expand fiber, high-speed fiber, to all of us. So we're not just on coaxial cable. And there are subsidies already provided for to provide extensions into these areas by the state. I think we need to have a commitment from Comcast that they will honor that legislation that was signed by the state. That they will commit to a build out of not just coaxial cable that carries their television signal, but fiber for high-speed internet to support the modern economy that we have, that the governor hopes that we will build so we can bring more people here. Again, I understand this is not a hostile takeover. Ernie wants out of the business. He would like to be sitting under a palm tree somewhere with a golf club in one hand and a martini in the other, I'm sure. But I just see this because there will be a lack of local responsibility for all of our services. You know, we'll be calling, the gentleman said, New England call centers. I always wonder about that when someone answers in a foreign country. Is that where you are really, New England? That is my comment at this point. Again, I think we have been spoiled, as has been articulated. Ernie has a good business model. He follows that model. He provides a quality service. I don't think it's something that we are not entitled to. We pay our rates. Obviously, he makes a profit or he wouldn't have been in the business for 20 some odd years. So we're paying for what we get, but we get good service. I'm not sure we're going to be paying for what we get if we go with Comcast.
Thank you. Any further comments before we adjourn?
Can I add to my comment?
Absolutely.
Can you say your name again, please? I'm sorry.
Alan Seymour. I kind of had a unique experience today because I have part of my job at the Brattleboro ski jump is to get the internet hooked up there. And of course, that's a Comcast connection. So I've kind of dealt on both sides of this, and I don't know if anybody else in this room has dealt with Comcast or has any service with them, so they might not understand what I'm talking about. But anyhow, we have to get this hooked up. We have to call Comcast, and they come out. And I must say, today's experience was quite pleasant, and it's always been pleasant with them wherever I've had to deal with them. They come when they say they're going to come. The people that come to work and do the hookups are from Hinsdale or from Brattleboro or somewhere, and we talk about various things we all know together. It seemed like I was talking with Ernie's crew, the same things. So I don't know that Comcast in Brattleboro is quite the big ogre that everybody's saying about it. Plus, as I've been harping about rates, their rates are somewhat, and I don't want to say considerably, but they've been somewhat lower than Ernie's rates. And those aren't introductory rates, those are the standard rates. So I'm not sure that they're being represented fairly. That's all I would say.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, sir. Yeah, just sign in at the sign please.
And say your name also.
Jay Palmazzano. I've lived here for 3 years, and I've been from central Vermont and moved down here 3 years ago. I've had Comcast up in college, at my home, and like you said, it's never been a big concern. I'm actually all for the sale and happy for that. I just wanted to make that a comment kind of Take your tail off yours.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Last chance. No takers. Okay, well, thank you everyone for coming out tonight, and we are adjourned.
Okay. So, Jennifer, Elizabeth, and Tina are all here. Tina's not here yet. Oh, yeah, you are. I don't have my glasses on, so I didn't know. Sorry. Okay, so, do you have a preferred order to testify? Because we'll just go down the list otherwise.
I think it makes sense for me to go and then Tina.
Okay, perfect. And then Elizabeth? Okay.
I don't see her. I know she was traveling from New York.
Come on up. So we're taking testimony on S288, an act relating to burning flavored tobacco, banning flavored tobacco products. Tell you what. Burn them. Sorry. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. And I do have a PowerPoint that I believe is attached.
We've got 4 different things from you. So is it ending the sale of flavored tobacco that we're looking at?
I'm not sure if it's the first or second.
Or the testimony?
Yeah, that's your one's ending the sale of flavored tobacco. So I did some written testimony as well, but it's just easier to follow along with the PowerPoint.
Okay, perfect.
So Jennifer Costa, Government Relations Director for the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. I want to start by thanking the committee for allowing me to testify this morning, and also for taking the time. I know that you're considering a lot of issues, but for spending the time on this critical public health issue. So as the chair said, I'm here today to talk about ending the sale of flavored tobacco. The American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network, or ACSCAN, which you may hear me refer to my organization later as, supports ending the sale of all flavored tobacco products with no exemptions. So that means all flavors, including mint and menthol, and all products. So that means the whole variety of e-cigarettes, whether they're closed pod and open tank, and regardless of their nicotine content. Menthol cigarettes, which is the only legal cigarette flavor still allowed on the market, and other tobacco products. So you're talking your chew, snuff, roll your own, cigarillos, dip. If you go to the next slide. Why are we talking about this now? We can see that flavored tobacco is erasing years of gains Vermont has made in tobacco prevention and cessation. I'll reference that later as I talk about the results of the most recent Youth Risk Behavior Survey that just came out last week. Smoking remains the #1 cause of preventable death, both in the United States and in Vermont. This year alone in Vermont, smoking will kill 1,000 Vermonters. And if smoking rates continue at their current rate, 10,000 Vermont kids alive today will die prematurely from smoking-related illnesses. And also I can underscore that smoking is expensive. I'll go specifically into the numbers in just a minute, but suffice it to say, smoking is costing Vermont's hundreds of millions of dollars every year. And most importantly, flavors hooks kids. I wanted to see if this worked. I talked to Dory about how we could do this. I wanted you to hear in kids' own words. This is, there's a link, but I think if I play it, it's only 1 minute. If I play it, then there'll only be one sound, rather than everybody trying to do it. So this is from the Counterbalance campaign. That's the health department's campaign, youth campaign, and it's can everyone see? I think you can.
Yep.
Okay.
And that's why I'm against the dog leash resolution.
Next we have Kaylee. I'm Kaylee. Hello, Vermont decision makers. I'm here with my friends in the Counterbalance campaign to tell you how flavored tobacco products can hurt kids like us. We like orange, strawberry, and other fun flavors. And the tobacco companies know this. So while we can't buy these yummy flavors in cigarettes, they're still available in cigars, cigarillos, e-cigs, dip, and chew. And 2 out of 3 kids say they use these products because they come in flavors they like. So are you going to take action against flavored tobacco, or just let more kids like us turn into lifelong tobacco users?
Vermont's kids need your help to speak up and fight for their health. Come to a community event and talk with your key decision makers about the dangers of flavored tobacco products. Visit counterbalancebt.com to learn more.
So that's from the Health Department's Counterbalance campaign. We can switch back over. On to the next slide is tobacco's price tag. When I saw these numbers, they were quite astounding. So smoking costs Vermont $348 million each year in medical-related expenses. When you look at the Medicaid costs, those are almost 87 million, a little bit more than 87 million Vermont Medicaid costs caused by smoking. When you look at productivity losses in Vermont, smoking costs 233 million a year. And so what does that mean for Vermont taxpayers? The state and federal tax burden for smoking-caused government expenditures is more than $750 per household. And I just wanted to point out that these numbers don't even take into account exposure to secondhand smoke, smoking-caused fires, smokeless tobacco, cigar or pipe smoking. And then if you look at what Big Tobacco spends, nearly $17 million every year advertising their deadly products in Vermont. The next slide. This is critically important to the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network because we know that flavors hook kids. Flavors are a marketing weapon the tobacco industry uses to lure kids into a lifetime of addiction. Tobacco flavors like cherry, grape, cotton candy, gummy bear are clearly not aimed at adult tobacco users. Years of tobacco industry documents confirm that the intended use of flavors is actually to target children. And altering tobacco product ingredients and designs, like adding flavors, can increase a product's appeal. And how is that done? By masking the harsh effects of tobacco, making the inhalation of nicotine that much easier. Consequently, and I guess it's no surprise, youth say that flavors are the leading reason they use tobacco products, and they perceive flavored products as less harmful. The next slide. And flavors are a big business. Flavored e-cigarettes have flooded the market. More than 15,500 distinct flavors are now available to consumers. To show the explosive growth in this industry, you only have to go back a few years. One of the studies shows that in just 2014, there were 7,700 flavors. I didn't even know that there were 7,700 flavors in general, let alone 15,500 flavors. But that's where we're at now in 2020. And if you look at some of the most popular flavors, they're clearly not aimed at adults. So I just put some of, so you can get a sense of what's out there. Put some of the flavors on there. Gummy bear, mango, birthday cake, s'mores, creme brulee, cotton candy, unicorn puke, which I don't even know what that tastes like, very berry slushy, apple pie, strawberry shortcake, Skittles, and buttered popcorn. Next slide. The American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network is an evidence-based organization, so we make all of our decisions rooted in evidence. And so if we look at the statistics, one of the most telling statistics is that more than 80% of teens who have ever tried a tobacco product started with a flavored product. More than 80%. And so if you look on the other side of the screen, if the CDC looks at current use, so the first statistic was ever use. Have I ever tried a tobacco product? So more than 80%. Some studies even go up to 90%. But the CDC looks at current use. So 7 out of 10 middle and high school students who currently use tobacco use a flavored product. And then there's a breakdown there. I know that I'm throwing a lot of numbers at you. That's why I thought it was easy in the PowerPoint, so you can go back and reference those.
Right.
Yeah.
Great, thanks.
And the next slide. So what is the impact here in Vermont? We see youth tobacco use rising. More than 1 in 4 Vermont kids now uses some form of tobacco. In just a minute, we'll go deeper into the numbers, but that does show a market increase from just 2 years ago. If you go to the next slide. The Vermont Youth Risk Behavior Survey, I think you all are familiar with it, surveys thousands of Vermont students every 2 years. And so since I started with ACS-CAN, we've been referencing these 2017 numbers. We thought a lot of it was underreported, and unfortunately our predictions are true. And so we can compare numbers from 2017 to 2019 now. And so the first slide is ever tried any flavored tobacco product. In 2017, 21% of high school students had ever tried any flavored tobacco product. Now we're at 27%, so that's an increase of 6% in just 2 years. If you look at even younger children, so under the age of 13, 10% in 2017 had tried a flavored tobacco product. 2 years later, we're at 15%. So again, we're looking at increases of 6 and 5% in just 2 years, which is huge in the world of public health. In the next slide. So this is ever tried an electronic vapor product, fancy term for e-cigarette of all different varieties. So in 2017, 34% of our high school students had tried an e-cigarette. Now we're up to 15%. So not only does that represent a 16% increase in just 2 years, but what it's saying is 1 out of every 2 high school students has tried an e-cigarette. And if you look at the grade levels, as kids get older, the more likely they are to try it. So we have nearly 60% of our high school seniors trying an e-cigarette. And you can also see in the graph at the bottom, from 2015 to 2019, every year there's a steady and concerning increase. And in fact, in 2017 to 2015, you see how much it jumps. And the one thing that changed that I should point out in that time, when the survey was issued to students, it was right around the time that Juul hit the market, but it had not really come into popularity until a couple months after that.
You said about 2017.
Yeah, so what happened between 2017 and 2019 is Juul specifically hit the market. And then if you go to the next slide, it's current e-cigarette use. So this is not every use, this is children who currently use it. We have been referencing this number. You've probably heard myself and my other colleagues in the Coalition for Tobacco-Free Vermont talk about 12% of high school students are vaping. Well, unfortunately now that number is 26%. So in 2 years we have more than doubled our amount of students who are vaping. And again, if you look at grade level, we have 34% of high school seniors. So more than 1 out of every 3 high school seniors is currently vaping.
Is WNH and SOCs that white and students of color?
Yes, sorry, I should have said that. Yeah, so you have white, not Hispanic, and then SOC as students of color, and then heterosexual students who identify as heterosexual, and then students who identify as LGBTQ. And you will see over and over again that students who identify as LGBTQ have higher rates of tobacco use, which is also concerning. And the next slide, this is the frequency of use. So not only are we concerned with if students are using, but how much are they using? And there's a startling difference here as well. If you look at 2017, the majority of kids were using their e-cigarette 1 to 2 days out of a whole month. Now the majority are every day. So it flip-flopped. 1 to 2 days was 37%. Now 31% is every day. And if you look at the pattern at the bottom, has a graph of 20 days or more. So not every day, but that's fairly consistent use, is vaping 20 days or more. Down in 2015, we only had 13%. In 2019, we're up to 43% of kids in this age group
This is all Vermont-based
This is all
data.
Vermont-based data. This is from the most recent youth risk behavior survey that was released last week.
Right, so when we're talking students of color, we're looking at students of color in Vermont.
Students of color in Vermont.
And the same with the LGBTQ.
Correct. This is all Vermont. These like 5 slides are all Vermont-based data that just came out. So we see now we have, of the students who vape, 43% of them are vaping on 20 or more days. And again, we have higher rates of use significantly for students of color and higher rates of use for students who identify as LGBTQ.
20 days a month?
20 days of a month.
And so when you break it out, I guess you have got gender, or you have males and females.
For some of the other statistics, gender doesn't seem to matter. Here, you do start to see a difference with males at 47% are using on 20 days or more, and females are at 38%. And if we're ready, we can go to the next slide. The next slide is current tobacco product use. So this is overall. This is looking at the number of high school students who use e-cigarettes, cigars, smokeless tobacco, e-cigarettes over the past 30 days. And again, we have been using this figure of 19% of all Vermont high school students use some form of tobacco. Well, now we're at nearly 3 in 10. We have jumped 9% in 2 years to now we have 28% of kids in Vermont using some sort of tobacco. So you can really see how we are going backwards, and our progress in youth prevention and cessation is being erased. And you can see by grade, so here male and female is pretty much the same, but if you look at grade level, age matters, and as the kids get older, you see a significant rise in how often they are using a tobacco product, with 37%, so nearly 40% of our high school seniors are using some form of tobacco. White, non-Hispanic, and students of color are about the same. They are the same here, but you do see higher use for students who identify as LGBTQ. And moving on to the next slide has a glimmer of good news. So this is current cigarette use. In 2017, we had 9% of high school students smoking. 2 years later, I'm happy to report that we're at 7%. So this is the one place we've seen a decrease of 2%. And that chart there is nice because it shows a variety of substances. So you can see that cigarettes use is going down, whereas there's a sharp incline in EVP as the electronic cigarettes, the electronic vapor product.
So are they just trading?
What's happening around the country. I thought this was important to talk about. Massachusetts last month, might have been 2 months now because it's January, was the first state to ban the sale of all flavored tobacco products, including e-cigarettes, menthol cigarettes, cigar, pipe, and other loose tobacco and chewing tobacco. That's the big highlight of their law. But other things that it did a variety of things. It was a huge omnibus bill, but it increased retailer fines for sales to minors from $100, $200, and $300 to $1,000, $200, and $5,000 respectively. So they're taking that really aggressively. It earmarks a percentage of the revenue collected on the civil penalties to their tobacco cessation program, and it goes into effect on June 1st of this year. But I also wanted to point out that more than 230 localities restrict the sale of flavored tobacco products. The laws do differ by the application to specific products in stores, but at least 60 of these localities do restrict the sale of menthol cigarettes. And that link at the bottom will allow you to look to see exactly where this is happening. It links to Tobacco Free Kids, which tracks this very regularly and updates the site. So I'll just go to the next slide.
Do you have a list of some of the localities that have restricted?
Yep, so if you click on that link.
Oh, okay, we can do that.
Yep, it will take you.
Let me do it now. Okay, thank you.
Yep. And then, so in conclusion, again, the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network supports ending the sale of all flavored tobacco. We do not want to erase the progress we've made so far. Vermont is a leader in tobacco cessation and prevention efforts. We want to keep that going. We see that cigarette use is the only area in terms of tobacco use that Vermont improved in 2019. So I can't stress enough that we cannot leave any flavors on the market, and that includes menthol cigarettes, because we know whatever flavor is left on the market is where kids will turn to mask the harsh tastes of tobacco. We want to place blame where it belongs, and that's on the industry selling addiction. The evidence shows that penalizing a user is not effective. Purchase, use, and possession provisions, or PUP, you may hear them referred to, are disproportionately applied to communities of color, the very communities who have been targeted and marketed to by the tobacco industry. Holding kids responsible is a tactic the tobacco industry supports, while at the same time continuing to market their deadly products to those kids. So we believe that ending the sale of all flavored tobacco will make it harder for the tobacco industry to target children into a lifetime of addiction. The American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network is part of the Coalition for a Tobacco-Free Vermont, so you'll hear from, we just decided to split up the testimony so we weren't repetitive. You'll hear from my other colleagues today, from, I believe, the Heart Association, the Lung Association, and Tina will specifically talk about menthol and why we believe it's critically important to include it in the bill.
I think that's a big question that folks have around menthol. So the question is, suppose you eliminate all the other flavors and leave menthol, what's the consequence to doing that? So
right.
I'll hold that question. Yeah. But we'll get there. And then do you have any data, will anyone be presenting information on the health effects that we've seen as a result of an increased use of flavors of e-cigs, right? We will get data on that. I'm looking for people to come in and testify on that, but I was wondering if you had any of you were going to have comments on that.
For Tina, BMS may have.
We have two physicians coming in on Friday,
so they'll have some of that data.
Yeah.
I think that's important. Yeah. So right.
And Dr. Gogo's speaking at the press conference tomorrow. We'll mention some of that.
Okay.
There.
Good. All right. Thank you.
And I did include in my testimony, there's a couple of fact sheets, one-pagers on both menthol and flavored tobacco in general.
Right. You've got 4 different things for us. So, any questions from the committee on the data? Go ahead.
Yeah. First, a disclaimer. All right. I think becoming addicted to something and that gives you deadly diseases is not a privilege. But the people who use these products experience that as a privilege. They choose to do it. They find it pleasurable. So I'm treating it as a privilege. Vaping is a fairly new thing. A couple of years. Mm-hmm. Were we to start restricting vaping, what we'd be doing is taking something that's sort of getting started up and saying we don't like where we're going, we're going to stop. Going back to Machiavelli, it's easier to take away a newly achieved privilege than to take away a privilege to which people are accustomed. So aromatic pipe tobacco, would this include aromatic pipe tobacco?
Anything that is not tobacco flavor. So any characterizing flavor and
apple cured pipe tobacco.
I'm not sure. I would have to double check.
I don't think
apple
a lot of high
cured.
school kids are
Yeah.
Well, you know what? This is a good question for Jen Carvey.
Yeah, but the second thing is that menthol cigarettes have a history.
They do. I mean, and I could spend the next 15 minutes talking about that, but I don't want to steal Tina's thunder. But we believe absolutely that one statistic that I know that she'll reiterate is more than half of kids who smoke choose menthol cigarettes.
50 years ago, I made my living as a blues singer, and blues singers were required to smoke menthols, and that was part of the deal.
And something I should have mentioned about e-cigarettes that I may have taken for granted because we've talked a lot in this committee about e-cigarettes, and like Jules specifically. Some e-cigarettes most e-cigarettes contain nicotine, so in terms of addiction. But Juul specifically has some of the highest nicotine content. We know that Juul is what is most popular with kids. One Juul pod is the nicotine equivalent to an entire pack of cigarettes. And anecdotally, we are hearing, in preparation for this session, we've met with several students, many of which you'll hear from tomorrow, but students, teachers, youth organizations, and anecdotally we're hearing that kids are now vaping 1 to 2 pods a day. So in middle and high school we're having cases where we have 1 to 2 pack a day smokers, essentially, because it's the nicotine equivalent. And so it's a hard addiction to break. So that's why we feel strongly the sooner that we can get these off the market, because we know that the flavor is what is enticing these kids, with 80 to 90% trying flavors as their reasoning for picking up the product in the first place, the better for public health.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I heard also that there were some cartridges that contain equivalent of 4 packs of cigarette of nicotine.
I mean, I guess it's
possible.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. There's a lot out there.
There's a lot out there. I know there's a lot of information. So Tina's up. Jennifer, did you link in, is there a link on your, any of your, well, fact sheets, any link to the youth risk health survey? Or not behavior survey?
I created slides from it, but not the whole thing.
Okay. We can find it on the Department of Health website.
I can also email right now,
Okay.
if that's easier.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be good.
I should have, yeah.
I was gonna have the Department of Health in to talk about that survey. So
That's why
I think this is good. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
No?
The one that's labeled, eliminating.
Oh.
So if you want to follow along, the PowerPoint is what I'm going to be referring to in my testimony. I did send you some background documents just so you would have the citations for a lot of the facts that I'm going to say in my piece instead of kind of gunking up the whole.
Which one is the PowerPoint?
It starts with eliminating the sale, I believe.
Okay. Oh, beautiful.
So thank you for allowing me to speak today. Tina Zook, Government Relations Director for the American Heart Association. As Jennifer said, we tried to break it up so you didn't hear the same thing twice and focus on specific areas. I am going to talk largely about menthol cigarettes. I am by no means the expert. You are going to hear from some of the experts. Dr. Philip Gardner is actually with me today, and you'll hear his testimony tomorrow, and he'll give you so much more information, but I wanted to just provide some background. Yes.
Dr. Gardner, welcome. I didn't know it was you.
We just did a radio show together this morning, so we raced back here and we're here. So our organization supports the elimination of all characterizing flavors other than tobacco from tobacco products, and we feel this is essential to reduce the appeal to youth. We strongly support the provisions in this bill to end the sale of flavored e-cigarettes as well as menthol tobacco products, and we consider this legislation very strong in that regard. However, we know the tobacco industry has aggressively targeted certain populations with its marketing, including youth, African Americans, and we want to ensure that those suffering from addiction aren't penalized twice by possession and purchase penalties. So we would ask that the possession language be stripped from this bill. And we ask you to consider including penalties on retailers, the owners, operators, not the clerks, who may violate tobacco laws as a much stronger enforcement measure. So some background on menthol.
This is helpful, thank you. I think some of us have talked about the possession piece and the clerk piece. So, and we have our alleged counsel here listening. So,
yeah, I think what we were leaning to is with the Tobacco 21 legislation that you just passed last year. There's some penalties to retailers in there that seem like they would make sense. Okay. So Jennifer alluded to this. Menthol, I think, sometimes gets forgotten. People think that flavored cigarettes don't exist anymore. It is the only legal cigarette flavor on the market, In 2009, the Federal Tobacco Control Act outlawed flavored cigarettes, but it exempted menthol due to tobacco industry lobbying. And it's troubling because menthol makes cigarettes, and you'll hear more about this from Dr. Gardner, makes cigarettes easier to smoke and much harder to quit. Industry documents consistently show that companies manipulate the amounts of menthol to reinforce smoking behavior and increase the ease of smoking. A nationwide study showed that of young adults over 18 who smoked, most started with a menthol cigarette. And menthol now makes up 35% of the marketplace. So I brought these with me because I'm the Heart Association. I'm not going to push menthol cigarettes, but if you want to try one of these, you're welcome to. They're cough drops, but if you turn on the back and you look at the active ingredient, it's menthol. And what it says next to it for the purpose, it's a cough suppressant and an oral anesthetic. And that's one of the problems with menthol cigarettes. So on the slide, menthol creates a cooling effect. It reduces the harshness of cigarette smoke, it numbs your throat, and it suppresses your cough. Those effects make it very appealing to youth, and it leads to nicotine addiction. You don't get that burn sensation. More than half, as Jennifer said earlier, 54% of youth ages 12 to 17 who smoke use menthol cigarettes, and for black youth who smoke, it's much higher at 7 out of 10. This is one of the biggest reasons we are talking about menthol today. Menthol hooks kids. The Tobacco Products Scientific Advisory Committee was required by this Federal Tobacco Control Act to review menthol cigarettes, especially on youth. They noted, quote, that menthol cannot be considered merely a flavoring additive to tobacco. Its pharmacological actions reduce the harshness of smoke and the irritation from nicotine, much in the same way I said with the cough drops. Their conclusions were menthol cigarettes increase the number of kids who experiment with cigarettes and the number of kids who become regular smokers, increasing overall youth smoking. And young people who initiate using menthol cigarettes are more likely to become addicted and become long-term daily smokers.
Can you go back to slide 4, please? Yeah. Which is the menthol hooks kids slide. And then this is the U.S. data?
Yes. This isn't Vermont specific. This
is not. But do we have anything Vermont specific either? We can ask the Department of Health if they have anything as discrete as this, but this is pretty interesting.
Yeah, I don't know that we've been able to find specific Vermont data on kids. We've been trying. So
does the other Vermont data that we have reflect what is happening at the national level?
Well, what Jennifer just said with the e-cigarettes youth, I actually think our numbers passed the national rate because it was 1 out of 4 high school students used e-cigarettes, and I think our number is 28% now. So I don't know if they all changed, but that's what the number was before. So I have a slide here that does show the preferences of flavors currently among high school students, and this is of e-cigarettes. But our concern here is, as you'll see from 2017 to 2019, some of the fruit flavors are dropping in favor, and menthol has increased every year. With the kind of the youth use of menthol e-cigarettes increasing, I asked the committee to think about if menthol is left on the table, where we think youth are going to turn to.
Menthol.
And that's what this next slide says. Basically, if menthol isn't restricted in all tobacco products, consumers who formerly used flavored e-cigarettes will be pushed towards other mentholated tobacco products. And we've already seen some of this happening. Juul voluntarily pulled its flavored products off the market. And we saw that the youth gravitated to menthol. So from 2017, it was 42.3% use of menthol with kids, and it went to 63.9%.
So just to clarify, when Juul pulled the flavors off, they did not
pull menthol, and so that's where the kids moved to. Right. I don't know what they considered it, but they left it available.
Okay.
Yes. And however, I would like you to note the last bullet point here, because I think it's important. Your action to restrict menthol in all tobacco products could steer youth in the other direction, as nearly 65% of young menthol smokers, as well as 39% of overall menthol smokers and 45% of black smokers said they would quit smoking if menthol cigarettes were banned. We'd also like to make the case that eliminating the sale of menthol helps to ensure health equity. You will hear much more about this from Dr. Gardner tomorrow, but evidence from tobacco industry documents show a concerted effort to really target blacks through specific advertising. As far back as the 1950s, the tobacco industry has targeted African Americans with marketing for menthol cigarettes through either sponsorship of community and music events, targeted magazine advertising, youthful imagery, I can never say that word, price discounting, so offer them cheaper to get people hooked, and marketing in the retail environment. And as a result, 85% of black adult smokers smoke menthol. It's higher than any other racial or ethnic group. They're listed on the side there. And a higher percentage of black adults who smoke started by using menthol cigarettes, 93% of them, than white adults who smoke, which is 44%. And the next slide shows you some of the marketing that we have seen.
I was just going to ask.
Yeah, that targets. And again, you'll see more of this over the next couple of days, both by Dr. Gardner, but also the students from Burlington High School. You're going to have a great treat to talk to these ladies. They're fantastic, and they have some of this, some of these ads as well. Right. Oh, you were going to bring your lung in.
I'm just looking at the pictures. Yeah, they're old. They're old.
Some of them are, but some of them are. The middle one is. I think Dr. Gardner may have some as well.
Could use some newer ones.
Yes, but as I mentioned, it isn't just in the ads. It's marketing in certain venues, music festivals and events, and the price discounting, which we see on the top as well. Permitting the sale of menthol is also supporting disparities, inequality, and cycles of poverty. Tobacco industry documents highlight a long history of intentionally marketing mint and menthol products to vulnerable populations, including those of low socioeconomic status, minorities, youth, women, LGBTQ, and the less educated. As we've heard earlier, more than 50% of youth smokers use menthol tobacco products as a result of marketing. Individuals of lower levels of income and education are more likely to smoke menthol tobacco products, and smokers with mental illness are more likely to use menthol cigarettes than those who do not have mental health conditions, and 25% of those with mental illness live below the poverty line.
I mean, I've heard people say, well, you know, if you take away menthol, then you take away their crutch.
Well, so we're taking away menthol. This legislation would leave tobacco flavored, like tobacco products, not flavored, but it would leave tobacco. So it isn't eliminating all tobacco products, it's just eliminating menthol. So it would leave cigarettes. It would leave e-cigarettes, they just wouldn't be flavored.
Okay.
So we would also like to make the case to take action now instead of waiting for the FDA, because it will be a long wait. The same legislation in 2009 that banned all other flavored cigarettes allowed the FDA to regulate or ban menthol. And despite taking public comment in 2013 and again in 2018, and its own report in 2013 that concluded removal of menthol cigarettes from the market would improve public health, and menthol cigarettes lead to increased smoking initiation among youth and young adults, greater addiction, and decreased success in quitting smoking, the FDA has repeatedly failed to act. Menthol's still out there on the marketplace. You have probably heard about recent FDA action. It doesn't go far enough. Just in this past month, January 1st, FDA released a new policy. It is only on e-cigarettes, not menthol cigarettes, and it falls far short in addressing flavored e-cigarette and menthol. Under the new policy, flavor cartridge or pod-based e-cigarettes, so like Juul, that's the pod-based, other than menthol or tobacco flavored, must be removed from the market within 30 days. However, open tank, those bigger devices, such as those typically sold in vape shops, and the flavored e-liquids that are used to fill these can continue to be sold. You'll see some examples in just a minute. Also, flavored self-contained disposable e-cigarettes would still be allowed in the marketplace. By allowing these menthol flavors and flavored liquid nicotine used in open tank systems to remain on the market, we feel the administration will leave a wide pathway for continued e-cigarette use among kids. So here's sort of the fun part to see some of these devices. The first example here, devices sold with empty refillable pods. These would be exempt. So Soren and Smoke can be filled with e-liquids of varying nicotine strengths and thousands of flavors. Smoke is that purple, long, skinny one, and Soren is the kind of teardrop-looking thing. After Juul, Soren, and Smoke are the most popular e-cigarette devices among high school students. Disposable products, the next slide, as I mentioned, are also exempt. An example of products that would not be captured by this definition include completely self-contained disposable products.
Can I ask you, I'm looking at the Smock and Sworn.
Yeah.
Those were all different brand names. Are they brand names?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. But they're refillable, so they wouldn't be touched by the new FDA policy.
Okay.
And the disposables, again, would not. And they're flavored. Look at the Mojo Mango, still would be available for whoever wants to use them, including kids. The next slide is another example of disposable products that are exempt that wouldn't be captured by the FDA new regulation.
This is all the FDA stuff, all the stuff that escapes the FDA.
Correct, yeah. But would be captured by this legislation that you're considering today. And then the last slide just shows some of the horrible juices that you can put into these devices. I don't know who would want popcorn flavored e-juice, but donut juice and fruit pop and ice cream cake you can vape if you're so inclined.
That's
I'm sure these disposable things are good for our landfills.
Yeah.
If the disposable products are exempt, then banning the other products, won't that just sort of drive users to the exempt products?
Yeah, yes, they would, yeah, exactly.
To clarify that the disposables are not banned by the FDA, but they would be banned by
The exemption you're referring to is the FDA.
Right.
Yeah, that's why my point is really you need to pass your legislation now because there are some who want the FDA to just act because they can, but they haven't, and the action they just took really doesn't do a whole lot. It would stop like Juul, kids from using Juul, but as you saw, there's all these other products that they could easily turn to. And so lastly, again, Jennifer mentioned some of this, but our neighbors are starting to end menthol sales. She mentioned Massachusetts, which banned all flavored tobacco, and it was done in stages. So immediately the flavored e-cigarettes went into effect, and the menthol will be effective this June. But Ontario, Canada banned menthol cigarettes of January 1st, 2017, and initial evaluation results suggest that the law led to increased quit attempts in smoking cessation among adult menthol smokers, and then the Canadian government subsequently banned menthol cigarettes nationwide in October 2017. As of now, there have been localities across the country that have banned flavored and menthol. Massachusetts is the only state that just did it in November. We'd love for Vermont to be number 2. So thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. Again, you're welcome to try a cough drop. I thought it was kind of cool to remind myself what it felt like to have your throat have that feeling, but that's what you get when you smoke menthol. And you will hear, we'll have some experts on menthol later.
Senator McCormick.
Speaking of neighbors, being the only member of this committee from the eastern part of the state, the answer that I'm going to hear from people is, well, people will just go to New Hampshire and buy their products.
Well, lots of states are looking at that. I can't promise New Hampshire's going to do it this year.
Yes, for a worse neighbor.
I know. Well, and we've seen that with other tobacco issues too, and quite frankly, the science has shown that people don't go across to stock up. What happens is people who shop there continue to shop there. But with cigarettes, we know that they don't, after when a tax goes into effect, there may be early action where people go and stock up, and then it stops. So I'm not an economist, so I can't predict that, but that's what we've seen with tobacco tax. And it's good news that one of our neighbors is at least, and so maybe that will make New Hampshire move in the right direction. Be good too.
Be nice.
Questions? So, the experience that has happened in Ontario and then with Canada overall, has it pushed people into smoking regular tobacco products?
I don't have that detailed information. What I found is that it talked about early quit attempts. I don't know. I think in general, the fact from the CDC is that about a third of people would quit menthol and then move to
Yeah, it would be
traditional.
interesting to see if subsequent or after they banned menthol, if the rate of smoking went down.
Yes, it has. There's.
For the record, Dr. Gardner, say your name, please.
I'm Dr. Philip Gardner.
Good.
Okay.
We record everything.
So there's some published data that actually looked at a year after the Ontario menthol ban that smoking has gone down, menthol use has gone down. The question then is, are people coming across the border into the United States? It's the same question.
Yeah.
We do this city by city, and then why don't we just go to the next city? The real question is, why doesn't the FDA do something if we don't have to do all of this? But until the FDA does something, but yeah, there has been a decline. Toward the other point that's latent in all of this, well, won't the black market rise? And the punchline is, this has been done in 200 and so cities across the country, and in 36 of them, menthol completely, no black market. So, you know, being a tobacco historian myself, the black market has generally been driven by the tobacco industry historically in the United States. And let's not drive into that mud hole, but it's a good question that you ask, and I think there's some data to support it.
Terrific. Yeah, that'd be great.
And I'll talk about it more.
Good. Yeah, great.
Thank you.
Anything else? Any questions? We're getting the information we need. And so you've given us other handouts.
Yes.
Do you want to say anything about them just briefly? Or
Well, no, one of them is testimony, a letter to lawmakers from Dr. Gardner, and he's going to talk about that in detail. One is from the Truth Initiative that talks in detail about some of the information I presented on menthol in terms of marketing, youth use, the characteristics of it, and also the CDC documentation that also confirms that it's, you know, harmful to kids and starts youth initiation and disproportionately targeted to various demographics.
Okay, thank you. Is Elizabeth Hamlin here? There you are.
Hi.
Thank you. Do we have anything online from you?
You don't, and I need to apologize for that. I was with my mom in Connecticut, who's 85, and we did not have internet for 3 days. So
You had a big snowstorm.
Yeah, there was a snowstorm in Connecticut and in New York, so I've been storm chasing.
Well, so why don't you introduce yourself
yes.
for the record, and then if we could get some written testimony and you could send it in to Dory, that would be terrific.
Yes, definitely.
Okay,
I have some notes written down. So my name is Elizabeth Hamlin. I am the Director of Advocacy for the American Lung Association in Vermont, and I also cover New York and Massachusetts. So I want to thank you for this invitation to come and speak today. And the Lung Association, as you may already know, we work on behalf of 33 million Americans living with lung diseases that are including lung cancer and COPD, which are primarily caused by tobacco use and exposure to secondhand smoke. And so the Lung Association has been raising the alarm about cigarettes, e-cigarettes, for the past decade. And we've been warning about the use of these flavors as the inhalation of the harmful chemicals can cause irreversible lung damage. And we know that due to this FDA lack of really strong response, that it is the state's responsibility to do something about it, and we really appreciate and respect that you are moving forward with this, and hope that you continue to keep the menthol and all of the flavors within the flavored tobacco bill. And so let's see. Well, we know that flavors have been consistently cited as one of the main reasons that kids use e-cigarettes and flavored tobacco products. And from 2019, 71.7% of high school students who currently use e-cigarettes reported using flavored e-cigarettes in the past month. In November this year, A study in the Journal of American Medicaid Association using data from 2019 NYTS, 66% of high school students who currently use e-cigarettes reported using fruit flavors, and 57.7% reported using mint or menthol flavors in the last month. Overall, close to 73% of high school students who use tobacco products report using a flavored product. And so, continued progress on reducing both cigarette smoking and other tobacco products use requires bold and swift action. And we cannot sit here and wait for the potential action of the FDA. We recognize, let's see, without a doubt that flavored tobacco products are attractive to kids. And flavors are one of the main reasons youth use e-cigarettes in epidemic proportions. And you've probably heard a lot of this, but so I'll skip over to some of the things we know about the aerosol in e-cigarettes, that by heating this liquid that typically contains nicotine, flavoring, and other chemicals, the e-cigarettes currently being sold have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. That means the company has not had to disclose the ingredients in their products to the FDA. We do know that e-cigarettes contain nicotine as well as chemicals and toxins that are unsafe to inhale. Since 2016, we've had evidence that flavor additives in e-cigarettes, especially those that are based in natural plant extracts, are menthol-based and food-related additives, such as syndamycin, I believe it's how you pronounce it. These are particularly toxic to the lungs and when they are inhaled. And one study found that these additives significantly affect the lung cell viability and the respiratory barrier integrity. Another study found that lower concentrations of these flavor additives in e-cigarettes cause inflammation and create symptoms consistent with endothelial dysfunction. I won't give you a long anatomy presentation right now, but needless to say that these are all linked to some type of respiratory disease. And we feel that the FDA must use its authority to clear the market of these products that have not gone through the pre-market review, and absent of the FDA enforcing the Tobacco Control Act, that we must use every tool at our disposal to end this public health emergency. And one of the most effective ways is to clear the market of all the flavored products. And Vermont has done a great job last year doing the Tobacco 21 bill and addressing the internet and sales on the internet. And these are all prevention efforts. So this is another prevention effort to keep kids from having access to any kind of flavored tobacco product. And when considering this legislation, it's important to remember that it needs to be a comprehensive bill and to address all the flavors and all the products. In April of 2013, the Lung Association, along with our partners, such as Cancer Society and Heart Association, we submitted a formal proposal to the FDA and to prohibit the menthol as a characterizing flavor. And the FDA, this study came out called the Tobacco Products Scientific Advisory Committee, concluded that menthol cigarettes have an adverse impact on public health in the United States, and menthol cigarettes have no public health benefit, and menthol cigarettes increase the likelihood of addiction and the degree of addiction in youth smokers. Menthol is not only a flavoring, it's a chemical with complex drug-like properties that can impact smoking initiation, addiction, and cessation. Menthol has a cooling, as Tina so well put it. You know, you have that cooling sensation when you have a cough drop in your mouth. And these properties reduces the airway pain and irritation and can also suppress coughing. So when someone inhales a cigarette, they are not going to cough the same way as like when they first try a different cigarette. And that's one of the reasons why kids are so likely to pick up menthol and keep using it. And the use of menthol cigarettes by youth is also more likely that the youth will go on to become regular smokers. And while I just lost my place, basically, overall cigarette sales have been declining, but the proportion of smokers using menthol cigarettes has been increasing. And over half of the kids who smoke cigarettes use menthol cigarettes. The health disparity, and that might be a different number than what has recently come out. I think it may be more now. And the health disparities of the use that are correlated with the use of menthol cigarettes has been very troubling for us. The sale and marketing of menthol cigarettes disproportionately burdens African Americans, and as that's a result of the decades of marketing, as Tina was pointing out. And the use of menthol cigarettes is most common among female smokers, LGBT smokers, and those with mental illness, and racial and ethnic minorities. Nearly 9 in 10 African American smokers aged 12 and older use menthol cigarettes. So I can answer any questions you'd like about anything that I might know, or get back to you if I don't know.
So thank you, and it would be very helpful if you would just submit your testimony in writing.
Yes, definitely.
It'd be very good with some of the data that you have there.
I was wondering what New York is doing.
Right now, there's the governor is talking about, well, first he did an emergency action when all of the lung illnesses came out, and that was primarily just electronic cigarette flavors. And at first he left out menthol and had the Commissioner of Health research menthol to decide whether or not it was something that should be in there. So he subsequently added menthol to the ban, the emergency ban. That was in regulation, so the Emergency Act was going to be in regulation. Unfortunately, the big association came in the day before it was supposed to take effect, brought the case to court, and basically Cuomo was told that while it was needed to have this emergency action, it should have been done through legislation instead of regulation.
Right.
And so he should, now we're looking at, today actually, he's going to be doing the budget address and he's going to be discussing flavors. New York has a little bit different demographics, and we're really pushing to keep menthol in the forefront of everybody's minds. So hopefully we'll have a comprehensive flavor restriction as well. There's other counties that have been doing it. There's one, I believe, in Herkimer County. There's Albany County that's trying to pass a bill, and Westchester County and Long Island that all have bills that are addressing flavors. So if our legislators in New York can't pass this bill, then it's going to be like the Tobacco 21 laws, where it just keeps growing through county level.
Thank you. It's very helpful.
Thanks.
So, I'm going to ask a general question. You don't need to answer it right now. But, you know, in the United States, there has been no pre-market review. Now, that holds for a lot of different things, chemicals as well as vaping products. But the European Union is slightly different. I don't know if anyone has a testimony on that. Okay.
I don't know if anyone talked about the pre-market review that is supposed to.
We're going to get some of that information, yeah.
Great.
So
The
this is
European,
just,
the European Union is scheduled in June to restrict the sale of menthol and all other flavored products. So they passed that in 2016 and gave it 4 years to here we are.
right. Cool. Cool, good. So we still have one here. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. The other thing, just the general question, please don't answer it now, but of course, there's a lot of data out there about vaping THC. I'm just going to state that as a fact. So that's something else that we may be questioned about.
Oh, it's a break.
And we can't do anything today.
I think that's my question. I mean, part of why youth smoke or try things is the youthful rebellion. That's not going away. So if we take away this, where is it going? Is it going back to alcohol? Is it going to marijuana? Is it?
I think it's going to marijuana regardless. I don't know. We'll have to look at the data.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But I'm sitting here saying,
Well, there are other alternatives, like the Icelandic model is to try to give kids other things to do, rather than turn to mind-altering substances.
Yeah, but youthful rebellion and stretching is not going to go away.
No, never will.
No,
it never will.
So,
but we don't want to enhance it.
No,
promote it.
No,
right.
No, but borrowing enough money to turn this state into Iceland.
Today it is Iceland.
So, I mean, I'm
well, we're processing it.
Yeah,
we're processing it.
I'm processing.
So you know what, Jen? Would you mind coming up? We have a few more minutes. I don't think we need to hold ourselves here all morning, but we've heard a lot of information. It is going to take time to go through it all and process it. And looking at the youth health risk behavior survey, the Department of Health it would be good for us to do individually, but we will get the Department of Health in here on this topic, so they'll also be able to help us. Welcome.
Thank you.
And so there was some comments by, I think it was Tina, to change some of the legislation to amend it, and I'm wondering if we might look at that together. We have, what's the bill number? 288.
Jennifer Kirby, Legislative Counsel for the record. Yes, so I think the two things that you heard from Tina as suggestions or recommendations, one of them is on page 4, the other one is not in the bill. It would require adding something to the bill. So I'll give you a minute to get to page 4.
Get 288 as introduced. Just a little infant bill.
We're ready? All right, so on page, if you look at page 4, the rest of the bill is sort of leading up to the ban, and then we have the ban on page 4. So subsection B says a person shall not sell, offer to sale, etc., any of these products, and then subsection C is the one that I think Tina would be asking to come out of the bill, which is the ban on possession, purchase, or attempt to purchase flavored tobacco products, flavored e-liquids, or flavored tobacco substitutes.
I was actually thinking about this over the weekend and trying to figure out how our departments of public safety would deal with this. I don't know what other people think of that.
Well, I know that when we put a thing on possession of cigarettes under the age of 18, I did hear from my then police chief, and I think we had some testimony that police departments are working very hard to develop a friendly, trusting relationship with youth, and to have them put in the position of having to cite them, arrest them, fine them for possession of a cigarette, which most kids don't see as it's like a parking ticket. They don't see it as evil.
Yeah.
It counteracts that effort, and they really didn't want to be put in that position.
So if we took this out, remained silent on the possession piece, then there wouldn't be a ticket?
So then you get into the, not for possession, there would not, you would not have banned possession. So however somebody procured the items, just possessing them or purchasing them, if the store were to sell it to them, would not be, so the person who had purchased or was in possession would not be breaking the law or in violation of the law.
But if that shop happened to be in a jurisdiction where it was legal to sell it.
Right. Right, that's...
Then, yeah,
Then it would be okay to possess it and use it here.
Possess it and use it here.
But this doesn't specify any consequences.
Because it doesn't specify any, there is a default provision in this title that would apply. But I think the other piece of what you're being asked to do is to put in some specific penalty provisions that would go in here. Right, that's the other piece that Tina was recommending. So it would be, it's not that there's no penalty currently, but it would fall under the default in 7 BSA section 6. Where are we? Section
which would be fines, I presume.
650. There's some default in here. 661. There we go. It's just violations of title, and it goes through certain things, and then it says a person that willfully violates a provision of this title for which no other penalty is prescribed, or that willfully violates a rule of the Board of Liquor and Lottery, should be imprisoned not more than 3 months, nor less than 1 month, or fined not more than $500, nor less than $100, or both. So sort of put it under the default, but you can go more specific with it.
What section is that? It's 7 BSA?
7 BSA 661.
661, okay, that's not
and I put it in there in part, I mean, I relied on that in part so that you could have the conversation about what you would want a penalty provision to look like.
Okay.
So instead of creating a new one before you had really looked at the bill.
Okay.
So, and under current law, the penalty for sale to somebody under age now 21, as of what you did last year, is makes a person that sells or furnishes tobacco products, tobacco substitutes, or tobacco paraphernalia to someone under 21 is subject to a civil penalty of not more than $100 for the first offense and not more than $500 for any subsequent offense. And that goes through the Judicial Bureau like a traffic ticket.
So if we didn't have possession here, but I, in my youthful entrepreneurship, took the family car, went to New Hampshire, and bought some of the banned product and brought it back and sold it to my friends.
You'd be violating a few provisions of Title VII. Right.
It would be a deep trouble.
Right. You would also be selling without a license.
Yeah, okay, so I
the
get
Vermont version of Ferris Bueller.
Well, yeah, and we haven't stopped it either. But there would be a penalty for that.
For selling.
Okay.
Yes, there would probably be a few potential penalties, potential charges.
Can we look at one other thing? I know we're going to come back to this on Friday or whatever day we had it for a discussion with you, but the section on advertising,
yes.
I would just ask that when we do come back to that, to look specifically at, why it's a study and why we can't do something, sort of the interstate commerce clause issue, if there is one.
There's interstate commerce, there's First Amendment is
First
the biggest,
Amendment, right.
probably the biggest, but yes, First Amendment and Commerce Clause issues.
And then what about, can the state do anything about labeling or providing information?
I'd have to look specifically. Most of that, if not all of that, is in the federal sphere. But I'm not sure if it's a floor or a ceiling.
Okay.
Generally, we have more control over sort of what would be posted near a product than what would actually be on the label itself.
Okay. Okay. That's good for now. I think we'll come back and we'll walk through carefully and talk about things that are important to us after we've had some more testimony. And I did want to correct one thing that I said on Friday, and that is I indicated that none of the tobacco companies were going to come in to testify. That's not true. At least one tobacco company has indicated through its representative in the building that they will testify, but the other one, the global one, will not, which is unfortunate. They might, if the bill goes to finance, they might testify there. It's all about money. It's not about health. Anyway, sorry. I might say that tomorrow.
Just a quick comment for the record. I didn't want it to look like just Tina is asking for those changes. The American Cancer Society.
I understand it's a whole coalition. Yeah, no, we get it. We understand.
Okay.
Tina did it.
But it is outlined in the written testimony.
No, I understand. We understand. All right. Anything else? Now, if there are people in the room who would like to testify on this bill, we'd very much like to hear you. So just let Dory know, and we'll continue to take testimony this week and next week. I think this week is probably pretty full. And then next week we'll add in some other folks. Make sure you get your name down. And then I did want to say welcome to Dr. Gardner. We're very happy that you're here, and we'll go around the table. Tomorrow we'll do the same thing, but I think it would be helpful to introduce ourselves, and maybe by tomorrow we might recognize one or more of us. So you introduce yourself briefly, please.
Well, thank you for having me. I'm Dr. Philip Gardner. I work at the University of California Office of the President Tobacco-Related Disease Research Program. I've worked there for the last, I was going to do this tomorrow, I've worked there for the last 23 years. Next week is my last week of work. I retired 5 years ago and they dragged me. And that was a good thing. I love what I do. I'm also the co-chair of the African American Tobacco Control Leadership Council. We're based in California, but we work obviously nationwide. And we've been the pusher of the menthol issue since the FDA, I think, failed in its job in 2009. I must admit, this last discussion, the question of the possession is really important. I really don't think you want to get into the criminalization of kids for possessing something that's being sold to them that they shouldn't be being sold to. And I don't have it in my slides. I sent slides to Dory, to Doris, and please take a look at them.
Good.
I could also talk about the e-cigarette stuff all day too. I used to oversee the new products at the Tobacco-Related Disease Research Program. There's a lot to talk about. There's a lot of science behind a lot of this too. It's been interesting being a tobacco scientist. All these questions come up. Cinnamon-maldehyde that people are talking about. Stuff is not good for you. And then the question on the vaping of marijuana. Unfortunately, there's a great article written on the same thing that's in marijuana is in cigarettes. All dried, it's what we call a biomass. If you're burning leaves in the ground, your driveway, forest fire, cigarette, a joint, they all produce the same chemical. Some have active nicotine, some have active THC. But when you burn it, that's what happens. I mean, I think the difference is people smoking 20 cigarettes a day to one person smoking a joint a day. That's part of the problem. There's some data on that too. Anyway, I digress.
Good digression. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. I'm going to go around our table and introduce, and then tomorrow we'll do the same thing again. But
Ann Cummings, I'm from Washington County, right here.
I'm Rich Westman, I'm a senator from Ohio, which is just north of here.
Stop. More
Well,
stuff.
that's
And
the
other
bottom.
places.
I would say there's a lot more towns than just
I'm Senator Jenny Lyons. I represent Chittenden County, which is Burlington area, where the kids will be coming from tomorrow.
I'm Debbie Ingram, I'm also from Chittenden County.
I'm Dick McCormick. I represent the towns of Londonderry and Mount Holly and all of Windsor County.
And Jessica, why don't you introduce yourself, because you'll be here again tomorrow.
I'm Jessica Brunstead, and I'm a representative from Shelburne and St. George, and I've introduced this same bill in the House.
Thank you, Jen. Okay, we're good. We're gonna call it a wrap for today, and then we'll be back tomorrow at 9 o'clock in room 11. It'll be a little more clean air. It's good.
Thank you. 11 or 12 minutes early.
I know. Did you not want? We will be getting the scientific basis for all this. We'll be having some people then doing that.
Good morning. Welcome.
Is it a good morning? I have had coffee spilled all over me twice this morning. It's so hard.
Was it good coffee?
It was fabulous coffee, but my clothes are not appreciating it.
I'm sorry to hear that, Representative Senator.
I pat myself down. I do love.
All right, welcome to the conference on S23, which was started in your neck of the woods, came to us while the four of us served on the committee last week. Let's just go quickly around to make sure that we all know who each other are. Representative Tom Stevens.
Mary Hooper Montpelier.
John Kalaki from South Burlington.
Michael Sorokin, Chittenden County.
Senator Ballin, Windham County.
Allison Clarkson, Windsor County District.
Former House member.
Former House member.
I am the only former House member on this team, which makes me specially qualified to be on this conference committee.
So with everything in front of us this week, I was hoping that we would be able to just dive right in. I think we both have expressed our bodies' respective desires to see this pass. And so it's just a question, I think, of being across the table and getting a clarification of what actually we're talking about. Yep. I presume it will be a little bit less complex than the family leave bill, but there are plenty of complexities within the differences in the two bills. So Damien and then Joyce, if we could get, Damien, if you could just lead us through the differences and also kind of educate us on some of the changes that we put forward that may not be relevant any longer, whether it's because studies have been done or other language has been put into the bills, into the statute someplace else. And then Joyce, if you could run through after Damien the issue brief that you were able to get done last fall, that would be great. Was it fall? Damien, all yours.
Thank you. I'm just pulling up the document on my iPad. For the record, Damian Leonard, Legislative Counsel. And you should all have a copy of the side-by-side in front of you at this point. And you just pull it up on my iPad and I will walk through it with you.
Well, you didn't have mine.
Thank you, Senator. I apologize. Senator Clarkson, here I have oh, we have an extra copy. So here.
Here we go. Okay.
We got it. All set. There you go. Here, you can have your copy back. And we have an extra copy over there. So just to bring us up to speed, the House's proposal of amendment to the Senate's original proposal of amendment on this bill was to go with a minimum wage increase of 2.25 times the CPI, or 5.5%, whichever is less, until the minimum wage is equal to or greater than $15. And then after reaching $15, the minimum wage would return to its increase by the CPI, or 5%, whichever is less, which is the current increase that we've been seeing year over year. The House proposal also established tip pooling requirements that were consistent with federal regulations, and provided that the minimum wage increase, that 2.25 times multiplier, could return down to just the CPI in any year in which both state sales and use tax revenues decreased by 2% or more relative to the prior year, and the state revenue forecast had been reduced by 2% or more. So that's what's commonly referred to as an off-ramp, or a
Recession trigger?
Yes, the recession trigger there. That's designed to kind of mirror recession. It's something that's done in New York and California, or that is in their minimum wage laws.
Damien, may I ask?
Yeah.
We know that New York has several zones for minimum wage increase, so is that true in each of the zones?
Right, so in New York, they can make the assessment with respect to any of the zones, and that comes out of the understanding that the economy in the city may be different from the economy upstate.
Well, particularly in the Adirondacks, I mean, north of Albany.
And again, that was done in a climate, that was written in a climate last year where there was, from the fiscal offices on down, of pretty more than lukewarm fears of a recession on the horizon, which, according to the fiscal stuff last week, seems to be less urgent.
Less urgent, but
always on the horizon, but just less urgent than it was a year ago.
Yep.
So in contrast, what the Senate sent back at the end of the session last year did away with the increase to $15 and instead came with an increase to $11.50 on this past January 1st and $12.20 on next January 1, and then returning to the CPI increase thereafter. So that's kind of the core of the bill. The other pieces in here, in the House version, there were some changes in the definitions. There was a clarification on the definition of student to be consistent with the current Department of Labor interpretation, and the additional definition of tip because of the tip pooling requirements. That is all out of the Senate version. Next, in the House version, there were two sections, sections 3 and 4, that dealt with the Child Care Financial Assistance Program. Those sections complemented what was put forward by the House in a bill to address that issue, and then what eventually went through in the appropriations bill at the end of the session, generating, I believe, something like $7 million in additional funding for that. And this was designed to complement that. So that has already passed through. It is not in the Senate version. Section 5 of the House bill and Section 2 of the Senate bill required a report on increases in Medicaid reimbursement rates that would be needed to enable the payment of minimum wage to employees of certain Medicaid participating providers and independent direct support providers. The Joint Fiscal Office has prepared an issue brief on this subject. They did not have some of the teeth in that bill or in that provision requiring providers to report. But Joyce can talk more about the data that was provided in that report. Section 6 in the House bill created a study committee to examine the possibility of creating a separate minimum wage that would increase more slowly than the standard minimum wage for employers that provide certain benefits to their employees, such as health care benefits above a certain level. Section 7 would have required legislative counsel. That section is not in the Senate bill. Section 7 of the House bill would have required legislative counsel and the Joint Fiscal Office to submit a report regarding potential alternative mechanisms to the CPI for indexing the minimum wage to inflation after 2024. That did not make it into the Senate bill. Just as an aside, and I've said this to both committees of jurisdiction, this is something that any member could request from us at any time if you were interested in that. So Section 8 in the House bill was Section 3 in the Senate bill. That created a study committee to look at the impact of altering or eliminating the basic wage rate for tipped employees. This is known as the tipped wage. So currently that's 50% of the standard minimum wage. And then it would have also looked at eliminating the sub-minimum wage for secondary school students during the school year. I think everyone here is familiar with that, but just as a reminder, under Vermont law currently during the school year, secondary school students are subject to the federal minimum wage, which is generally $7.25, but can be lower in certain instances. And then during the summer, the break between school years, they're subject to the Vermont minimum wage, which is $10.96. And this has been a source of confusion for employers in recent years.
And other concerns.
Right.
David, I don't want to get too far in the weeds, but can you just give us a reminder, what would be you said there are some instances in which employers could pay less than the federal? What are those?
So they would still be paying the federal minimum wage, but under federal minimum wage law for employees under, I think it's under 20, I'd have to double check.
Okay. So
you can pay a sub-minimum wage for a probationary period at the beginning of their employment.
Yep.
And that's set by federal law. So.
And there's also a training wage.
That's what I was talking about.
$4.25 an hour, right? Isn't there a $4.25 an hour level?
I can't remember the rate, but yeah, there's a training wage for employees under a certain age. That's well below the $7.25 an hour.
Great, thank you.
It's not only confusing, but difficult for people who are actually trying to earn money to go to college, which is wildly too expensive. So, I mean, there are lots of issues that are packed into that.
Right.
If we establish a different rate, our policy I just wanted to make sure I wasn't nuts.
Yeah, so the way the federal wage and hour law works is it sets the floor, and states can enact laws that are equal to or more protective of employees. So you could a higher minimum wage, greater overtime provisions, that sort of thing can all be set at the state level.
So for instance, we have our minimum wage is now $10.96 because we have what we put into law over time. New Hampshire does not have a minimum wage, so they default to the federal minimum wage as their minimum wage.
Just imagine what their high school students are being paid.
So I think that's, I mean, the longer we do, with the frequency that we do to go into the statute, it's become clear that there's certain aspects of it that are outdated.
Yeah.
You know, the spread, the difference between our minimum wage and the federal minimum wage has grown over time. So I think that was the thought behind having that study, just to say that this is this. I mean, I can't imagine that someone would turn and say, I'm going to hire somebody for $7.25 an hour when they can work next door for $11.96 an hour. That's the market at work. But the fact is that they can.
Right.
And then in terms, if I can just jump ahead to the agricultural study, which is next, we've learned the same issues. The agricultural workers can be paid the federal minimum wage, but there are market issues.
Sure.
There are contract issues for other workers who come in. There's just the different levels, and when asked, when you see the list of exemptions after a while, you finally have to just ask, well, why is this so? And so that's what this was for. We approached the House Agricultural Committee and the department last year, and they both expressed an interest in having a study done so that because if you ask the Department of Agriculture, they'll give you the 42 different answers that they aggregate from people.
Sure.
But this is just a way to try to get an understanding of it so that we can move forward with better information. So much of the statute was written long ago.
Okay.
Could we have, in the Senate version, I know it's the same as the House and what we sent over at the end, but in our original bill, did we have a study on tip wages in there?
You did?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, that was something that the Senate added in the original amendment that they sent over to the House.
Okay.
So the House kept that. The House added the agricultural wage study, which was then kept by the Senate in what it sent back.
How about the sub-minimum?
The sub-minimum wage for secondary school students, I believe that was in from the Senate, and then kept by the House.
Remember, we had a fairly robust conversation about a universal wage rather than a tip wage, rather than a differential, and we had that great professor from the West Coast talk to us about all the challenges that tip wage earners face.
Okay,
so Joyce just pulled up the federal regs for me while I was speaking, and I can confirm that it's for workers under 20 years of age. The first 90 days under federal law, you can be paid $4.25 an hour, and then you go up to $7.25.
Okay.
So we've talked about the working group to examine the wage and hour laws for agricultural workers.
Before you leave so that makes the issue of when a school student becomes even more relevant if it can default during a vacation period to that training wage, right?
Well, so it's the way the department interprets it is it's during the school year and regular vacation periods, and the department interprets that as basically from when you start school, whenever the first day of school is around Labor Day, to the last day of school in June. That window there and all the vacations in there are subject to federal minimum wage.
So that could be as low as $4.25.
That could be if you're within your first 90 days. Yep. So
regardless of the fact that we have a different different minimum wage.
Right, because the way it's set up is we have, I think 7 exemptions or groups that are exempt from the minimum wage overall. Agricultural workers are one, and then secondary school students during all of the school year and regular vacation periods are another. And that group, the department, because the laws are construed to be protective of workers, they construed that as narrowly as possible to be protective of student workers. So during the summer, if you're a high school student who just works summers, it's just the state minimum wage. If you work during the school year, your employer could choose to go back and forth between them, or they could choose to pay you the state minimum wage. What they can't do is pay you the federal minimum wage year-round. So those 2 studies, both sides agreed on them, and to the best of my knowledge, the language was kept the same by both parties there. The next was requiring legislative counsel to prepare draft legislation to modernize the wage and hour statutes, including identifying obsolete or out-of-date provisions. This was left out of the Senate version, but 2 members of the House who are part of this conference committee here, Representative Klacke and Representative Stevens, both requested bills that included that work. And that was presented to the House General Committee last week for a bill introduction. So that is not necessary at this point.
So can I ask you a question, go back to section 2? I know you and I had talked about this in your office, and I walked away thinking that was put in as belts and suspenders,
yes.
And that is actually no longer necessary because of what the feds have done.
So the tip pooling requirements, originally, if we go back to last biennium, what had happened is the federal government had proposed regulations that included a very large loophole that would have allowed employers of tipped employees who do tip pooling to actually keep part of the tip pool rather than distributing it to employees. Congress, and it's rare that I get to say this, but Congress passed a provision that corrected that issue. And so they actually corrected the issue. So now the tip pools, you can pool between the front of the house and the back of the house. provided you're paying the federal minimum wage as your base wage to everyone, so at least $7.25 an hour. But it prevents managers or owners of restaurants and other places that do tip pooling to actually keep a portion of the tip pool. It has to go to the employees. And that was the primary issue that the Vermont was concerned with, was that issue of having some of the money go away from employees. Some of the initial language on this required that it stay with the traditionally tipped employees, but the latest language follows the federal guidelines where if you pay at least federal law, minimum wage, you can pool between the front and the back of the house.
So dishwashers, people who are plating salads.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Okay.
and that's part of a bigger overall issue about compensation in restaurants and what we're used to. But this goes to tip pooling only. This does not affect restaurants this federal law does not affect restaurants that work our traditional way, which is to say you can pay 50% of the minimum wage as a tip credit, if you will.
Right. It does not affect them. So they have to have a tip pool, and they have to pay a base wage to their tipped employees that's equal to or greater than the federal minimum wage. So you're already talking right now, our tipped wage in the state is $5.48. So you're already talking someone who's paying $1.75, $1.77 more than the tipped base wage in the state as a base wage to their tipped employees. So if they go back down to the state's base wage, they're not eligible for that federal tip pooling provision anyway, and because it's more protective than the state law, we'll follow it without requiring us to adopt anything. All we can do is we could adopt something that's more protective of the tipped employees. But at this point, the House's latest proposal did not do that, and so the Senate pulled out that language because it's not necessary to accomplish that.
Okay. But the language about the student was also taken out.
Yeah, so, and that is not necessary at this point because that's the current interpretation by the Department of Labor. What the only benefit of including that definition is just clarity on the face of the statute. So that definition didn't actually change the status quo, it just put it in the statute. So that there is, clarity kind of for employers who might not go to the department's wage and hour regulations or might not call up the department for guidance.
And that issue would be part of the study, no doubt.
Yes.
If we get
Right,
the study.
and if the study comes back with a recommendation to change the student minimum wage or eliminate that exemption, that would all be dealt with at that point. So that's an issue that would be front and center in that study.
Okay.
Thank you.
And so I didn't mention this at 10:30, but we need to be done this morning at 9:30. So we need to be done by 10:30.
So as do we.
Yeah, and so just keep that in mind with our conversation. That would be great. And then we will try to schedule something else for later on today, reconvene later on today. So Joyce, please let us know.
Actually, before we move over to Joyce, can you just summarize what is no longer necessary because of changes in statute and where there is similarity between the two? I think maybe it's obvious, but just starting at the top.
So sections 3 and 4 are no longer necessary because that was addressed in last year's budget bill. Section 2, assuming the tip pooling requirements stay out of there, is not really necessary unless you wanted to get that clarified definition of student in there. But if you're planning to address that through the study committee, it's not necessary. And then on sections 6 and 7, 6, that's a difference there, and that's That's something that you'll have to decide. Section 7 is not really necessary because you could request it on your own.
Right.
But if you wanted to require it to be done as part of the legislation, you could include it. And then Section 10 is not necessary because those bills have been drafted.
Right.
That's Section 5.
Section 5 is in both bills. Oh, well, that is really something for Joyce to address, whether her work this summer and the issue brief she wrote covers that. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joyce?
Thank you. So I don't have copies of the issue brief regarding the survey of wages for healthcare workers paid through Medicaid, but I believe that you've all received it, perhaps, Representative.
We have it right here.
Oh, you have it right there? Oh, terrific. Excellent.
Ron is unbelievable.
Excellent. Excellent, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to run through this quickly. The bottom line is that we tried very hard to get as many jobs reported in terms of minimum wage, in terms of hourly wage and hours worked as we could. We hired a contractor, we worked for 3 months to try to collect wage data. It turns out that we got wages paid for 6,631 jobs. We believe that there are about 7,200 workers who are paid $15 or less in the state, paid through Medicaid in the healthcare sector. The jobs do not translate to the workers because many workers have more than one job. For example, the folks paid through ERIS, the direct care workers, might have 4 or 5 jobs in a single pay period. So we are not able to estimate the cost to the state of raising the minimum wage for those workers directly from the wage data. But the issue brief does contain information about the distribution of those wages, and you can see about 45% of the jobs for which we got information do have hourly wage of $12.50 or less. But I would caution that those are heavily weighted by those ERIS workers, the direct care workers, because we were able to get complete payroll data, 4,500 jobs for that group of workers. So the other part of our study was to try to update the inputs for estimating the cost to the state of raising the minimum wage for these healthcare workers. And there we relied on help from some of the trade organizations looking at nursing homes and visiting nurses and hospital workers and all adult care facilities and so forth, so that we think we now have a better estimate of the cost on average of raising minimum wage for these healthcare workers. Now I say on average because there's no way to directly target the money to specific providers. For example, we know that providers in the Northeast Kingdom and in southern parts of the state pay less on average than providers in Chittenden County, for example. And with a statewide reimbursement rate for Medicaid services, there's no way to send more money to the providers who need more money. It would just be a similar percentage increase across the state. So that's a very quick review of what we've done and some of the insights that we've learned. Are there any questions about all that?
I have one. So the analysis does not provide, at least in this issue brief, the amount of money the budget will benefit by in terms of increasing minimum wage.
That is correct.
Reduce benefits and increase taxes.
That is correct.
Because I remember when we did it for the child care, there was way more than enough money there to pay for the increase we wanted to put into child care.
So I have 2 additional handouts that I can discuss today if you like. One shows the new inflation projections that we just received from Tom Corbett and Jeff Carr, the new consensus inflation projections. And just as an illustrative path, I've used 1175 in January 2021 and 1255 in January 2022, simply to illustrate what something would look like. So I have a handout there. And I also have the handout that is the table of all the numbers from the issue brief for the minimum wage. And this simply moves everything forward by a year, and again uses the 1175 and 1255 dates. So shall we hand those out?
Yes, please. And while we're doing that, Joyce, just Damien made mention that the study language that was in the bill, that was in the House version of the bill, gave you teeth to get more information from agencies, but simply doing the issue brief, you asked and they either returned your request or not. Is that right? Like, what is the difference between having the language in the report versus what you did?
So I will confess I haven't read the language recently, but we did everything we could to get data. We had, over 200 providers who cooperated and sent their data. There are something like 8,000 providers in the state who bill through Medicaid, and we know that because we got the Medicaid budgets for all the providers from AHS. Many of those have very small Medicaid billing, probably under 1,000, maybe under 2,000, but we sort of ignored those. And we tried to get the largest providers in terms of their Medicaid billing. So we tried our level best.
But is this a sufficient? I was treating this as a sufficient substitution for what we were asking for if this bill had passed last year.
I think that is true.
Okay.
Yes.
John.
Joyce, when I was looking at your study here, thank you. When you said 45% in 1250 or less, I'm thinking, well, that means 55% are already paying over 1250.
Yes.
In this group of 7,000. And then on page 5 of this study, the VNA looks like 75% of their employees are being paid over 12 to 15 hours, right?
Yes.
And on the next page, the cumulative distribution of wages on page 6, again, 75% of reported jobs are being paid over 12.50 an hour.
Yes.
Is that?
Yes, that is true. But again, we did not get a representative sample of all those jobs. You understand that? So this is
I
for the
understand that,
reported
the
jobs.
geographic differences.
Right.
But it shows in some places, the marketplaces move that ahead.
The needle.
Yes, and in large part, that's because people start at a low wage, and after so many months, they move up to a higher wage and so forth. The thing to remember there is there's so much turnover in this industry that some of these providers have 40, 50% turnover.
Yes.
So many people are starting at the low wage for, let's say, 4 to 6 months.
But one of your
before they move up.
findings is when you talk to people, they said that raising the minimum wage will actually help with retention.
Yeah. They think it will help somewhat.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
The thing to remember there is that, of course, the minimum wage rises for everyone, including workers at McDonald's and workers at the retail store and so forth and so on. So they're still competing to some extent, but they hope it will help with hiring and retention.
Thank you.
Correct. Okay, so let's look
Representative
Well, no, if you were in the middle of a thought, go ahead.
No, I was going to turn to the next.
Okay. You said that the data is heavily weighted toward the heiress folks.
Yes.
And so what's the significance of that? Are they paying less or more, do you suspect?
Yes, so you can see on page 4. So there are 2 types of heiress workers. One type is paid hourly, and the second type is paid by the day. And folks paid by the day generally spend overnights with patients. Maybe they're doing hospice care or other kinds of care that require overnight work. And so you can see that, let's see, about 50% of the hourly jobs are paying $12.50 or more. And about only 7% of the daily jobs, once you convert to an hourly rate, are paying $12.50 or more, right?
Sorry, only 7%?
Well, it's 93% are paying at or below $12.50. But the folks who work overnight may be able to sleep some of those hours and so forth and so on. So their pay rate is different. So I've converted to an hourly rate here. So yes,
Okay.
4,500 of the 6,600 jobs are the ARIS jobs because we got complete data for that payroll provider. So that means 2/3 of those jobs are influenced by these folks that tend to be paid lower.
And of them, of that 4,200, 400 are these daily workers
Correct.
versus.
Well, yeah, this is 4,200 who are paid hourly and about 400.
Okay, so
yeah.
4,600
Right, it's
total
actually
from
4,600.
ARIS and got it.
Right.
Joyce,
Yes.
do you have a sense, when we did the minimum wage summer study committee, we looked at this population, obviously not in the same kind of detail as you did, but we came to the conclusion that in the first couple of years, that increasing the minimum wage wouldn't necessarily have a significant impact on these ARIS workers or other workers, especially when you factor in the fact that they, in 60 days or 30 days or whatever, they get a bump in their wages. And substantially, they were still ahead of what we were projecting for a wage. But we did identify that as years 3, 4, and 5, we had a problem potentially looming that we need to. Do you think that was, in general, given all those factors, a fairly accurate statement based upon?
I think we didn't have complete information, and we may still not have complete information, but we have a little bit more information that says turnover rates are so high that there are many workers who are paid below $11.50 or below $12.50 an hour. So because 40% of those folks are turning over every year, starting a new job every year, there are that many people in the workforce who are earning the very low wages before they get bumped up, right?
Right, but the target wage of the increase in the minimum wage was higher than that.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Absolutely, right.
Okay.
So may I just tag under while we're asking Joyce about what she considered and didn't consider? It's great to have the revenue data in one of your handouts here. What I don't see is, okay, so you have net reduction in federal funds to the Vermont economy from decrease, because the impact in what we'll save eventually over time, again, it's going to take a while, in increased income is, of course, a reduction in dependence on assistance programs, which we would hope would not only reduce federal funds, federal money, but also state money. And I don't see any net reduction in state money here. Is that?
Yeah, it's here.
So that's all included.
Where is that?
Yeah, it's up here.
That's all
I mean,
included. It says.
Oh, it's including both.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Sorry, I just saw net gain. Right. Hoping to also see net reduction. Great.
Did you want to walk us through
There
that?
is, and decrease, yeah.
Yes, so let me just start with the minimum wage path that has the small table and the little chart. So there have been changes in the inflation projections that will affect both current law and any new minimum wage path going forward that is indexed to inflation. So the chart at the bottom here just shows that the current projections, I'm sorry, the contrast between the blue and the green doesn't show it better. It was perfectly clear on my computer screen, of course.
Blue's on top.
The blue on the right is on top, yes. So you can see that they're just a touch higher this year than they were last year. And you can see the big surprise was in actual inflation for 2019. The consensus had us up at 2.5% and it came in at 1.8%. So that was the big surprise. But some of you may have seen some intermediate projections from this summer. We had some August projections, and those were actually a little bit higher than the current December 19 projections. So don't be confused. Okay, so here we have on the top, we have the path under current law. So the consensus projections would now say that by 2025, current law would get to 1230 by 2025. Of course, that would have the same real spending power in 2020 dollars as the current wage 1096. It's simply indexed to inflation. If we think about the illustrative path, 1175 and 1255, then you can see that we would get to 1346 by 2025. And that, of course, would have the spending power of 1226 once you adjust for inflation.
Assuming that we adjust for inflation.
Well, no,
going
I'm just
forward.
doing current dollars. So I'm going from 1096, and then assume that the 1175 and 1255 happens, and then assume that it's indexed by inflation.
Well, that's what I mean.
That's right,
We
that's right,
index it.
that's right,
Yeah,
absolutely,
right.
yes, absolutely, right. So you would get to 1226. And there's a note underneath here, underneath that table, that says that current law gets to 1381 in 2030, but the 1175, 1255 path, indexed to inflation thereafter, would get to 1511 in 2030.
Jeez, by then, livable wage will be, you can just imagine.
So we, under this 1175, 1255, and inflation thereafter, we would get to approximately $15 in 2030. And the bill that the governor vetoed, I remember we were suggesting that if we didn't do anything, it would get to $15 in 2034.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Well, let's finish this. I think, I mean, the differences between the two, I mean, I think our plan ended up getting there given all of the different parameters of the CPI and the algorithms that were created in order to push it forward. Got us there by 2026 or 2027. I believe the original Senate bill that came over to the House got us there by 2024 or 2025 with set increases up until that point, and up to $15 up by, I think, by 2024.
Right.
Which, again, the committee version agreed with that, and then in the House there was the battle over, with the recessionary language became very strong influence on how we determined what we came up with, and then you returned 2 years that keeps us on a certain path that's close to what either one of the proposals would do, but acknowledges that we actually want to try to have something that we can get signed.
Right.
And you felt that was more palatable. Is that a way of looking at it, that there's not a desire to like do 2 years and then let go out to 2030, but by putting an increase for 2 years, the feeling was, let's get this going again.
Let's give it a jump start.
I mean, did I represent that pretty accurately? I mean, because I don't want to misrepresent that.
Yeah, and I think it's important to recognize that what the Senate sent over also was a year ago, and we were thinking that inflation was going to be about 3% at that point. So obviously there needs to be some adjustment from what we sent over a year ago, because we've lost a year. So.
Shall we turn to table 2? So these are the fiscal numbers that come.
May I just say something sort of, may I just say one thing, Tom? I mean, for those of us who are also working so hard on housing, which is all of us, it is still beyond frustrating that these numbers do not reflect the cost of living and our livable wage. And that what I hope we can do as a legislature over time is repair the increasing differential between the livable wage and the minimum wage. And as we all know, Franklin Delano Roosevelt meant the minimum wage to be the minimum amount you needed to live on. And after having our head in housing all year, all summer and fall, to be looking at these figures when we know they don't even pay for a single bedroom, one family rental apartment in Windsor County is just beyond frustrating. So while I'm appreciative of all the work we've done, I just also am reminded that we have so much more work to do to make Vermont and bring our wages up so that we aren't 18% behind the rest of the country in our wages, and help our people live with dignity in this state. So anyway, I just had to say that because here we are still talking about these amounts that aren't even going to pay for a rental apartment. Sorry.
Representative Palaki.
Well, if I could just add a little bit on that, because I don't know what's all the women work and wages in Vermont study.
Yeah.
And women are a disproportionate share of Vermonters who make less than $11 an hour.
Yeah.
The median age of women earning under $11 an hour is 38 years old, and 28% have earned college credits or have college degrees. So this is a gender issue in our state as well. So I think we're all on this, that we have to increase this. And then you break down disability and people of color, and it is unbelievable. So we're all with you.
I just had to say that as we noodle these numbers, which are already inadequate.
And just to be clear, that feeling is shared by the House on many frustrating levels. I think it's just really, and that's why we put together the language about the future of compensation, because of the difficulties in all of this. And I think a minimum wage, we're seeing an economy that's heated up, so less people are being paid the minimum wage, but then you have statistics that show that the people who are, all these things feed into this, and we are, there's never a beginning and there's never an end. And I think this gets us across a line with the acknowledgement that there's always miles to go.
So what matters here, we all care deeply about what has just been articulated, but none of it matters if we don't get this across the line.
Absolutely. Because we've already lost time.
Yes, we have. So we need to be cautious about that and what we're willing to do.
And I just want to say that if you look at Joyce's chart here, we're still talking about helping 40,000 Vermonters and putting another $121 million in their pocket. It is still a meaningful bill. It's over a shorter period of time, but it is still meaningful. So I don't want to lose sight of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Sorry, that's just a long way to get to chart 2, and I'll just point out it's 1018. So.
Okay, so table 2 is simply an update from the fiscal note that was issued at the end of last session. And I've simply moved everything forward by a year, updated to $2020, and used the 1175 and 1255 path. So these numbers should look very familiar to you. They haven't changed a whole lot. I will say that they are preliminary in that I haven't gone back to check the newest inflation estimates and how those might affect these numbers, but they will be close. So you can see, let's see, we've just walked through the jobs and the initial income gains of the low-wage workers. So the net fiscal gain to the state, again, looks at how much more money is coming in and how much less money is going out the door for support programs and benefit payments. So that's the $9.4 million that you see in 2022. The net reduction in federal funds to the Vermont economy comes from decreased federal benefits and increased federal taxes, because of course higher incomes mean higher taxes for some households. So that would be about $39 million less coming to the state. The approximate net disemployment, which means the number of jobs that we would be down because of the increase in the minimum wage, is about 280. And this is according to modeling done by Tom Cavett for JFO.
And that's jobs in the same way that you just described them before, that it's not the people in those jobs, it's the jobs themselves.
Correct. Yes.
Out of how many jobs?
How many jobs?
I think it's over 300,000.
Oh, it's certainly more than 300,000. In a year, we know that 380,000 people work in Vermont.
And many of them work multiple jobs.
And may work multiple jobs.
Say that again, 380,000.
So the tax department gets 380,000 W-2s. So that means a wage report for unique Social Security numbers.
I can't do math. So this is
You're on the
less.
I was
going to say,
I should all be frightened, So this is less than 1%.
Far.
Yeah, far less.
Far less. It's actually a 0.1%.
Yes.
And I feel like this number is less than it was when we were looking at this a year ago. But
So relative to the minimum wage going up to $15 an hour, it certainly is.
Of course.
That's correct. And you can see the long-term outcomes at the bottom of table 2 there. the net annual long-term disemployment, the number of jobs that we would be below business as usual. Okay, so think of business as usual number of jobs, and we would be down about 500 in the long term.
I remember a quote from Tom Cavett that was really stuck with me from the summer study when he looked at these numbers, and people were trying to get him to gauge the economic impact, and people were focused on the number of jobs, part-time or whatever, that might be lost. And they were similar proportional, and he said, but using these numbers, he said, if I had to look at the fact that I'm a low-income worker and 280 jobs might be lost versus 40,000 that may see gains in their income, those are odds I would take.
Yeah.
Not only that, but it gives employees an opportunity to work for a wage that is more attractive, and let go of the job that is less attractive. So.
And then there's the demographics that we hear about, where people, the baby boomers, which is the bulge in our demographics, is lessening in the workplace. And so as people leave the workplace, that's the people part, not necessarily the jobs part.
Right.
So what do we have left, Joyce? I just want to be conscious of the time.
Right, so you can see disemployment as a share of total jobs is the 0.1%. That is similar to the short-term effect. That's on the chart at the bottom there. And disemployment as a share of minimum wage jobs is 0.8%. So that says that it's the minimum wage jobs that would be affected the most. The effect on the level of Vermont GDP is very, very small, 0.08%. And again, that's business as usual, that line, and they go down 0.08%.
Yeah.
Very small.
Very modest.
Okay. Well, keeping time in mind, are there suggestions that the Senate would like to make, or proposals, or shall we meet, find a time this afternoon to trade proposals, or where are we right now? I think Proposition 2 conversations started on the floor,
Yeah,
so.
you better get.
And we don't want to lose that.
Why don't we come back to you with some proposals, either orally or we may even have them written up?
That's fine, I think. So do you have time between, I'll say as early as 12:30 and before the budget address, do you have time?
I haven't spoken to my conferees here, but I guess I just have to ask Becca what time our caucus is going from.
Yeah, so we're starting caucus at 12:10. I try to get them out a little bit before.
So, and the budget address is at 2, and we have to be in our place, in our seats by 10 of.
What time did you say the caucus would likely be over?
Shortly before 1.
Oh, okay.
12:55.
So why don't we?
So can we
do
make a proposal to meet at 1 o'clock?
Or 1 to
1:15? Is that what?
1:15 to trade proposals and have further conversation?
Sounds good. Damien will be slightly delayed. Explain that.
All right. We are on the record.
Great. Thank you, everybody. Welcome back.
Thank you. Glad to be back. I met with Damien and asked him to put together a written video conference report for your consideration, and he said he probably could get it done by 1:30. It wouldn't be edited, but he would get that to us. So I can explain what's in it and talk about it, and hopefully by the time I'm finished and you're done asking any questions about it, he'll be here with a copy. So based on our where we thought inflation was going, and circumstances have changed since last May, we're suggesting that we go to $12.55 in 2 years. And that would be going to $11.75 in year 1 and $12.55 in year 2.
Now we keep the same CPI as what's in the bill, in the law now.
After that, we keep the same CPI that's in the bill. Okay?
So it's a straightforward 2-year proposal, just like what the Senate.
Right, just the numbers are slightly different. As far as the I think if we went through everything Damien said this morning, it seemed to me there was only 2 real studies left in the bill, or 2 remaining issues left in the bill. One was the agricultural study and the tipped employee study and student study. And what you're going to get from us is a proposal that has joint fiscal and legislative counsel do a significant workup answering the same questions that's in the study committee, as opposed to establishing a formal summer study committee. In the Senate, formal summer study committees are frowned upon, or at least more rare in second year of a biennium. And having served on a number of these around these kinds of issues, for instance on the minimum wage, it's a bear in terms of the amount of time that needs to be expended in terms of all kinds of witnesses that come in. And I'm not sure it adds a lot more than what Damien can provide. I've seen his reports that are really detailed, and you could spell out what you want. You want to know what other states have done, what the impacts have been. He can collect that data. He can get, position papers from the various advocates and attach them to the thing. He's not going to be able to make a recommendation like a summer study would be, but he is going to be able to give all the information we need be to help the legislature go forward in the future. And so I think that we would prefer to go that route as opposed to the route that was proposed for both of these, which was 2 administration officials, 2 legislators, and 2 stakeholders being part of the thing. I think we've also seen, I think you'll agree, that these summer studies tend, despite our best efforts, tend not to get started until September. And we're in an election year, and people are going to be pulled in different directions in terms of November. And so I think this would be a cleaner, and quite frankly, it could be a more productive way to go. So that's what, it's going to be a very simple proposal to you, and I'm not sure if you have any questions or want to wait till Damien comes with the language.
So does who makes the list of questions? I mean, I know that we have certain things put out here, but who
I told him to take what was in both of our bills in terms of a summer study committee and try and address those same questions for him to answer, to provide the backup information, or legislative council and joint fiscal together.
So basically, he would operate as, I mean, not unlike what he did with the bill that he already did work on by request, which was the modernization, which we originally had in here as a report request. I made it a bill request, and he did that kind of work. So you're thinking along the same lines that if we ask him, as you said, for the information that we need to then pick up the policy and move forward.
Yes.
Rather than have a committee that hears all that and then puts out a recommendation.
I would encourage you, if you want to, as you think about this, I had a piece of legislation a couple of years ago dealing with misclassification and the use of debarment procedures that were not getting done in the state of Vermont, and asked, in legislation, we asked him to do a report.
Right.
The quality of that report was incredible, what he put together. I think it was 35 pages long.
So the question I would have for him and Joyce and JFO is just their capacity to take this on. Of course, that's hard to say because we don't know what else we would be asking
What
of
else are we
them.
putting on?
But I think we need to be attentive to
Yes.
the fact that
It's a good
these
question.
guys aren't magicians.
It's a good question. I anticipated it, and I
Yeah.
think he would agree that he would probably have to spend more time staffing the committee than he would in writing the report.
And Joyce, you don't know because you haven't seen what we're necessarily asking, but this capacity does that raise a flag on your side of the shop in terms of the ability to produce?
So we have to be careful about how much we take on for the summer because we are a limited number of people, but we just don't know what else is coming down the pike. So I imagine this would fit in
For the summer, yeah. So provisional, okay?
Yeah.
Is that a provisional,
Yeah.
a conditional?
Yeah. It's not a bright red.
Well, we worked, in the minimum wage study, we worked Joyce and Damien pretty hard.
Yeah, yeah.
And so what would be the,
And they wrote the report too.
what would be the report due date? And I think only in terms of our, I don't know what our, in the House, I'd have to ask. But we always operate with such a, the Senate has such a limited, you have a deadline for bill requests that are pretty early.
But not in the first year of a biennium. We can introduce something, it's a much more liberal deadline in the first year.
biennium.
For both of
It's the
us.
first week of December that
It's
you have.
not the first week of December. I think we can introduce things actually.
So, I mean, in order to feel like we can ask for a bill that will utilize this as a report for its statistical backup.
Exactly. We should ask him. I think in the first year, it's January 30th for us. I think that's our deadline.
I actually don't think we have a deadline.
No?
No, we have.
He will
but-
know.
We have, but I know that there's been a desire to, but it also goes pretty late in terms of, I mean, there are many times where we don't get bills in the first year of the biennium until almost crossover, just because the deadline is so late, and that's why they moved up the deadline this year to try to make sure that all the bills are out for the second session and enough time for us to actually maybe act on them.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Wouldn't that be nice?
So in one of the reports that the House was looking for, there were, in addition to members of these bodies in state, executive, people from the executive branch, there were also representative employers and I assume employees probably. And I'm curious if we lose any richness from having that conversation by having those reps as part of this. I understand the proposal, I'm just thinking about what did the alternative structure bring, and was there some richness to what the report would say by having employee and employer reps?
Well, he can't take testimony.
Yeah, right.
But he can ask for position papers from the advocates and ask questions of the advocates on both sides and somehow incorporate those as not necessarily facts, maybe he defines them as facts, but maybe as this is what we heard from these people. So I think that's.
He can ask
of course.
He can ask anybody for,
For information, without, he will pass the information on as if it were a book report, I guess
Yeah.
is.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I'm just reflecting on the fact that it's a different conversation when you have representatives of those groups at the table.
Yeah,
So in
which I think-
thinking about the questions that need to be asked, we need to make sure that you're getting that information.
Well, right, I think that puts the onus on us when we consider the bill anyway, regardless of whether there was a summer study committee with in all the stakeholders present. I mean, obviously, we tried to call in as many people as we could on this bill.
Right.
So it's the same idea, it's just I think it's acknowledging that their voices had not yet been heard in ways that matter. I mean, the advocates, yes, but to hear the voices would be important, and that's on us. That's on us to follow through. So you'll have, were we to wait for Damien until 1:30, or would he?
4 minutes. He'll be here in 4 minutes.
If he's, we could check, I can run down and see if.
I can text him.
No,
I think he's aiming
either
to be here in 2 minutes.
But you're probably going to want to look at it anyhow.
Yeah.
So are we, because I haven't seen the final draft, but it's not Damien. And then we could set up another meeting later today.
What do you say?
Yeah, we should, we'll take some time amongst ourselves to think about the number and just discuss what we think about this idea. I mean, on the face of it, I agree that it is difficult to get these committees up and going, but
just want to talk to conferees and see where we are with this. We're seeing the information. This gives us an opportunity to also, another bill that's already in the works, because it's an opportunity to think through this more if we find that that offer isn't sufficient. But we'll talk about it.
May I offer?
Please.
As a freshman legislator, and there were 40.
That excuse is wearing thin with you.
I know.
Particularly given the number of commentaries.
But here's I hear what you're saying about the studies and the election year, but my experience in our committee is when people who were working with tipped wages, men and women, and their lived experience of the sexual harassment they have to go through and their experiences of it. That, and then people who work with farm workers and say they work with visas, it's this amount, and if they give them housing, it's this amount, really made us think about we really had to get a fuller picture of how Vermonters are compensated in this state, all of this. And so I think the studies to me were like, okay, this gives us an opportunity to go deep and really go into lived experience and understand all these aspects of people who are working on farms. And I will have to ask, or I have to be reassured by Damien that that actually can happen in a study where no lived experience can be informed.
Well, I would say that that's not fully fair. I think that you're right, John. I think we would have a lot of that in the summer study. But I also think we can get that in our committee as follow-up to the report, and we can bring that into committees as we weigh these bills.
Okay.
But the other thing is all of the reports he'll get from, let's say, VBSR or the Chamber or from Migrant Justice or whoever is going to weigh in, the restaurant associates, the wonderful woman on the West Coast. All of them will be lived experience. Every report he gets will reflect some aspect of lived experience. So I'm not afraid he's not going to get lived experience. It's our job then, as we listen to the testimony and as we explore and do the deep dive, to bring in those voices to inform us of the stories that have informed the reason for their advocacy.
But I think you make a good point. The middle ground might be in collecting data from these advocacy groups to encourage them to submit, anecdotal testimonials as well. It's not the same as seeing a person live, but the committees themselves will be very well prepared as opposed to us diving in right now. I mean, you'll have a lot of background behind you, and I'll get you a copy of this misclassification report. It was pretty. He does a great job.
And I think one possibility, again, when we've envisioned the larger study that we have the bill for, is to, just the way you phrased it, makes it fit into there. And I think what you're saying is that at the very least, the technical information that Damien can put together provides a base where actually witnesses wouldn't have to repeat themselves or, go through it. Just, it could potentially lead to just where it is about the lived experience rather than.
I think we can get the best of both worlds.
Well, let's when John has an opportunity to talk to Damien.
Ron, did you call Damien off, or is he still coming? Because I can call
No,
him.
I think if he, really.
He said he would have been here if he had done it.
I would say that if we can, Ron, if you see Damien, like if we leave now, because we have to just,
I've got him pulled up here.
But it's, we need to get a copy of it. We need to take 5 or 7 minutes or so.
We need to see it as well.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the final version.
Yeah, but we want to take some.
We're not making a decision, we just need to get the.
We need to get the copy. We need to talk a little bit privately about the solid proposal that's in front of us on the increase over 2 years, and then we will each get your proposal that'll look like
We'll have a draft.
this or what have you.
Right.
And what times do you have tomorrow morning?
8? 8:30.
Can we not meet?
Are you going back to your committee after the speech?
We are. I mean, or
Well,
finance.
is there
I
a
was
reason
just
why we
wondering
couldn't meet
this
this
afternoon, later
afternoon? I
this
think that would be our preference.
I can't be
Okay,
here. Yeah.
okay.
Not even at 4:30?
Or 5.
We have a meeting at 5 and I have something at 3:30.
Okay.
So,
All right, yeah, just
All
wanted to
right,
see.
so I do it first thing in the morning,
first
let's
thing in
see.
the morning.
What's tomorrow morning, Wednesday?
Yeah, we have
Tomorrow.
8:30 on the workforce development, but we could do 8, and we could push
Can
back
we-
workforce development until 9.
Okay,
That's not my preference.
okay.
Okay.
Could we do a wee bit later? Because I have an 8:30 that
Yeah.
I'll skip, but
I mean, and right now I have a hole in my schedule at 10 a.m. or we could meet at noon.
We
I
could
left
do-
my, I
we
left
could
my,
do-
We don't convene till 9:30.
not 9 o'clock, 9:30.
We're sharing pathways with human services.
Great, so yeah, I mean, 8,
well, that's not preferable.
I'm
for
saying
Becca.
8 is not preferable for me,
It's not
8:30.
preferable for me.
Yeah, I mean, so it's just like
Is
9,
eight-
9:30, 10. I'm
so what time do you have
Or
to,
do 10.
Maybe we
what
could-
do you have, you have something at 8:30?
I can change it.
I
I have,
can't do
the committee starts at
You can't
8:30.
do
I
8:30.
cannot. Yeah.
Could you do lunch, Mary?
Yes.
Okay, well, why don't we just do lunch? Why don't we do 12?
Sure.
I'm game with 12.
Okay, that's the default in case, unless it changes somehow. We can
We
find
always
some-
have that.
We can always, if we can find a sooner
Yeah.
time,
Yeah.
we'll do it.
Yeah.
Mary, what, this afternoon, if the governor goes to, when is it, the next, what should?
My committee has governor reps in at 3:30.
3:30.
And then that will go easily until almost 5. And then,
Does the governor usually speak more than an hour?
oh, I don't know.
But could we?
Yeah.
I would say
yeah.
70 minutes is
Yeah.
usually what you
Okay,
could.
okay, so we couldn't say 3 o'clock?
No.
No, it's too tight, okay.
No, I mean, we all have to wait to leave until the Senate meeting, so.
We have noticed
And it
that
takes
is
us a
not
while to get
deterred you
our-
from departure.
It was just like, he was implying that it takes us a long time, and it kind of does, is the
Well,
truth.
you know, you notice we stopped
Ron,
applauding
can
when
you
you
make sure
guys
that we
were-
get copies of the, whatever Damien gets to you?
Yeah.
evening and welcome to the Tuesday, February 4th, 2020 Select Board meeting. Has the meeting been properly warned, Jan?
Yes, it has.
Excellent, thank you so much. I will start off this meeting by asking for a motion to approve the minutes from our January 14th meeting.
So moved.
All right, Tim has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. The next item is chair's remarks, and I'm going to defer my remarks because we have a full house. Peter, do you have manager's comments?
Thank you. Yes, two things, please. First, I just wanted to announce to the public about the upcoming election that the town clerk's office will be open for early voting beginning a week from tomorrow. That's February 12th. Open during regular business hours. We'll have an update with more specific information about the early voting as well as the actual election at our next select board meeting. But for now, we just wanted everyone to know that early voting opportunity starts a week from tomorrow on February 12th. And then we also have a status report we'd like to offer briefly to the board regarding the Communications Union District work that Patrick's been representing the town on. And so take it away, please,
Sounds
Patrick.
good.
Thank you, Peter. Just wanted to give a brief update about the work to investigate a communication union district. As the board may recall, the Wyndham Regional Commission recently received a fairly significant grant to hire in some professional technical assistants and to work with towns throughout the Wyndham region on the exploration of a communications union district. That work is going to take approximately 6 months. It just got underway about 2 weeks ago. The work is going to be broken down into two basic phases. The first phase being a feasibility study. So they're going to be looking at literally the physical plant around the region, the status of poles, the status of available internet backhaul in this region, and doing some assessment to establish how many communication union districts may be feasible. That could be just one, or it could be more than one. Don't really know where that goes, but we'll look forward to seeing how that works out. And if it proves feasible, the second phase will be to develop a business plan, establish pro forma, and to put together, articles of association and help to establish and form that communication union district. The principal responsibility of participating towns is to facilitate a sort of a market survey or to establish the potential take rate for a service to be offered by a future communication union district. And so each community is asked to roll up its sleeves and to facilitate the surveying of its citizens. And so we discussed this a little bit at a recent management meeting, and we talked about what we think we ought to be doing. There's going to be an online survey, and so we'll be pushing that out, obviously, on the town's website and also on social media. We'll be placing paper copies of the survey at offices throughout the municipal center, at the library, and at the Gibson-Aiken Center. And then our last plan is to actually send a postcard out to every residence in Brattleboro and indicate how they can take the survey online, or if they need a paper copy and would like to have one provided to them, to reach out to the town manager's office, and we'll be happy to take care of that. So we think those efforts will help to help us to assess the potential feasibility, and we'll be meeting again probably every couple of weeks, and I'll try and give you updates as things progress.
Thank you very much, Patrick. That was a good and thorough update. I really appreciate it. Are there members of the select board that have comments, committee reports, or otherwise?
I don't.
No? Okay. So at this time, we are going to move to the part of the meeting that is public participation. This is an opportunity to discuss something that is not on tonight's agenda. I'm going to go ahead and be brazen enough to say that I think there are a lot of people who are here to discuss recent break-ins. Does that seem true? Is there anybody that's here to discuss anything that's not that? Why don't you go ahead and go first? Because what I'm going to do after that is have the chief come up to the table and kind of set the stage a little differently. So come right up to the microphone in the middle, which is not going to amplify your voice, but please do introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Kim Nace. I'm the executive director of the Rich Earth Institute, and I just have a letter from our institute to the select board that I'll just read quickly. It's not really big and heavy, but I'm writing this letter on behalf of our team at the Rich Earth Institute to acknowledge the efforts of our town to provide public sanitation facilities in 2019 and 2020. The quick response of Peter Elwell and the town in collaboration with Josh Davis of Groundworks Collaborative and Tuck Houghton of Houghton Sanitation Services is commendable. A recent article in the Commons about Brattleboro's budget indicated that the next steps in 2021 may include the purchase of a portaloo or other similar manufactured public toilet. The cost of these units that are being considered range between $150,000 and $200,000. If this is a per toilet cost, then the town is making a considerable investment. It could be possible that locally we could design and produce a public toilet which would be less expensive and more ecological. And when the board considers the possibility of providing permanent public toilets, Rich Earth would like to share our experience and to be involved. So I'm just writing this letter to request that you include us in your process.
Excellent.
I'll give this letter to you.
Please do. And thank you so much for bringing this information to us so promptly and thoroughly. I really appreciate it. Take it seriously. And I'm going to pass this over to Peter.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I saw another hand come up in the back. Same thing, step forward, introduce yourself. You won't be amplified.
Yep. Oh, I won't be.
No, it's only for the viewing TV audience, so speak up.
Yeah, my name is Ian Goodnow, and I just wanted to introduce myself to the board. I'm one of the candidates for one of the one-year positions for the select board. So I really appreciate all the work that you guys do, and I'm really looking forward to the next month of campaigning. That's all. Thank you.
Wonderful to meet you briefly as it is. Thank you so much, Ian.
Welcome.
Is there anybody else who would like to speak during public participation on anything, but specifically not to do with the recent string of break-ins? If not, I'm going to ask Chief if he would come up and sit at the table. And I will now open the floor to people who would like to speak on that topic. Is there anybody who's here to speak specifically on that tonight? Or would we rather start with an update from the table? Chief, is there an update you'd like to give? Maybe jumpstart people's
Sure.
feelings on speaking?
First of all, I really appreciate all the conversations and community neighborhood meetings that we have had and met with, I would venture to say 50 or plus individuals within our community, some individually and some in groups. So I really appreciate that. And the continued emails. One of the emails that inquired, have we seen any type of increase or reduction since this has come to light and we've had these meetings and things of that nature? Prior to, I looked at that, the weeks leading up to this, the vehicle larcenies and the break-ins, we were averaging anywhere from 1 to 6 per night reports. And recently, in the last 10 days, since we have discussed this in a very public forum, changed our tactics at the police department, we're now anywhere from 1 to 3. So we are having some effects. We have made some arrests. We have worked with agencies outside of Brattleboro that are dealing with some of the same issues we are dealing, and they have also made some arrests of individuals that we believe were doing that type of work here in Brattleboro. So it's, I'm not saying we're out of the woods or any by no stretch of the imagination, but I just want to emphasize that we're working together and communicating seems to have had the effect that we want on it, and hopefully we will continue in that downward trend. I'd like to remind everybody February 29th at 10 a.m. at the Brooks Memorial Library will be a community forum, and hopefully there will be legislatures there, the state's attorneys there, I will be there, and other representatives to answer any and all questions that you might have concerning this.
Thank you very much for kind of starting our conversation with that update. I appreciate it. Having heard an update from the chief, is there anybody who now wants to step forward to the microphone like we've seen others do earlier tonight and have anything to say on this topic? Or on any other topic? While the chief's here, this topic is convenient. If you have a different topic, that's fine too, because it is public participation time.
I will.
Thank you.
I was here last week. My name is Michael Leonardo. Spelling of the last name is Lonardo. I'm from Brattleboro. I've been here my whole life, almost 46 years. And I don't want to sound like a broken record, but you can look at last week's town meeting and see what I said. I'll just reiterate the same thing. But I know people are a little shy about talking. I am too. I'm kind of shaking right now, and that's okay. If you're here for the recent break-ins, we would like to hear from you. I'm not pushing you. I'm just saying it's great that we can have this conversation and bring this up, come to a resolution. Yeah, it's not going to go away overnight, but something that can help us. And one of the things is definitely the public forum. If you don't want to speak here, maybe you can speak at the public forum. If you have trouble speaking, and maybe you can relay your messages to someone else that can speak for you. I'll certainly do that. But at the, I got an email today, if I can share it, Mr. Elwell, can I share the, I asked who was going to be attending the public forum, and the response was confirmed panelists so far, State's Attorney Tracy Shriver, from the Brattleboro Community Justice Center, Mel Motel.
Yep.
Okay. Police Chief Fitzgerald, one or more select board members, one or more legislators. Attending but not panelists. Several additional legislators, several additional select board members, and Mr. Elwell, Town Manager Elwell. Something I'd like to see, or maybe other people would like to see, is BCTV to be there to broadcast it for those that can't make it. Maybe have someone there, a reporter from the Brattleboro Reformer, to also to do this, cover the story. It's a good list so far, in such a short time to get all these people at the table. I know it's not going to be easy, so better now in 30 days than in 3 to 6 months. Yes, things have seemed to quiet down a little bit on your report there, Chief, on the amount of incidents per night. That's awesome. But I think something still needs to be done for the future as far as analyzing what the law states, defining it for those that are confused as to what that reads. I know I was confused until I asked Chief to meet with us, and Mr. Elwell also, and it really clarified a lot of things, that there is a huge misunderstanding as to what the law says, how it reads, and how everyone interprets it. So if we can get that out there at the public forum, also help people understand a little more what your rights are as a citizen and property owner, what your rights are as a criminal. It seems like here's the scale, criminals up here and the citizens down here, and maybe we can get that reversed to try and help us out, because this is it's kind of unnerving. It really is. When I said last week that my children are scared, not only them, I am. And the reason I'm scared is, what am I going to do in the heat of that moment? Okay, and I know a lot of people share the same feeling. When you're in that heat of that moment, you don't know what you're going to do. You can't predict it. You have ideas that run through your mind, and hopefully you don't act on that. Okay, and one of the other things is we want to make sure that good people aren't getting arrested for doing stupid things. All right, one of those stupid things might be to take that out on that criminal. Okay, I don't want to see good people get arrested for that. Okay, make a better choice. Hopefully this will be it. Speak out, tell everybody how you feel, truly how you feel. You don't have to hold anything back. Tell them how you feel. It's the only way that change is going to happen. So I guess that's it. And again, if anybody wants me to relay their concerns, I'm willing to meet with you, talk to you about that, and maybe I can speak for you too. Thanks.
Thank you. Tim, do you want to yield to the chief?
I would just like to comment on that. I've attended forums where I believe we could probably accommodate that, where individuals, I understand, do not like getting up and speaking in public. Maybe we could have cards and they could write the question down and the moderator read the question, and that way they will feel more comfortable expressing on that. So yeah, we'll definitely to work whatever we can to make sure everyone feels that they can sit up and speak. Another thing that I'm very excited about on the forum is not only to explain the law, because it can be confusing. I mean, we constantly look at it and read it, and
we have the luxury of having advisors, if you will, by picking up the phone and calling them and saying, okay, exactly, where, what, when, and how. But also, I think more importantly for the community as a whole, to find out in the judicial system who's in what lane and what their capabilities and limitations are, because they are very distinct capabilities and limitations, and you don't cross over. What are the courts responsible for? What is the defense and the prosecutors responsible for? What is the responsibilities of law enforcement? I mean, we all work together, but we all have very distinct and separate responsibilities, if you will, on what our capabilities and limitations are. And I think far too often that gets muddy or blurred, and people really don't realize, what we can do and what we can't do. A lot of assumptions out there, but sometimes truth isn't the same as you want it to be.
Very true. Thank you for that. Tim, I saw you wanting to speak.
Yeah, do you mind if I just?
Well, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, you can go. Actually, why don't you go?
I'm gonna find it out.
We talked about that in our meeting together about being in your lane, and I think that's a great point, and that's why it's important to have all of those different people at the head of the table that can answer those questions that the public is going to have, and they can respond to that hopefully quickly, right away. Are we going to have all the answers? No. Realistically, in a perfect world, it's not a perfect world. It's not going to happen. But hopefully we can get most of those questions answered and then get on the path to make corrections, make amendments, change the law, change the way it's written, write a new law, whatever we have to do to help try and protect ourselves and our rights as a citizen, property owner, taxpayer. Private property, that's huge. Private property. People have a lot of feelings of the way the law states private property, especially pertaining to vehicles. The vehicle is on your private property, but it doesn't seem to be protected 100%. So there's some other ideas there. But yeah, thank you.
Is there anybody else here who would like to speak? Oh, Tim, go ahead.
My
Sorry.
comment fits right in
Go,
with what
do
you
it.
just said.
Do your
I was
thing.
just going to let people know, if you haven't heard, that Representative Nader Hashim has either is in the process of or has introduced a new piece of legislation to cover that strange hole in Vermont law where I think other states have it surrounding us to some extent. You can tell me if I'm wrong, that it is trespassing to go into a car. Evidently here, if you go into someone's car and you don't break any laws or steal anything,
And it's not
you
within
could just
a
have
fence.
your lunch or whatever, and it's not an offense. But this law would change that and make that technically trespassing or some sort of version of that. So just a hat tip to him, because he is also a former Vermont State Trooper, former or current on leave, I'm not sure. Former. Okay, thank you. And just to reiterate, to give the police a call, please. I'm all for First Amendment rights on social media, and it can be really helpful for people to hear things. But it's not the way to report it. The police really need to get a phone call. And I myself was the person who had some change stolen from my driveway. This was months ago from my car. And I didn't call the police because it was just change, and the perpetrator did not take something very expensive from the back seat. So I thought, wow, that was lucky that they didn't see that. So, but I should have called the police, because that could be a piece of a puzzle. You never know. It could lead them to an arrest or a ticket, misdemeanor, whatever is going to happen. So just encouraging people to pick up the phone for the police and don't rely on social media to get the word out.
Yes, social media has never been an actual form of reporting things, and I think it's easy for us to forget that.
Yep.
So thank you. Are there other members of the public who are here to speak on this while we have the chief at the table?
I have a question.
Come right up to the microphone, please. And introduce yourself, where you're from, your name.
My name is Cindy Gray, and I'm from Brattleboro, Vermont.
Great.
I live on the same street as Michael.
Great.
And is a well-known street for people entering vehicles. But I want to know, I'm seeing trespassing signs posted on people's land, but then I heard this rumor that they mean nothing unless they're okayed by the town of Brattleboro. Could you clarify that? No trespassing signs?
I am not aware of that.
Oh, so if I went out and just bought a no trespassing
and
sign
you
right
post
now-
it on your property, and it's in plain view,
Yes.
then it serves as a warning for individuals going on. It does not have to be registered with the town.
Oh, okay.
Does not have to be signed, dated. As the statute is written, if a no trespassing sign is placed in plain view, then it serves as a warning.
Okay.
See, thank you for
Thank you.
bringing up that question, because I bet it was on a lot of people's minds, and thank you for clarifying that. Is there anybody else who hasn't spoken yet that would like to come up while we have the chief? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Very much. David, yes?
Yeah, I encourage, if people who came here because of this issue, please say something. Tell us what you're thinking, what's going on. Talking with Mike told me a lot more about the issues here and the importance of it than what I think is going on. We don't know, and we're really not in a position to do much about it, except to give you a place where we can hear your voices and give you a chance to warm up for the legislators on the 29th. They're the people that are going to make the difference, but Mike can go up and he'll speak really well, and if you give him your questions or your concerns, and he can tell all about it, but there's nothing like hearing from people what's really bothering them, what you're really worried about. And I just encourage you to, we don't bite. We're about as normal as a group of people as you'll ever run into.
I don't know if I go with
So
normal.
and people at home, they can't even talk back. So please, if this matters to you, get up, tell us.
Too late, slide. Thank you, David. Please remember to come to the Legislative Forum, which again is February 29th. That's a Saturday. It's 10 a.m. It's in the library. The upstairs children room has been reserved. I haven't heard yet if there's formalized childcare, but that's something to keep your eyes and ears open for. We will certainly be releasing any of that kind of information. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Before I move into our actual agenda, is there anybody here who wants to speak on something that's not on tonight's agenda that did not have to do with break-ins that has not already spoken? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead, and move into our regular agenda. We are going to start that by transforming into liquor commissioners. I would entertain a motion to do that.
So moved.
All right, David has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Aye, myself. All right, so our first item is liquor licenses, outdoor consumption permits, and entertainment licenses and annual renewals. And we have Hillary Francis coming to the table, who, if you don't know, is our town clerk. Good evening, Hillary.
Good evening.
Would you like to go ahead and dive into item A?
Sure. So every year around this time, all of the businesses who have liquor licenses have a chance to renew their licenses. They expire April 30th, and so they have to apply for a renewal, whether it be first class, second class, third class liquor license, outside consumption, entertainment permit. I think that's all of them.
I just want to put it out there that that's my birthday. Continue.
Okay. Happy birthday early.
Thanks.
And so the process is that the Department of Liquor Control sends each town clerk all of the renewal applications. We send the paperwork out to the businesses. They then submit their paperwork to us. It needs to get approved by the local liquor commissioners. Once approved, as long as all of the administrative paperwork is submitted, I then send it to the Department of Liquor Control. They will go through their process. Once approved, they send it back to me. I sign it, get it to the businesses.
All right.
So you all have the commissioner's report in front of you, identifying all of the businesses that are up for renewal, what types of licenses they are applying for. There's one caveat. Peter Havens is not going for a second class this time around.
Okay.
That's on the commissioner's report.
Yep.
But any violations that I've received notice of from the Department of Liquor Control are on there as well. In the past few years, there have been members of the select board that have requested businesses who have had violations to come in and present. Prior to the past few years, that was not normal protocol, so I'm just letting you know how that's gone, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Peter, is there anything you want to add to that?
No,
From your perspective?
Nothing substantively. I would just reinforce the point that there was a time when these were brought in batches to the select board, and we found that it's just because of the volume of permits and the fact that there very rarely was one that became contentious. It felt much more efficient to do it this way. This is probably about the 4th year or so that we've done them by bringing the whole list to you, asking for you to approve them subject to all of the review of the paperwork and making sure that everything is in order. And then if we encounter anything along the way that's unusual, that particular one would come back to you. But as Hillary indicated by describing the process, it's a long and relatively cumbersome process to get through to the actual issuance of the permit. And that's why we start this way by asking you to approve the slate.
Can I add one more thing? I'm sorry.
Please do.
Prior to submitting the commissioner's report, it's important to note that I sent the same report out to the police department, the fire department. They both had no issues. There are no outstanding business licenses, no delinquent money owed to the town. So we double check all of those aspects as well.
That was a good addition. Thank you for that. You're welcome. Members of the board?
I do have one
I
question.
can see.
Without naming the businesses, I just wanted to ask, a couple of them did have violations, and these are state violations when they do their tests. And one of them says 1-day suspension on 11/4/19. I assume that happened and was imposed by the state itself.
It comes from the state, so I would also assume that that happened. I don't follow up on everything that the state does.
But that's normally what that would mean, right?
Yes.
That one to me is clear. But another one that says second violation hyphen $300 administrative penalty or 3-day suspension of license. I'm not sure if that means that that was imposed or will be imposed or could be imposed. Do you have any clue? Because it kind of affects my feelings whether or not we should have them.
Right.
come before
That's
us.
the letter from the DLC to them that I get a copy of. It says on June 4th, 2019 at 4:17 p.m. an alcohol beverage sale was made to an underage person at your licensed premise. Our records indicate that this is the second violation detected during an alcohol compliance test. Second offense is $300 administrative penalty or 3-day suspension of license. That's, I mean, it says more to it, but that's the bulk of it. And so I don't know, I think that they might give them the choice, but I'm not positive as to how that works. I don't know if, okay.
Okay.
I was saying, 1 second, Ivan.
Yeah, I'm done. Yeah.
Is there anybody else on the board? First, Ivan, hold on 1
Yeah.
sec. David?
Yeah, I think it's valuable to have the people who have had a problem over the year come in and explain to us what they're doing. We're the commissioners, we're the only people that they really have to explain to. And especially the one you just cited, Tim. We definitely like to hear from them, but I don't think that we should just, because one's in education and maybe that's less important. It's not, probably, it wouldn't be less important if that person then made a mistake and sold to a minor, it'd be the same thing. So I would like to have them come in and explain what steps they took to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Anybody else on the board want to speak before I go to Ivan out in the community?
I just want to concur with David that I would like to see those entities that have had citations.
Okay. Anything you want to say before I call on Ivan? Ivan? Introduce yourself.
My name's Ivan Hennessy. I work at Saxon's River Distillery. So I go through the state training program every couple of years, and I have to admit it's been a couple of years, but my understanding is that the suspensions happen immediately. So if there's a violation found, generally they shut you down from that moment on until the suspension is over. So it's probably already taken place. I have to admit that I'm pleased never to have experienced that one.
Yeah.
But, that's my recollection from the training that I took.
I trust your judgment on that because I know that you've been doing this and you're pretty focused on detail. So thank you for that. Cassandra, come on up and introduce yourself.
I'm Cassandra Holloway. I'm representing Building a Positive Community. We've also been known as Brattleboro Area Prevention Coalition. In the past, we've also been included in the last few years until this year to be part of that conversation of like who's been kind of coming up so that we can give our input. So I was able to look into it myself. But in the future, it'd be nice just to be added to it because I have things like what trainings they've gone to and such. So what I will say is the one that did not get an ID violation, the one that was like somebody hadn't gotten trained.
Yep.
They had 5 people come to an on-site training that we had with the DLC. So the other 3 that had violations, none of them came to the training. They did do online training. I don't know if all their staff did or the staff who violated, who didn't check the ID was able to do it. I don't know who it was, but I know that they at least did the online training. Okay. But it would be really useful for them to do a on-site training, and I have a couple here. So I'll just show you kind of what we send to all of the 74 that we have, 74 liquor licenses in Brattleboro. So it does cost $25, but it costs $25 to do it online too. We do staff enhancement trainings as well with Steve Waldo, who's a prior DLC training. That's more specific to them, so it's really good for staff who struggle with saying no or like understanding what to do. It's a lot more about what they need versus the full gamut. Sometimes it was more for owners and managers. I'll give you some more of this information later. And those who do pass, we do send them out letters just to thank them for passing, so we do at least do that too. We also have resources. Some are on your site. We have the alcohol sales policy, as you all know. We have an example that they can put on their wall because if people just see it when they get hired and don't look at it again. I would love to update that with some places that they can call for rides. I know that, Tim, you've done rides in the past, so I'm trying to gather. I don't know if you're still doing that.
Oh, very seldomly.
Okay, all right, yes. But there are some people doing it, so I'm trying to gather that so that the bars can have places to call since the taxi closes at 11. And there's also a self-assessment tool, so I'll give this information to you all, which is a really kind of a check the boxes, all the best practices of hiring and training and showing the community what your the laws are and what your business has for policy. So we have tons of resources in addition to that. So if you are going to call people in, let me know, and I can come and let them know that we're here. This shouldn't be a punitive thing. A lot of times it's a new staff person. It's not usually the owners. So, and we did have a 90% compliance. 34 out of 40, 34 passed of the last year's compliance checks. So we're doing pretty good as a town. But let's support the ones who need it, and we're here to do that. So. Send you this information. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, your group administers the state bartending test and training?
So the DLC does trainings throughout the state, and we coordinate them. So we provide food, and we promote them, and we provide space. It's in partnership with the other prevention coalitions in the county. So, yeah, we do it twice a year. This one has a weird one because there was a snow day, so it's got 3. We usually do one in the spring and then one in the late fall.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. While Cassandra's up, do you have a question?
Yeah, do you still do training for select board members, for the liquor commissioners?
I would love to.
It's not automatic anymore?
No, I mean, Steve Waldo was doing them, and then he retired, and I think I'll let you, the DLC is going, their services, their resources are getting less and less as far as supporting people. I think that's the other thing to know is that we used to have 50 people coming to to these trainings. Now we've got maybe 10 because people used to not have to pay. The state decided to charge people to learn what they're supposed to be doing. So people do it online mostly, but that's just a quick check, answer the questions. The tests aren't hard. It's not really about the test. You probably could just come in and probably pass without even doing the training. To be honest, there's not a lot. I should say that, but it's pretty. I don't think I've ever seen anybody fail in the 5 years I've been doing it. It's really about that one-on-one, and so I highly encourage it. But especially if somebody's got staff that's struggling, and that's why the one that did bring their 5 people, they're extraordinary in what they try to do. So let's not look at it as like, oh, they're, not a good licensee. It just happens. But what do they do in response to it is really what we want to be looking at.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
So if I'm reading this correctly, it looks like on the Winston Prouty campus on the 4th floor, if you are holding or looking for a first or second class liquor license, you could go on Monday, February 24th from 1 to 4 p.m. and receive that training. For $25, you can pay ahead, or you should pay ahead in advance, and light refreshments are served. Yeah. So it's worth it.
One more question.
Yes, Liz.
I recently had an event where I needed a licensed bartender, and I wondered, do you provide a list of trained and licensed bartenders?
No, I do not, but that's something we could, look into. I know a lot of times it's pretty much the same. People who get called is usually like larger, like the Whetstone and Hermit Brush. And, so private, just people doing it on their own. We don't, but I will say sometimes people come to trainings and they're not associated with a workplace. So they're looking for a job and they want to make sure that they have that license. So they're paying out of pocket, just a citizen in the community. So, so then they would, they'd be trained.
Yeah, what I found was that there are bartenders who also do freelance work.
Yeah.
And if you had a list of them, that would be nice.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks, Cassandra.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome. Okay, board members, so, the options that we have as far as the formal motions is to make the motion that you already see in your packet, or Peter has already created a modified motion that assumes based on what has been heard at this table, that we want to ask people to come into the meeting, specifically the 3 that were noted as violations.
I personally don't feel that education violations are too bad, but I don't want to fight over it if everyone wants to see everybody.
Maybe everyone doesn't, I don't know.
I mean, I kind of felt like the education violation may have just been explained a little bit.
I didn't have the additional information that Cassandra just gave us about the way they,
I did talk to the prior manager. Sorry, I did talk to the prior manager. They hired somebody who had worked at another place, so they assumed they had just started. They assumed that they had continued having the license because they were selling alcohol at the previous place. And when they came in, it was just that one person. They looked at everybody who sells alcohol. It was just that one person who had just started. So, I'm sure it just lapsed and the workplace didn't tell them because they had left that workplace. So, and they got quickly hired along with 4 other people came, if not more. Okay.
Thank you very much. That was actually very helpful
I
information.
think that's a reasonable exception.
Yeah.
Just the 2 with the
So I think,
sale to
you
minors.
don't mind doing a third modification,
No problem.
or second modification.
Sure.
So
By deletion.
if somebody wants to make the motion, which is going to have the 2 who are not education violations, a request for them to come in, let us know that you'd like to make that motion, and Peter will hand you the motion.
Or I can
Or you can read
read
it.
it and then somebody can say so moved. if
Oh,
that's easier for you.
now that's always my favorite thing. I don't want to push that on anybody.
So your motion will be to approve the renewal of all existing liquor licenses, outdoor consumption permits, and entertainment licenses effective May 1st, 2020, subject to each existing license or permit holder submitting the required paperwork. Exceptions to this blanket approval are McNeil's Brewery and One Stop on Canal Street, each of which will be invited to attend the February 18th Select Board meeting.
Okay, board members, you've heard that motion. Is anybody wanting to make that their formal motion?
So moved.
Liz has made that motion that Peter read. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
It's strange for Peter to read motions.
I know, and yet it was done so smoothly. I'm just gonna go with it. Okay, excellent. So that was item A, and now we're gonna move into item B, still as liquor commissioners. This is a festival permit for the Winston Prouty Center for Children and Family Development, and it is the Par for the Cause Festival. Hillary, thank you so much for your joining of us for item A. And Chloe, if you'd switch places with Hillary. Chloe Leary is coming to the table from Winston Prouty, along with somebody whose face I know, and it's too late because it's live and I can't pull it all the way out.
Willie Gusson.
Willie, yes. Now I remember.
I'm the one at Winston Prouty who completed the training.
Excellent.
But I'm the I'm the payroll coordinator and community-based services supervisor at Winston Prouty.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much for joining us tonight, and whoever wants to launch into kind of talking a little bit about this festival and all of the good things.
Your chance to address the television audience of thousands.
Try not to say that.
Doing that.
Sure. So we do a spring fundraiser every year. And several years ago, we started a mini golf indoor fundraiser. It's called Par for the Cause. And we have it catered, and we've hired bartenders, Hazel, other places to do the alcohol portion. And this year, we had staff investigate the option of doing this sort of one-time license as a way to increase our revenue and make it easier for us to run the event. So here we are trying it out. And so Willie gamely did the training, and we would just like permission to give it a try and see how it goes.
Okay. Lily, do you want to add anything before I bring it back to this table for deliberation and comments and such?
Nope, I don't think so.
Okay. Board members, anything you'd like to say about the idea of, instead of bringing somebody in, having Willie go to training so that basically they could probably keep more of the money to go to things?
Well, that's up to Willie.
Oh, that's awkward.
I've been to the event. It's great. I encourage everyone to check it out. It's fun, and I think it's a great idea.
I just have 2 questions.
Yes, Liz.
We've been asking people who are having, these kind of events, there is also opportunity for non-alcoholic beverages.
That are tasty, that go beyond just sparkling water.
Yeah. And the other thing, I understand this is a fundraiser, and I know friends of mine have been talking about wanting to donate to your organization, and how can they do that?
Well, there are several ways to donate to the Winston Prouty Center. You can do it online. There's a PayPal button on our website. You can send a check to the Winston Prouty Center to 209 Austin Drive, and it will be acknowledged. So.
And maybe you'd like to tell us a little about your mission, so people might want to do that.
Thanks, Liz.
This is going great.
I didn't know we were going to be pitching. So the Winston Prouty Center provides inclusive education and family support to promote the success of children and families. And what that looks like is, for us, an early learning center that has 60 families, infants through age 5. And we also, what a lot of people don't know is that we provide services in the community to hundreds of families. We were doing that through Children's Integrated Services, which is the state wanted families with young children to be able to access services without going to 5 million different places. And then when we merged with Wyndham Child Care 3 years ago, we added more services for families and the bookmobile. So we touch hundreds of families every year in our community, and just the importance of early childhood and making sure that our youngest people get the best start they can have. So that's what we do. In addition to being landlords and managing a 184-acre campus, which has trails for the public that you can walk on. So please come visit our campus.
I hear they're lovely.
They are.
Do good things.
And you can camp.
Really, really good things.
Thank you.
Are there members of the public who would like to speak? Cassandra.
Oh.
I hadn't really been prepared for this, so I'm just gonna. Is this the first time somebody's asked to actually have a staff person do alcohol? The only reason I asked that is I don't know if this is setting a precedence so that we're going to have more alcohol, especially in events that are family focused. And you're my landlord, so I feel really awkward right now because we're on that campus. But we do have a lot of alcohol in this community. We've had 50 events last year that had alcohol. So if we're starting to set a precedence where people in the staff can start to have alcohol, I'm just concerned, especially in family focused events, or that we're going to have more alcohol, and that might exclude families who don't want to be in the spaces where there's alcohol. And also, again, are we setting a precedence to have more alcohol events? So just something to think about.
Thank you. I think they've always had alcohol. It's just instead of bringing somebody in this time, they're trying to keep the cost in-house, but I can field that over this way.
And as part of the event every year, we've always had the Saturday night kind of adult portion, like adult event after dark. And then every year we've also had Sunday, we've opened it up for families, and there's just snacks and it's just, during the day for a couple hours. So we try to balance it.
I certainly do not want to take money away from you all. I just want to just be thoughtful about when we're making permits like this, that we're being really thoughtful about where and who. So, thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think if it was someone coming new to us who didn't have an established event, that might get on our radar a little more than these folks that have had a previous alcohol thing every year. So, that's just me speaking, not a board statement.
Other comments or questions from board members? Other comments or questions from community members? Okay, then I would entertain a motion.
Great.
Whichever.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
To approve a festival permit for the Winston Prouty Center for Child Development's Par for the Cause event to be held on March 28th, 2020, from 5 p.m. until 8 p.m. at 209 Austin Drive.
Excellent. Tim has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously, and I think I would just take this opportunity to say we are only approving this part as liquor commissioners. So this was the part for March 28th, 2020, from 5 to 8 p.m. That's a Saturday, but I think we just heard that there is a family-friendly event that I'm going to assume is Sunday, March 29th, which is non-alcohol with family stuff and treats, and that starts at what time on March 29th? Sorry, I was trying to...
I'm pretty sure it's 11 to 1.
It's from 11 to 1. Okay.
Well, when you go to the website to donate, you can check it out.
And you should. Donate and check.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Right.
much for joining us
Thank you so
tonight.
much.
Thanks.
Excellent.
Thanks to you both.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn as liquor commissioners.
So moved.
Excellent. Liz has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We move into new business, and our first item is sustainability matters, starting with the introduction of Sustainability Coordinator Stephen Dotson.
Yes. So very happy to say that this is the, we're nearing the conclusion of Stephen's second day.
Is this overtime?
Will it ever end?
We're delighted to have him join the team yesterday. Been a lot of build up to this, first in the discussions about creating the position and then in our search. We've come to a very successful outcome. We have bright days ahead that we're looking forward to now getting to work on a variety of different things related to sustainability in the community now that we have this additional capacity. So I want to begin by introducing Stephen to the community, and then we'll move into Patrick providing an update on something we have been working on that will become one of the first priorities for Stephen's work. So first, Stephen, please, if you could stand and just be recognized.
Yeah. If you want to say anything, stand over there by the microphone.
You'll hear from me plenty in the future.
All right, no pressure. Thank
Welcome.
you. Welcome. Patrick, would you like to run with it? Do you want to come to the fancy table?
Cool.
Not that this table isn't fancy, but
All the way across the room?
it's kind of like new location, which is always good.
Why are we
And it looks like we're being joined by Oscar Heller, who is the chair of the Energy Committee.
Yes. So, good evening, everybody.
Good evening. Good evening.
Oh, yeah. Lester.
And also Lester Humphrey. We are having a full table over here tonight. Thank you all for joining. Patrick?
So the board will recall that we last had this conversation in late September of last year. And in fact, that conversation was a continuation of a previous conversation at a representative town meeting wherein the public weighed in and advised that we should begin the process of acquiring renewable electricity instead of just traditional electricity. And the recommendation was formally that we should consider signing up for cow power.
Mm-hmm.
So at the meeting in September, and a copy of the memo that I provided in September is included in this backup for this meeting. At the meeting in September, I walked the board through an analysis of fiscal 19's energy consumption and established what percentage of that energy was coming from renewable sources and made a recommendation that if we were to provide a contribution towards renewable energy, that perhaps we ought to consider a local project rather than cow power, which supports some large farming operations in northern Vermont. I would like to withdraw that recommendation.
Okay.
And I'll explain why in just a moment. But in the end, what I'm recommending this evening is that we continue the conversation at the staff level with the support of the Brattleboro Energy Committee and with our new staff person, Stephen Dotson, and that we take a look a little bit more thoughtfully and a little bit more completely as to what we would like to recommend to you. Whether that takes the form of going back to a recommendation for cow power, whether it takes the form of renewable energy credits, whether it takes the form of a carbon sequestration project or carbon offsets, don't really know. But I think the conversation is perhaps a little bit more complicated than I at least originally understood it to be. And I'd like to explain what happened after that meeting in September. So not long after that, Lester and Oscar reached out to me, and we started having some meetings. And while supportive of what I was attempting to recommend to the board, they helped to illuminate for me that the issue was a lot more complicated than I had given it credit for. And I'll give some specifics. I equated in my analysis of our energy consumption net metering credits with renewable energy. And in fact, I've come to learn with their help that these things are actually fundamentally separate. That net metering credits are a financial instrument that provide cost savings to off-takers, whereas the renewableness of the energy produced by a solar array is a tradable commodity and one that Brattleboro doesn't own. So the analysis in my memo back in September 19th, unfortunately, was flawed. In addition to that, they were very kind in the way they counseled me to let me know that if we were to go ahead and make a contribution to a local renewable energy project in Brattleboro, there wouldn't be, in the end, a improvement in the natural world or in the environment. Instead, what we would have is a situation where the town was enriching an already functional renewable energy project. And so I don't think that was really anyone's goal. And so I have come to understand that this, like I said, is a little bit more complicated. These gentlemen are much more knowledgeable about it than I. And I know Stephen's got a background in this area. I think there's some interesting and exciting work that we can do in this area, but I think following along the path that I had recommended previously would be a mistake. And so I'm here to ask that we take a new course of action, and that is to continue the discussion with the Energy Committee and with staff and come back at a later date with a more complete recommendation. And if there's anything you gentlemen would like to offer, I just want to thank you publicly. I appreciate the guidance and the education.
I think other than to say that we're happy to keep working on it and would answer any questions you have now as best we can. And also, I guess that as we talked about it, we ended up coming back around to the fact that the original idea of cow power might actually end up being one of the options that we might recommend. So it's not like it was ever that far off course, I think.
I'm good. Oh, go ahead, Lester.
Yeah, I wanted to thank you for meeting with us. I think the discussions were really good. You know, the goals are all the same. Cow power, there's some new information that we're still working on with cow power. There's possibility of smaller farms being able to utilize that program, which could mean something more local. And we look forward to finding out more and presenting a more complete proposal.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and make this awkward by saying I think we're always really lucky as a community when we can have people on our team that can come out publicly and say they thought something and that somebody said something and now they might think something differently. And if more people could learn to be like that, I think we'd get through life much better.
Yep.
Having said that, is there anybody on this board who would like to speak?
Well,
Timothy?
no.
You want to think about that a little bit longer? Timothy with my eyebrow raised so
Seems like
much.
you have to have something.
Oh, no.
Brandy, I do.
I'll fill the air if no one's speaking, but
Well, the air doesn't have to be filled.
That's because this one wants to
The
go
only
on the
thing,
end.
the only thing I want to point out is that, or the only concern I have is it mentions here about allowing the sustainability coordinator with support from the staff to continue dialogue with the committee, which is perfectly fine, and we need to be working on all these things at once. I just want to point out that we really, well, I should say staff, but certainly with a lot of input from all of us, developed a really careful plan and parameters and job description for the sustainability coordinator. And I think the first part of that is to get a handle on what's happening in the community and where the emphasis of his efforts need to go. And I would not want that to be distracted. Not that there's not interrelated, but there's already work underway, and I'm not sure which. I would rather he stick pretty close, that we not lose sight of the larger goal of this and just start putting out fires. And I know it's a bad way to phrase it, but I think you know what I mean.
I can speak to that if that's all right.
Yes.
That we completely agree. There will be other tasks and small projects like this that we'll be working on while that larger undertaking of kind of surveying how to best approach this work and how to best work with the community around this, around these goals. And so that's absolutely intended. This won't take our eye off the ball. And one of the expectations of the position is that it also would provide staff support to the Energy Committee on an ongoing basis along with the broader mission. And so we see this as actually a really nice fit.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Peter. Liz, you had something you'd like to say?
Yeah, I think we're all probably on the same page with this analysis in terms of having a project that is as local as possible and as meaningful as possible and as real as possible, rather than writing a check to make us feel better. And I'm sure we're all on that same page.
Daniel, do you have anything? Just only because it went Peter and then Liz.
Yeah,
and there
sure.
you are.
I kind of want to sort of double down on what you said about the humility that it takes to walk back, a recommendation. I think it's really great that, we have that humility and we're willing to do it in public on the record, because that makes for a better town. Liz is talking about something local, something meaningful, and something real. And, this memo here, which is, really helpful, as they always are, says renewable electricity versus carbon neutrality. And I guess I would like to kind of question that binary. I think that there's more than just that. The resolution that was adopted during other business at town meeting was then like a springboard for looking into this cow power proposal, which wasn't, a bad proposal. And then we figured that maybe there was a better use for that investment that benefited the people of Brattleboro. And so I want to kind of stay away from just the binary of we have to invest this $16,000 in a renewable energy project, or we have to invest $16,000 in getting towards some sort of carbon neutrality in some, way or another. And make it local, make it meaningful, and make it real. I think that the way in which the Town Arts Fund has functioned as a way for local artists to, to create projects that benefit the people of Brattleboro, or that, add some kind of value to our life here, is maybe a model for some kind of local, meaningful, real fund that helps people in Brattleboro engage with energy efficiency, sustainability, renewable energy. I also think, you know, and this is where my humility comes in, right? I get excited about an idea like that because it's about equity and it's about justice. But there's also like, what about the taxpayers, right? Like, why should the taxpayers' money fund your, you know, buying an electric bicycle? But I would love to at least keep thinking about that. So, you know, just kind of moving away from that binary.
This conversation is all the good stuff.
Yes.
This is all the good stuff. This has made me really happy tonight.
One more little question.
Yes,
just-
David.
And I don't know if, I don't want to be here till 10.
No, we're not going to do that.
But
Don't worry.
I mean, we could.
You're welcome to, David.
I wonder if we might want to broaden the mandate a little bit to not necessarily just focus on renewable energy, but what would be the most impactful way to use that money to reduce carbon. And I just read in the, I don't know what it was, I think probably Bloomberg or one of those online sources, that Japan just announced that they're going to build 26 coal-fired power plants, which will produce as much carbon, the equal amount of carbon as all of our cars do in the entire United States. And they don't have any choice. Their
big or go home, I
nuclear
guess.
plants are underwater and hazardous, and they need electricity, so they're going to do that. And the problem, it's very difficult to reduce the amount of carbon being put into the atmosphere, so maybe the effort should go into ways of getting it out. Maybe we should, for instance, buy offer $16,000 worth of trees for people to plant, or other plants that are particularly valuable at capturing carbon. Just, I don't know how widely or broadly you want to go, or set these folks off to work. But,
Are you taking notes, Stephen?
He isn't. He isn't. He'll be watching it
You
tomorrow.
rely on BCTV.
Sure, that's
they
right.
do good coverage on iBrattleboro too. You can check that.
And in our print media.
What was that? So I
In our print
apologize.
media.
Too late. for
And print
opening up
media.
this.
He's covering his mouth, not his ears, so that's good.
Planting $16,000 worth of trees in Brattleboro is more meaningful to me than a certificate that says there's $16,000 worth of trees kind of cordoned off someplace in Latin America.
And a star named after you.
Yes.
It's,
I think
it's more trees.
I think, Stephen, if you're taking notes, you can add me to the pile of people who are not big fans of carbon offsets for various reasons. So just whatever that's
There you
worth
go.
to you.
Broad policy direction, I believe, is one of our.
But I think this is a future discussion that we'll have a healthy, robust discussion in the future.
In the
All we're
future.
asking is to come back with the best idea.
We have a
Cassandra? Well, I know.
Cassandra, wait a minute.
Got those mom eyes.
I'm excited for my colleague Rolf, because Rolf is working with our schools right now on doing a
Oh, yeah.
family engaging activity with planting trees, but like crop trees, things that actually people can also eat. So just letting you know,
Good
it's
job.
happening. So we'll keep you informed. I'll have him come next time.
Yeah. Thank you, Rolf. Ivan.
So if I understand correctly, there was an initiative, a proposal for that, and then new information's come to light. It has to be reevaluated. What sort of delay in actually implementing something does this involve? Or maybe it doesn't. I mean, I don't know. I haven't kept up on this.
Do you want to field that one, Patrick?
Sure. I think what needs to happen now is, a regular conversation needs to come forward with the Energy Committee, with our new staff, and try and determine what it is that we think we ought to try and achieve. And then I can't tell you exactly how long that conversation is going to take. I can tell you I have found these matters to be more complicated than they appear at first glance. But, wouldn't it be wonderful if we got to a point where volunteer members of the Energy Committee, the town's sustainability coordinator, and management staff were able to come back together and say, this is what we think we ought to try and achieve. And exactly how long that's going to take, I don't know, but I think in some ways, that ought to be the goal.
It's a very good question. Town meeting could chime in.
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't give us a deadline.
I was going to say, I don't know that
They
there's a
didn't expect
technical
action
delay
here.
because there wasn't a technical deadline, but now there's going to be more people involved. But it's the people that should be involved from the beginning anyways. Not to put you on the spot, but we've only had them for 2 days, so. Okay, is there further discussion on sustainability matters? We've already introduced Stephen, you're off the hook, and the topic of carbon offsets versus renewable sources of energy. There is no action required. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. Welcome again, Stephen. We're going to try to just keep it gentle. We have a lot of excitement, but Peter's going to keep us tempered with that excitement, aren't you, Peter?
Best I can.
Excellent. So we're going to move to item B under new business, and that is a proposed handicapped parking space on Canal Street adjacent to the co-op's community meeting room. Peter?
Thank you. Yeah, we're excited to bring this forward, kind of continuing the theme of the last item and the way that collaboration occurs in the community with members of the community, volunteer members of town committees, town staff, ultimately bringing things together for the select board to act upon. This is the third time that we've been before you with a recommendation to designate an on-street parking space for exclusive use of people with a handicap parking permit. And I want to say that over the years, we had looked on this creation of these spaces as being not possible or appropriate for on-street parking, but rather something we always focused on in parking lots off-street. The main reason why was because of the historic nature of our streets, the relatively narrow space we have available, and the fact that the parking spaces themselves, the striped spaces, are smaller than what is the ideal and specified dimensions for a handicapped parking space. In the course of looking at something the ADA committee had asked us to look at a year or a year and a half ago, Patrick learned from some experts around accessibility issues, I believe down in Massachusetts someplace, that it is proper for a community to designate a space that doesn't have all the ideal dimensions. You put the proper signage on it and you advise folks who might be using it that it isn't a fully van accessible space. But yet, by taking the act of making what you have available in appropriate quantities for folks who have mobility issues and need to be in particular locations. So for instance, at the beginning of a stretch of spaces or at the end of a stretch of spaces where it's easier to maneuver in and out of the space, that it's entirely appropriate to do that. And that just opened up a whole possibility for us. So a year ago, we were asking the select board to approve designation of our first on-street handicap parking space, which the select board did approve, and that's been implemented. It's on the east side of Main Street, not far from the River Garden. And then just in the last few months, the ADA committee again asked if there could be one on the west side of Main Street, almost directly across the street from that spot, in the first spot on the west side south of High Street. And the select board has approved that. Then the co-op actually made this request to the town to designate the space that is before you this evening, recognizing that there are folks who need this space to be designated for exclusive use by folks who have a permit, both who are coming to use the community room at the co-op, which is adjacent to this space, and by folks who are residents at the Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust's part of that building, which has several specifically accessible designated units. So it's a ideal location. This one came to us not from the committee, but actually from the community. We went to the ADA committee with the idea, they loved it. We went to the traffic safety committee with the idea, and they loved it. And so together with those two committees, town staff is happy to recommend to you this evening that you authorize us to proceed with designating this space. If you say yes to this in the next few minutes, we will incorporate this space and the space in front of Duo into a single ordinance and bring that back to you for formal approval.
Is this a space right directly north of the crosswalk?
It
Okay,
is.
that's a great spot.
Yeah.
I pull in there all the time. It's perfect.
Yeah, and there's actually, it's either 4 or 6 metered spaces
Yep.
there, and this would be the first one
That's
of
what I
those.
thought. Okay, good.
We'll remove
Good.
the meter head and designate the space.
Perfect. Liz, did I see your hand go up for a sec?
That was also the site of a recent accident.
Yes, it was.
That in that spot?
In the crosswalk.
In the crosswalk.
Oh, in the crosswalk. Yeah. That is true. Further discussion on the board? Everybody feel like they know exactly where that space is?
Yes.
Great idea.
I've parked in it many times.
I know, it's a really good spot. I think it's a really good idea.
Yeah, I'm gonna miss that
Not
space.
anymore.
Whatever.
Yeah, it's
Can't
fine.
give it up.
I really appreciate the work that the Traffic Safety Committee and the ADA Committee is doing. It's really important that volunteers in the community give up their time and do that. So,
And there's been real progress in the past year now.
right.
We've gone from 0 to 3.
They're doing really thoughtful work that's easy to get behind. Are there members of the community here tonight that would like to speak about this spot? First spot north of the crosswalk on Canal Street. So the crosswalk that goes from South Main to the Co-op. You're thinking about that, and it's the first one after that. Okay, then I would entertain a motion.
I'll make
Wherever
that
is.
motion.
Yep.
I move to approve designating the first on-street parking space on the north side of Canal Street, west of South Main Street, for use only by drivers with a handicapped parking permit.
All right. Daniel has made that motion. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you again to the ADA committee. I don't know if the traffic safety committee was in on this one.
Indeed.
Then thank you to both committees.
And the
The
co-op.
work has been really easy to get behind and well thought out.
Yeah,
And
the co-op for making the request.
Being proactive, yeah, thank you. Great. So we're still under new business. We're moving on to item C, which is certificate of highway mileage, and that's going to be brought to us by Dan Tyler from Public Works. If you come up to the table, Dan.
Hi, Dan.
Hello.
So this is the annual certificate of highway mileage. Basically, it breaks down the mileage per each class of road, and it's used to determine the funding that we get from the state. We reviewed it. There's no changes in class, so this would be our opportunity to add new roads, discontinue, reclassify. There's no changes at this point.
Okay.
So we recommend that we submit it as it is.
Okay, thank you very much for that. This is something that comes before us every year. Peter, do you have anything else to add before the board starts chatting? If there is chatting?
Just the observation that things like this that are annual, that recur on a rhythm, sometimes can take on a feeling as though they're just rote, and it might raise a question as to whether or not careful attention is paid. And I just want to note that in the last few years, we've actually had 2 times when the certification of mileage changed because of something that had occurred during the year. In one case, it added mileage, and in another case, it actually reduced mileage. So the fact that this is a year when it's unchanged isn't an indication that we just rubber stamp it each year. It's an indication that nothing changed.
Excellent, thank you for that. It's good to know.
Except here, we're select men.
I was going to say, when will the Agency of Transportation get round to that?
Hey.
Well,
I
I'm
don't
going to
know,
go
they've-
ahead and just
They've had a woman,
have a slight twitch and let that go.
Yeah. So we have 107.225 miles of roads. That is what we're certified.
Yes, we do. That is what we're certified.
And those are roads
is that measured during using GPS? GIS?
Trundle wheel.
No, I couldn't tell you that. I
Yeah,
would say
that's
no,
from
because
decades ago.
Yeah, this has been going on since, what's it say, 85, I think, on the top, maybe?
And those are town-maintained road, 107 miles of town-maintained road?
Correct.
And those are
No,
both.
some of that's state.
Yeah.
Right.
No.
But
20,
still,
22
yeah,
and a quarter miles of it is state highway. The remainder is town.
the remainder is town. So when we're talking about storms and we're wondering about stuff getting done, let's remember the breadth of work that our town employees are doing. And be grateful for that, because I am.
Both paved and unpaved?
Yes.
Yeah.
And somewhere in between.
The only Class 2 road that's unpaved is Ames Hill. but that is a Class 2 road. The rest of the unpaved roads are either Class 3 or 4.
Meadowbrook is already looking pretty exciting. I've still been taking it because I'm really stubborn.
Had a couple early mud seasons.
Yes, it did.
I've been reading about some towns that are unpaving their roads.
I read about that.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of reeling
Does it say
it,
why?
reeling it back.
Well, actually, they're just not fixing them anymore.
They're allowing them to become dirt roads.
No, I think I mean, a lot of them are using the reclaimer and then putting down good old-fashioned dirt roads instead.
Huh.
Because they end up in the long term, they're cheaper in the town. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I've read about it. I'm not,
Yeah.
I haven't looked into it.
I'm not suggesting it.
Paved roads is a benefit of a civilized society.
It certainly is. Having lived 5 years on a Class 4,
God.
it's an experience getting home.
Okay. Daniel, you look like you have
I mean, I've got
from
thoughts.
your-
I'm just thinking about roads. You know, and I was thinking about like the stretch by Center Church, which is
Downtown?
in rough shape. Yeah, between Brown and Roberts and the library, going north on that road is some nasty potholes there, and I guess I was kind of wondering about like how that's being handled this winter and whether there's a long-term plan to repave that stretch of road. You know the bit I'm talking about, like between Key Bank and TD Bank.
Dan can speak to this
So-
in greater detail in terms of what they have to cope with out there, but recently we had some warmer weather. We had about 3 or 4 days of warmer weather, and the highway
Did some
crews
patching.
did a tremendous amount of patching. We had some pretty good sized potholes that had appeared during the very, very cold weather we had.
And they've been
And there was a lot of filling done
consistently-
recently.
They've been consistently patching the Route 9, the disaster zone up there.
We've had a lot of freeze thaw already
Yeah.
this year, and then the rain, and it's just popping them apart. We're out patching them whenever we can.
Yeah.
That stretch of road is Class 1. We would maintain it, but typically wait for the state to come in to do a repaving.
Right.
And
It's
I
Route
don't-
5 technically, right?
Correct.
Right.
Yeah. I'm always trying to remind people of that. Not you, but I'm like,
Yeah.
Route 5, Route 9.
Yeah.
West Brattleboro and Putney Road. I'm like, Route 5, Route 9, not just West Brattleboro and Putney Road.
And Route 9 out through West Brattleboro is not a properly constructed road. There's a concrete road that sits underneath the asphalt road, which
really
is why that
interesting.
deteriorates so quickly. Every time they come through and do a nice resurfacing, 2 or 3 years later, we have the pothole problem
cracks.
again. But what we saw this winter because of the weather pattern we've had is, that did reappear, but we also had some pretty substantial potholes appearing elsewhere. There's a lot all over town that the crews have needed to pay attention to. And as I said, for a while it was hard because it stayed cold. They weren't able to fill them as readily as they were able to in the recent warm weather.
Yeah, they're out whenever they can.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah, I see 'em.
We could consider at some point, or talk to the Transportation Committee about putting the trolley back on Route 9 and
Just
use that kind of.
dig that old road right up.
Dirt roads and trolleys. That's really progress.
All those in favor.
And I reckon
I'm kidding.
All this
Not an actual
carbon
motion.
that wouldn't be in the atmosphere if we had dirt roads.
All right, we digress because it's fun to talk about roads and
But now,
potholes in
well,
New
we're
England weather.
getting to the Conservation Commission, so we're actually progressing.
I would entertain a motion at this time. Anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Excellent, thanks Liz.
I move to approve the Town of Brattleboro's certificate of highway mileage for the year 2020.
Excellent. Liz has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thanks, Dan.
Thanks for your work, Dan.
Can I change that?
Sure. Yes, please change selectmen to anything better.
Select.
I don't care what you choose. Select humans, ooh.
If this
Select
comes back and
humans.
we're
We're denied. Okay, we're still under new business, and we are moving on to certificate, I want to make sure I get this right, of attestation.
Attestation.
No appeal or suit pending, 2018 and 2019 grand list, and we have Jen Burnell here with us, who's already at the table. She's all over it. Hi, Jen.
Hi. So I have a dry annual request. This year is going to be 2 years of certificate of no appeal. In 2018, we had 2 parties that had taken their appeal to beyond the Board of Civil Authority to the state hearing officer, and January 9th, the decision was handed down by the state hearing officer on those 2 appeals. So I'm asking that the select board sign off on 2018 and 2019. We have no appeals going beyond the Board of Civil Authority for the 2019 grand list year.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Questions or comments from board members?
Is it your excellent negotiating skills?
Absolutely.
I know it is.
We have
That's not even a question.
Negotiate with the Agency of Transportation to upgrade this certificate. That's really disgusting.
I was wondering how you would take this matter to a level of humor.
Anybody else? Peter, did you, I didn't ask you this time if you had anything you wanted to
All
add?
set.
or-
Thank
yeah,
you.
Seems cut and dry. Okay. All right. It looks like I would entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the certificate of attestation, no appeal or suit pending forms for the 2018 and 2019 grad lists.
Excellent. Thank you very much. David has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We are still under new business, and we are on our last item, which is committee appointments. And it looks like we have 1 committee with 2 vacancies and 1 appointment. David, I'm seeing you raise your hand.
Yeah, I would like to nominate my friend and neighbor Ashlyn Bristol to be on the Conservation Commission.
Excellent. So David has gone ahead and nominated Ashlyn Bristol to be on the Conservation Commission. It's the only nomination, and there's 2 open seats. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much, Ashlyn, for stepping up for this, and you are approved for that seat.
I have a comment about the application.
Yes, Daniel.
Voted for by the Board of Selectmen. There's a little typo.
That's our own
and-
application?
In our own
Yeah,
form.
yeah.
If that
I've noticed
needs
it
to get
before,
changed.
and it usually, it's so late in the evening that I don't feel like adding.
Thank you for calling it out.
But it's
We'll
early.
get it correct.
Jan's got the pencil.
And maybe we can change selectmen to
Select people.
Select board.
select board members. Or
Yeah.
I just-
The board of
whatever it
Select
is.
Since you
The board of
act as a
select boards.
board,
Yes.
it's actually simplest and clearest to just say select board.
Very good.
Yeah.
I like
When you're-
select
When
humans
you're an
better.
individual writing a letter or something, you're a select board member, but each actions that you take are the select board.
And select board
I
is
never
how many
read those.
words, Chris?
One.
One.
One word.
In this town, it is 1 word, and I'll hear nothing of it.
There you go.
From anybody else. Also, I prefer select humans, but I'm going to get outvoted on that.
Select person.
Select humans. So, folks, there is no more business this evening.
What is
Believe it or not, it's very strange, so I feel weird doing this, but I'm going to go ahead at whatever time it is, 7:36, and entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Daniel has made a motion to adjourn. All those in favor? Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Meeting adjourned at 7:36. It should be noted that we will now be going back to bi-weekly meetings. Is that true? Since people have gotten really used to it, so it's looking to me like it's going to be
18th.
February 18th at 6:15 p.m. So do not come here next week. We will not be here for the first time since the fall.
Wow.
Thank you. Yay.
Yeah. Go to the dentist instead.
Where's the pizza?
I used to check it, really.
Did we vote?
Yeah.
We did, okay.
David, you,
I was signing, so I missed
all right, you voted.
Who won the Iowa
Leslie.
Iowa caucus?
is a good turnout for a public hearing, actually. We usually have maybe upwards of 5 people, or excuse me, information session. So I'll introduce myself. My name is Sarah Seves. I'm special counsel with the Vermont Department of Public Service. And we thank you for coming to this information session regarding the joint petition filed by Southern Vermont Cable Company and Comcast for approval to sell Southern Vermont Cable's cable television system assets to Comcast. So before I get started, can everybody hear me okay? Okay. As I said, I'm with the department. I am, for all intents and purposes, the lead attorney in this case. This is kind of a form of litigation. And so I am the go-to person for the actual procedure. This is my colleague Clay Purvis, our Director of Telecommunications, and we also have with us Carol Flint, our Director of Consumer Affairs. And we're here to answer any questions you have of the department. We also have representatives from Southern Vermont Cable. We have Ernie, and please say your last name for me. Shalaba, thank you, from Southern Vermont Cable, as well as Eli Emerson. And then from Comcast, we have Dan Glanville, Melissa Pierce up in the back, and Jerry Tarrant. So the purpose of this information session is to just give you really an overview of the regulatory process involved for the proposed transaction, as well as to answer any questions you might have regarding PUC procedure, because I realize it's not very intuitive if you don't do it every day. And this is kind of an informal session prior to the public hearing, which will be on the record. This is not on the record, but I do see we have public access here, so it will be likely be on your access channel. So that said, we do have representatives from Southern Vermont Cable and Comcast here, and I will offer them up to answer any questions you may want answered, because the difference between this and the public hearing, of course, is you can't get any questions answered during the public hearing portion. That's really just an opportunity for the Public Utility Commission to take your comments. What else? So I'll just start with a real broad overview of procedure. We at the department represent the public interest in utility regulatory cases such as this. We're separate from the Public Utility Commission, which many of you may know. They are the tribunal that will actually make the decision in this case. We are, for all intents and purposes, like the prosecutor, but we represent the public interest. So we, the department, requested a full litigation schedule in this proceeding, meaning that there will be discovery conducted. We have already served discovery questions on the joint petitioners. We served that on Friday, and if you follow the case in EPUC, which the PUC will explain during the public hearing, you may have seen those questions. Many of the public comments that were filed in this docket informed our discovery questions, so I thank you for those. What else? Once discovery is conducted, then we, the department, will file pre-filed testimony that is informed by the petition that was filed, the testimony that was filed, as well as the responses to our discovery questions. And then we'll have an evidentiary hearing in a couple months, and that will be in Montpelier. So next steps will be for the joint petitioners to answer the department's discovery questions. That, I believe, is going to happen on February 14th. And like I said, we will craft our pre-filed testimony based on those responses in addition to the petition that was filed. And that is where we will recommend that the PUC either grant the petition or deny it. And so that's kind of a general outline of how the procedure works. If you have any questions on that, me or one of my colleagues will be happy to answer those. We have business cards that I'm happy to offer up, and you can also access our information on our website, publicservice.vermont.com. Yes, sir.
Can you spell your last name for me, please?
My name is Sarah Aceves, Aceves. Yes.
Thanks for coming down, and we appreciate you coming to us to hear us out. Do you have any sense of what the timeline might be for this process?
Yes, so actually just today, the PUC adopted a schedule, and that was issued on ePUC. So the schedule goes through April 3rd, and we are right now at the February 3rd public hearing. So we have a few deadlines between now and April 3rd, which is when the evidentiary hearing is. The main ones being the department will file our testimony in the case on March 3rd. And then the petitioners will have a chance to serve discovery on us after they read our testimony on March 6th, and we will respond to that on March 13th. There's also room in there for motions to intervene, which the PUC will explain, but in this case, BCTV did file a motion to intervene, and we will be responding to that this week. And those are the main deadlines. So April 3rd is the evidentiary hearing, and that will be in Montpelier.
And the PUC will issue an order after that April 3rd hearing.
That's right. So after the evidentiary hearing, the PUC will consider all of the testimony in the case, as well as various conversations that happened during the hearing, and then they will issue an order either granting or denying the petition. Any question? Yes?
And the petition is for a certificate of public good, correct?
That's right, yes. So, well, the the petition's for a number of things. One of them is for a certificate of public good to be issued to Comcast, and the certificate of public good that Southern Vermont Cable currently has would be revoked. That's just the way the process works. Anything else that we can answer for you as far as the department goes? And remember, the petitioners are here as well if you have any questions you want answered from them. Yeah.
Can articles or terms be added to the certificate of public good, and what does that process look like?
Yes, so there can be conditions that are added. Procedurally, that can happen in two ways. The department, through its testimony, can recommend that certain conditions be included in the certificate of public good. I should mention that Comcast already has a certificate of public good to serve a number of towns in Vermont, and they have conditions in that. The other way is for the PUC itself to come up with certain conditions. Yes?
One of the considerations that I've been looking at as one of the legislators who represents this area is continued expansion. And while we appreciate what Ernie's done over the years, we keep wanting to try and expand the people who don't have it. And Clay, I think you mentioned at one point that Comcast has a certain amount of miles that they are committed to. Can you go over that piece again?
Yeah, that's correct, and I'll ask Dan Glanville with Comcast to also assist with that question. But in Comcast CPG, when the PUC awarded a CPG, it required, I think, 350 miles of construction during the length of its CPG. So we anticipate that if Comcast is awarded a CPG here, for the Southern Vermont Cable property, that its commitment to build 350 miles could be satisfied in the Southern Vermont Cable area, as well as the other towns that Comcast is already certificated for. Do you have anything else you'd like to add to that?
I have a general statement. Do you want me to read that?
Whatever you're comfortable with.
Yeah.
So good evening. Thank you to the college for welcoming us here this evening, and also thank you to all of you. Happy to take some of your questions. So the CPG that we currently have in the state has a requirement in it that we serve 350 additional miles during the term of the CPG. In the filing that was recently filed, we specifically outlined and requested that we be allowed to build that mile requirement in this service area of the new CPG. Our goal is to continue to expand services across the footprint as you identified. We have a long history in Vermont that dates back to 2006 of building in areas that required further expansion, and we hope to continue that. We are open to considering additional areas and continuing to build in those areas so that we can continue to service people who want and need our services.
Yes, sir.
This 350 miles of construction, is that predicated on new construction, or is that upgrade to bring fiber to areas that don't have it?
It's unserved areas. So we currently have, whatever we have built today, that 350 additional miles is in addition to what is currently built. So it's new construction.
So it's no guarantee of any upgrade to fiber or upgrade of existing networks?
Well, I think the thing that we have done across our footprint throughout our tenure here in Vermont, across New England and across the country, is to continue to invest multi-millions and billions of dollars into our network with the expansion of fiber in that network, and so that we can continue to provide additional and upgraded services. And I'll give an example of that. For instance, I live in Western Massachusetts, and when I started in the industry in 1998, our high-speed internet product was 1.5 megabits down. Today, we have multi-gigabit platform that's available across our footprint. The same speeds that are available here in Vermont are the same speeds that are available in Boston and other major cities across the country. So our goal is to continue to expand fiber into the network, continue to work to enhance electronics that are available on our network and in consumers' homes so that we can continue to expand speed as we have done over the past 2 decades of providing this service.
But there is no mandate or requirement within your proposal to do that, to upgrade to fiber for areas already served, correct?
So there is not a technology requirement to upgrade. There is a requirement to continue to expand services.
Yes, sir. The 350 miles of new construction, what does that represent in terms of the construction you've already done in Vermont, and how many customers do you serve currently?
We serve a little over 100,000 customers across Vermont. So the 350 miles is, so I'll give this as an example. When we entered the Vermont marketplace in 2006, we absorbed some requirements from our predecessor to continue to build our network. We met those requirements to build that regulatory required build from 2006 very quickly after that. And from that period, we continued to expand our network at an average pace that exceeded 50 miles per year of non-regulatory build miles.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm with BCTV, and we did submit a motion to intervene. I was just looking at the schedule. Would the deadline for our pre-filed testimony be March 3rd?
You will likely have a different schedule adopted by the PUC, since we have this one set with the department already. And that will be based on if and when you're granted intervener status. So I think in today's order they said, well, let me look at it so I don't misspeak.
I was just looking at the non-petitioners thing.
That's right. So this says the schedule may be modified as needed if additional parties intervene and require discovery. So I think that's probably a conversation that we can have between BCTV and the department, possibly the petitioners, and we can figure out the schedule that might work better, or if you want to have a uniform schedule, that's something we could talk about. If you want to have your own schedule, that's a possibility as well. Other questions? Yes, sir.
Are there any requirements to continue to serve seasonal customers?
because I know this area will have a lot of people that are looking for just seasonal service.
And Comcast can answer that too.
We have a long established seasonal program across our footprint here in New England, as well as across the country. So we continue to do that as a business need, and continue to do so without regulatory requirement.
You mentioned the 350 miles that you're required to add. What is that as a percentage of your existing miles? And can we assume that that same percentage would apply to the, I think it's roughly 100 miles that Southern Vermont Cable currently has?
So I don't have the percentage here with me off the tip of my tongue. I can tell you that we will build those miles likely before the requirement requires us to be complete on that. We also look at multiple ways to continue to expand our network. Recently, we have partnered with the state on several public-private partnerships for further expansion of the network. I will say that those requirements under the CPG are completely separate and distinct from the 350-mile build requirement. So anything we do in the public-private partnership realm with regard to any state dollars allocated is separate, and we still have our requirement to build. Even without those, I think a thing worth saying is that our actions probably speak for themselves in the sense that we built what was required in the post-Adelphia build, and then we had an unregulated period where we had no requirement to build. We built on average, in some years it was 75 miles, in some years it went down to about 40 miles, but on average it was about 55 miles per year during those years. So we would have the 350 miles required to be built. We'll continue to look at programs that may exist for us to partner to build. In addition to those, we have what we call BAU, with business as usual, where we will continue to build in the residential marketplace as well as the business marketplace and any residences that might be built as a result of those expansions.
So you don't know what percentage what miles you have in Vermont currently?
I don't have that detail with me right off the tip of my tongue. I can get it though.
This 350 miles without knowing how it relates to your existing installed base, quite frankly, it's not really a relevant number.
I have a couple sort of one-on-one practical questions. So if this happens and I just want internet service, no TV, I don't watch television, can I get that at a reasonable price?
Yes.
Right answer. Good. And my email service is with SV Cable. What will happen to that? Will I have to change the email address?
We will eventually, in all instances where we have a migration that occurs, we have migrated emails over a period of time. So more likely than not, we will have a migration of emails.
Last question.
Yes.
For some unknown reason, where I live in Newfane, I have deeded rights for cable because at one time in the history of SV Cable, they used my property for a dish garden. Will that still stand?
So I didn't hear you. Could you repeat that?
In my property, once upon a time, there was a dish garden that belonged to SV Cable, and they used my property with a deeded right to have free cable forever. I don't watch TV, but just curious, will that be acknowledged?
You have an easement right of that?
Something like that, perhaps. But yes.
I have to look at the easement. But if there are easement rights, we would abide by what is in the easement.
Okay.
Sir, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. Yes, sir. Okay. Are you going to have, Comcast going to have a physical presence for your returning of equipment? In Pennsylvania, obviously we used to live in Pennsylvania, you had places where if you change your equipment or if you return your equipment, you would take it back to the drop-off place, a mall or something. Is Comcast going to do the same thing here? Because I'm assuming we're going to have to swap out our old SV boxes for new Xfinity.
Are they going to come and take it?
But yeah, but are you going to come in and take it? Or are we going to have to go to a location, get the new equipment, and hook it up? Because frankly, it's not that hard to hook up. And that's what they did in Pennsylvania. You just got the new box and just plugged it in, and the instructions just took over and did it. So I'm not sure which.
Yeah, so we will have a team of people that are physically present during the migration to ensure that it is as white glove an experience as possible so that that transaction can take place. One of the things that exists with regard to some of the service is that video traditionally is a very forgiving service with regard to what they call signal loss or anything of the like. And one of the things that we like to ensure, and I'm sure Ernie as well likes to ensure that, is when we do that transition, we have to ensure that signal loss is at a minimum. A, to adhere to FCC standards, and B, signal loss can result in sometimes a less than favorable experience to customers. So our goal is to have people in the facility to ensure that any signal loss or cable leakage that exists can be corrected with the installation of any new equipment that would be required. And we will do so in the neighborhood by neighborhood, directly involved with customers.
So you'll go through it like for Amazon Prime. Will you test like Amazon Prime or Hulu or something to see if there is a signal loss? Or will you just in general hook up to the house modem, I'll call it, and see if there is a signal loss at that point?
So our technicians will have meters with them that will enable them to properly hook up the device to determine if there is any signal leakage that they can correct.
So you said you'd have a team available during the migration, but his question, I'm not sure I heard the answer to one of his questions, which was, will there be a brick and mortar location when people are upgrading their equipment, or
it fails,
or what? Yeah, or returning failed equipment, or whatever. Is there going to be a brick and mortar place to do this in Windham County?
So at this time, right now, our plan is to be active with regard to being in the field for the migration that would take place. I will tell you that we have, as is filed in our comments in the proceeding, that we do have relationships with many entities that enable the drop-off of equipment should be returning of equipment take place. In addition to that, we have the ability for our technicians in the field for delivery of equipment. One thing we are actively looking at is that we have been expanding our Xfinity store presence across our footprint across the country. And one of the areas that we are primarily looking at right now is the greater Brattleboro area for an Xfinity store. I don't have anything definitive to tell you here this evening on that, but it is an area that we are actively looking at for the placement of a store.
Sir.
Speaking about Brattleboro, I looked at the rate structure in Brattleboro a little while ago. Do you think that the rate structure will apply here as it does in Brattleboro, or are you going to stay with what Ernie's been set up?
So we will migrate customers to an Xfinity experience. As a result of that, though, every customer that will be migrated will be able to qualify for new promotional pricing. Some of that is available for the bundle offers that are available, and after that, the price structure that exists for the Brattleboro area would be very similar.
And I'll just quickly mention that these are questions that the department has asked of the petitioners in our discovery questions. So we should have answers to, more in-depth answers to those, I hope, in a couple of weeks. Yes.
So,
I'm sorry.
I just want to make sure everyone has a chance. So
okay,
you've been asking, waiting.
The technicians that will be servicing the area, will they be physically living here in Windham County, or will they be coming in from out of state? And how many will there be?
So we have a source of technicians that serve the Vermont area out of our facilities in Vermont, that live in Vermont, work in Vermont. We also have technicians that will sometimes, in necessity, cross over from Massachusetts, which is the greater Greenfield area, to service if there could be storm issues of the like. But we do have a physical presence of technicians in the state of Vermont.
Right, but meaning that they could be coming down from, I could be waiting for someone to travel from Burlington or a couple of hours away as opposed to a technician that lives here.
So we have 1 and 2 hour service windows that are scheduled for our visits from technicians. Our technicians are assigned their work orders before the day of service, and those 1 and 2 hour windows are scheduled so that they can meet the requirement of the customer in a particular place.
I'm not likely to see the same person 2 times in a row, though. Yes, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I think that would be a fair belief that you could actually see the same technician on multiple visits. But our goal and hope would be that you don't have the need for multiple visits, that one visit would be able to solve any issue that you might have.
Yes, ma'am. In the white vest there.
I have a question about the timeline. There are a lot of homes that you have to service to get the system up and running. What's going to happen to our cable service in the meantime? I mean, is suddenly Southern Vermont's going to be shut off, your people haven't come, and we have nothing?
So that's a very good and fair question. There is a requirement in the agreement that we have with Southern Vermont Cable. Well, Southern Vermont Cable will, after the regulatory approval, will continue to operate for a period of time. We will then roll neighborhood by neighborhood. Customers will be notified directly of a time and place that works for them in order for us to make our services available to them. It is our plan that there will be 0 interruption of service, but for the interruption that will take place immediately at the time of the appointment to the turnover of the new services.
Yes, sir.
I want to start by thanking Ernie for a tremendous customer service experience. Come to our house a number of times, literally during snowstorms. I mean, what can you say? I'm going to get some of the details wrong on this. We're in the West Hills, and our internet was made available by some of our neighbors got a grant of some kind to actually put it in, and then we committed to a few years of paying above market rates to support that. I just wanted to make sure that someone had looked at the verbiage in that grant and made sure that this is all consistent with whatever happened.
Yes, Connectivity Initiative Grant, right? Yeah. Yes, we have.
It might be a CIAC too. I'm not sure of that.
It was the BBID project.
That was the BBID. Okay, that was the VTA.
Okay.
Grant, yeah.
Yeah, we have looked at that, and that would transfer over.
Yes, sir.
Looking at some of the public comments that have been filed online already, one of the major themes is customer service. And I guess I'd like to throw it back to you to say, tell us about what sort of metrics you use for customer service and how you would expect that to apply to Wyndham County.
So it's a good question. I thank you for the question. About 5 years ago, Comcast made an active direct investment in increasing customer service because we recognized at the time that we needed to do better as a result of that. So across the board, we engaged in additional training for employees, but on top of that, we made a significant investment in our call centers across New England to better service customers on a regular basis. In addition to that, we implemented a Net Promoter Score variation so that we could directly poll customers immediately after a transaction to find out what went well, what we could do better, and how we could improve service to customers. We have seen a significant improvement in customer service over the last 5 years. In fact, some recognition as a result of J.D. Power's surveys last year was some of the first that we had received in significant time. We believe that whether it be our video service, our internet service, or other services that we offer, that we are in a highly competitive marketplace here in Vermont and across the country. And we believe that responding to the needs of customers in order to ensure their satisfaction is the way that we succeed in business. We take customer service seriously. We believe in advancing the needs of it. And I can give you my promise that in my 22 years in being with the company, I have seen significant improvement in the last 5 years. I will tell you that on a particular day, we could have an instance that is escalated to us, but we do focus on it in order to resolve it in a way that is satisfactory to the customer.
Thank you.
I could take the metric question. One of the things that will happen for customers that are served by Southern Vermont Cable now is that when you transition to Comcast, Comcast will then be reporting on customer service for the metrics that they're regulated under their current service quality plan. So that reporting will be for your service area in addition to their current customers. They'll be rolled right into that report. So if you want to see Comcast service quality reports, you can go right to ePuck, epuck.vermont.gov, and you can look at their service quality reports and see the metrics there and how they've done across the Vermont territory.
I think we've maybe one more question. Yes, you've been waiting.
Okay, well, actually now I have two questions. You said something about your competitors. So I have the experience of managing my mom's finances down in Florida for like the last 15 years, and she ended up with Comcast. There were no competitors, and after her introductory promotional period was over, the bill just ramped up and up and up for the minimal service that she wanted. Who are your competitors in this area, and what and the second part of the question is, what happens after you mentioned, we would have an opportunity to come in at a promotional rate, but those end, and then you get told, oh, the promotion is over. No, you can't go back on that because that was a promotion for new customers only. Watch your TV or your mail and see if any new promotions come up. They never do. So who are your competitors, and is there anything? I mean, I have a friend who lives in Vernon. Her bill with Comcast has went up like $50. She's not happy. She's getting rid of almost all of her service.
So it's a good question. Traditionally, cable television, which is the regulated portion that we're here to discuss, when we first entered the marketplace some 50-something years ago, they were primary providers in a particular town that were the only providers. But today, if you look at the video marketplace is served, one of the highest penetrations of digital broadcast satellites are available here in Vermont. So you'll see the Dish Network and the DirecTVs, which are direct video competitors to us. In addition, one of the some of the competitors that are outlined in our filing is the over-the-top providers for video and streaming video programming that is available across multiple marketplaces. Today, I could name 5 to 10 of those that are actively available for people to choose. Those are direct video competitors. You are correct that when I spoke of promotional pricings, that promotions do expire. Traditionally, you'll see our promotions for new customers are in the 2-year time frame. But even at the expiration of promotions, prices do increase with those, but there are options and multiple options available for consumers to choose from in that particular consideration.
I think we're out of time for questions, but I don't want to speak for the petitioners, but I think they would likely make themselves available after the public hearing if you have additional questions. But I think we're turning into a pumpkin already. So we thank you, and we'll turn it over to the Public Utility Commission now.
All right, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Great. We are here tonight for a public hearing in case number 19-4845-PET, which involves a joint petition by Southern Vermont Cable Company to sell substantially all of its Vermont assets to Comcast and for a CPG for Comcast to own and operate Southern Vermont Cable Company's television system. My name is Micah Howe, and I'm a staff attorney at the Public Utility Commission. The purpose of this segment of tonight's meeting is to hear from you, members of the public, about the proposed acquisition. Today's hearing is not the only opportunity to submit comments. You can also provide written comments through the Commission's electronic document management system, which many people have already done. We've received quite a few comments in this case. You can also submit comments by direct mail or email. Just be sure to reference the case number 19-4845-PET when submitting your comments. You can also subscribe to this case in our document management system, EPUC, and receive email notifications when documents are filed in the rulemaking. I have placed some, yes, sir.
It's hard to hear. Do you have a mic or something?
I don't have one. I'll try. I'll yell louder. Are there some here? Oh, okay.
Can you repeat your name and that number again, please? The
Yes.
case number and your name.
Yes, it's Micah Howe. I'm a staff attorney at the Public Utility Commission. And the case number is 19-4845-PET. I have placed a few handouts. Sorry about that. Up on the back there on participating and finding our websites and getting involved in the process. I also placed several copies of the schedule in the case, and that will have the case number on it if people are interested. This hearing is being transcribed by a court reporter, and a transcript of the hearing will be available on EPUC along with all of the other documents filed in this case. If you wish to speak tonight, there was a sign-in sheet that was up in the back. I have it here now. I've got a number of names on it. If you didn't see it and didn't sign in and do wish to speak, just let me know and I can bring it up to you. The sign-in sheet is just to help the court reporter keep names straight on the record. So at this point, we'll open up the floor to public comments. I see we've got microphones on either side, so if I'll call the first name on the list, and if you didn't sign up and would like to, just let me know. Sign up? Okay. So the first name I have is Core Trowbridge, I believe.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Cora Trowbridge. I'm the Executive Director of BCTV, or Brattleboro Community Television. BCTV has contracts with both Southern Vermont Cable and Comcast Cable to provide public, governmental,
I know you're reading, but
yeah.
can you slow down a little bit?
Sure, I can hand this to you.
Oh, that's okay.
Well, that's not that useful, right? Okay. Public. Okay, good. And Comcast Cable to provide public, governmental, and educational access, or PEG access television programming and services, which is required by the state of Vermont for cable providers. BCTV's contract with Southern Vermont Cable is for services to the towns of Dummerston, Jamaica, Putney, Newfane, and Townsend. The contract with Comcast is for Brattleboro, Guilford, and Vernon. Together, these 8 towns constitute BCTV's service territory. Each town in our service territory receives staff coverage of their select board meetings and town meeting day. Residents can join BCTV and learn how to use video production equipment to create their own shows that air on our cable channels and online. Municipalities and nonprofits may have additional meetings and events covered for a small fee or at no cost if produced by a volunteer. These services, along with our studio and editing facilities in downtown Brattleboro, where residents can create their own shows, enable BCTV to fulfill our mission to promote civic engagement and transparency, and to empower community members to share their knowledge, views, and creativity without prejudice. BCTV's financial stability as a nonprofit and its ability to provide these services relies on a federal funding mechanism established in 1984 through the Cable Communications Policy Act, by which cable providers, in exchange for the right to install their infrastructure in the public rights-of-way, are required to allocate a small percentage of their revenues to a public benefit, which in Vermont is designated to support local PEG stations. Through this mechanism, local cable subscribers provide 80% of BCTV's funding, while the remainder comes from donations, underwriting, and income from production services. The public benefit that residents receive is video coverage of their local government meetings along with access to video production equipment, studio and editing facilities, and support for creating and distributing their own shows. BCTV annually produces 1,200 hours of new content each year and has won numerous national awards for overall excellence. BCTV has applied for intervenor status in this proceeding to ensure that the conditions and benefits related to PEG access will be equalized for all towns in our service territory following Comcast's acquisition of SVC. Regardless of which cable company serves the towns in our service territory, BCTV provides the same level of benefit. There is a difference, however, in the contracts that BCTV holds with the two corporations due to the difference in the size of the companies. Rule 8.4 of the Public Utility Commission, which governs PEG access in Vermont, places a cap on the level of funding from cable providers. Most of the contracts between cable providers and PEG stations like BCTV provide for funding at the cap level, which is 5% of gross revenues for operating funds plus less than 1% for capital expenses. There's an exception in Rule 8 for small cable systems with gross receipts from cable services of $2 million or less, and for this reason, our contract with Southern Vermont Cable stipulates a lower level of funding. So we would be seeking to equalize the funding level once all of the towns are served by the same provider. In addition, there are benefits that Comcast customers are entitled to receive through its CPG that should be available to Southern Vermont Cable customers following the acquisition. Most notably, access to PEG programming via the Interactive Program Guide. In 2 weeks, Comcast will move BCTV's channel numbers from Channel 8, our public channel, and Channel 10, our government and education channel, to a PEG territory higher up on the channel lineup with new numbers of 1075 and 1085. You heard it here, folks. First, the move is the result of a new condition in Comcast's recent CPG requiring that information about PEG programming be made available on the Interactive Program Guide as it is for all other channels. As a result, customers will be able to search for and record BCTV's programs using their remote, just as they're currently able to do for all other channels. Comcast CPG, along with BCTV's contract with Comcast, contains other terms and conditions that will benefit Southern Vermont Cable customers, such as future provision of HD channels for PEG programming. In short, BCTV calls for all residents and customers in its service territory to have the same funding, benefits, and conditions related to PEG access in a timely manner following the sale of SVC to Comcast. The final issue BCTV wishes to raise here on behalf of its producers and viewers is that of signal quality. When Southern Vermont Cable applied for renewed CPG in 2010, its customers could only receive one channel, Channel 8, and one of the main issues to be resolved at that time was significant signal quality problems on Channel 8 that were well documented by complaints from frustrated producers and viewers. After the CPG renewal process, which addressed this issue and mandated provision of Channel 10, Southern Vermont Cable changed the way it receives BCTV signal from Comcast with the result that picture and sound quality improved to a satisfactory level. 10 years later, however, we are again witnessing significant signal quality problems due to outdated equipment. While all of BCTV's content is created in high-definition digital files, after leaving our digital broadcast server, it goes through two 1970s-era standard definition analog RF modulators for transmission to Comcast and from there to SVC. This transmission process not only lowers the resolution of the programming, but also degrades the quality. In fact, over the past fiscal year, the annual report that BCTV is required to submit to the state and cable providers documented 6 major incidents of signal quality failure that were reported to Comcast XOC Operations Center. Comcast technicians attempted to address the problems but had difficulty due to the age of the equipment and lack of training to troubleshoot obsolete equipment. One of the state's criteria for issuing a CPG to a cable operator is whether the operator can provide adequate and technically sound facilities, equipment, and signal quality. Comcast has stated that it meets this criteria by providing excellent signal quality and 100% digital picture and sound to its customers, and points to its record of investment in infrastructure to support advanced video services. To deliver on these plans and promises, Comcast should provide reliable 100% digital transmission of BCTV signal and should add HD channels for PEG access content in the near future. In conclusion, BCTV has a stake in these proceedings because it has a contractual relationship with both Southern Vermont Cable and Comcast. We ask that the state ensure that there are equalized obligations, conditions, and benefits, including funding levels, among all involved towns now served under separate provider CPGs and contracts within a reasonable time frame. BCTV will continue to advocate for improvements to signal quality and updated transmission methods, including the provision of HD channels for PEG content, until locally created content is delivered to customers in the same resolution and quality as commercial channels. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Brattleboro Community TV.
Thank you. Next up we have Mike. I'm going to go with Moroniki.
I should ask you to say it in Polish.
Please don't. And I'm going to put this sign-up sheet, I'll just put it over here by the microphone, so if anyone does want to speak, to get through this list, they can just jump up and sign in. I think so. So how is it pronounced?
In Polish, it's Morawicki. Most of the people here know me as Mike Morwicki, though. And for the record, I'm Mike Morwicki. I'm the one of two state representatives for the Wyndham 4 District of Putney, Dummerston, and Westminster. My partner, Nada Hashim, is here as well. So currently, Southern Vermont Cable serves Putney and Dummerston, so I'm not speaking for the other people from other towns here, but hopefully some of what I say will resonate for them as well. And first of all, I want to give a shout out to Cora here for all their good work at BCTV. They not only help people get to meetings that they wouldn't otherwise, whether it's a select board meeting, a school board meeting, or local events, but they help bring the work of the legislature closer to home. And being 100 miles away from Montpelier, it's not easy for people to get there. So thank you, Cora, and I hope we can help maintain all that BCTV does for our community here. While I know it's important for a lot of people to have the entertainment value of what cable can bring, I think the primary reason I'm here is for continued broadband access. Almost 100 years ago, Vermont went through the process of being electrified because we realized that to join the rest of the world, we needed electricity. And I think similarly, broadband access is what will continue to connect us to the world and help bring Vermont to a place that the rest of the world enjoys right now. And whether it's businesses, students, or now telemedicine, that access is essential. And one of the pieces that I especially hope that we can continue expanding. I think the number of customers that Southern Vermont serves in Putney and Dummerston registers in the hundreds, while there's over 4,000 people. So we've got a lot to go. If we want equal opportunity for all, we've got a ways to go. And I'm hoping that Comcast, out of that 350-mile allocation, can continue to expand in this area for those reasons that I stated, to bring the world here and to help make Vermont a more friendly place for those who want to stay and for those we want to attract here. The other consideration that I hope we can help set some benchmarks, and I appreciate what was said over here, is Ernie and his crew have always been right there on the job when someone's had a problem. And it's wasn't in common sight to see Ernie himself up on the ladder, hooking your house up or trying to fix something. And don't know that we expect that personal amount of service, but I think we do hope for the level of service to continue. Because we're a rural area, we understand there's challenges here, but Ernie always met them. And I'm hoping that we can set some benchmarks for what kind of service we can expect in the future. I think that speaks to what I can say for right now. But again, I don't know that there are other options. We know that there is a challenge from Ernie leaving, so the fact that many of us have waited a long time to get any access, we appreciate that there's at least one option going forward. And moving forward, I also want to remind people that the state's well aware of the expansion needs right across the state, and that's why last year we passed a bill to start the planning process for local municipal utilities, such as EC5 up in Norwich. So stay tuned to that. That may be something that becomes a partnership that allows us to get to that last mile. I've worked for 3 governors now, and they've all promised we were going to have broadband to the last mile, and we're still waiting. So let's keep pushing. Thanks.
Thank you. Next up, I have Claudia Teachman
Blocker. So my name is Claudia Teachman Blocker. I live in Dummerston on the Route 5 side. We've been very happy. We don't have any problems with our services. Very happy. You've provided us with just the amount we need, not too much, not too little. I'm the sole proprietor of a small home-based business. I travel for work, but a significant portion of my income is derived by the use of internet to inform my customer base and to receive and fulfill orders. I have a concern that, based on what I'll explain later, that the internet service will become cost prohibitive for my small business, causing me a financial hardship, particularly after the introductory promotional period of 2 years. I'm saying this because as almost the sole person responsible for my mom's bills and finances for the last 15 to 20 years, and she lived in Florida in a huge area, I wouldn't even call it a town. Comcast became the sole provider down there. They had no competition other than Dish or, some other kind of nominal cable network. And my mom was on a fixed income, and yes, she had a wonderful promotional first 2 years, but when that ended, she was told, okay, she no longer qualified, or I was told she no longer qualified for the promotional service. There were all these other packages and bundles available, so we bundled, but that came at a cost. And then the 4 channels that she watched as a little old lady, maybe an hour a day, weren't on the low-cost bundle, they were on the expanded bundle. So I watched as her bill went up and up and up to the point where she was about ready to throw in the towel, but we wanted to have her programs and have access to her through TV and through phone and internet. So we just kept on paying. But it was really disappointing and frustrating to see that. I have an acquaintance who lives in Vernon that I was just speaking with today, telling her that I was going to be coming to this event. And she said, oh, what, Comcast? She said, I've had them. I've had a bundle with them. And it just went up by $50 a month. I'm canceling almost everything. I'm going to get rid of my landline. I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to get rid of that. Because she said she's on a fixed income. She can't afford it. And yes, they offer other promotions, or they tell you, no, I'm sorry, your promotion is over. You don't qualify for the next reasonably priced thing because you're no longer a new customer, and what you have to pay for is exorbitant for a person on a fixed income. I don't know how this can be addressed, but I just felt like I needed to say that. And I've been really happy with the service, and that the prices have not skyrocketed in the time that I've been with SV Cable. Thank you very much, I appreciate it.
You're here. Thank you. Next up, I have John Field.
Hi, everybody. I'm John Field. I live on West Hill Road in Putney. I first just want to say how distressed I am about this dilemma we're in. I can't say enough about you, Ernie, and the kind of business model, and not just the model, but the way you've delivered local, dependable, human service to us. I was very involved in the struggle to get our area of Putney wired. We had no coverage till what, Ernie? What year did you come in with service finally? Did you connect us? Sorry?
4 years ago.
4 years ago. Up till 4 years ago, we had nothing. We had HughesNet. We suffered under that behemoth. We had, and people couldn't, students couldn't do their work. My wife, who's a physician, couldn't do her medical records. I couldn't do my work. It was a mess. Nobody, our governor made lots of promises. Our then governor, Shumlin from Putney, made promises which he did not keep. The only person who came up to the bat was Ernie and his company. I echo what other people have said about how Ernie will answer the phone sometimes, will come out on the truck when someone snapped my fiber cable. Ernie and somebody else came out and worked for about 5 hours in the cold fixing it. I'm speaking today out of real desperation because what we have is a David and Goliath situation. Only in this case, David is going to be, Ernie totally deserves to sell out, have a retirement or whatever he's going to do next. He's earned it in spades. And this is not to say anything about him not deserving that because he certainly does it. I've never seen such a finely run company. On the other hand, the Goliath in the room, represented by Mr. Glanville and others, what many people don't know, I just checked the stats today. The landscape here is that Vermont, I took this right off the net, Vermont is served by 11 cable television companies, including the two largest, Comcast and Charter, which together have more than 90% of the market. Not what Mr. Glanville said, a highly competitive marketplace. And if you dive deeper into the weeds, you'll see that Charter and Comcast have had a very symbiotic, collaborative, merger-like type of relationship. So I'm not even exactly sure whether they're competitors. You might remember in 2015, Comcast tried to buy Time Warner Cable, which would have been a disaster. Check the public record on what kind of comments were made about the horrors of services, some of the things that Claudia mentioned and other people have mentioned on the written record, leading to the denial, thankfully, of that. It would have been a horrific merger. But in that merger, interestingly, Charter and Comcast were very palsy-walsy in terms of a deal they were going to make it look like this was still, they weren't going to, dominate the marketplace. I want to say that while Mr. Glanville talked about the 350 miles, he didn't tell you that his company sued the state of Vermont and the PUC, the Public Utility Commission, twice, not once, but twice. Why? Reading from the newscast, the news release, September 1st, 2017. Comcast has sued the state of Vermont to try to avoid a requirement to build 550 miles of new cable lines. Comcast's lawsuit against the Vermont PUC was filed Monday in U.S. District Court in Vermont and challenges several provisions in the cable company's new 11-year permit to offer services in the state. One of the conditions in the permit says that Comcast shall construct no less than 550 miles of line extensions into uncabled areas during the 11-year term. Comcast would rather not do that. Mr. Glanville didn't tell you that. Yes, 350 miles, I'm guessing there was a settlement in that case, and they settled with the 350, but they were suing Vermonters to try to not do any of it. But then again, in February 2018, cable television giant Comcast is suing the Vermont Public Utility Commission over the panel's decision to require the company to expand its network and step up support for community access TV if it wants to continue doing business in Vermont. A key issue in the services Comcast must provide to local community access systems that carry municipal government and school board meetings, as Mike acknowledged Core for doing, a key issue is to do with that. The 26 community access systems have been pushing against resistance by Comcast for high-def video, greater ability to operate from remote locations, and inclusion in the interactive program guides that Comcast customers can use to decide what to watch. The PUC, formerly known as the Public Service Board, in January issued a new 11-year permit for Comcast. In July, the panel rejected the company's request to drop some of the conditions attached to the permit. In a lawsuit filed Monday in U.S. District Court in Burlington, Comcast argued that the PUC, quote, exceeded its authority under federal and Vermont law by imposing numerous conditions on Comcast's continued cable operations in the state. I'm assuming there was a settlement in that. I don't know how that spun out. I want to remind people that aside from its unsuccessful attempt to totally dominate the market in 2015 by taking over Time Warner Cable, which was stopped, I read recently earlier today that according to Consumer Reports, Comcast CEO and scion Brian Roberts has already admitted there is no real competition in the cable marketplace thanks to decade-old monopolies. That's the CEO of Comcast. Finally, I pulled up something which was gobbledygook to me, but which the suits and the lawyers in the room know of, 2466C, which is from the PUC's and I guess the state of Vermont's operating laws, Internet Service Network Management, Attorney General Review and Disclosure. And I'm just hoping, although I don't have a solution as what to do instead of Comcast taking over Ernie's wonderful business, I want it noted that here in this 2466C, the Attorney General shall review the network management practices of Internet service providers in Vermont, and to the extent possible, make a determination as to whether the provider's broadband Internet access service complies with the Open Internet